And today we're going to begin our opening session with no one else but the man who is helming the destiny of Maharashtra for the next 4 years, the Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. The Chief Minister has arrived. We'll be starting shortly. And once again, none of this would have been possible without our sponsors. A quick thank you. And those of you tweeting, we have a hashtag going, India Today Conclave Mumbai. Hashtag India Today Conclave Mumbai. And once again, thank you to all our sponsors for making it possible. Just going to take you through that. Presenting partner Adani, celebration partner Radico, knowledge partner NL Dalmia Educational Society, partner Health Edge Communications, health partner Kokila Ben Dhirubai Ambani Hospital Medical Research Institute, tourism destination partner Madhya Pradesh Tourism, bespoke partner Da Milano Italia, hospitality partners where you are, the St. Regis Mumbai. In just 5 minutes, we are ready to go. Please find your seats, put your phone on silent, and let's get set for what's going to be 2 spectacular days of exchange of ideas coming in from all walks of life. This platform, viewers, has endured ever since 2002, and the legacy of that continues this time around in its Mumbai edition. Ready? All right, may I request you all to please clear the aisles, find yourself a seat, ready to get into our first session of the day. The gentleman standing at the back, can we please settle down, sir? Do settle down, ready to get into our first session. To take it from here, introducing you to our session, Maharashtra's master strategist, what drives Fadnavis 3.0. This session All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage Sahil Joshi, Senior Managing Editor, Head of West Bureau and Mumbai Thak, and my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today, to come up on stage and take it from here. Joining our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, for our first session, What Drives Fadnavis 3.0. Master Strategist,
Good morning, everyone. देवेंद्र जी, 2024 में जब आप इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में आए थे, तब चुनाव चल रहा था और उस वक्त एक कैंपेन चल रहा था कि एक अकेला देवेंद्र क्या करेगा। तो क्या हम मानकर चले कि उसका जवाब मिल चुका है कि अब देवेंद्र अकेला नहीं है, देवेंद्र के साथ बाकी लोग भी है? क्या उसका जवाब मिल चुका है?
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि उसका जवाब मिल चुका है और देवेंद्र कभी अकेला था ही नहीं। ये तो लोगों को इल्यूजन तैयार होता है कि देवेंद्र अकेला है, और मेरे तो फायदे का वही है कि उनको ये लगे कि देवेंद्र अकेला है तो वो फिर देवेंद्र को अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं, और फिर जो पूरी हमारी सेना है वो सारी सेना मिलकर हमारा माइट क्या है, हमारी ताकत क्या है, उनको दिखाते हैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अब आई थिंक दैट दे मस्ट हैव रियलाइज्ड कि एक अकेला देवेंद्र क्या करेगा।
देवेंद्र कब अकेला था? क्योंकि आपने बोला कोई लोग अंडर एस्टिमेट थे, वो लोग कौन है?
नहीं, वो तो आप लोग जानते हैं, जिन लोगों ने ये सारी चीजें कही वही वो लोग हैं। मैं नाम थोड़ी लेना चाहूंगा, लेकिन मैं पक्का कहता हूं कि देवेंद्र अकेला कभी नहीं था और रहने का कारण भी नहीं है। देखिए, मैं जिस पार्टी को बिलोंग करता हूं उस पार्टी की एक शील्ड मेरे साथ है, और जिस पार्टी के नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हो, उस पार्टी का कोई नेता अपने आप को अकेला क्यों समझेगा? सवाल ही नहीं उठता है।
लेकिन यहां पर बात आपके अकेले होने की या अकेले नहीं होने की नहीं है, उससे ज्यादा ये बात इस बात की है कि आपके साथ में कौन है आज की स्थिति में। क्योंकि जब संकट होता है तब आपको आपका चेहरा आगे किया जाता है, और इस बार हमने देखा कि जो मुंबई में रहते हैं उन्हें यह पता होगा कि हर जगह पर एक बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स लगाए गए थे जिसमें सिर्फ देवा भाऊ और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज दिखे थे। मुंबई के सारे न्यूज़पेपर्स में बड़े बड़े एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स आए हुए थे। तो तब ऐसा कहीं ना कहीं लगा कि देवेंद्र अकेला है, और वो अकेला ही है कि जो आगे जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आज की स्थिति में।
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि एक पोस्टर कितना पावरफुल स्टेटमेंट कर सकता है, ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि विज्ञापन की दुनिया में इसको भी एक प्रोमिनेंस देना चाहिए। क्योंकि पोस्टर क्या है, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज खड़े हैं, उनके चरणों पर मैं कुछ पंखुड़ियां डाल रहा हूं, इतना ही पोस्टर है। देवा भाऊ लिखा है, न उसमें ये लिखा है कि मुझे वोट दो, न ये लिखा है मैं महान हूं, न उसमें लिखा है मैंने कुछ किया है, न उसमें कोई महिमा मंडन है, कुछ भी नहीं है। लेकिन बावजूद उसके कुछ लोगों को मिर्ची लग गई और उसके ऊपर कई लोगों ने विवाद भी खड़ा कर दिया। सवाल इतना ही है कि इस पोस्टर का अर्थ क्या है?
सब मिर्ची लगने वाले अंदर के हैं और बाहर के हैं, दोनों हैं।
नहीं, अंदर में किसी को मिर्ची नहीं लगी, बाहर में ही लगी है।
अंदर की मिर्ची नहीं समझ में
अंदर में सबको मिठाई मिली है, कोई नहीं, सब कोई मिर्ची वाला नहीं है। लेकिन आप ये समझ लीजिए कि मेरी पार्टी ने ये पोस्टर लगाया, इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका इतना ही मतलब है इस पोस्टर का कि चूंकि एक मराठा आरक्षण का विषय चल रहा था और मराठा समाज जो एक महाराष्ट्र का बहुत प्रोमिनेंट समाज माना जाता है, एक उसका कंट्रीब्यूशन महाराष्ट्र के पूरी संस्कृति में और इतिहास में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, और वो आरक्षण मांग रहा है, उसके लिए कुछ निर्णय हमको लेना है। उस समय जो हमारे ओबीसी है, जो हमारे पिछड़े हैं, जो हमारे अति पिछड़े घुमंतु है, एससी एसटी है, ऐसे कई लोगों के मन में ये शंका थी कि भाई कहीं हमारा आरक्षण कम करके तो आप उनको नहीं दे रहे हो। तो उस समय मैंने ये कहा था कि भाई जैसे मराठा समाज छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की लड़ाई में लड़ने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समाज है, वैसे ही महाराष्ट्र में छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने, जिसको उस समय 18 पगड़ जातियां कहते थे, यानी अलग अलग समाज, अलुतेदार, बलुतेदार, ओबीसी, माइक्रो ओबीसी, घुमंतु, शेड्यूल कास्ट, ऐसे सब लोगों को मिलाकर सेना तैयार की थी। इसलिए कोई भी निर्णय अगर मैं ऐसा लूंगा कि केवल एक समाज के लिए रहेगा और दूसरे समाज का निकाल कर मैं अगर किसी को दूंगा, तो वो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के विचारों पर मैं नहीं चलूंगा। हमने जो निर्णय लिया उससे ओबीसी समाज के लिए हमने उनके आरक्षण से किसी को आरक्षण नहीं दिया, मराठा समाज का भी जो प्रश्न था उसको हमने एक प्रकार से सॉल्व किया। तो ये चित्र इतना ही दर्शाता है कि महाराज हमने आपके जो मावड़े हैं, आपके जो सैनिक है, इनमें कोई भेद नहीं किया है, आपके विचारों पर हम चले, केवल इतना ही वो दर्शाता है।
अब बात निकली है, इसके लिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं। एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात उस पोस्टर में मुझे लगी कि आपने फडनवीस ड्रॉप किया था उसमें। पता नहीं वो आपके मंजूरी से पोस्टर लगे थे या पार्टी क्योंकि आपने कहा कि पार्टी ने लगाए हुए हैं। क्या ये जरूरत आ पड़ी है आज की स्थिति में, राजनीति में, कि आपको अपना उपनाम ड्रॉप करना पड़ेगा और उसके बाद ही आप यहां पर राजनीति कर पाएंगे?
देखिए, अब इस कगार पर आने के बाद नाम ड्रॉप करने की तो आवश्यकता समाप्त हो गई है। क्योंकि आप जिस बात की ओर इंगित कर रहे हैं, मैं उसको बहुत स्पष्टता से कहता हूं कि मेरा ब्राह्मण होना, इसके ऊपर आप बात कर रहे हैं। और महाराष्ट्र की पॉलिटिक्स में चूंकि यहाँ ब्राह्मण समाज छोटा है, 2% ही है, तो एक यहाँ की सोशियो पॉलिटिकल जो हिस्ट्री भी रही है, उस हिस्ट्री में एक पॉलिटिकल माइनस पॉइंट शायद ये हो सकता है, लेकिन ये तो विचार 2014 में होना चाहिए था। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में इस राज्य की बागडोर मुझे दी, और 2014 के बाद महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में लगातार 3 बार 100 से ज्यादा विधायक चुनकर लाने वाला नेता मैं रहा हूं प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में। तो ये बात तो समाप्त हो गई। उसके बाद हम लोकसभा जीते, उसके बाद सारे कॉरपोरेशन जीते, जिला पंचायत जीते, नगर पालिकाएं जीते। तो अब फडणवीस होने के कारण अगर कोई माइनस पॉइंट था तो वो तो उस समय शायद वो माइनस पॉइंट होता, लेकिन उस समय तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बड़ी हिम्मत के साथ किया। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि अब ये फडणवीस रहे चाहे नहीं रहे, पूरे महाराष्ट्र को मालूम है मेरी जाति क्या है, और मेरी जाति के साथ महाराष्ट्र ने मुझे स्वीकारा। क्योंकि एक बात आप ध्यान में रखिए, ये जो कास्ट होती है ना, ये नेताओं के मन में है। कास्ट कोई जनता के मन में नहीं है, ये नेताओं के मन में है। इसलिए जनता ने हमेशा मुझे साथ दिया है। अब देवा भाऊ ये थोड़ा पिछले कुछ सालों में मेरा कॉमन नेम हो गया है, इसलिए शायद मेरी पार्टी को ऐसा लगा देवा भाऊ लिखेंगे तो देवा भाऊ लिख दिया।
कुछ तस्वीरें हैं साहिल, वो दिखाया जाए। उसके बाद फिर इंफ्रा पर मूव करेंगे। ये तस्वीर है आंदोलन जब हो रहा था उस वक्त। ये तस्वीर, इस पर चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए
ये वाली तस्वीर, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आपके सामने यही रहा।
नहीं, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि चैलेंजेस कभी समाप्त नहीं होते, और कोई एक चैलेंज होता नहीं है। चैलेंजेस आते रहते। जैसे अभी इस साल बहुत अच्छी बारिश हो रही थी, खरीफ की फसल बहुत अच्छी थी, और उसके बाद इतनी ज्यादा बाढ़ आ गई कि अब बाढ़ हमारे सामने चैलेंज है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कोई एक चैलेंज आपके सामने नहीं होता है, मल्टीपल चैलेंजेस होते हैं। और वही दैट इज अ ब्यूटी ऑफ गवर्नेंस, दैट इज अ ब्यूटी ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, कि रोज चैलेंजेस आते हैं, आप उसका सामना करते हो, पॉजिटिवली उसको आगे जाते हो। मैं एक बात बताता हूं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस कभी चुनौतियों से भागा नहीं है। मैंने सीधा मुकाबला किया है चुनौतियों का, सामने से, और ईश्वर का आशीर्वाद रहा है कि जितनी चुनौतियां आई उन चुनौतियों में से मैंने रास्ता निकाला है, रास्ता ढूंढा है, मैं भागा नहीं हूं।
लेकिन ये क्या टेम्पररली ये इशू खत्म हुआ है, फिर से आएगा?
देखिए, कई बार ये होता है कि विषय आपको लगता है सेटल हुआ है, लेकिन कई लोग होते हैं, राजनीति होती है, जिनको ये लगता है कि ये सेटल नहीं होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मैं नहीं मानता कि कोई इशू पॉलिटिक्स में परमानेंट सेटल होता है। लोग उसको अलग अलग प्रकार से निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन हमेशा उसकी हिट वो नहीं होती। जब आप एक निर्णय ले लेते हो, उसके बाद उसको पकाने का कितना भी प्रयास किया जाए, तब भी जो पहले हिट मिलती है वो हिट नहीं मिलती उसको।
क्योंकि बार बार चर्चा हो रही है आंदोलन की, तो राहुल गांधी और जो ऑपोजिशन है वो जेन जी प्रोटेस्टर्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में भी शायद जेन जी यूनाइट होकर के कुछ करेंगे बड़ा।
देखो, जिनको नेपाल से इतना प्रेम है वो जाके नेपाल में रहे, रोज नेपाल की बात करते हैं। अरे भाई, भारत कहाँ है और नेपाल कहाँ है? हमारा छोटा भाई है नेपाल। मैं मानता हूं कि भाई देखो, हमारे इतने सालों के ऐतिहासिक रिश्ते रहे, लेकिन कहाँ नेपाल है, कहाँ भारत है? भारत ने कितना विकास कर लिया है, हम दुनिया की 4थी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने। आज हमारे युवाओं के लिए प्रोटेस्ट के लिए समय नहीं है। हमारे युवा आज स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे युवा एआई में आज काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे युवा बेस्ट ऑफ द इंजीनियर्स है, हमारे युवा बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे युवाओं ने दुनिया को व्यापित कर लिया है। सिलिकॉन वैली चले जाइए तो हमारे युवा है। तो मैं ये मानता हूं कि हमारी जेनजी जो है ना, इसका विचार ही अलग है। हमारी जेनजी ये कोई नेपाल की तरह कोई मतलब विचार करके काम करने वाली जेनजी नहीं है। और इसलिए राहुल गांधी को जो लगता है कि उन्होंने झूठ बोलकर देख लिया, सारे हथकंडे लगाकर देख लिए, अब राहुल गांधी एक प्रकार से हतप्रभ है, और इसलिए उनको लगता है कोई तो आएगा, कोई तो इस सरकार के खिलाफ कुछ करेगा, कोई तो इस सरकार को हटाएगा। तो अब उनको ऐसा लगता है कि जेनजी को मैं अपील करूंगा, लेकिन जेनजी के लिए, इस भारत के जेनजी के लिए राहुल गांधी की अहमियत क्या है, ये मैं नेशनल टीवी पे नहीं बोलना चाहता।
लेकिन जेनजी 2 प्रकार के हैं, और महाराष्ट्र में हम देख रहे हैं कि 2 प्रकार के जेनजी दिखाई देते हैं। एक जेनजी जिनकी तस्वीर दिखाई हमने, उनके समर्थक जो आए थे यहाँ पर, मुंबई में आए थे, और जिस तरीके की तस्वीरें हमने उस वक्त देखी थी, हाई कोर्ट को इंटरवीन करना पड़ा, उनको कहना पड़ा उसके बारे में। इसी तरीके के प्रोटेस्ट अलग अलग कास्ट के आज की स्थिति में महाराष्ट्र में हम देख रहे हैं। बंजारा समाज बोल रहा है कि हमें आदिवासी आरक्षण दीजिए, धनगर समाज बोल रहा है हमें आदिवासी आरक्षण दीजिए। तो ये जिसे कहते हैं ना, पैंडोराज बॉक्स खुल गया एक तरीके से। एक आपने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया, उसके बाद दूसरा इशू यहां पर खड़ा हो रहा है। इसे आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं? और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग सी बात है कि हाल ही में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने फैसला लिया है कि कास्ट बेस्ड रैलीज और पॉलिटिकल एजिटेशंस पर पाबंदी लगा दी है उन्होंने। क्या आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र में आप ये स्थिति आ गई है आज की स्थिति में, या इसे अलग तरीके से देखा?
मैं नहीं मानता कि ऐसी कोई पाबंदी लगाने की आवश्यकता है। देखिए क्या होता है कि अलग अलग समाज जो होते हैं, समाज अपने आइडेंटिटी ढूंढते हैं। एक आइडेंटिटी का पॉलिटिक्स होता है। हमारे समाज को कितनी अहमियत मिलती है, ये एक विषय होता है। किसी एक समाज के बारे में आप जब फैसला करते हैं तो अन्य समाजों को भी ये लगता है कि भाई क्या सरकार हमारे लिए भी इतनी सीरियस है, क्या हमको भी इतनी तवज्जो दी जा रही है। तो ये कोई भी इसमें से मांग आज आई हुई नहीं है। ये 30 सालों से, 40 सालों से, 50 सालों से मांगे चल रही है। इसमें कुछ जगह पर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रॉब्लम्स है, कुछ जगह पर लीगल उसमें इम्पेडिमेंट्स है। लेकिन चूंकि समाज की एक मानसिकता होती है, समाज की कुछ आवश्यकताएं होती है और समाज की कुछ मांगे होती है, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि उसको एड्रेस किया जाना चाहिए। और मैं हमेशा प्रयास करता हूं कि इसको मैं एड्रेस करूं। ये मैं नहीं कहता कि हर चीज को मैं सॉल्व कर पाऊंगा, क्योंकि संविधान के बाहर, कानून के बाहर, उसके दायरे में रहकर ही मुझे ये सारी चीजें करनी पड़ेगी। बट मेरा अपना मानना है कि इसके बावजूद एक बहुत बड़ा लार्जर इस प्रकार का एक हमारे नागरिक है कि जिनको इससे ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट, जो विकास है, जो अलग अलग प्रकार से हम लोग आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उसमें उनको ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट है। इसलिए ये जो कोई आंदोलन होते हैं, इनको 100% रिप्रेजेंटेटिव समझना या रिप्रेजेंटेशन समझना ये गलत है।
लेकिन रिजर्वेशन और विकास साथ में भी हो सकता है। आप लोग एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, ये एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया अपनी आइडेंटिटी बचा करके आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर सकता है, और यही एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया अपनी जो सब नेशनल आइडेंटिटी के साथ ये सोचता है कि हमें और भी मिले।
नहीं, उसमें गलत क्या है? देखिए, मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूं कि एस्पिरेशनल होना और उस एस्पिरेशन के लिए अलग अलग प्रकार का विचार होना, ये कोई गलत बात नहीं है। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि मेरे समाज के लिए एफर्मेटिव एक्शन होनी चाहिए, मुझे और उसकी आवश्यकता है, ऐसा किसी समाज को लगना ये कोई गलत बात नहीं है। हाँ, उसमें इतना ही होता है कि वन हैज टू स्ट्राइक द बैलेंस, बिकॉज एक नॉर्मल आदमी जो होता है, उस आदमी को यह समझ में नहीं आता कि सरकार को बैलेंस बनाना पड़ता है। सरकार किसी भी एक समाज की ओर झुक नहीं सकती, सभी समाज को साथ में लेकर चलना पड़ता है। तो ये चीजें धीरे धीरे सबको बतानी पड़ती है। कई बार लोगों को ये लगता है कि भाई हमको मिलना चाहिए, हमको इतना क्यों नहीं मिलता, तब उनको ये बताना पड़ता है कि आपको इतना देने के लिए इनका निकालना पड़ेगा, इनका हम नहीं निकाल सकते। आपका देना चाहते हम, तो आपको देने के लिए हमारे पास इतना है, इतना हम आपको देंगे, लेकिन इनका निकाल कर आपको नहीं देंगे।
लेकिन क्या ये वक्त आ गया है कि अब इस मुद्दे पर एक नेशनल डिबेट जरूरी हो गया? क्योंकि कई सारे लोग, सुप्रिया सुले उस दिन किसी इंटरेक्शन में उन्होंने कहा कि जिन्हें जरूरत नहीं है उन्हें आरक्षण नहीं लेना चाहिए, उसको लेकर भी बवाल हुआ। क्या आपको लगता है कि एक नेशनल डिबेट की जरूरत आज की स्थिति में आ पड़ी है? कई बार कई संगठन इसकी मांग कर चुके हैं कि एक बार इसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम बहुत ही इवॉल्विंग सोसाइटी है, और आज अगर हम लोग देखें तो जो ओबीसी का रिजर्वेशन है, उसमें नॉन क्रीमिलियर एक प्रकार से यही दर्शाता है कि ओबीसी में या पिछड़ों में जो गरीब है उनको ही रिजर्वेशन मिलना चाहिए। इसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नॉन क्रीमिलियर की एक व्याख्या तैयार की है, और कौन क्रीमिलियर है और कौन नॉन क्रीमिलियर है, डिस्क्रिमिनेट करके रिजर्वेशन विल बी एप्लीकेबल ओनली टू द पीपल हु बिलोंग टू नॉन क्रीमिलियर ऑफ द सोसाइटी, ये कर दिया है। अब रिसेंटली सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही ये बात कही, अपने एक ऑर्डर में ये कहा है कि धीरे धीरे शेड्यूल कास्ट के लिए भी हम लोग ये प्रयास करें कि नॉन क्रीमिलियर के कॉन्सेप्ट पे जाए, क्योंकि शेड्यूल कास्ट में भी शायद हर राज्य में एक डोमिनेंट समाज है, जो समाज ज्यादा रिजर्वेशन का फायदा लेता है,
की बात कर रहे हैं।
तो उसका एक उन्होंने दोनों चीजें कही उन्होंने, एक सब क्लासिफिकेशन भी कहा है और साथ साथ नॉन क्रिमिलियर का कॉन्सेप्ट भी कहा है। अब सब क्लासिफिकेशन भी इसी की ओर इंगित करता है कि समाज में अगर जो एक ये जो समूह है, इस समूह में कुछ लोग आगे बढ़ गए और कुछ लोग पीछे रहे, तो जो पीछे रहे उनको भी आगे लाना है, तो सब क्लासिफिकेशन करना चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र में भी सब क्लासिफिकेशन हमारा अंतिम चरण में, हम लोग शायद अगले 2-3 महीने में उसको घोषित कर देंगे।
आप शेड्यूल कास्ट में सब क्लासिफिकेशन लागू करेंगे महाराष्ट्र?
हाँ जी, हमने उसकी कमेटी तैयार की थी हाईकोर्ट जज के अंडर, वो कमेटी अंतिम चरण में है, हम जल्दी उसको लागू करेंगे।
अब एक और तस्वीर है साहिल, उसको भी लाते हैं। ये तस्वीर आप तीनों की है, प्रोड्यूसर अब करेंगे स्क्रीन पर, ये देखिए। और फिर ये तस्वीर, ये कोएलिशन पॉलिटिक्स की तस्वीर है। ये सबके एस्पिरेशन साथ में चल रहे हैं।
क्या हम किसी के चेहरे रीड करें इसमें, या
आप साइकोलॉजी में या एआई के माध्यम से मन के अंदर का कुछ रीड कर रहे होंगे तो मुझे पता नहीं है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी मेरे पास उपलब्ध नहीं है। चेहरा हर चीज बयान नहीं करता, इतना ध्यान में रखिए। और जहां तक
कई लोगों के चेहरे पर जो है वो अंदर नहीं दिखता।
नहीं, ऐसा है कि हो सकता है, मतलब इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि किसी के अंदर क्या चल रहा है ये चेहरे पर नहीं दिखता, किसी के चेहरे से जो दिखता है वो अंदर नहीं चलता। लेकिन जहां तक हम तीनों का सवाल है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम तीनों बहुत सीजन्ड लीडर्स हैं, कई सालों से राजनीति में है, और हमको राजनीति में सीमाएं क्या है ये भी समझता है। राजनीति में हम लोग कहां तक पा सकते हैं, कहां तक जा सकते हैं, कोएलिशन पॉलिटिक्स में कितना वजूद हो सकता है, ये सारी चीजें हम जानते हैं। एस्पिरेशन तो सबके हो सकते हैं, एस्पिरेशन होना गलत नहीं है, लेकिन मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इन सीमाओं को समझने के कारण हमें विवाद नहीं है, विवाद होता नहीं है। हाँ, एखादे इशू के ऊपर हमारा मत अलग हो सकता है क्योंकि हम 3 अलग पार्टियां हैं, लेकिन हम लोग साथ में बैठकर एक मत बनाते हैं, हम साथ में बैठकर उसको सुलझा सकते हैं और सुलझाते भी हैं।
नहीं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी तो एस्पिरेशंस, कई बार आपको पता है कि राजनीति में एस्पिरेशन सबसे बड़ा कारण होता है, बगावत का सबसे बड़ा कारण होता है, एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़ाई का, और उससे भी ज्यादा आपने ये कई बार कहा है कि आखिरकार इस तरीके से 3 पार्टियों की सरकार मिलके सरकार बहुत ज्यादा दिन नहीं चल सकती, पुल एंड पुश तरीके की राजनीति होती है। तो क्या ये कोशिश रहेगी 2029 के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कि आगे चल के हमारे बलबूते पर सरकार बने, हमारी ताकत से सरकार बने? हालांकि इस बार भी आप बना सकते थे शायद, अगर
देखिए कोएलिशन पॉलिटिक्स में कोएलिशन को होल्ड करने वाला जो सेंटर पोल है वो अगर मजबूत है तो ये सरकारें ठीक से चलती है। वो अगर मजबूत नहीं है, जैसे हमने महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार देखी कि जिसमें तीनों लोग ये अपने आप को जिस प्रकार से मतलब प्रमुख मानते थे, सेंटर पोल अपने आप को मानते थे, तो उसके कारण वो सरकार नहीं चल पाई। हमारी सरकार ऐसे नहीं है, हमारी सरकार में बीजेपी बहुत मजबूत सेंटर पोल के रूप में काम कर रहा है। हम 137 है हम लोग, यानी 145 इज द मेजॉरिटी मार्क, वी अलोन आर 137। सो एक बहुत मजबूत है, तो ऐसी सरकारों में कोई बहुत प्रॉब्लम आता ऐसा नहीं है। लेकिन आपने चूंकि 2029 का सवाल यहाँ पर किया है, तो मैं आपको कहूंगा कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो हमारे दोनों साथी है उन साथियों को साथ में लेकर ही हम 2029 में जाएंगे।
तो आपका कहना है कि यही दोनों साथी रहेंगे या साथी बदल भी सकते हैं?
साथी बदलने का अभी कोई मुझे आसार दिखता नहीं है। जिस समय साथी बदल सकते थे, जिस समय साथी रह सकते थे, उस समय के हमारे साथियों ने कुछ अलग विचार कर लिया। अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि देखिए, आफ्टर ऑल लुकिंग एट द पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, मैं हमेशा एक कैविएट रखता हूं कि नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल इन पॉलिटिक्स।
दैट्स अ बिग लाइन।
या इट्स नथिंग, बट
हाउ शुड वी टेक इट?
नहीं, इसीलिए उसका पूरी लाइन सुनेंगे तो यू विल नो हाउ टू टेक इट। तो पूरी लाइन इतनी है कि लेकिन अब महाराष्ट्र इस कगार पर पहुंच गया कि इसमें कोई बदलाव 29 में होने वाला नहीं है। 29 में भी शिवसेना यानी एकनाथराव शिंदे जी, राष्ट्रवादी यानी अजित पवार जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हम साथ में मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे।
इसका मतलब ये भी निकलता है ना कि अब इन दोनों को हमेशा उप मुख्यमंत्री रहना पड़ेगा अगर आपकी सरकार आती है तो। पॉलिटिकल एस्पिरेशंस तो कट हो गए।
देखिए,
बीजेपी के सामने कौन टिकाया, अगर उनके साथी खास करके अगर हम देखें तो?
ऐसा है, पॉलिटिक्स में अलग अलग प्रकार के निर्णय हो सकते हैं। तो मेरी पार्टी में तो मैं निर्णय करता नहीं हूं, मेरा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड निर्णय करता है। तो इसलिए मेरे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड को कोई अन्य निर्णय करने की इच्छा हुई तो वो भी कर सकता है। इसलिए आप ऐसा मत समझिए कि भाई आज जो निर्णय हो गया तो यही कंटिन्यू रहेगा, इसमें आगे जाकर 2029 में और कुछ चेंजेस हो,
मतलब उम्मीद रखनी चाहिए दोनों को,
बिल्कुल रखनी चाहिए।
और इसमें एडिशन हो सकता है क्योंकि सिनेरियोज बदल रहे हैं।
समझ लीजिए ये बहुत बड़ा मंच है तो चौथी कुर्सी आ सकती है, लेकिन ये 3 कुर्सियों के अगर मंच होता तो चौथी कुर्सी लाए कहां से? तो अभी हमारे पास बहुत कम स्कोप नहीं है।
नहीं, लेकिन कोई कुर्सी बड़ी हो जाए तो बाकी 2 कुर्सियों के लिए भी जगह नहीं रहती है, तो उस वक्त तो कुछ ना कुछ तो एडजस्ट करना
नहीं, इसलिए हमने कोच लिया है, ऐसी कुर्सियां रखी नहीं है। कोई मोटा भी हो जाए तो भी एडजस्ट हो जाता है।
तो उन्हीं लोग तीनों में आप एडजस्ट करके रहेंगे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल। तो आप अपने एस्पिरेशंस के बारे में आप कुछ चर्चा करते हैं। 2014 में आप मुख्यमंत्री बने, फिर बीच में बने, फिर अभी बने हैं। तो दिल्ली दूर है या दिल्ली कितने पास है?
देखिए, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी में काम करता हूं और आप दोनों ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुत करीब से ट्रैक किया है। आप रोज हमारे अफेयर्स को देखते हैं और आपको मालूम है कि यहां पर इस पार्टी में कोई ये तय नहीं करता कि वो मुंबई में रहे, दिल्ली में रहे, नागपुर में रहे या और कहीं चला जाए। ये इस पार्टी में व्यक्ति तय नहीं करता है, इसमें पार्टी तय करती है। तो इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं, लेकिन मेरी पार्टी की कार्य पद्धति को मैं जितना जानता हूं उसके आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि ये 5 साल तो मैं महाराष्ट्र में ही हूं, 5 साल बाद जो पार्टी निर्णय ले।
तो लेकिन क्योंकि आपने बताया कि ट्रैक करते हैं हम लोग, एक जो इशू है वो हम लोग भी सॉल्व नहीं कर पा रहे, जो रिपोर्टर्स हैं हम लोग भाजपा कवर करने वाले, कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष कब बनेगा।
आप सॉल्व करने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे हैं? हमारी पार्टी सॉल्व कर लेगी।
नहीं, क्योंकि
आप मत
लोग सॉल्व नहीं कर पा रहे, तो हम लोग समझ नहीं पा रहे।
हो जाएगा, सही समय पर सही चीजें हो जाएगी, सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएंगे। प्रॉब्लम कोई है ही नहीं, अध्यक्ष चुनाव हो जाएगा।
बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है कि कुछ दिन पहले सरसंघ चालक मोहन भागवत ने दिल्ली में एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की और उसमें कई सवालों के जवाब उन्होंने दिए। करीब 2.5 घंटा वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस चली और उसमें उन्हें भी ये सवाल पूछा गया, तो उन्होंने बड़ा दिलचस्प जवाब दिया था। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर हमारे हाथ होता तो इतना समय लगता क्या? तो उससे कहीं ना कहीं हमें लगता है कि कहीं कुछ मामला फंसा हुआ है। और ये सवाल आपसे इसलिए पूछना है क्योंकि कुछ महीने पहले जब तक आप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने थे तब आपका भी नाम चल रहा था कि हो सकता है कि आरएसएस के चहीते हैं, यंग फेस है, आरएसएस में गए हुए हैं, नजदीकी है उनकी, तो उन्हें बना दिया जाए जिस तरीके से नितिन गडकरी को बना दिया था 2009 में।
देखिए, नाम चलना वगैरह ये खबरों के लिए होता है। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं कि हमने भी इतने नाम सुन लिए और उनमें से कई नाम तो ऐसे थे कि हमको भी विश्वास नहीं हुआ कि भाई ऐसे भी नाम मीडिया चला सकता है। लेकिन वो तो ठीक है, कई बार खबरें बनानी पड़ती है, गैप फिल करनी पड़ती है, कई बार कुछ विवाद खड़े करने पड़ते हैं। तो ये तो आपका हमारा दोनों का काम है, हम ये करते रहते हैं। लेकिन मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में एक अपनी पद्धति है जिस पद्धति से हम लोग इसको करते हैं। और परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी ने जो जवाब दिया उसका अर्थ ये था कि ये निर्णय हम नहीं करते, बीजेपी करती है। हमारी निर्णय पद्धति अलग है, बीजेपी की निर्णय पद्धति अलग है। बीजेपी अपनी निर्णय पद्धति से उसको करेगी। तो मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी निर्णय पद्धति के अनुसार इसका निर्णय करेगी। और चूंकि इस पर कमेंट करने के लिए मेरे पास उतना कॉम्पिटेंस भी नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं इलेक्शन कमेटी का सदस्य हूं, मैं पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड का सदस्य नहीं हूं। इसलिए मेरा जो काम है वो इलेक्शन के जब टिकट बंटवारा होता है तो मैं उस कमेटी में बैठता हूं। जो कमेटी ये तय करती है कि कौन अध्यक्ष बने उसका मैं सदस्य नहीं हूं, इसलिए उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता।
एक तस्वीर हम यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं जिसमें ये पता चलता है कि प्रधानमंत्री दिख रहे हैं, मोहन भागवत जी है, भैया जी है, आप वहां पर दिख रहे हैं। तो ये मेरे ख्याल से नागपुर की तस्वीर है, जब प्रधानमंत्री आए थे, नागपुर आए थे, उस वक्त की तस्वीर है। इससे पता चलता है कि आपकी नजदीकियां कितनी हैं और इसी की वजह से बार बार ये सवाल उठता है कि कहीं ना कहीं नेशनल स्टेज पर आपको भेजा जा सकता है, उसके बारे में सोचा जा सकता है। कई आपके साथी यहां भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि आप अगर आगे बढ़े तो यहाँ राजनीति में तो इसका इंतजार किया जाता है, कभी सीट खाली हो तो हमें मौका मिले।
देखिए, सवाल नजदीकियों का नहीं है, मैं स्वयंसेवक हूं और जितना कोई भी कॉमन स्वयंसेवक ये परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी के करीब हो सकता है, उतना ही करीब मैं भी हूं, उससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं हूं। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि चूंकि मैं नागपुर से हूं और शिशु स्वयंसेवक के रूप में मैंने शाखा में शुरू किया है, तो परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी होंगे या संघ के कई अधिकारी ऐसे जिनको बचपन से देखा है, जिनसे वार्तालाप हुआ है, जो पर्सनली मुझे जानते हैं। मेरे जैसे शायद 10,000 50,000 स्वयंसेवकों को सरसंघ चालक जी नजदीक से जानते होंगे, परिवार से जानते होंगे, छोटे तब से देखा होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका कोई आपके पॉलिटिकल पोजीशनिंग से इसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और यहां मैं किस कैपेसिटी में खड़ा हूं, या मैं इस कैपेसिटी में खड़ा हूं कि चूंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी ये नागपुर आए हुए हैं, मैं महाराष्ट्र का मुख्यमंत्री भी हूं, मैं नागपुर का एमएलए भी हूं और संघ का स्वयंसेवक भी हूं, उस कैपेसिटी में मैं वहां खड़ा हूं। इसमें कोई अलग कैपेसिटी नहीं, मैं नितिन जी हम दोनों उसी कैपेसिटी में वहां पर है।
लेकिन ये साल खास है क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री का भी 75th बर्थडे है, सरसंघ चालक का भी 75वां जन्मदिन रहा है इस बार। तो क्या कोई एक इम्पोर्टेंट डिसीजन आरएसएस और भाजपा की तरफ से होगा?
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से तो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के लिए ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि संघ की शताब्दी चल रही है, संघ 100 साल पूरा कर रहा है और शताब्दी के निमित्त से संघ ने कुछ अपने लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। जो आपने जिस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस का जिक्र किया उसमें परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी ने वो जो लक्ष्य है वो लक्ष्य भी बताए, किन लक्ष्यों को हम हासिल करने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि संघ वो कार्य कर रहा है। जहां तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सवाल है, तो हमने चूंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ये कभी अपना जन्मदिवस मनाते नहीं है, तो हम लोगों ने सेवा सप्ताह के रूप में या सेवा एक 15 दिन सेवा को अर्पित करने के लिए हमने इसका इस्तेमाल करने का तय किया है। और पूरे देश में समाज उपयोगी कार्य हम लोग पार्टी के रूप में कर रहे हैं और जो समाज के उपयोगी योजनाएं, उन योजनाओं को सरकार के रूप में लागू कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे लिए तो एक रीच आउट करने के लिए, एक लोकाभिमुखता लाने के लिए, समाज में और प्रस्थापित होने के लिए ये समय अनुकूल समय है।
75th ईयर की जो बात हो रही है, उसी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आरएसएस चीफ ने ये भी क्लियर कर दिया कि इसके आगे वो काम करते रहेंगे और शायद उस वक्त जो एज इशू था वो भी सॉर्ट आउट हो गया। तो क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी 2029 या उसके आगे भी भाजपा के चेहरा होंगे?
देखिए, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि 100% हो गए और होने चाहिए। आप देखिए, एक बहुत एफिशिएंट प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमको मिले हैं, 24 घंटे काम करने वाले प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमको मिले हैं, जिन्होंने देश को विकसित भारत के एक पटरी पर अभी लाया है और भारत बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब हम चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने, तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर हम लोग जा रहे हैं, फिर दूसरी अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर हम जाएंगे। एक बहुत विजनरी प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमको मिला है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, हम एज का विचार कब करते हैं? अगर आपकी शारीरिक और मानसिक क्षमता जो है, वो क्षमता अगर एज के कारण कम होती है, तो हम ये विचार करते हैं कि भाई हमने इसका दूसरा विचार करना है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी तो शायद हमारी एज के लोगों को भी एक प्रकार से बीट करते हैं अपने कामों से। जिस एफिशिएंसी से वो काम करते हैं, जिस मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि तन्मयता के साथ, तत्परता के साथ वो कार्य करते हैं, तो एज तो मैं नहीं मानता कि उनके लिए कोई नंबर है, उनके लिए जस्ट नंबर, उनके लिए कोई। तो इसलिए मैं तो ऐसा मानता हूं कि भारत के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एक ऐसा नेतृत्व है, जब तक उनमें शारीरिक क्षमता है, मानसिक क्षमता है, तब तक भारत को उन्होंने ही लीड करना चाहिए, ऐसा हमारा मत है।
लेकिन उसके साथ साथ चर्चा इस बात की भी होती है कि आरएसएस और बीजेपी के संबंधों को लेकर, और इस चर्चा की शुरुआत हुई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष का एक इंटरव्यू छपा था जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि पहले जिस तरीके से हमें जरूरत हुआ करती थी आरएसएस की, वैसे नहीं है। उसके बाद चुनाव हुए, महाराष्ट्र में हमने आरएसएस की भूमिका देखी, जिस तरीके से उनके स्वयंसेवक काम कर रहे थे विधानसभा के चुनाव में वगैरह। तो क्या आज की स्थिति में बीजेपी उस मुकाम पर पहुंच चुका है, या अभी भी राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की आपको जरूरत है, उनके स्वयंसेवकों की आपको जरूरत है, उनके मार्गदर्शन की आपको अभी भी जरूरत है?
देखिए, पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा था उसको सही पर्सपेक्टिव में नहीं लिया गया, क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का निर्माण हुआ 1925 में और संघ की उस समय जो संकल्पना थी वो थी कि राष्ट्रीय भावना से प्रेरित समाज तैयार करना, एक ऐसा समाज जो आत्म केंद्रित न हो, जिसका समाज जीवन भी हो, जिसका राष्ट्र जीवन भी हो, और इसलिए व्यक्ति निर्माण के केंद्र के रूप में संघ तैयार हुआ। तैयार होने के बाद संघ को यह लगने लगा कि अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में भी राष्ट्रीय विचारों से, सामाजिक विचारों से प्रेरित लोग होने चाहिए, इसलिए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में संघ ने अपना काम शुरू किया। तो फिर ऐसा ही संघ को यह लगा कि राजनीति के क्षेत्र में भी राष्ट्रीय भावना से प्रेरित इस प्रकार के लोग आने चाहिए, इसलिए फिर भारतीय जनसंघ का निर्माण हुआ। तो जब भारतीय जनसंघ का निर्माण हुआ उस समय तो संघ को ही सब करना पड़ा। उस समय कई चुनाव में तो संघ के जो उस समय के एक्टिव वर्कर्स थे उनको संघ से इस्तीफा देकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में या जनसंघ में जाकर चुनाव लड़ना पड़ा। तो इसलिए राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा कि वो परिस्थिति अब नहीं रही है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऑर्गेनिकली ग्रो हो रही है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने कार्यकर्ता मिले हैं, इसलिए उस समय की जो आवश्यकता थी आज वो आवश्यकता नहीं रही। आज हमारी डिपेंडेंसी जो है वो एक प्रकार से विचारों की प्रतिबद्धता के लिए है। और आप हमेशा ये देखिए कि जब जब राष्ट्रीय प्रश्नों के ऊपर एक प्रकार से संघर्ष शुरू हुआ है या उसकी चुनौतियां निर्माण हुए, ऐसे समय संघ नहीं लेकिन संघ के स्वयंसेवकों ने भूमिका लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मदद की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चुनकर आने में भी मदद की है। तो संघ कभी भी राजनीति में नहीं आता, संघ कभी राजनीति में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करता, लेकिन जब चुनौतियां होती है, जब आवश्यकता होती है, तो स्वयंसेवकों को यह लगता है कि नहीं, अभी देश के लिए हमारा चुनाव में काम करना या जागृति करना, चुनाव में काम यानी वोट मांगने तो जाते नहीं है, जागृति करना यह आवश्यक है, तो वह जागृति करते। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसकी जरूरत तो हमको हमेशा रहेगी।
नहीं, लेकिन मुख्य धारा कमजोर होने की भी शिकायत कई बार संघ की तरफ से की जाती है। आप जैसे मुख्य धारा से, संघ की धारा से आप आए हुए हैं, आपने कहा शिशु स्वयंसेवक आप थे और वहां से आपकी यात्रा बीजेपी तक रही है, यहाँ पर वो कमजोर होने की कोशिश भी होती है। और ये एक आक्षेप संघ की तरफ से कई बार होता है कि आप किसे पार्टी में ले रहे हो, किस तरीके से आप उसको चला रहे हो। ये कहीं ना कहीं बात बार बार
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि
बार बार सरसंघ चालक ये याद दिलाते हैं कि देखिए आप सेवक है, आप ये मत मानिए कि मैं सब कुछ हूं। ये बार बार याद दिलाना पड़ता है बीजेपी के नेताओं।
ऐसा है कि राजनीति और उसमें भी सत्ता नीति ऐसी होती है कि जिसमें लगातार आपको याद भी दिलाना पड़ता है और हम किन मूल्यों के लिए राजनीति में आए इसका रिवीजन होना ये बहुत जरूरी है। लेकिन एक बात मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी के जिस इंटरव्यू की बात कही उसमें भी उन्होंने एक बात कही कि हमारे लिए कोई अछूत नहीं है, जो लोग हमारे साथ हैं वो संघ से जुड़े हुए हैं और जो नहीं है उन तक अभी संघ पहुंचा नहीं है, इसलिए उन तक हम जब पहुंच जाएंगे तो वो भी संघ के होंगे, ऐसा उन्होंने कहा है। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में कई लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिनका संघ से संबंध नहीं आया लेकिन अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आए हैं तो उनको संघ से परिचय होगा, संघ के विचारों को समझेंगे, संघ किस प्रकार से राष्ट्रीय कार्य करता है ये उनके ध्यान में आएगा, तो उनका भी जुड़ा हो जाएगा। इसलिए ये कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है कि ये संघ से आया है, ये संघ से नहीं आया। जो भी आया है वो संघ ने जिन विचारों को प्रतिपादित किया है उन विचारों को भारतीय राजनीति में जो हमारे भारतीय श्रेष्ठ जीवन मूल्य है उन मूल्यों को प्रस्थापित करने की जो राजनीति है उस राजनीति में भारतीय जनता पार्टी काम कर रही है और उस पार्टी में काम करने के लिए वो आया है तो उसने विचारों को तो स्वीकार किया है। अब धीरे धीरे संघ से भी परिचय हो जाएगा।
तो जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष होगा आपका, जो होंगे आगे, वो संघ के विचार वाले होंगे?
देखिए, जो भी बनेंगे वो तो सब संघ के विचार के। हमारी पार्टी में संघ के विचार के खिलाफ कोई है ही नहीं, क्योंकि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आता है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विचारों को स्वीकारता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विचार और संघ का विचार ये दोनों राष्ट्रीय विचार है। भारत प्रथम ये विचार है तो इस विचारों को तो उसको स्वीकारना ही है।
लेकिन ये जरूर माना जा रहा है कि 2024 का जो चुनाव हुआ उसमें आप लोग को थोड़ा सेटबैक इसलिए भी लगा क्योंकि संघ थोड़ा पीछे हो गया था।
नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं मानता। देखिए, जहां तक मैं महाराष्ट्र की बात अगर आपको कहूं तो महाराष्ट्र में एक ही कारण से हमको सेटबैक मिला, और वो कारण ये था कि एक नैरेटिव बहुत सक्सेसफुली हमारे अपोजिशन ने नीचे परकोलेट किया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनकर आएगी तो संविधान बदलेगी। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जब हमको ये दिख रहा था कि ये लोग इस बात को कर रहे हैं, तो हम लोग यहाँ पर ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में थे। हमको ये लगता था हर चुनाव में ये लोग ये चीज बोलते हैं, ये परकोलेट कैसे होगी। लेकिन इस बार उन्होंने एक प्रकार से जो एक नेट तैयार किया था भारत जोड़ो नाम का, जिसमें मैंने विधानसभा में भी दिखाया, नाम के साथ दिखाया कि यूपीए के सरकार ने जिनको अर्बन माओवादी करके घोषित किया था, ऐसी संगठनाएं भी कांग्रेस के लिए महाराष्ट्र में भारत जोड़ो के अंदर संविधान बदलने वाला है, इस प्रकार का प्रचार कर रही थी। तो ये हमारा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस था, जिसके कारण हमने इफेक्टिवली उसको काउंटर ही नहीं किया, और उसके कारण वो जड़ों तक गया। और लोगों ने, और विशेष रूप से जो हमारे SC ST समुदाय के लोग हैं, जो हमारा उसमें एक बड़ा वोटर है, वो वोटर भी उसके कारण शिफ्ट हुआ। लेकिन लोकसभा के तुरंत बाद इस बात को हमने ध्यान में लेकर एक प्रचार किया, लोगों तक जाकर हमने सत्य पहुंचाया, और परिणाम यह हुआ कि ये हमारा जो वोटर हमसे दूर गया था, ये विधानसभा के समय पूरा हमारे साथ आया और आज हमारे साथ है।
लेकिन हमारा विषय ये भी है कि फडणवीस 3.0, और इसीलिए मैं एक स्लाइड आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आपने अब विधानसभा चुनाव का जिक्र किया है, सिर्फ यही कारण नहीं है, और भी कारण है कि इसकी वजह से विधानसभा चुनाव में आपने अपना नैरेटिव बनाया था। एक स्लाइड जो इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर है, वो मैं दर्शकों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं, और यहीं से दरअसल महाराष्ट्र का मॉडल हम यहां पर रखना चाहते हैं। ये FDI इन्फ्लोज की साइड है। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं महाराष्ट्र टॉप पर आज की स्थिति में यहां पर नजर आ रहा है। नंबर 2 पे कर्नाटक है, नंबर 3 पे गुजरात, और बाद में दिल्ली और बाकी राज्य यहां पर दिखाई देते हैं। 31.2% टोटल जो FDI इन्फ्लो हुए हैं देश में, वो महाराष्ट्र में खींचने में आप कामयाब रहे हैं। लेकिन महाराष्ट्र की कहानी सिर्फ यही है, या महाराष्ट्र की कहानी वो भी है कि जहां पर अभी भी 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाओं को 1500 रुपए देने पड़ रहे हैं, और उसी के नाम पर आप चुनाव का कैंपेन आप आज की स्थिति में चला रहे हैं।
देखिए, कोई, जैसा आपने कहा, कोई एक कारण ये जीतने का नहीं होता है। माफ कीजिएगा, जीतने के कई कारण होते हैं, कई योजनाएं होती है, कुछ गवर्नेंस होता है। तो ये बात जरूर है कि लाडली बहन योजना, ये जो हमने शुरू की और महिलाओं को 1500 रुपए देना हमने शुरू किया, उसका एक बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमको हुआ, और विशेष रूप से महिलाओं ने बहुत बढ़ चढ़कर हमको वोट दिया। इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, इसको छुपाने की भी बात नहीं है। लेकिन उसी समय हमने किसानों के लिए भी कुछ योजनाएं चलाई, युवाओं के लिए भी योजनाएं चलाई, तो अलग अलग योजनाओं का फायदा हुआ। मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि विशेष रूप से एक और भावना जो महाराष्ट्र में तैयार हुई लोकसभा के समय, जिस प्रकार से एक बहुत ही कम्युनल प्रचार ये कांग्रेस ने किया था, उस प्रचार का जो जवाब हमने विधानसभा के समय दिया, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमको हुआ। तो ये सारी चीजें मिलाकर, ये जैसे एक बहुत अच्छा कोई व्यंजन आप तैयार करते हो तो उसमें अलग अलग मसाले पड़ते हैं, तभी वो व्यंजन अच्छा बनता है। तो ऐसे सारी चीजें मिलाकर ये एक बड़ी अच्छी कैंपेन भी हुई और लोगों ने हमको चुनकर भी दिया।
लेकिन उसके बावजूद तड़का तो आखिरकार उन योजनाओं का लगाया जाता है कि जो सीधा डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर के जरिए लोगों को कहे कि देखिए हमने आपको इतने पैसे दिए, आप हमको वोट दीजिएगा। और ये टेम्पलेट अब सब जगह, सब स्टेट्स में चल रही है। बिहार में हम देख रहे हैं कि वन टाइम 10,000 रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं महिलाओं को। क्या राज्य सरकारों को अब सोचने की जरूरत आन पड़ी है कि ये FDI इन्फ्लोज अगर निगेट नहीं करने हैं तो आपको इस तरीके की योजनाएं कहीं ना कहीं बंद करनी पड़ेगी या कम करनी पड़ेगी?
देखिए, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक दौर होता है, अभी का दौर जो है ये डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट का दौर है। लोगों को ये लगता है कि हमको डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए, और अगर आप डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं, लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं, तो लोकतंत्र में लोगों का जो एस्पिरेशन होता है, उनकी अपेक्षा होती है, उस पर हमको खरा उतरना पड़ता है। अब इसमें दो प्रकार की राय हो सकती है। एक राय ये होती है कि सोशल सेक्टर स्पेंडिंग आपने कितना करना चाहिए, सोशल इन्वेस्टमेंट कितनी करनी चाहिए। ये राय होती है। एक दूसरी राय ये भी होती है कि इसके कारण अर्थव्यवस्था में पैसा आता है, अर्थव्यवस्था को उसके कारण एक प्रकार से रोटेशन मिलता है। तो इसको कई तरीके से देखा जा सकता है। अब जहां तक महाराष्ट्र का सवाल है, महाराष्ट्र में आपने देखा होगा अभी अभी केंद्र सरकार ने जो CAG का जो रिपोर्ट होता है, उस रिपोर्ट के आधार पर राज्यों का फाइनेंशियल जो परिस्थितियां है, उन परिस्थितियों के आधार पर राज्यों को उन्होंने एक प्रकार से रैंकिंग किया या उनकी परिस्थितियां बताई। और उसमें बहुत क्लियर कट ये दिखता है कि पहले 3 राज्यों में महाराष्ट्र है। अभी भी हमने इतनी सारी योजनाएं शुरू करने के बाद भी, मैं ये नहीं मानता कि हमारे सामने चुनौतियां, बहुत चुनौतियां है, हमारी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी इससे कम हुई है, लेकिन बावजूद उसके हमने फिस्कल हेल्थ महाराष्ट्र की आज भी अच्छी रखी है। अभी भी हम लोग जो हमारा डेट GDP रेशियो है 18% तक, 19% तक हम उसको कंटेन कर पाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक दौर है। हाँ, इस पर एक नेशनल डिबेट जरूर हो सकता है कि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर की जो योजनाएं हैं वो आपके बजट के कितने प्रतिशत होनी चाहिए, इसके ऊपर जरूर नेशनल डिबेट
कब होनी चाहिए।
हाँ,
इलेक्शन से पहले अनाउंसमेंट्स होती हैं।
देखिए, अब ये तो कोई पॉलिटिक्स में कोई पार्टी भजन करने के लिए नहीं आई, सब राजनीति के लिए आई है। तो चुनाव से पहले तो घोषणाएं होगी। अब ये तो बहुत आप आइडियलिस्टिक बात कर रही है कि ये होगा कि नहीं होगा, ऐसा नहीं होता है। पॉलिटिक्स में चुनाव जीतना ये भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज होती है, क्योंकि जो परिवर्तन आपको करना है उसके लिए चुनाव तो आपको जीतना पड़ेगा, तभी पूरा परिवर्तन कर पाएंगे।
हम आखिरी पड़ाव पर है, क्योंकि आपको भी जाना है और हमारा समय भी खत्म हो गया है। लेकिन आपने कहा कि फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी कम होती है। आज की स्थिति में जब हम यहाँ पर कॉन्क्लेव में बैठे हुए हैं, उस वक्त महाराष्ट्र में 31 लाख किसान बाढ़ से जूझ रहे हैं, उनका नुकसान हुआ है। 1/5 किसान, एक तरीके से हम देखें तो जो PM किसान योजना में 1.5 करोड़ उनका अगर रजिस्ट्रेशन है तो 31 लाख, ये बड़ा आंकड़ा होता है। ऐसी स्थिति में क्या महाराष्ट्र सरकार इस स्थिति में है कि उन किसानों को सीधे 40-50 हजार की मदद कर सके? क्या उस तरीके की मदद करने की घोषणा की जाएगी? क्योंकि आज की स्थिति में ना उन्हें बीमा मिल पा रहा है, ना बाकी सारी चीजें मिल पा रही है।
मैं पहले ही बता देता हूं कि जो NDRF के नियम है ऐसे समय, उन नियमों के अनुसार तो मदद करेंगे ही, बीमे की भी मदद उनको करेंगे। और उसके बावजूद हम लोग कई चीजों को रिलैक्स करके भी उनको मदद करने वाले। और मैं आपको बता दूं, कल ही, यानी अभी तो सारे मतलब इन्वेस्टिगेशन या जो पंचनामे हम लोग करते हैं वो करना जारी है, लेकिन उससे पहले ही कल मैंने 2300 करोड़ रुपया उसके लिए रिलीज भी कर दिया है। तो इसलिए ठीक है, परिस्थितियां कम ज्यादा होती है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र एक मजबूत राज्य है। हम लोग धीरे धीरे अपनी परिस्थिति को सुधार सकते हैं। इसलिए किसानों को जो मदद करने की आवश्यकता है वो मदद हम करेंगे।
चलिए, देवेंद्र जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, as I call upon Mr. Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary, NL Dalmia Educational Society, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Honorable Chief Minister. Once again, please put your hands together for Master Strategist Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, 3.0 this time. I'm going to request the Honorable Chief Minister to stay on stage because we have a special guest coming up on stage, and the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, is going to present a small token of his appreciation, felicitate him. May I please call upon stage our next guest, and one guest, viewers, he's just come back from space. Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, can we please have him up on stage? Thank you, Chief Minister. Thank you, sir. Give us just about 30 seconds turnaround time. We are ready to power into our next session. This morning, viewers, it's begun with fair amounts of political energy, and now I think we've already given you a small glimpse on who we will have on stage next. Just 30 seconds turnaround time, and we are ready to go into our next session. Life in zero gravity, one small step, India's giant leap. Our next session sponsored by Adani. All right, once again introducing you to our next session, Life in Zero Gravity, One Small Step, India's Giant Leap, sponsored by Adani. All right, may I please call upon stage sponsor session moderator Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, India Today Television.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are about to lift off, and before we lift off, there is something that I want you to see. And I want to invite on stage Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, ace fighter pilot and Indian astronaut. Sir, welcome. But before we begin this session, we have an audio visual. I want you to experience what he experienced in space. Sir, we'll just listen to that and watch that audio visual. Aye.
Welcome, Earthlings. Great.
It's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Wow, what a ride it was. But when the ride started, it was something. Like you getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. It was an amazing feeling.
We also wanted to thank you for, basically, thanks for everyone around the world, every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen.
Grace crew, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Peggy, welcome back. It's a great honor and privilege to have such a legendary astronaut on board with us. And Thibaut, Shooks, and Swab, congratulations on your first space flight.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
I travel to space with the dreams of a billion hearts with me. I want them to live this journey with me because I feel that it is equally theirs as it is mine. Because I feel that this is truly the journey of an entire nation.
And look where we can go when we work together on common platform, common science, then sky is no longer the limit. We can explore space, we can explore science, we can explore technology and build new solutions for the future.
The X4 crew came here with a purpose and a really busy agenda. This was a great mission and we enjoyed it the most. So now we will return home and we will spread the word in our countries that these things are within our reach. These things are possible even for smaller countries like ours.
It's always great to work with a bunch of professionals, which you are, but it's even more special to work with folks that have become our friends even more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you to the Axiom 4 crew. And we have splashdown of the AX4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
Goosebumps just watching that. The motto of the Indian Air Force is to touch the sky with glory. Nabha Sprisham Deeptam, from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. You've not only touched the sky with glory, you've touched space with glory, you've brought glory to the nation. What's, your biggest achievement, if I may, or experience that you want to share with us about this journey?
Thank you. First of all, your kind words, touching the space with glory. The experience that I want to share, actually kind of just, we saw that. I think that's the best way to concisely capture the experience that I had in these 20 days. But if there is one thing that I felt, there's a short clip in this video wherein you see me standing with the Indian flag behind. That was the day I was speaking to the Honorable Prime Minister of our country. I think that is the message that I would like to convey to everyone, that today in 2025, the Indian flag reached the International Space Station for the first time. And there was a person who was conversing in Hindi to the Indian leader who is running the country right now. I think that was very powerful for me and was a strong message that we were giving to the world that, we are here and this time we are here to stay.
This time we are here to stay. मतलब ये भारत की अंतरिक्ष की उड़ान की ओर एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम है जो आपने उठाया. एक लड़का जिसने माँ बाप को बताया भी नहीं कि वो एनडीए का फॉर्म भर रहा है, वो लड़का एनडीए का फॉर्म भरता है और सेलेक्ट हो जाता है, फाइटर पायलट बनता है, एस फाइटर पायलट. मिग-21 उड़ाया, मिग-29 उड़ाया, जैगवार उड़ाया, Su-30 MKI उड़ाया, F-16 उड़ाया, T-38 उड़ाया और ड्रैगन स्पेसक्राफ्ट उड़ाया. ये अनुभव किसी और के पास नहीं है. तो व्हाट इज दैट थिंग दैट ड्राइव्स यू कि मुझे करना है, मैं करके दिखाऊंगा?
आप जब इस तरह से बोलते हैं तो बहुत बड़ा लगता है ये. When you're doing it, जब आप कर रहे होते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली ये नहीं सोचते. जब मैंने मिग-21 उड़ाना शुरू किया था तब ये नहीं सोचा था कि मैं ड्रैगन एयरक्राफ्ट उड़ाऊंगा. तब मिग-21 उड़ा रहे थे. तो जितने अच्छे से आप मिग-21 चला सकते हैं आप वो चलाते हैं. फिर आप ग्रेजुएट करते हैं मिग-29, सुखोई 30 या जो भी. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो लंबी जर्नी आपको इस समय दिखती है, ये जब आप नेविगेट कर रहे होते हैं तो उस समय आप एक ही कदम ले रहे हैं, आप ये सारे कदम एक साथ नहीं लेते. तो इसलिए ये रेट्रोस्पेक्ट, हाइंडसाइट में ये पूरी स्टोरी इंप्रेसिव लगती है. बट उस समय तो आप वही काम कर रहे हैं जो आपके सामने है. बट ये ज़रूर कहूँगा कि बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ, बहुत फॉर्चुनेट हूँ कि मुझे मौका मिला पहले इंडियन एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन करने का, जो कि मेरा ड्रीम जॉब था फ्लाइंग, और उसके बाद इतने सारे अलग अलग तरह के एयरक्राफ्ट फ्लाई करने का, और उसके बाद इवेंचुअली आपने जैसे कहा कि ड्रैगन स्पेसक्राफ्ट को पायलट करने का, जो कि एक एक्सटेंशन है स्काई का. सबका सपना होता है कि मतलब स्काई के ऊपर आप कहाँ जा सकते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि आई हैव बीन वेरी फॉर्चुनेट और मौका मिला मुझे ये सारी चीज़ें करने का. तो जो ड्राइव करने की आपने बात कही, तो मुझे लगता है कि द ओनली थिंग दैट ड्राइव्स मी इज़ कि जो चीज़ मेरे सामने है अभी, मैं उसको कितने अच्छे से कर सकता हूँ. कैन आई डू दिस बेटर? एंड सो आप वही चीज़ आपके कंट्रोल में है, उसके बियॉन्ड एनीथिंग इज नॉट अंडर योर कंट्रोल. तो आप वो करिए, और अगर कोई नई अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है या कहीं नया मौका मिलता है तो अपने घर में सोफे पे बैठ के उसको इवैल्यूएट मत करिए कि ये वर्कआउट करेगा या नहीं करेगा. आप हाँ बोल दीजिए, उसके बाद देखा जाएगा. सो मुझे लगता है कि हाँ बोलने की जो आदत है, अगर आपको जो मौका मिलता है या अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. हम पहले ही सोचने लगते हैं कि शायद ये वर्कआउट करेगा या नहीं करेगा. तो मुझे लगता है ये एनालिसिस नहीं करनी चाहिए, पहले आपको हाँ बोल देना चाहिए, उसके बाद में देखा जाएगा कि वेदर इट वर्क्स आउट और नॉट.
तो आप मतलब हार से डरते नहीं है, यू टेक दैट लीप ऑफ फेथ, लेकिन पूरी लगन के साथ, पूरी मेहनत और निष्ठा के साथ.
आई थिंक हार से डरने की जरूरत नहीं है. आई थिंक हार तो इट इज मैंडेटरी, इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ एनी जर्नी. आप आज मुझे देख रहे हैं कि मैं ड्रैगन स्पेसक्राफ्ट पे पहुंचा हूं, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आई हैव नॉट सफर्ड फेलियर्स और डिफीट्स. लाइक बहुत सारे ऐसे एपिसोड्स रहे हैं मेरे लाइफ में जहां पे कुछ चीज़ मैं अटेम्प्ट कर रहा था या कोशिश कर रहा था, वो नहीं हुई. तो मुझे लगता है हार तो एक हार से ही तो आप सीखते हैं. सक्सेस आपको सिखाती थोड़ी है. हार, इट इज़ द डिफीट दैट टीचेज यू. क्योंकि आप जब फेल होते हैं, जब किसी चीज़ के लिए आप ट्राई कर रहे हैं और आप सक्सेसफुल नहीं होते, तो आपको समझ में आता है कि अच्छा मैंने यहाँ पे गलती की शायद, या ये गलत किया, और फिर आप दोबारा से उस चीज़ को अटेम्प्ट करते हैं और फिर आप शायद सक्सेसफुल होते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि एक कल्चर बनाने की ज़रूरत है. आई थिंक वी शुड स्टार्ट सेलिब्रेटिंग डिफीट्स रादर देन सक्सेस. और जब हम वो करेंगे ना, तो हम अपने बच्चों को इनकरेज करेंगे कि इट इज़ ओके, फेलियर इज़ अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रोसेस. व्हेन यू फेल यू लर्न. सो दैट इज़ व्हाट वी नीड टू इनकलकेट.
व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल थॉट. मतलब हार से डरना नहीं चाहिए, फेलियर इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लर्न एंड मूव फॉरवर्ड. लेकिन सपने देखना भी आपने कभी छोड़ा नहीं. तो जो सुपरसोनिक स्पीड पर आपके सपने पूरे हो रहे हैं या हाइपरसोनिक स्पीड पर आपके सपने पूरे हो रहे हैं, व्हाट्स योर नेक्स्ट ड्रीम? अगला सपना क्या है?
That's a great question. Thank you. So, I was in Dragon spacecraft. एक दिन मैं बैठा हुआ था, and this was about 8 to 10 days into the mission, and I was sitting next to the window. That was one of the off-duty days. बल्कि off-duty days था नहीं actually, क्योंकि उस दिन भी there was work to be done, but it was less compared to other days. So I had some time. So I was sitting next to the window, and I was looking outside at Earth. And then a thought came to my mind to do a small video, and it is exactly what the question you said. और उस वीडियो में मैंने ये रिकॉर्ड करना शुरू किया कि जब मैं फ्लाइंग कर रहा था तब भी आप ऐसे टेरेन्स के ऊपर फ्लाई करते हैं या ऐसी जगहों पे फ्लाई करते हैं जो कि बहुत बहुत सुंदर होती है, बहुत ब्यूटीफुल होते हैं. और मैं श्रीनगर में था पोस्टेड 3 साल के लिए. तो स्पेशली विंटर्स में माउंटेन्स के ऊपर जब आप फ्लाई करते हैं तो कई बार ऐसी चीज़ दिख जाती है जो बिल्कुल इट जस्ट गेट्स एज्ड इन योर माइंड. इट इज़ सो ब्यूटीफुल. एंड तो मैं ड्रैगन में बैठ के उस दिन वो वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था और मैंने यही चीज़ बोली. मैंने कहा कि कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो मेरे दिमाग में एकदम बैठ गई हैं और मैंने उस समय सोचा था कि शायद इससे सुंदर मैं दुनिया में और कभी कुछ नहीं देखूंगा. मतलब दिस इज़ सो ब्यूटीफुल. और उस ड्रैगन कैप्सूल में बैठ के जब मैं वापस आई वॉज लुकिंग बैक एट अर्थ, आई वॉज प्रूवन रॉन्ग कि नहीं, उससे भी सुंदर चीज़ें होती हैं. एंड देन आई शो दैट वीडियो ऑन दैट कैमरा टू पीपल कि नहीं, इट इज़ पॉसिबल. यू नो, आप उस समय क्या सोचते हैं, क्या होता है. एंड देन द थॉट केम इन दैट मोमेंट टू मी. आज भी मुझे वैसा ही लग रहा है कि शायद इससे सुंदर मैं कुछ और नहीं देखूंगा. तो मे बी आई एम प्रूवन रॉन्ग अगेन. यू नो, मे बी यू गो फार्दर, मे बी यू गो टू द मून एंड यू लुक बैक एट अर्थ फ्रॉम देयर. सो आई थिंक द ड्रीम्स आर समथिंग दैट यू शुड ऑलवेज हैव. यू शुड ऑलवेज क्रिएट फॉर योर सेल्फ. बिकॉज ये तो हो गया मिशन, अभी तो बहुत लाइफ बची है, अभी क्या करना है. सो आई थिंक यू शुड ऑलवेज कीप लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड ऑफ वेयर यू वॉन्ट टू गो एंड यू शुड ऑलवेज हैव ड्रीम्स. एंड आई थिंक परस्यूइंग ऑफ ड्रीम इट सेल्फ is a huge accomplishment and satisfying, you know, in nature, I would say. वहाँ तक पहुँचे नहीं पहुँचे अलग बात है, बट आपने जर्नी तो स्टार्ट की अपने ड्रीम की तरफ.
बिल्कुल सही बात है. and you've taken that very important first step. So before I come to your dreams and you wanting to get back into space, let me for a moment take you back when you were in space. वो अनुभव कैसा है? What's that experience like? जब आप as a fighter pilot, what's the maximum speed? 2 Mach, 1.8 Mach? What's the maximum?
Yes, you're pretty accurate. 1.8, I would say.
1.8?
Yes.
तो आप ये सोचिए 1.8 Mach आपने अचीव किया फाइटर फ्लाइंग में और फिर 28,000 किलोमीटर पर आवर. What prepares you for 28,000 किलोमीटर पर आवर? वो अनुभव कैसा है?
I would say nothing. Nothing prepares you for that. इट्स अ वेरी डिफरेंट फीलिंग. जब आप ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, जब आप इसकी तैयारी करते हैं तो आप काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें सीखते हैं, काफ़ी सारी प्रोटोकॉल सिखाए जाते हैं, ट्रेनिंग सिखाई जाती हैं. लेकिन जो एक्चुअल एक्सपीरियंस है स्पेस फ्लाइट का वो काफ़ी अलग होता है. इट इज़ नॉट द सेम. एक सेइंग है इन दी स्पेस फ्लाइट कम्युनिटी कि यू आर रेडी फॉर अ स्पेस फ्लाइट मिशन व्हेन यू फिनिश वन. जब आप एक ख़त्म करते हैं तो जो रियल टाइम एक्सपीरियंस है, जब आप उसको अनुभव आपको लेते हैं उस चीज़ का, तब आपको समझ में आता है कि अच्छा ये तो डिफरेंट है. So my transition, like fighter flying, was fascinating. It was absolutely thrilling, and I loved every second of it. और उसी का एक्सटेंशन एक तरह से मैंने अपने मन में सोचा था कि स्पेस फ्लाइट भी होगी. बट जब वो जो आपने वीडियो देखा, जो फाल्कन 9 के जो 9 इंजन्स हैं, जब वो इग्नाइट होते हैं, जब वो लिफ्ट ऑफ होता है, वो सारी एंटिसिपेशन, सारी एक्सपेक्टेशन आपकी, इट जस्ट गोज राइट ऑफ द विंडो. इट इज़ नॉट द सेम. इट इज़ सो मच पावरफुल. इट इज़ everything is vibrating. Even your bones in your body, they are shaking. It is extremely powerful, extremely dynamic event. So you go from 0 to 28,500 kilometers per hour in 8.5 minutes. And that is the kind of acceleration you go through to reach orbit. And then suddenly, nothing, as I said, you know, it just cuts off and you are in microgravity. So I think this entire, you know, the process of the space flight, it is so unique that we as humans have never experienced it. तो जब आप स्पेस में जाते हैं, होता क्या है कि आपकी बॉडी जो है, इट हैज़ ऑलवेज इवॉल्व्ड इन द एनवायरनमेंट ऑफ ग्रेविटी. हमें और कुछ पता नहीं है इसके अलावा. जब आप पहली बार स्पेस में पहुंचते हैं और ग्रेविटी नहीं होती है, तो सडनली योर बॉडी स्टार्ट्स टू रिबल. इट स्टार्ट्स टू गिव यू साइंस एंड यू नो चेंजेस हैपन. Some examples I would say कि all the blood in your leg, it starts going up because there is no gravity pulling it down. तो वो आपके, it goes into your head. So your head literally becomes bigger, not because you are in space, but physiologically there are changes happening. Your heart slows down because it doesn't have to work against gravity to pump blood to your head. Your spine, you become taller by 3 to 4 inches, in space. But it's not lasting. You come back and you get shorter again. So, so there is no significant advantage there. So a lot of physiological changes happen. Your body is not used to that environment. But over a period of time, the beauty is that within 3 to 4 days, your body adopts that new environment. It adapts and it becomes so accustomed that that becomes your new normal. So I think that is so fascinating. So nothing can prepare you for this because there is no way to simulate that environment on Earth. So yes, there is a lot of training involved, which prepares you for the mission, but the actual mission itself teaches you a lot, which you cannot simulate on ground beforehand.
Amazing. अच्छा ये बताइए, you carried out 11 experiments in space. तो 11 जो आपने experiment carry out किए, जिसमें 7 शायद India specific है, ISRO specific. क्या है वो experiments and how will those experiments benefit the common people of our country? हालांकि ये प्रश्न मेरा नहीं है, ये प्रश्न प्रधानमंत्री आपसे पूछ चुके हैं.
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी मुझसे पूछ चुके हैं. उन्होंने मुझे मैं जब ऑर्बिट में था तभी होमवर्क दे दिया था. तो वहाँ पे it's a very relevant question for us. It's not India-centric experiments. It is these 7 experiments were conceived, designed and developed by the Indian researchers in collaboration with the team from ISRO. So more than what was done, imagine this, that these researchers had never had access to microgravity research. कभी हुआ ही नहीं, ये पहली बार हुआ है. This has happened for the first time that these researchers have got access to microgravity platform. The research has been conducted, the results have been brought back, and now they are evaluating. So yes, there is a lot of science that we have learned from this mission, which I will cover, but I think more than that, the accomplishment is that we have opened the doors of microgravity research for our country through this mission, and which will now continue to happen because they have understood how it is done. So the challenging thing is that if you do some experiment here on ground and you were to replicate that experiment in space, it's not a simple one-on-one transfer. It becomes extremely complex because of the environment change. So everything has to be thought of. Small caps, syringes, needles, containment, everything becomes extremely challenging. So this process has been understood. Now, to come to the experiments itself, what I did was the researchers came up with brilliant ideas, and all the experiments were designed keeping in mind our country's goal of entering this new domain of human spaceflight missions. Mission Gaganyaan, Bharatiya Antariksh Station, and thereafter going to the moon. So all these research experiments were aimed towards achieving that. That was the thread that was joining all of them.
तो इसको एक-एक करके 2 के बारे में I'm very keen to talk to you about. एक जो stem cell research आपने की, मतलब आप ये सोचिए, एस फाइटर पायलट, टॉप गन, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस का ग्रेजुएट, मतलब इज देयर समथिंग दैट यू डोंट डू? मतलब व्हाट अ सुपरस्टार. लेकिन स्टेम सेल रिसर्च एंड स्पेशली सीनियर सिटीजन्स हमारे देश में, और ये हमारा कल्चर है अपने बड़ों को देखना कि वो जो सपना है जीवे में शरदा शतम, that we live to be 100 and a healthy 100. How does this research work there?
So the research what Gaurav is talking about, what I did was, it was a research on stem cell. Basically what happens when you go to space in microgravity, there is no load. The gravity is not there. So your muscles are not under any kind of load. So they start to degenerate. They are not being used. So you start to lose muscle mass and your muscles start to degenerate. And that is a known phenomena. That is why astronauts have to exercise really hard every day, 2 hours a day for long duration missions. So the research was aimed, the Indian researchers came up with the idea that can we add some supplements, which would prevent this muscle degeneration or which would enhance the rate of recovery after injury. So this was the bottom line. This was the research that was conducted. We will see the results, they will going to publish it. But how it helps us, so this is not just for astronauts, when you go to space, but on ground as well. All the people who are dealing with muscle degenerative diseases, in old age we have these issues. So if this is proven to be successful there in space, it has its potential application back here on Earth. And we can administer this right away to the patients that we have, to the people in that old age population. So I think this has the potential benefit. So the unique part about conducting research in microgravity or in space, what you are doing is you are trying to create life in an environment where it should not exist. There is no air, no water, no protection. So when you try to do that, you come up with solutions which solve the problems that you have on Earth, which you didn't even think of. आपको पहले से पता भी नहीं होता कि ये इस चीज़ के लिए हम use कर सकते हैं. But you eventually do, because history has proven itself that we have found so many solutions. So the power tools that you use, the Velcro that you use, the GPS that you use, all of them are necessarily born out of that, requirement of, because somebody was traveling to space and that was a necessity. So this has become a common day thing now, but at that point of time we didn't know how it will benefit us. So, yeah.
The second research, again, which will have a very major impact, I'm told, on Earth, is microalgae. You worked on that. भारत की खाद्य सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से अगर देखें, how is this research so important in your view?
Again, same concept. Food is very important when you are up in space. जगह नहीं है. There is no space. मतलब there is a lot of space in space, but where you are living, आप जहाँ रह रहे हैं वहाँ जगह नहीं है. तो how do you enhance the nutritional density or calorie density of the food that you are carrying? So the research that is being conducted is being conducted with an aim कि हम छोटी से छोटी जगह में कम से कम resources में maximum nutrition or density, caloric density कैसे pack करें. तो microalgae are a very good source of edible, food as well as biomass for fuel generation as well. It is possible in both cases. So that was the research that was being done to see how do they respond to this environment of microgravity, and if it is possible to cultivate them and then use it for, long duration space flights and everything. Now, having said that, this is a use in space, but how does it help us here? If this works there, it works here also, because this essentially solves the problem of food security. Like you said, आपने जो बोला कि हम अगर मान लीजिए कभी we are dealing with a crisis environment or natural disasters are happening. So these are the possible ways we can ensure food security even in those difficult times. So like I said, whatever you do up there has a potential application back here on Earth as well.
Amazing. So the fact that you mentioned that in space, there is very restricted space. Describe to us what was like living at the International Space Station and the size. How big is the International Space Station?
It is big. It is, what he said is it is equivalent to a 6 BHK house. That's the kind of space it is available. But the main difference I would say is that the concept of space for you changes when you go to space. Like, हम बैठे हैं इस room में. This is essentially a 3D room. We have walls, we have ceilings, we have intervening space in between, but we are still 2D creatures. Like, we will walk on the floor, we will sit on a chair, and this is. But if this was to be replicated in space, half of you would be sitting on the ceiling, half of you would be on the wall, and I would be sitting. So it is all distributed. You utilize the space in a very different way. So the mind switches from utilization of space from a 2D to 3D concept. Another example I would give you, which was very unique and interesting to me, was when you go to the microgravity for the first time, your brain is still geared up for gravity. So everything is falling at the same time. That is how you experience microgravity. So nothing is falling relatively. So if I was in space station and I was to leave this mic here, it would stay here. It would not fall. But this, you don't get used to this when you go to space. So I remember in the first few days, if I'm sitting and I'm holding something and I have to work, I would find someone, can you hold this for me? And I would give them the mic, and they would also hold, because they're also traveling to space for the first time. Now what happens is, over a period of days, 7-8 days, you get used to this. That, you can leave stuff and it will not fall. It will be right there. So you leave stuff, you do whatever you have to, pick it up and then go. Now the problem is you come back to Earth. So when you come back to Earth, I remember the first night I was sitting on my bed and I was working on the laptop. And it was very instinctive, and I just closed the laptop and I just took it to the side and I left it. And as soon as I left it, I realized, this is an ISRO-issued laptop. Fortunately, nothing happened. This was carpeted. But I'm saying the switch, the environment is so different. It is the brain gets used to that, and then you have to rewire it to understand the environment, which is how different it is. So there is a lot of space. There is a lot of different challenges or different ways that you navigate that space, and that takes time. Some few days, 4 to 5 days, when you get used to that. Exactly.
Amazing. Acha, जो हमारा अगला स्पेस मिशन है, यानी जो भारत का स्पेस मिशन है, गगनयान, it just sounds so fascinating that your teammates, they were telling you, Shuks, when are we going up there? So when are we going up there?
Very soon, I would say. It was already in works. We were selected for Gaganyaan mission. My mission, the Axiom 4 mission, is also kind of a stepping stone towards Gaganyaan mission, because by being a part of a human space mission end-to-end, you learn things which you would otherwise not know. And so all of that, we have already established a process wherein all that information is going back into the system, and we have already started refining everything that we were doing. Human space missions are inherently very complex. They are not just a delta change from executing a satellite mission. It is not a bigger or better class of satellite that you're launching. You're launching a space capsule with human lives on board. So it changes the scale and the magnitude of work that is involved. So these missions are challenging to achieve. And before we send the actual mission, we need to prove the system by sending a lot of unmanned or test missions, which will give us the confidence, that we have enough reliability in these missions to happen. So I'm saying we will start seeing that very soon. As of now, the official timeline is 2027. That is being quoted for the H1 mission, when the humans will go. And so hopefully it will happen, and we will see a lot of test missions happening between now and 2027.
This sounds so fascinating. How many of you will go up, and how many people go up? How long will the Indian Gaganyaan mission be in space?
That is still being decided. Like I said, there are a lot of factors that have to be considered. How long, what are the resources? Because this is slightly different from what I did. What I did in Axiom 4 mission, that I flew on a proven vehicle by an agency that has been flying astronauts regularly to a space station, which has been operational for 25 years now. So there is a lot of heritage and background. So it is operational. What we are doing is a prototype mission. It is a new mission. We are trying it for the first time. So it will not be the same in duration or capacity of what you can do. So it will be small steps initially, and when we get confidence, we will expand this to our own space station and everything. So how many will go and for how long, I really can't say right now. That is still being decided. But what I can tell you, that this will be launched from the Indian soil on an Indian rocket in an Indian capsule with an Indian sitting inside the Indian capsule.
Amazing. I mean, this is so fascinating. You've trained both at the Yuri Gagarin Center, Moscow, to be a cosmonaut, and you've trained at NASA and SpaceX to be an astronaut, and you are an astronaut. How are both the trainings, the Russian training and the American training, different? What are best practices that we would adopt for India?
So post selection, we went to Russia for about a year and a half for training at the Russian center. And we did a basic cosmonaut training on the Soyuz, which is still flying to the International Space Station. The training in Russia is it's theoretically very intensive. You study in details about everything, the background. The theoretical subjects are also taught. Essentially, what you are doing when you're sitting in the machine, you are operating that machine. So you have to be an operator level knowledge. So that is, but they went deep into the theory as well, which is, I think, somewhat similar to our culture, that we also like to study and, understand the basics of what we are trying to do. But eventually, they also come to the operational thing, because you have to learn to operate that machine. So it would be theory, simulators, practice again and again, and then when they feel you are ready, you would be going through several evaluations, and then you finally get cleared for the flight. But most of the time, 70 to 80% of the time is spent in training for scenarios that simulate what to do if something goes wrong, the off-nominal scenarios. And that is pretty similar to, I think, in aviation as well. You are used to it, because nominally when you do things, everything is known, there is enough time for you to do. But when something goes wrong, how do you react to it? And it is difficult to simulate that. Now, in the US also, the concept is slightly different. It is very distributed. The training is very distributed across centers, and it happens in bits and pieces. And only towards the later part of, closer to the mission, everything kind of comes together and forms a story. Two different ways of achieving the same thing. And I think both are very effective, because by the time you're reaching the mission, you feel confident either way. Like, so when we were finishing our basic cosmonaut training in GCTC, I was very confident that, if I was to sit in this capsule tomorrow and go, I was confident in my abilities. And same thing happened with the Dragon as well. So I think the approaches are different, but the intent is same, to prepare a person for going to space well, so that they're able to not only deal with what to do when things are right, but also to tackle with any situation, when things go wrong.
So I think that's one advantage when you can fly both the MiG-21 and the Jaguar. So you know the Soviet system and you know the Western system.
Yeah, I think we are experts that way. We understand everything, all the systems all over the world. We have a mix, a really good mix, and it is good to see because it gives you a perspective of how to do the same thing in a different way. The implementation can be different, but it ends up achieving the same objective.
After Gaganyaan, and I find this so fascinating that after Gaganyaan, our next dream is Bharat Antariksh Space Station, our own space station. How will that be different from the International Space Station and I believe the Chinese Space Station?
So the work has already started on the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. So conceptually, I would say it is similar in the sense that it is an orbiting lab around the Earth, which will allow us to conduct science and also to prove technologies that are going to be required for our future missions, like going to Moon or eventually, Mars. And so that is what it does. When you put something up in space, you can send systems, you can send, the technology that you want to fly to further away missions, and prove them over a period of time, which gives you confidence, okay, this is working, this is what we can do. Now, design-wise, obviously, we are making it today. ISS started its construction in 1998. So a lot of technologies that were available back then, we have much better technology available now. So I think all of those will go into the designing of our own space station, which the designers at ISRO already, they are working on designing this new concept. But inherently, it will remain similar in concept, as in it would be modular in nature. It will be one module at a time, which will be added. And, they will all have a purpose. And eventually, it will grow to a much bigger, station. Much bigger, I'm not comparing it with the ISS, but, not much bigger than a single module that we have right now. So the plans are in place and the teams are already working. And hopefully, very soon, we will see the first module being launched for Bharatiya Antariksh Station as well.
Bharatiya Antariksh Space Station. I mean, Bharatiya Antariksh Station is so cool. अंतरिक्ष से भारत कैसा लगता है? ये एक प्रश्न हमेशा से मेरे मन में था, क्योंकि when we were kids, we saw, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma say सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. आपको कैसा लगता था? We have a video of that. कि भारत अंतरिक्ष से कैसा दिखता है? Let me see if we can play that, for you, and then you describe that to us. Can we play that AV of what does India look like from space?
Can we pause it actually? Can we pause it? Yeah. Before we play, I would like to explain, because maybe then it will make more sense to you. It's an upside down video, just because the window that is there, you're looking down, so you're mostly head down when you're looking at Earth. So that is how the camera is set up. So this is what you would see. On the bottom part of the video, you will see the night sky, wherein the stars would be there. And the top portion is the Earth. And this is the night pass. We were passing from the Indian Ocean, crossing India from, southwest to northeast. And you would first see Maldives, and thereafter we would pass over India. You would be able to see the city of Bangalore, which would be the most brightly lit city that you would see. And you would also see flashes, purple flashes all over the country. And these purple flashes are essentially thunderstorms. This is monsoon season, so there were a lot of thunderstorms all over India, and that is what you will see. And towards the end, you will see blue light coming in from the end of the video, which is essentially an orbital sunrise that you're witnessing. So you will see the sun rising up at the end. So maybe now, if you play, it would be great. Yeah. This is the city of Bangalore. This is the sunrise.
वो अनुभव, what's that experience like कि आप अंतरिक्ष में हैं और आप पृथ्वी को देख रहे हैं और अपने देश को देख रहे हैं?
It's very hard to put it in few words of what that experience is like, but if I have to choose a few words to describe, I would say out of this world, literally. It's fascinating to see. It is a perspective that you don't get. You've never seen there. So even when you fly, you are pretty close to the Earth, and you don't see planet as a whole when you go outside. But when you go out and when you look at the Earth, it gives a very different perspective. You have been there, and I gave this analogy to someone. We were talking about this last year, that ये आप लोग भी relate करेंगे शायद कि when you are a small kid and you start going to school, to everybody in school, your home is your identity. You come from such and such home, your parents and your families. When you leave your school and you go to a college or, a different place, your school becomes your identity. I'm from such and such school, and you introduce to you people like that. You leave your city, go to some other city, then today also this happened, I'm from Lucknow, or somebody says that I'm from so-and-so city. So the city becomes your identity. When you leave your country, you go to other country, like I was in US training last year. So I am from India. So my country becomes my identity. And then this was the next step. When you leave the planet and you go outside, your planet becomes your identity as a whole. So I think this shift that happens, it is very, very strong and powerful when you look at it from the outside, that this is your home. And you don't zoom in. You don't look at Earth as if, this is India, this is Lucknow, this is where I live. Like you look at the planet and say, this is where I live, this is the place. So the borders dissolve, it appears whole as a planet, as our home. This is a very big feeling. And the size or the scale of how big Earth is, that is very important. It is unmistakable, I think. And just the insignificance, it is very strong. Like you are just 5 feet, 6 feet, and you're looking at this huge ball, where everybody, 8 billion plus people are living. And everybody you've ever read about has been there only. So I think this is a very strong feeling that you get, when you look at it from the outside.
That oneness.
That oneness, yeah. The oneness of the planet as a whole. And we are all being, this is humanity. This is all of us together living in that planet, at the same place.
So, that beautiful concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it just reflects. I mean, when you were saying this, that's the thought that came to my mind.
Yeah, that is exactly that. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one, and this is how we should treat it. Because this is the only resource we have. This is one big spaceship. Earth is one big spaceship where all of us are living. It is protecting us from everything outside. So I think this is the home for all of us. It's just that when you start zooming in, when you keep coming down, you go to a particular country, land at a particular place, in a particular city, in a particular home. So when you go down, you lose the sight of the bigger picture, of how it is all the same. And that is what the space as a perspective gives you.
It just widens your horizon so much. How soon do you see us on the moon, experiment, and then use moon as a launch pad to get to Mars?
How soon would be, I think, we are in the initial phase of developing everything that is required for us to get there. It would not be right for me to say a timeline, because I think, these missions take time, they are challenging. But I am so glad and happy that we already have it laid down in our space policy that we are going to have an Indian footprint on moon by 2040. The time is also, it established. And I remember when I was a kid, and you mentioned Rakesh Sharma sir when he went up to space. We heard his stories and his iconic statement, "Sare jahan se acha." But the thought of becoming an astronaut never really occurred to me, because we didn't have a space program. And what was beautiful about my mission this time, that while I was in space, I had 3 interactions with kids. One was live, and 2 through radio, ham radio. And in all of these interactions, there were kids who asked me, not what I'm doing on station, how do you live, how do you eat, not this question. They asked, how do I become an astronaut? And I think that is the biggest win of this mission. Kids are already thinking that they can be, and they can, because we have a plan, we have a program, and we are going in that direction. And so I don't think it would be right for me to comment on the timeline, but what I'm so happy about that we have a plan and we are going there, and it would take the entire nation or the national resources for us to get there. And I'm loving the excitement and enthusiasm people are showing after this mission.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the country is very excited, and the country has this space ecosystem that's coming up. And globally, we intend, I mean, we moving forward in a direction that the world and India are quite synced in this, isn't it?
It is true. Last year, when I was traveling all over the globe, wherever I would go, you know, there was such an excitement about India that what are you doing in space? What are you, when are you launching Gaganyaan? What are we doing? Actually, my crewmates, you know, they have taken a written undertaking from me that whenever you launch Gaganyaan, we have to be there to see the launch. Absolutely. And then after that, how soon can you fly us on your capsule? So I think there is a lot of excitement for us in the global space community. India is very well respected. ISRO has achieved significant missions in the past and have proven that they can do much more with much less. And that has been the theme for us. So I am very excited to be here at this, you know, in this time, in our journey of space exploration. I think it is really a golden period for us.
This is the golden period for us, and you know, Nabha Sprisham Deeptam, you've touched the sky with glory, you've touched space with glory, and we wish you all the best in all your future endeavors.
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
a part of this India Today conclave. Many thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our honorable guest this morning, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, astronaut, Indian Space Research Organization, as I call upon Biba Basu Kumar, Adani Group, to present a small token of our appreciation to Group Captain Shukla. Once again, please put your hands together. Thank you. It was a pleasure, Group Captain, to have you with us. Thank you so much and sharing your thoughts this morning. We deeply appreciate it. Give us just about a minute's time and we're going to turn around the stage for our next session this morning, and this is also going to be a fun one. A lot of fan moments there, a lot of people waiting to get a selfie with Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. How many of you saw him take that selfie in space? But let me quickly now move on to our next session. The last time we had him was in very different circumstances, right before the assembly elections in Maharashtra. We are in Mumbai, which is the heart of Bollywood, and if I might say, this time around, things have changed dramatically since the last time we had him, and to use a Bollywood line, astitwa ki ladai hai. All right, introducing our next session, Allies, Adversaries and the Arithmetic of Survival. I want to call upon stage my co-moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, and our guest this evening, President Yuva Sena, Aditya Thackeray. Just give us a minute. Can we just clear the aisles? Let's take all pictures at the back. I know there are a lot of excited kids, a lot of excited people. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just move the pictures? Can we just get someone to escort our guests to the back? Can we please get somebody to escort our guest, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, to the back? All pictures can be taken there. Please escort him. Appreciate it. All right. So Rajdeep, the last time we had Aditya Thackeray amidst us was under very different circumstances. It's Bollywood, to say the least, Rajdeep. इस बार बहुत फर्क है, अस्तित्व की लड़ाई है.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this India Today conclave here in Mumbai, where our guest is someone who literally is in his own den. Aditya Thackeray is the MLA from the constituency where we are all sitting at the moment here in Worli. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for the Shiv Sena's face of the future, as he is often called. I see his face everywhere when I go in Worli, in particular on every hoarding, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But I want to start with a very different photograph, Aditya Thackeray. This photograph was taken just a few weeks ago during Ganesh Chaturthi. This is a photograph which has set Maharashtra's politics abuzz. Now, there are two ways of looking at this photograph. This is a family soap opera where you have all come together as a grand, happy family reunion in the last scene. Or is this an act of desperation to protect the Thackeray brand ahead of the Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections that are just a few months away? Happy family reunion or an act of desperation?
Rajdeep ji, you choose the questions in the den, huh? You choose it well.
It's my job.
No, but I think, very honestly, this picture is a family reunion because meeting after almost 20 years, mingling with each other, going to their house, having lunch, I think that was a very nice thing. In terms of protecting the brand or something, I don't think we think too much about it. This is about protecting Maharashtra, and this is about protecting the people of Maharashtra. That's what it is about.
You're telling
Astitva, when she said Astitva, the only thing that came to my mind is the Astitva of Mumbai and Maharashtra as against the forces that are trying to demolish it.
You're telling me that this has been done purely because the family realized that divided you fall, united you stand together. Isn't that what it is about?
Not really.
It's not about Mumbai. It's about it's Thackeray brand versus Modi brand. Devendra Fadnavis said a few weeks ago that the battle in Maharashtra is Thackeray brand versus Modi brand. And after the BST elections, which you all lost, he claimed the Modi brand now is way ahead of the Thackeray brand.
हाँ, vote चोरी में हो तो हो सकता है. Not in genuine votes.
Now even in BST elections, you will say there's vote chori.
I'm not talking of BSC, I'm just talking of general elections. Comparing the two brands, yes, one brand has a little more weightage in vote chori. We have a little more weightage in genuine voters and genuine people.
Let me just ask you very bluntly, Aditya Thackeray, turn around, you haven't even seen the picture.
I know the picture, we were missing him in the picture then.
All right, okay, but let me ask you very bluntly. You say it's a family reunion, but Aditya Thackeray, is there a political reunion? You're about, what, 4 months away from an election, which you spoke of, Astitva. Because it is, it's come down to that. For you, this election is a do or die battle. And I'm sure you understand that. So is this a political reunion is our question?
I'll tell you what, ever since I was 12 years old and I had seen or realized my first BMC elections when I was roaming around with my father for campaigning, and he's been around all this time, he knows that every BMC election is pitched as a do or die election for us, as an acid test for us. I think Mumbai knows how to vote, Mumbai knows where to vote.
Your
and
father
Mumbai's trusted us for 25 years. If you look at Mumbai today, in the last 3 years, show me one road that is motorable today. Show me one pavement that is walkable today.
I'll show it to you if you answer that question. Is this a
Not
political reunion?
I'm not talking of the ceiling.
Is this a political reunion?
That I can't say that. I cannot speak for the two brothers.
Okay.
Okay.
1 minute. You said that show me one road in Mumbai that's motorable. You're effectively claiming Mumbai is collapsing. You've been running Mumbai for 25 years.
Not for the last 3 years.
1 minute. Don't tell me that the roads of Mumbai suddenly in the last 3 years became less motorable. You've been running this city for 25 years. You were in charge of the BMC, the richest civic body. The opposition in the BMC will ask, when Aditya Thackeray says Mumbai is collapsing, they will say, you are responsible for the collapse. It was your cooperators who are accused of enriching themselves. Many of them have switched sides, that's another matter. But all of them were accused of using Mumbai as a cash cow. So how can you today claim that Mumbai's lack of civic infrastructure is because of Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP?
Rajdeep ji, you have to give me 2.5 minutes uninterrupted for telling you what we've done and 2.5 minutes of telling you what's happened in the 2.5 years.
I'm giving you 2.5 minutes.
2.5. This is an election pitch. You have to give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
You've asked me this. In 1997, when we first came to government in the BMC was in a 600 crore deficit. When we left the BMC, due for elections in 2022, we were in a 92,000 crore surplus, not adding a single hidden tax and not overcharging the people of Mumbai. Having said this, with whatever limited powers the BMC has as a local self-government, in the past 25 years, the BMC is the only municipal corporation in India and probably Asia to go beyond its basic or primary duty of having primary healthcare centers to have medical colleges of its own, that too not one, not two, 4 medical colleges of its own. No municipal corporation across Asia has this. We have our tertiary healthcare centers, we have secondary healthcare centers, we have primary healthcare centers, we have hospitals of the BMC. In terms of the education sector, again, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, as per duty, is duty bound to only have your basic schools, primary schools. Mumbai Municipal Corporation is probably the only municipal corporation in Asia to have 1,234 schools learning or helping kids learn in Marathi, English, semi-English, Gujarati, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Urdu.
I'm going to stop you. Many of those schools are, Mr. Thackeray, many of those schools
uninterrupted.
are... Many of those schools, you can't...
You can rebut me later. You can rebut me
Many
later.
of those schools are closing down, including Marathi-speaking schools.
Not really.
You all speak about Marathi language and Marathi Asmita. Maharashtrian children all want to send their children to English-speaking schools. The Marathi-speaking schools are closing down.
Can I update you on that as well?
Please.
We are the only municipal corporation across Asia and probably the world where we have not just a state board, but IB, IGCSE, CBSE and ICSE, so that any child, girl or boy, going to any municipal corporation school, and this is my dream, where you can have, free education, you should be able to have world-class education free of cost, because not just education, but we need to have right to quality education. In terms of closing down of schools, we have 3.5 lakh kids. But you're right, till about 5 years ago, we had something like 10,000, 12,000 kids dropping out every year. When we brought in these other boards, we have a surplus of 10,000 kids coming to us and asking us for recommendations, just like they asked us for all other private schools. In terms of public transport, in our time, the BEST ran about 3,337 buses, which is also the thing with the unions. Our dream, and we had started off with this, was to take it to 10,000 electric buses by the end of 2027. The fares were flat, 5 rupees, 5 kilometers, 10 rupees, 10 kilometers, 15 rupees, 15 kilometers, anywhere beyond 15 rupees was 20 rupees, 15 kilometers was 20 rupees. What has happened now? 2023, I had exposed this on 15 Jan 2023. I had requested the Prime Minister not to come to Mumbai for the Bhumi Pujan because that was a scam. 6,080 crores road scam. When I exposed it, the BMC brought it down to 5,000 crores. Trying to concretize every road in Mumbai, it's not possible. You're not supposed to concretize every road in Mumbai. We have 42 utilities below our roads. Every time you see them digging up now and then, look at what's happened to the BST. You have almost 2,000 buses running now and the fares have doubled. Mumbai local trains take about 60 to 65 lakh people a day. The BST used to take about 30 to 32 lakh people a day. Now, because of the double fares, it's reduced to about 25 lakh a day. Who is killing Mumbai? You see the difference between 25 years of governance with 16 different agencies on board. In Mumbai, you have not just the BMC, you have MMRDA, MHADA, SRA, you have the armed forces, you have the railways, you have everyone having their own jurisdiction. You've got to coordinate with them. Having said that, this was during our time. And now you look at what's happening to Mumbai in the last 2.5 years. Look at every press conference of mine with proof, with details, with documents. I've exposed the road scam. I've exposed the street furniture scam. They've even looted the hospitals and street furniture.
But Mr. Thackeray, you talk about look at now. So all big ticket projects that are being unveiled have Devendra Fadnavis's picture on them, number one. Number two, you have the RA metro line, something that you oppose. And now suddenly there are metros running on that line. And once again, it is Aditya Thackeray tried to come into the way of development. That's the narrative, number one. Number two, you said you ruled the BMC for 25 odd years. Today, you're going into an election which those who ruled it for 25 odd years, 54% of the corporators have defected. They're not with you anymore. They've deserted you.
The people of Mumbai are with us. The people of Mumbai know who is genuinely standing for Mumbai. And that is all that matters. Those who go, they go. You don't have to regret over them. And in terms of the big ticket projects, yes, they have their faces. They have this lovely skill of going and trying to paste their pictures everywhere and take credit for it. Let me tell you something. Go on the Hindu Samrat Babasaheb Thackeray Samruddhi Mahamarg. Let's go on it together. And show me 1 kilometer that is of good quality and flat road. The coastal road, my father's dream, we announced it in July 2013. From then to July 2022, we've gone every month for taking an update. Monthly visits, weekly meetings, daily updates. We left the project because the government toppled when it was about 65% complete. Now go and see the road surface. Such a great project, a beautiful project that takes you anywhere across the city in 15
all right,
minutes,
so
but the road surface is terrible. Now the point is this, मेरा कहना इतना ही है, अगर आप काम कर रहे हो तो ढंग का तो कीजिए.
But you said the people of Mumbai know. I'll hark you back to what happened in the assembly elections, Rajdeep. 90 seats is what your party fought on. You won 20. Your strike rate abysmally stood at 9%. Out of the 20, 10 of them came from the Mumbai segment, right?
So then that
Mumbai's
sets the
36,
calculation.
but Mumbai's
That
36.
sets the
You should have
calculation.
swept Mumbai.
That sets the calculation. No worries about that. Don't worry about the elections.
I don't have to worry. You have to worry about the elections.
We're fine. You think I'm worried about it? I know where the people of Mumbai's trust lies and they will repose their faith in us.
Are you saying, therefore, that you will fight the elections of Mumbai in January to the richest civic corporation based on development, contrasting what you claim you did when you all controlled the BMC to what allegedly Ekta Shinde did in terms of handing over cash benefits to all his MLAs? The so-called Khokechi Sarkar or the Khoke that they had. But I want
you will get this answer of how we'll contest the elections only when you get an answer from the Chief Minister of whether the elections for sure will be held in January or not.
You don't believe that the election will be held on time in Mumbai, is it?
Do you believe that?
Well, the Supreme Court has said they have to be held by January 31st, but I want to ask you simply this. You've come here and made your elections pitch saying, look, contrast what we did with what was done by the governments that have followed us. If that's the case, why is the Shiv Sena, and we can go back to that picture this time of Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray, the two brothers, cousins who've come together, pitching linguistic chauvinism? Why have you gone back to Sons of the Soil? Why have you gone back then to say Marathi Asmita? In a city where Maharashtrians are being pushed out to go and live in Thane, Belapur, Vasai Virar. I know Maharashtrian friends who cannot afford Mumbai anymore. So the Maharashtrians are moving out. This city is becoming less Maharashtrian. Along come the Thackeray brothers and say, no, we are going to pitch for Sons of the Soil. Are you fighting the election on Sons of the Soil or on Vikas? I want a straight answer.
Let the election come about.
No, I want a straight answer.
The point is
no,
this.
Straight answer, please.
I'll tell you, the straight answer is this. Why we came together, and it is supposed to be coming on national television also. Why we came together is this government that's been foisted on our heads with vote chori or whatever means by the blessings of the Election Commission suddenly woke up and said, okay, we're going to teach you 3 languages in the first standard. You'll have Marathi, you'll have Hindi, you'll have English. Till now, till whatever you and I have learned, and whatever so many people who've gone to schools in Mumbai and across Maharashtra have learned, you start off with your first language, whichever it is, of whichever medium of school you go to, or learning you go to, in the junior KG. In the first standard or second standard, you're introduced to a second language. And the third language comes in around 5th standard. Do you really believe that a third language, and in this case Hindi, but this is not just about Hindi, otherwise I wouldn't be speaking Hindi to you, the third language should come in with the first standard? This is all what it was. But the national media turned it around. That is
No, 1 minute.
So.
National, your supporters, or certainly MNS supporters, went and beat up some auto rickshaw driver who was refusing to speak Marathi. You went and beat up some Reda Patriwala. I thought that you all had gone beyond the Thokshahi, that you were talking about development.
The thing is very simple. We cannot control every sporadic incident that happens because someone has got angry at someone, because someone has abused someone, or someone's insulted someone, or someone's abused someone's parents. There will be a natural reaction. If at all, that is a sporadic reaction. But why don't you also show the places where people from Mumbai, or Marathi people, have been refused house because they eat non-vegetarian food and saying, you are ganda people, you are eating mutton mas machi? Why don't you show this thing where someone's been refused an entry because you are Marathi into a housing society?
But
why are you showing only one side?
Do you oppose the violence?
My point is this.
No, I want a straight answer. Do you oppose the violence that anyone... You say, I agree, you can't control every karyakarta. Do you in principle oppose violence against someone because he or she doesn't speak Marathi?
The point is this. Why would I support violence from both sides? Violence has to be opposed from both sides. My point is only this. I cannot control anyone's reaction.
No, but I'll tell you why. You said you can't control anyone's reaction. But Aditya Thackeray ji, you can control your own reaction. All right, I'll tell you why. Because what happened was when you were questioned on this, you said that if you do not respect Marathi pride or Marathi, then things will escalate. That practically means you're giving a free hand to your supporters to go and beat up anyone.
Not really. I cannot control every human form of...
You said, it's
yes,
what is escalate?
I am standing by that because I cannot control every form of reaction. That's it.
What does escalate mean? That things will escalate?
Look, it happens in every state. Look what's happening in Italy yesterday. What's happened in... at least we're not building the wall.
But Mr. Thackeray,
we're not building the wall.
Let me.
We're not escalating to building the wall.
Because we are in Worli, this is your constituency. Will we get beaten up? Most of us only speak in Hindi right now.
One second. Let me point out this to you also. Probably Worli, my constituency, is a microcosm of India.
Right.
यहाँ पूरे देश के लोग आते हैं और रहते हैं. यहाँ सारे लोग देश भर से आते हैं, अपना सपना लेके बसते हैं और अपनी अपनी नौकरियां ढूंढते हैं, अपना काम ढूंढते हैं. तो कोई गलत नहीं उसमें.
This question: Are you isolating yourself?
But not at all. If there is a sporadic reaction from someone, maybe from the person who's abusing someone or the person who's abusing back, will I go in as a referee for everything? Do I come in as a referee for every debate that happens on TV and someone abuses someone, someone abuses the other one?
Okay, fair point.
Rajiv ji has faced this on TV too.
Let me flip this question. Are you isolating yourself in the bargain? Because right now, you know what Mumbai looked like many decades ago, and I think Rajdeep will stand testimony to it, looks very different right now. What about 40% people speak Marathi, right? 30% speak Hindi, 19% speak Gujarati. The landscape has changed. Are you isolating?
Look, it's not about the political landscape. It's not about anything else. The culture of Mumbai has always been open and welcoming to everyone. And the fact of the matter is, for the last 50 years, the Shiv Sena has dominated the political landscape of Mumbai. And along with that, the culture has remained open. Women are safest in Mumbai. The culture of Mumbai is also about films. Hindi film industry is the biggest being produced in Mumbai. Had we been against it, that would have never happened in the last 50 years, even when my grandfather was at its peak of his power. My point is only this, that if at all, there is a certain reaction to something, it's not for me to be holding myself responsible to. That is one. Two, Mumbai, even today, is the most open and welcoming city in India, and people from all across India come here with dreams and become big. There is no problem to that, and that is not despite Shiv Sena being here. That is because the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, has always been here supporting those dreams.
Okay. I want to come.
I'll also tell you to one more thing. Yes, you have all.
I know. I have another picture.
No. See, all of these industries out here. Why did they come to Mumbai? Because there are no constant strikes and issues to these industries here or capitalists here. That is because Mumbai and the ethos of Mumbai, that has been also supported by Shiv Sena, has supported all of this.
Let me just say this. Mumbai became a commercial capital of this country in the 19th century. Please do not now take credit for the industrialization and the fact that
One minute, Rajdeep ji, 1 second.
I mean,
No. Mumbai has always been on built on public-private dreams. Having said that, the government of the day and the political culture of the day really matters to the cities that have these dreams harboring them.
Okay. I want to show you another picture because many believe that the municipal corporation elections will be Shiv Sena ka boss kaun. I mean, big Shiv Sena ka big boss kaun. The picture is of Mr. Raj Thackeray with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is the one who many believe has taken over or attempted to take over the so-called family legacy of the Thackerays. Therefore, I come back to the original question.
He's desperate to take a surname also and our masks also. So now that is his identity crisis, not ours.
Look, no political party, you may believe so, but no political party necessarily belongs to a family. Eknath Shinde claims that the Shiv Sena is as much his as it is of an Aditya Thackeray. Is that the real battle within a battle? This is round 3. You won round 1, which was the Lok Sabha elections. Mr. Shinde won round 2 when his alliance swept to power in the assembly election last year. Is this the third and final battle? कि शिव सेना का बॉस कौन? This will decide it.
देखो, सिर्फ किसी ने कुछ चोरी किया इसलिए वो चीज उनकी नहीं हो जाती. चोर की चीज हर बार उनकी नहीं हो जाती. You can't just claim everything. But let me tell you this. What is more dangerous? See, round 3, maybe we'll get third time lucky. That is all a different thing. But Rajiv ji, on this platform, I want to make this very clear. There are 2 things that are very, very important to this country. The Election Commission has wrongly given our symbol and our name to a man who ran away to Guwahati and Surat. That is 1. 2, with all due respect to the Honorable Supreme Court, our case has been pending for the last 3 years. This is the biggest constitutional case of this country in terms of politics today. 2 parties split, joining the other side, joining government without resigning, without contesting elections, without winning again. Disrespecting Schedule 10, right? There is time for a suo motu case on stray dogs, but not our hearing, which is the biggest problem in this country. And see again, what you said, right? boss kaun, ye kaun, president kaun. At least decide. Are we wrong or they wrong? We cannot be hanging for the last 3 years in the biggest constitutional case of this country. That is the problem.
I take your point, and Justice Chandrachud will be among our guests today, and I will ask him this question. But I want to ask you this.
Just don't get a contempt of court case on me.
Mr. Aditya Thackeray, in about 15 minutes, you mentioned the Election Commission about 5 times. You mentioned about vote chori 3 times. I keep hearing this from Rahul Gandhi. I keep hearing it from Aditya Thackeray. Why not accept that the BJP, Ekta Shinde Sena outmaneuvered you last year? Why blame it on vote chori? When you won Lok Sabha, no one said vote chori. You won 30 out of 48 seats in Maharashtra, no one said vote chori. You lost in the Vidhan Sabha, vote chori. I mean, you will have to provide me hard evidence to show there is vote chori. And if there was vote chori, why didn't you raise it either ahead of the elections or immediately after? Now, 1 year later, you're saying, nahi, vote chori ki wajah se hum har gaye.
Rajdeep,
you're a sore loser.
Rajdeep ji, about speaking to the Election Commission, we have already written to the Election Commission before the elections last year about the sudden spike in voters, about missing voters, about why the booths have been mismanaged.
Before the election?
Before the elections. And that we will have a press conference with all the data that we're working on right now, putting together.
Are you also doing something similar to Rahul Gandhi?
Absolutely.
Oh.
And there are shocking...
You're doing this?
Yes, we are doing it. We're doing it as the India
What
Alliance.
version of the... he's on the hydrogen bomb version right now. What version are you working on?
Let me not leak it. You know, let me not leak it.
When can we expect it? Closer to BMC?
We cannot let out the timing of the surgical strike.
No, but are you
claiming... Oh, the surgical strike.
Yeah,
that's
so
a hydrogen bomb, yours is a surgical strike.
So you are telling me that you have comparisons to a bomb or a strike, but frankly, we found very many chinks in the armor, and that is what we're going to bring out very soon. Having said that, let me not come out as a sore loser. Whatever happened in the election, happened in the election. We've accepted that. My point is this, after whatever's happened in the election, why aren't you administering my state as a state should be administered today?
You know, you mentioned Rahul.
You see what is happening in the cabinet today. The DCM, one DCM, is bunking cabinet meetings left, right, center. Whenever he's upset, he goes and cries in his village, or he goes to Delhi and complains about...
Ekta Shinde.
Whatever his name is. He's trying to get our name.
You don't even like to name him?
Look, I mean, the point is this, that...
He was your loyal lieutenant. You see, this is the problem with Maharashtra politics. One day they are your loyal lieutenants, next day they become your confirmed enemies.
The point is this, मैं डरपोक लोगों का नाम नहीं लेता. Last time also I was challenging him at the India Today Conclave to sit here on stage and debate with me one-on-one. Did he come?
He says you're too junior.
No problem. इतना डर है तो इतना छोटा हूं मैं तो डरते क्यों आप?
But Mr. Thackeray, you know what the buzz is, right? That your party is looking to replace him. There's a certain amount of ghar wapsi murmurs making the rounds of you going back to the BJP fold. The brothers might not know whether they are coming together, but do you know that is it a possibility of you going back to the BJP?
There are lots of people in politics who can bend over, hop over, do all the gymnastics, but my father's not the one who would leave his principles for this.
But it's the perfect ideological fit.
The point is this, that something like Adani looting our city, the Adani group looting our city, I don't know whether, I mean...
they're a sponsor.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
But look. I know. Look.
Okay, go ahead.
Dharavi being given free of cost to him is not negotiable with us. The way our state is being governed today is not negotiable with us. The way the BMC has been looted today is not negotiable.
So going back to the BJP is non-negotiable?
There are certain things, there are certain principles that are not negotiable. Looting a state is a non-negotiable principle which cannot be allowed
in whatever. Going back to the BJP,
state.
Is it non-negotiable?
As long as they stick to this, it is not negotiable.
Okay, let me show you two pictures which in a way typify the kind of world we live in. This is your father with Narendra Modi and your father with Rahul Gandhi, smiling in both pictures. Yes. So, dono haath mein laddu, he hopes. But I want to ask you this.
No, 1 second. We have had never a bad relationship with him. And with him, it's always a good relation ever since we've known him. Having said this, politics is supposed to be like this. We're supposed to be good with each other. We're not enemies and we're not supposed to be enemies. Okay. What has happened in Maharashtra is terrible. And it's not supposed to be that way.
No, the reason I'm asking, you were the original Hindutvavadi party. You and the BJP were seen as natural allies. You and Congress are seen as unnatural allies. In fact, what I'm told, Congress will not be with you in the BMC election because you are with Raj Thackeray. So I want to try and make sense of this. All of you are practicing the politics of opportunism. There's the only ism in Maharashtra is opportunism.
No. Maybe you have deeper sources in the Congress than us. Pulling your leg again.
Yes.
Sorry, because
No,
I keep pulling your leg.
this is well known. Every congressman
But can
makes
I
it
tell you
very...
this?
Are you saying Congress will
One
contest
sec.
with you and Raj Thackeray?
Can I tell you this? Going with the BJP is Hindutva and going with the Congress is not Hindutva. We were the only party where Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has gone to Ayodhya twice after being chief minister. When we were the Congress, and the Congress MLAs have come with us.
But Aditya,
Who is the BJP to give us certificates on our patriotism and on our Hindutva? I don't agree with BJP's Hindutva about going and burning some person because of the food he eats or the food she eats. I don't agree with the BJP's Hindutva on whether you go to this temple or that temple or follow these rituals or these rituals. I am Hindu, I'm very proudly Hindu, and the BJP is nobody to give me a certificate. Just like the BJP has now changed its ideological stance on playing with Pakistan.
You know, can I just say this? Because the other day I heard the BJP state chief, the Mumbai chief saying, don't vote for the Shiv Sena because if the Shiv Sena comes in, a Muslim will become the mayor. Suddenly there's talk of the Mamu combination, Marathi Muslim. A Hindutva party, no, I'm telling you what they said. They said, Khan aa jayega. So how do you respond to this?
I don't respond to him, but I'll tell you what. One more thing they said when we were fighting for Dharavi. They've spread rumors and canards about it, saying Dharavi mein Bangladeshi log hai, Rohingya hai. Firstly, I don't think half of BJP understands that Bangladeshi and Rohingyas are from two different countries. Two, if so many Bangladeshis and Rohingyas have in fact come into India, are you doubting the forces that are securing our borders? Are you doubting your own home minister, the union home minister? To say that Mumbai is infested or, you have a huge population of Bangladeshis and Rohingyas that have come in the last 2 and 3 years, are you doubting your own home minister? You should ask for his resignation, not for us. And two, I'll tell you what, when I went to Dharavi and when I spoke to those people, you know where they are from? Most of them are from. You know where the Kumbharwada is from? The potters are from? From Somnath district. Do Bangladeshis live in Somnath district?
Acha, you spoke about cricket. You're not watching the Asia Cup or what?
Not
Because you sounded very...
Not the two matches that, Rajiv ji, your eyebrows have gone up.
You're not watching it.
You're not watching India-Pakistan.
I cannot.
Why?
It's against my principle to watch our country
Should
play
we have
against...
played? Should we have played?
We shouldn't play.
We shouldn't have
We
played.
are the only party that has not done politics around it, unlike the BJP. When the BJP is on opposition, they're against India-Pak. When they control the BCCI, when they control the ICC, when they control the Asia Cup, when they control the government of India, they're all for playing and partying with Paki players.
So if you were in Jai Shah's position, what would you have done?
I would have resigned.
You would have resigned?
No, the point is this. I would have gone to the ICC and I would have boycotted or got around a boycott around Pakistan. And that's what happened with South Africa when they indulged in apartheid. Why not do this? We've gone, Rajdeep ji, tell me something. After the Pahalgam attacks, we've gone around the world. You've sent delegations of opposition MPs to the world saying it was Pakistan behind these attacks. And then you've told the world that it was China behind Pakistan. But what does the government do? Play with Pakistan. The same Jai Shah and the same people, Anurag Thakur, have gone and partied with Shahid Afridi and Shoaib Akhtar.
How do you know?
There are photos. There are everywhere. It's going around in social media.
Okay.
The point is this. Why change your stance when you're in government? Is this not a non-negotiable principle?
Okay, let me ask you another hot button question. We showed the photograph of you and Rahul Gandhi. You all seem to share a good relationship. Your critics say you all are...
Who's been stalking me so much with photos here?
No, 1 minute.
It's a little creepy.
A lot of your critics now call you Nepo kids. Is it Nepo kids? That you all are products of nepotism. That simply because your grandfather was Balasaheb Thackeray, father is Uddhav Thackeray, therefore Aditya Thackeray should take over. Rahul Gandhi goes back 5 generations. Jai Shah himself is of course the son of Amit Shah. I don't know whether he would be ICC chairman if Amit Shah was not there. Are you all Nepo kids? I ask this as a straight, direct question.
But they are.
I'll give you straight, direct answer. I'll give you straight, direct answer. I'm not even going into the dynastic politics of the BJP. Let me not go into that. Probably they're not proud of their heritage. They're ashamed of their heritage. That is why they say that. I'm very proudly the grandson of my grandfather, the great-grandson of my great-grandfather, and the son of my father, the son of my mother, the son of my grandson of my grandmother. I'm very proud to be that. I'm very proud to have the bloodline of this family. and the values it holds.
Would you be in politics if your son was not? Would you be in politics if you were not a Thackeray?
My great-grandfather fought against untouchability, fought against the evils of the caste system, fought against child marriage, fought against, against this whole thing about the taboo of widow remarriage. My great-grandfather fought against that. My grandfather has fought for the people of this country, the people of this state, and my father has been fighting for the principles. So I'm very proud to be what I am. And I don't know, see, going into ifs and buts is a whole different argument altogether. But let me tell you this, out of all my cousins who have not chosen to be in politics, I've always wanted to be in politics. You must be remembering your interviews with my grandfather. I've always been hanging around because I've always felt that this is one field, and especially in a country like India, where a good decision can positively impact 1 billion lives.
But Mr. Thackeray, Rajdeep spoke about Nepo kids. Something unfolded across our borders where Nepal is concerned. And at the back of it, Rahul Gandhi has made a statement, basically. Many would suggest, that he's only appealing to the youth of the country to stand up with what he calls his vote chori against corruption. But there is a certain set which is actually reading that as instigating the youth of the country to act on what happened in Nepal. Where do you stand on that?
Only the ones who are scared are reading it as that. Because see, what has happened is if you see Sri Lanka...
So you agree with him?
Sri Lanka was in uproar. Bangladesh has seen the same. Nepal has seen the same. I'm not necessarily saying that this may happen in any other place in the world, right? But you need to go to the root causes of it.
But Rahul Gandhi is saying that the youth need to get up and stand up against it and take this fight further.
What is happening in our country today is massive scale of unemployment, massive scale of polarization. It's not religion or religious polarization. I'm also talking of economic polarization, massive scale of inequality. The anger is seething. Look at what's happening across India today. Look at what is happening to our country with climate change today. Are we even talking of climate change? We've spoken for half an hour. The whole of North India, the whole of Kerala, the whole of Maharashtra, Marathwada, Vidarbha is facing the biggest issue of climate change today. And it's not just about compensation and helping the farmers, but can we act on climate change? And if we don't do this, forced migration is going to be a huge problem in our country.
Okay, my final question is simply
Time is up.
2029, will the Shiv Sena still be part of a Congress-led alliance? And if you had to choose between Narendra Modi and Rahul Gandhi to be a potential Prime Minister, in the case of Rahul Gandhi, potential, in the case of Mr. Modi, already Prime Minister, who do you think is better to lead the country today? Mr. Modi or Rahul Gandhi?
Rajdeep ji, will be unjust to choose only 2 people or limit a choice to only 2 people when we are a country of 1.4 billion people.
Who's the best person according to you to lead the country today?
The people of Bharat will decide that.
The people of?
Bharat will decide that. The people of India will decide that. The people of Hindustan will decide that.
Okay.
I'll
leave it there.
That is the beauty of a democracy, which we hope still remains free and fair with the kind of election commission that we have today.
All right, that it time's up, and that's the dichotomy in between being a moderator and the MC of an event. I have to adhere to the timing, but ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Aditya Thackeray, and thank you, Mr. Thackeray, for taking every question. You've taken it on the chin.
And I want to say this about
it. He takes every question.
I want to say this about Aditya Thackeray. He is the one of the few young politicians I meet who doesn't say, please tell me what questions you will ask. And I think that's a tribute to his grandfather, who used to do the same thing with me and used to actually enjoy having a real challenging interview. I hope a few politicians of today also learn that when you have tough questions, that's how you actually are held accountable to the people of the country. I'm not giving any names, but they should know who they are. Thank you very much.
And that makes this session all that spicier and fun, isn't it? But ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Harsh Dalmia, NL Dalmia Education Society, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Aditya Thackeray. Thank you, Mr. Thackeray. It's a privilege to have you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, just give us about a 1 minute turnaround time on stage and we're ready to power into our next session this afternoon. Lots of conversations that need to be had with the young Aditya Thackeray. I request somebody to take him back. Sahil, would you just take him to the green room? And can we clear the aisle? We have a very, very interesting session lined up, and the lineup is stunning. Whoever's tweeting, tweet under the hashtag India Today Conclave Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, once again urge you to clear the aisle. Please clear the aisle, settle down, ready to go into our next session. And this is going to be fun. Let me announce our next session, Jointness in Operations, Enhancing Tri-Service Synergy for Future Wars. This session sponsored by Radico. Session sponsored by Radico.
Founded in 1943, the company has a rich heritage and a portfolio of iconic brands.
And to take it from here and introduce our three special guests to you, I'd like to call upon stage sessions moderator Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, India Today Television. All yours, Gaurav.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to settle down, please? The images that you will see on these screens in just a moment from now are epic. These are images from Operation Sindoor, and all of us know Operation Sindoor and the synergy. When those Pakistani terrorists massacred 26 people, 25 Hindus in Pahalgam, what we saw was perhaps the worst face of Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror that's been bleeding India for decades. But for the first time, you saw the manner in which the armed forces jointly, the Army, the Navy and the Air Force jointly punished Pakistan. Within 90 hours or in under 90 hours, Pakistan was desperate for a ceasefire. The manner in which a vast landscape over 2,000 kilometers, 320 kilometers deep, if not beyond, and perhaps Air Marshal Suraj Singh will tell us better how deep Pakistan was hit. 2,000 kilometers, 320 kilometers deep, 11 air bases of Pakistan decimated, 6 radar stations decimated, 9 terror camps, and the first time Muridke and Bahawalpur. But the conversation today is what next? Synergy and jointness in future operations. And I have amongst the finest thinking minds of our armed forces joining me at the India Today Conclave. Top leaders at the level of execution of operations, keeping India first. It is my great privilege to interview one by one Lieutenant General Dheeraj Seth, Army Commander, Southern Command, General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Southern Command, Air Marshal Suraj Singh, Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Air Command, and Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command. Very, very crucial operational commands of the three armed forces. I want to first invite General Dheeraj Seth on the platform here, sir. Welcome. General, what's the biggest lesson? We all saw Operation Sindoor and we saw how Pakistan sought a ceasefire in just about 90 hours or less than 90 hours. But what's the biggest lesson for you, for us, from Operation Sindoor?
To take that on head on, as far as Op Sindoor is concerned, Gaurav, I think we all know it, that it was an absolute, bold and resolute military action carried out by the Indian Armed Forces, defined truly by precision and executed with top speed. Like you yourself said, we attained the politico-military objectives in flat 88 hours from the time it started. But that said, it's important for me to actually bring out as to what Op Sindoor really demonstrated. Actually, what came to the fore was our decisive polity, to state it as point number one. We had a clear political intent and aim. With that given, as also maximum freedom given to our armed forces, we found the armed forces acting in absolute synergy and jointness to achieve laid down mandates and objectives. In fact, what Sindoor really gave us thereafter is a new normal to function from, as we are all aware, as defined and outlined by our Honorable Prime Minister himself. So we have new benchmarks now all set for subsequent responses as and when so required. And a very bold thing that really emerged, that it showcased India's readiness to engage in full spectrum deterrence. But that said, the underlining statement was of jointness and synergy, which made it all possible.
Jointness and synergy. And it's so amazing to hear this, because when we read about past battles in the past, you know, Army was doing its own thing, the Air Force was doing its own thing, and perhaps the results weren't the same. 65 war, lessons learned, and yet, you know, India's done so well. But in future warfare, in future combat, and when you look at warfare that's happening across the world, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Iran, that jointness and synergy, especially in multi-domain operations, that's what everyone talks about, MDO. How do you achieve greater synergy, greater jointness in future operations, sir?
Well, to take that on, Gaurav, let me actually give out certain aspects that underscore our recent conflicts, or the recent conflicts that the world is seeing all over. As we are all aware, character of warfare is never a constant. It keeps evolving, and in fact, present times, it's evolving at speeds faster than we've ever seen before. And on one hand, when I say this, we still see conflict evolving and panning out across the 5 generations of warfare. So that is one part of the point. And the second aspect is the traditional domains of land, air, and sea domains have become passe. Largely passe, I say that because they've got overextended, and we now have new domains of warfare coming in, whether it be cyber, space, AI, autonomous systems. So they are putting this new pressure. And this new pressure is demanding from us multi-domain operations. And for multi-domain operations to really take off, to take place, we require not only synergy and jointness, but integration of a much higher order. And to achieve that kind of integration, in fact, I would like to actually talk of it a little more, because we recently had our Honorable PM giving us the strategic guidance at the recently concluded Combined Commanders Conference, where he actually expounded or propounded his mantra of Jai. Jai standing for jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. In the same breath, we had our Honorable Raksha Mantri. He brought out theaterization as the #1 reform in this year of reform. So that said on one part, we've also taken major strides towards jointness to make this MDO operation that you spoke of happen. And as far as this jointness is concerned, you're aware we've created we've brought out a whole lot of joint doctrines. We have central agencies which are now being structured to look after space, cyber. We have joint logistic nodes coming up, common defense stations. So a whole lot of strides have taken place. But time is now to move beyond that stride. Time is now to take that big leap to get greatly unified towards creation of integrated theater commands. And I'll just leave that with one caveat, that if it is that integrated theater command that we're looking for, we need to bring that about as a homegrown solution. Here, in fact, I like to take that word Atmanirbharta further, let it permeate to facets of strategic thinking. So if you allow strategic thinking in terms of homegrown requirements, meaning what are our nuances, what are our strategic imperatives and compulsions, then we'll arrive at a model which suits our requirement of a twin threat on both borders. We have it all from gray zone to full spectrum conflict. So if we put all this together, aim is to create a model which provides us that deterrence. And if deterrence fails, we are ready to fight a war and fight and win that war with Indian solutions.
Outstanding, with Indian solutions. Sir, can you elaborate a little on what these Indian solutions are? Because that shows a change in our thinking, isn't it? In Southern Command, for example, what are steps that you are taking to bring in the message of the Prime Minister or the command in the Combined Commanders Conference, Jai, jointness, Atmanirbharta and innovation. How does that get actioned on ground?
So I'll take them one by one as far as Jai is concerned. I'll take on Jai one by one. So as far as jointness is concerned, in fact, Southern Command, based at Pune, in fact, this jointness, if I can say, is ingrained in our very DNA of Southern Command. And why I say that is, based out of Pune, the entire lot of southern states, that is 11 states, are in my area of responsibility, which brings in 4 of these 7 Air Force commands, all 3 of the naval commands. So, in fact, I am actually uniquely endowed in Southern Command to make that jointness happen. In fact, we have been the test bed or the laboratory, if I can say, for common defense stations, the establishment of joint logistic nodes, and it is very often that we carry out joint exercises with both the Air Force and the Navy. And in fact, if I tell you in another month's time, we are going in for a major tri-services exercise with Southern Command, in conjunction with the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. And we're going to be exercising off the coast of Gujarat, the areas of the Run and Creek, and in fact validating all our joint doctrines ranging from amphibious operations to cyber operations, EW operations. So we have it all over there as far as bringing about this jointness is concerned. It is not happening today. We've been doing it in the past also, but now that the strategic guidance is there for us, there is no turning back as far as jointness is concerned. Would you like to take on Atmanirbharta as well?
Absolutely, because Atmanirbharta is key, especially when you look at what's happening between Russia and Ukraine right now.
Yes, absolutely. Atmanirbharta is something so essential for all of us. And I would dare say, as far as Atmanirbharta is concerned, if I can take you back, we are looking at a Viksit Bharat 2047, or Sashakt Bharat, a Samrid Bharat. So I see 2 major pillars of that. One is Surakshit Bharat, a secure Bharat, and the second pillar to it is Atmanirbhar Bharat. But I will keep Atmanirbhar Bharat as the bigger set, the subset being Atmanirbharta in defense. Now as I take Atmanirbharta in defense, it's not about reducing defense imports, producing in India alone. It's about that very important facet of strategic autonomy. And that is the autonomy we are looking for. The freedom or that independence to make our own choices, to equip our soldier to fight once again with homegrown, indigenously designed, developed equipment which is operationally suited for that place. So to that extent, that is how I see Atmanirbharta emerging. But there are challenges. We are aware of it. The major challenges being this continuously evolving character of warfare. We need to sort of plug that in. In fact, I like to highlight, to plug that in, we have this oft-stated troika of the academia, the industry, and the armed forces. So
is that synergy working? Is that synergy working effectively?
Absolutely working. We are looking at the academia to innovate, the industry to incubate, and the armed forces to induct. So that is the way we are perhaps looking at, sort of taking on that challenge. And the second challenge is we have a major gap between, say, what is being tested in the laboratory till it gets combat deployed. And once again, we have the Indian Army plugging in a major way to reduce that facet. In fact, You must be aware of the recent Academia Technology Symposium, which is just closed 2 days back. We have the Indian Army reaching out to IITs all across. Ventures such as Agni Shodh, Parivartak, all these are success stories. In fact, Parivartak is something which we did with IIT Chennai. And IIT Chennai produced this Sambhav smartphone. And it was a game changer for all of us here during Op Sindoor. So that is happening.
Can you explain that? Because that sounds very fascinating. And in that, it also brings the aspect of innovation. Is that innovation where the army and our IITs, our students and the industry working together innovate to give the best to our armed forces?
Absolutely. In fact, I was trying to tell you certain facets that the Indian Army is doing. If I bring it down to the Southern Command level, Southern Command once again uniquely endowed. If I tell you, more than 30 of the top Indian institutes are in peninsular India, which lies in my area of responsibility. So if it is academia is concerned, we are outreaching to the IITs, we have all the DRDO labs. So it's all there. If I talk of the industry, we again have from DPSUs to big industries, big private players, down to the smallest MSMEs and startups. In fact, nearly 60% of these MSMEs and startups exist in south of India, which is in my area of responsibility, and we are actually taking them on, hand-holding, pushing these MSMEs and startups up the food chain, because we need to give them that visibility. We need them to actually make for us, make for India, so that we are once again poised to fight for India with equipment that has been designed and developed in India. So that is how I see, and we are all synergized towards making that happen.
That sounds so fascinating, and the Atmanirbhar route perhaps is the best way to take it forward. General, I'd love to have a much longer conversation with you, but for joining me on this part of the India Today Conclave, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. Great interacting with you, and wishing you and India Today the very best ahead.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Dr. Pradipta Basu Radhiko Khaitan to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guest. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together. Lieutenant General Dheeraj Seth. Thank you, sir. It's an honor and pleasure. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this opportunity to invite on stage Air Marshal Suraj Singh, Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Air Command. Air Marshal Suraj Singh, an ace fighter pilot. Sir, welcome. Sir, I want to begin by talking about the air power, the weapon of choice, Balakot 2019, and now Operation Sindoor. How did the Indian Armed Forces, with Air Force being the spearhead, ensure Pakistan was on its knees in 88 hours, firing just about 50 odd weapons across 11 air bases? What was the thinking? How do you do it? How did the Air Force do it, sir?
Okay. Air Force is the youngest when you look at the conventional domain warfare among all three services. With the advancement of technology and the way the war fighting has evolved, especially in the last 3 decades, air power has become the first preference by virtue of its characteristics and which all. You mentioned about 90 hours, but actually the outcome was decided in the first 25 minutes. The impact it had and the strategic messaging it conveyed and the effects which got generated with that, in the first 25 minutes, majority of the objectives laid down by the politico-military system were all achieved. air power, the technology has advanced so much. In few minutes or a few hours, you can achieve an objective which probably took few days or few weeks, 20, 30 years back. And especially after the Gulf War, the advancement has happened so much. And as a national, at the national level, air power is the option available at the moment, mainly because speed, reach, flexibility, precision, and the impact you want without collateral attrition in the environment. That's why air power is becoming a choice, but it's a national asset and it's being utilized to achieve the national objectives. So from that perspective, it is there. And with respect to this first 25 minutes, it is the planning, the synergized decision making and collective efforts at the highest level. And this time, it is very, very heartening to see the whole of government approach, that 360-degree approach, where very clear-cut directions by the highest hierarchy, from the Prime Minister and the CCS, and subsequently very active interaction between all three services and CDS, defining the objectives, selecting the targets, and hitting it with the most appropriate weapon available to achieve in the shortest possible time. So in my opinion, the first 25 minutes on that day, early morning, were the most decisive things, and most of the activities or the conveying of messaging and achievement of objectives and effects were achieved within that.
Sir, when we talk about air power, is the nation now, the political leadership, yes, because we saw that in Balakot also, employment of air power, crossing the LC, hitting across the international border, and here the employment of air power, are we now graduating in understanding from, tactical support to the army, to an air power, to now an aerospace power? Describe this transition, because current warfare and future warfare, aerospace power becomes extremely crucial as a war-winning factor.
Okay, all the instruments of war fighting are part of your national, the comprehensive national power. So when you look at this, it's one of the instruments available, and the air power has the peculiar characteristics where it can be employed in every war fighting domain, whether it is maritime domain, or the land warfare, or the aerial domain, EW, in cyber, space, the aviation or the military aviation is part and parcel of that. And in times to come, the applicability of this aviation component is going to be there in each and every war-fighting domain. And the Indian Armed Forces, and especially the Indian Air Force, they're all prepared to meet those challenges in next decade.
Sir, your challenges are not just on your western front, but where you've come from, the northern and eastern front. The challenges there are huge. Now, how do you meet that challenge, and what would be the message from Operation Sindoor to the adversary to the north and the east?
Well, firstly, I must compliment you on selecting the Western Naval Command, the Southern Command, and the Eastern Air Command. So in a way, you have covered the entire spectrum of India from the military forces point of view. In the eastern sector, from preparedness point of view, there are two factors which actually come into play. One is the terrain is very peculiar in that environment, and one is the weather. So both these factors are very well dovetailed in our operational training. And we have a very good interaction with the Indian Army, the Eastern Command and the Eastern Air Command. And we do a lot of joint exercises across the entire spectrum, from Sikkim to Arunachal Pradesh. And we have the mechanisms in place to continuously practice in these two specific environments, and ready for that. The infrastructure development is something which has got a real push in the last about 5-6 years. And especially because protection of assets and availability of assets is one aspect which is being factored. Operations from all the airfields available in the east is something what Air Force has done in the last 5-6 years. And every airstrip which is available in the eastern sector is utilized to undertake air operations. Additionally, the emergency landing fields, one is ready, one should be ready in about a month's time, and few more are coming up. So the infrastructure push is also there, and the armed forces in a joint environment with the Eastern Command and the Eastern Air Command both do this exercise in high altitude terrains. In fact, recently we've done a lot of weaponry, air-to-ground weaponry in high altitude ranges to get a more realistic training for our aircrew in that environment. So all these are aimed for preparedness in a joint environment, synergized environment in the eastern sector. Operation Sindoor has definitely conveyed messaging across to the north also in terms of our resolve, in terms of our preparedness, and in terms of our capability to achieve the desired objectives in a very, very limited and short period.
Were you, maybe surprised is not the correct word, but the manner in which the adversary to the north and the west operated together during Operation Sindoor, and beyond just sharing weapons or giving weapons, but, you know, the satellite imagery, real-time intelligence, does that make the challenge bigger in future warfare?
Yeah, armed forces are very well aware, and it's a known fact that collusivity in providing the information, providing the assets in terms of weapons especially, and also undertaking operations together and sharing the information is known. In fact, I recollect when I was DG Air Ops about 2 years back, there was one particular exercise we were doing, and we had the Chinese aircraft and the Pakistan aircraft, the monitoring aircraft, both flying together at the same time on both sides to make sure that we gather the information across. And even in the eastern sector, the aviation activity has increased over about 4 to 5 years, if you look at that. The preparedness, when you look at northern side, if you look at 10 years back, they had about 4 or 5 airfields which were active from Ladakh to Arunachal. Now it's about 8 and likely to increase to 14 to 15 by about 2030. So that is the kind of push to the aviation component which is being undertaken by China. And on our side also, we are equally prepared. We have a fairly well spread out assets availability across the entire spectrum. So in times to come, air power is likely to increase further in terms of its applicability and employability in the northern side.
Sir, the manner in which China is developing air bases, airfields in Tibet, right now, how is our infrastructure geared to deal with it? What more do we need to do? And that question, that 5th generation fighter trap, I'll come to that 5th generation fighter trap in just a moment, because he's already flying 2, he's giving 1 to Pakistan, and we are still in the process of trying to put it together. Where do we stand there?
The efforts put in toward generation of fighter, especially in the last 10 years, has been tremendous by India. We have the LC already flying, 2 squadrons are already there. We have already placed orders for about 80 plus, another 2. In next 5 to 7 years, maybe we'll have about 300 plus our own LCA coming up. And they will gradually catch up to 4.5 to 5th generation, and then MCA will come up subsequently. China, yes, they are flying the 4.5, 5th generation aircraft. They are available, but their operational exploitation and employability is still a question mark. They are flying, they are available, but their operational, in terms of mass scale deployment in the entire spectrum, is still a long way to go. And from our side, once these LCAs come up and the Su-30, that Super 30 project, when it comes up, we will have a fairly well-balanced, and along with the Rafales, fairly well-balanced asset availability to handle the situation with respect to 4.5 and 5th generation.
What more needs to be done to give that big push to to that jointmanship, Atmanirbharta and integration, that the mantra that the Prime Minister gave all three services?
Yeah, Jai is the one, Dheeraj spoke about it. It's a fantastic concept, and the efforts put in by all three services are very good. The Air Force started the joint infrastructure or the architecture way back in 1970, when we had the advanced headquarters in all army commands. We had Maritime Air Operations Center in the WNC, and we have a maritime element of Air Force in the Eastern Naval Command. And all these structures, even up to core headquarter level, we have a TAC, the Tactical Air Center, and we have a JADC, Joint Air Defense Center. So all these have been existing from 70s till now, and they have functioned and they have proven their worth in this time. So from Air Force perspective, the joint architecture is existing and is working very well. Recently, we had that Akash Tir integration in the Eastern Air Command sector, along with the formations of Eastern Command, and it has worked very well. The availability of information or the situational awareness between the Army and Air Force is fantastic. Down to the lowest level, people have a good visibility, starting from the IACCS node, where the Air Force, the command headquarters, the core headquarters, the DIV headquarters, and up to the field formation level. That visibility is available, which facilitates to understand what is happening in each other's domain and take decisions which are adding to the final military objectives in a joint environment.
Sir, I've sadly run out of time, but you know that story of the S-400, which is seen as an air defense system, hitting the enemy target 325 kilometers away, the most fascinating thing that I can think of in an offensive role.
That's the first time. I don't think any other hit has been achieved at such long distances. And BrahMos, of course, is a fantastic weapon what we had. So this Atmanirbharta thing has helped us a lot. And this S-400 getting a hit at such long distances is a good confidence for the whole of nation. And it's a fantastic weapon available from defensive and offensive point of view.
Sir, for joining me here at the India Today Conclave, many thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, and Shubhkamnaएं.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Dr. Pradipta Basu Radhiko Khetan to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Air Marshal Surat Singh. Thank you, sir. Privilege and an honor. Thank you.
I now have the privilege of inviting on stage the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, the Brahmastra, if I may say, that many fear. Sir, welcome. So good to have you on stage. Please sit, sir. It is said, while the adversary fears our army and our air force, it shakes and shudders to think about what the Navy could do at its very tiny 1,000-kilometer long coastline. Sir, how did you put this fear of God in him after 1971?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me. It's such a great honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to join you this afternoon. The Indian Navy, of course, is a force that has not just tactical impact but strategic impact over a period of time in the fortunes of a nation. The 1971 memory, of course, is fresh in everybody's mind, and it, in a way, demonstrated what the Navy can do in terms of battle, because what the Navy can do goes beyond the immediate battle, and it goes, it hits at the that tends to hurt the nation a lot longer than the immediacy of a war. And therefore, the Navy holds this potential, and what we did during Operation Sindoor was yet again another episode of the same demonstration of what the Navy can do and what potential the Navy has to not just destroy an enemy military force, but destroy the enemy economically if they don't behave well.
Brilliant. Is that the biggest lesson for you from Operation Sindoor? That just the fact that Indian Navy ships are out there in the Arabian Sea, the enemy is scared to venture out. I believe if those reports are there that those Pakistani ships, they didn't just stay at the harbor. They went into the civilian side of the harbor.
Well, what the Pakistani Navy might want to do is left to the Pakistani Navy to decide. But we knew that if the Pakistani Navy should venture out to a certain, to any kind of misadventure, then we were prepared, we were deployed. We had a very strong deterrent posture, as we call it, and we were ready to strike. Our understanding, of course, of how the operations were planned and conducted was we had very clear political direction. And from where I sit, what I understood was, of course, this was an operation that was limited very specifically to taking out terror centers and terrorist groups. And so the government did not want to target the enemy, did not want to target the enemy state or the enemy military. But should the enemy military try to venture out and escalate the scope of the conflict, then the Indian Navy, of course, was deployed in strength, and the Indian Navy was ready for what might follow. And our understanding at the end of the operations is that because the Indian Navy was deployed in strength and in readiness, in a way we locked up the Pakistani Navy where it was. And if they did, want to venture out into some kind of escalation, then we were ready to strike and strike very hard.
Sir, the concept of complete sea control is very essential for maritime trade. And India is a seafaring nation. We may have forgotten it or the history that was taught to us. We did not look so much at peninsular India, and perhaps that's a debate for another time. But from the time of the Cholas to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj to Kanhoji Angre, it's all about India's maritime power. What is being done to increase it, especially when our adversary is adding close to 20 warships a year? The adversary to the north.
So, firstly, why is maritime security important to the fortunes of a nation? It's simply because transportation economics being what they are, the most cost-effective means of trade in any case continues to be the sea. Even today, about 90 to 95% of global trade is transacted on the seas. Most specifically to India's context, even today, about 95% by volume and about 70% by value of India's trade is transacted by sea. About 80% of our energy security is dependent on sea, out of which 85% of which comes from the sea. And therefore, for our energy security and our economic prosperity, stability of the maritime domain is very, very important. And that's why the Indian Navy finds maintaining stability, safety, and security in the entire region as a kind of article of faith for us. And we draw our inspiration from the fact that we impact directly the nation's economy. And we make a direct contribution to the nation's economic growth. And I think the maritime domain is very, very important simply because of that. And while we watch, and therefore, what do we see when we look at the maritime domain? We see, one, of course, where we stand geographically, we see important sea lines of communication of the world that carry a majority of the world's trade. They crisscross. We've got a lot of choke points. All of these sea lanes and choke points stand vulnerable to conventional, non-conventional threats, and the number of non-conventional threats are only multiplying by the day. We take it upon ourselves as a dominant navy in the region to make sure that we maintain stability and security, not just for our own national prosperity, but to make sure that there is some kind of stability in the entire Indian Ocean region. And therefore, we've got to take into our calculations on every single day of our lives, who are the players, what are the interests, why are they here, and therefore what is it that we need to do to make sure that we match up to them and make sure that we prevent them from doing anything inimical to what we want to do. And if they try something funny, then of course we are more than a match for them.
So in terms of numbers, how are we adding to the numbers? Because we need the numbers, that vast area from the North Arabian Sea to the South China Sea, and then seas are open to all, that we dominate the choke points as you mentioned. How are we doing on numbers and how are we improving? So because that's been one of your key KRAs, your key result areas and key focus areas.
I think we're doing very well there. You would, of course, recollect that from the time of our birth as an independent nation, we haven't had peaceful borders, and therefore our concentration for several years was predominantly on the borders and try to keep the borders quiet. That kind of effort continues even today. But as India's economy grew in the late 90s, the beginning of the 90s, the early 2000s, and now, of course, in the 21st century, there's a general realization in the nation that maritime security and maritime trade are extremely important for our future, and therefore the focus on the Navy, the Navy's role, the Navy, and we position ourselves as the first responder for any kind of calamity or contingency in the region, by which I mean we study trends and tendencies of everything that happens both geopolitically and in the security domain in the Indian Ocean region. And where we see there's a potential flashpoint or a hotspot, we are pre-positioned there so that if something should happen, then we are the first responders. We like to be its first responders as a responsible state and as the biggest state in the Indian Ocean region. It all depends on how you view yourself and what kind of self-image you'd like to give yourself. The Navy likes to give it, the Indian Navy has taken upon itself two roles in the region. One, of course, we like to be the first responder, which means we look at what's happening in the world, we see what might go wrong, and we like to be there when it happens so that we respond immediately. And two, we'd like to be a preferred security partner. We know that there are several island nations in the Indian Ocean region that have the same or similar maritime security concerns as we have. They may perhaps not have the same capability to tackle those maritime security threats. And so when they're looking for partnerships, we'd like to see that through our hard power and soft power that the nation represents, they prefer us to anybody else as a security partner. So we'd like to position ourselves as a preferred security partner in the ocean. And that's the image we carry with ourselves, and we are ready to do that in every single way that we can.
Oh, absolutely. Strong Navy is very important for projection of national power, of hard national power too. Is that the reason why India having that Great Nicobar base is so crucial for our nation? Describe why that's critical for the nation, sir.
I think it's important to understand that in the maritime domain, combat operations and normal operations are conducted over vast ocean spaces. And you're not fighting across the land border where tens of miles or hundreds of miles are important. Here we're talking of vast oceanic spaces where reach, sustainability, and immediacy are so important. Several times in maritime operations, you have nothing happen for days together where maritime forces are moving all over the ocean, and suddenly you get a small window of opportunity where all the action takes place, and that's when you've got to be there, be present, and be present in a position to impact the situation. And therefore, presence, reach, and sustainability are important. Any base that we can get from where we can launch our operations, that's why it becomes very, very important.
On Atmanirbharta, are you satisfied with the way we are progressing, and especially when you see conflict between Russia and Ukraine or all that's happening around the world? How is the Navy on Atmanirbharta, and especially in critical weapons and systems?
This is a topic that's very close to my heart, so please allow me a couple of minutes. One of the lessons we've learned, in fact, we learned several lessons from the Ukraine-Russia conflict. One, of course, is that the nature of war might perhaps be the same, but the character of war has changed a lot. New technologies, drone technologies, and all of that, a lot of people have spoken about, artificial intelligence, space-based networking, and all of that. So the first lesson we've learned, of course, is that technology is on the march, and the character of war is changing. The second lesson we learned was, of course, quite apart from Operation Sindoor and what we saw in Operation Sindoor that was limited in geography and in scope and in objectives, several times there used to be a conversation about wars being sharp and swift. And now, of course, we've got to be ready and plan for short and swift wars, but they could be long and protracted as well, as this is demonstrated, so you need to have the staying power. The third thing that all of us learned as an armed force, of course, is that supply chains get disrupted, especially when you're dependent on foreign sources, and that's why Atmanirbharta is such an important concept by which we raise our armed forces. The Navy, of course, has always been some kind of an Atmanirbhar Navy. Of course, that we produce all our ships indigenously here. At the moment, we've got 54 ships on order in various shipyards. all of them built in India, and we've ramped up to about 75% above in our indigenous content of all the ships that we've done. And so we have, for us, Atmanirbharta has been some kind of an article of faith. And, you know, we have actually declared that by 2047, when we have a national vision of being Viksit Bharat, by 2047, the Indian Navy shall be completely Atmanirbhar Navy, which means not just do we produce ships, submarines and aircraft in this country, but we also produce at the component level everything that we have, so that if indeed we need to import something, that is only by a choice, but not by compulsion.
Outstanding. I've sadly run out of time on this part of the show, but there's one very interesting thing that I want all our viewers and listeners and the audience here to know. The map in the Navy Chief's office has India as the center of the world. Now that map should be global. It should be everywhere. India at the center of the world. The stronger armed forces you have, the stronger nation we will have. Admiral, many thanks for joining me. Admiral Swaminathan, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command. Gentlemen,
Thank you so much.
A warm round of applause.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great honor and pleasure. And left to the Indian Armed Forces, India will always be at the center of the world.
India is at the center of the world. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together while I call upon Dr. Pradipta Basu Radhiko Khaitan to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. Three back-to-back riveting sessions that we've had, practically encompassing all three forces all together on this dais.
May I, for a moment,
representing different parts of the country.
Yes, take this opportunity to invite, sir, please join us on stage for a group photo. Yeah.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege, and for all of us to take a few seconds to pay reverence to our men and women in uniform who've made this possible for us, like the Admiral said, to be the center of the world and endeavor to do so at least. With that, I'd request all of you to please stand up, and we'd like to play the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a moment to reflect to all the men and women in uniform, our boots on ground that keep us safe, that allow us the privilege to be here, discuss an operation that we so succeeded in. Give us just about a minute and we are ready to power into our next session. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. एक सेकंड अनाउंस कर दो. Allow me to quickly introduce our next session. We are back to business, literally so. Our next session, middle class, the new bulls in the market. To take it from here, inviting on stage moderator Siddharth Zarabi.
Gives me great pleasure to call upon stage and introduce Madhusudan Kela, promoter of MK Ventures, one of the most well-known faces in the Indian market. We're also joined by Nilesh Shah, the managing director of Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company. Again, someone who is seen on television channels all over the media, not just for his views on the market, but the broader economy and India's growth story, and also Pramod Gubbi, the co-founder of Marcellus. Three of the best market gurus that India has produced. And thank you very much for your time with us today. I was wondering when this session was going on, whether defense stocks would be reacting to points like Atmanirbhar Navy as far as production is concerned, 54 ships on order, and perhaps many more to go. We are also seeing news items as we practically walked in of more orders being placed as far as fighter aircraft is concerned, and we know what's happening in the defense space. But before I dive into this session, ladies and gentlemen, just some data points for all of you to appreciate why this session and why is it significant. The National Stock Exchange has just put out some data which says that there are 120 million unique investor accounts. So there is total number is around 235 million, 120 million are unique. 1 in every 4 women of these investors are women. 99.85% of India's PIN codes are covered. These investors are present across 99.85% of India's PIN codes. And the 3 states with the highest. And this might surprise some of you and may not surprise some of you. So Maharashtra is obviously leading with 19 million investors, Madhubhai. But UP comes second with 14 million and Gujarat with 10.3 million. So, you know, this is a bit of how India has changed, particularly in the last 4 years. And I want to get these 3 experts here to talk about why it has changed, what is the current phase, and where do we go from here. Madhu, I'm coming to you. Explain for the lay viewer, to the public, why is this happening in the last 4 years, this huge increase? Is this people being greedy? Or is there a new investment, save, invest, prosper culture that is now happening in India?
Yeah. Siddharth, first of all, thank you for having me. I've interacted many times with you in the past, so great to catch up again. So I would say the latter is true. I don't think it is purely driven by greed. Investing in equities, or at least over the last 5 years, looks like a culture. And equity today, in my understanding, is an accepted asset class among investors. So all of these numbers which you said, obviously a lot has changed in the last 5 years. Let me give you a 5-year back picture. So that 12 crore investor you said maybe was less than 2 crores 5 years back. The market capitalization was $1.2 trillion in COVID lows. Today it is $5.5 trillion, right? And let's not forget the gold prices, which have gone up 3.5 times. So as per earlier estimate, 5 years back, India had $1.5 to $2 trillion worth of gold. So that number would be maybe $5 to $6 trillion. However, there is no real data officially available on the gold holding. At least I don't know of, right? So there is a tremendous wealth effect which has happened in India. 100% of gold appreciation belongs to India. And 85% of the stock market appreciation actually belongs to India. Only 15% of our market is owned by foreign institutional investors. So whether they're promoter or retail investors. So people have actually made a lot of money, right, in the last 5 years. Now the question is, has everyone participated into this? So the answer is a clear no, that, not everyone has participated. The people who are left out, they are beginning. They are starting somewhere. So when you go to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, you can clearly see it. That, there is a lot of also left out feeling among the broader investing group. And mutual fund investing, specifically the SIP, has generated consistently over the last 20 years superior returns than bank deposits. So maybe that fact is also catching up.
Absolutely. Nileshji, in fact, this bit about bank deposits is a macro factor and a worry in some quarters because the financialization of savings is happening. But the Atmanirbhar market point that Madhu made, and Uttar Pradesh having the second largest number, this was unimaginable 20 years ago. What is behind this?
So thank you, Siddharth Bhai, for having me over here. I'll attribute this to kal, aaj aur kal phenomena. So जो कल था वो grandfather के जमाने के थे. They invested in EPFO, Provident Fund. Today, Provident Fund corpus is about 25 lakh crore. As on March 24, March 25, it will be 30 lakh crore. And there are more than 7 crore subscribers. So on an average, after investing for so many years, subscriber is making about 3 lakh rupee. Fast forward to NPS, it was introduced only in 2004. Total corpus is now about 14 lakh crore. A number of real subscribers, excluding the NPS Vatsalya scheme and stuff like that, is about 1.2 crore. Average subscriber wealth is about 11.24 lakh. 3.34 versus 11.24 कल की generation को समझ में आ गया. Then आज की generation and the father generation, they went into PPF, and if they invested about 1.5 lakh rupee for 25 years, principal investment was 37.5 lakh rupee. It grew to about 1.1 crore tax-free. The same money invested in equity-linked savings scheme, average equity-linked savings scheme, not the best performing, 37.5 lakh crore would have gone to 4.4 crore taxable. 12.5% tax निकाल दो, still 1 crore versus 4 crore. वो आज की generation को समझ आ गया. अब आने वाली कल की generation है, which is the son and daughter, they have seen benefit of startup investing. Their dreams are getting wings with the startup investing. So this phenomena is the kal, aaj aur kal, realizing that real wealth is made by partnering with India's best entrepreneurs.
Okay, real wealth is made by partnering with India's best entrepreneurs, and this is a very important point because we are here at the India Today Conclave and we discuss the broader economy, the political economy and general politics. In many years ago, I would say entrepreneurship and private sector capital was a vilified term, and it was believed that all companies are robber barons, and this was alleged. But Pramod, coming to you, is there a downside to this? Because if we were to go into that data, the median age of the investor, particularly ones who have come in now, the point that Nilesh also made, is just 33 years. So let's imagine somebody enters the workforce at 23. He has just 10 years and he is putting in far higher amounts of his surplus capital into the markets, Pramod.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me here. I think the answer is in your question itself. And like Nilesh Bhai said, we are an extremely young country from a demographic perspective. And given that equity is a long-term asset class, the fact that our average or median investor is young means that he has a long runway to deal with short-term volatility. And I think Nilesh and the mutual fund industry have done a phenomenal job in terms of creating this awareness that you're not here for a quick buck. There are ills on the FNO end of the spectrum, which I think the government has recognized is fulfilling. But long-term investing in equities through mutual funds in a systematic way, through SIPs, is tailor-made for India's demographics, because these kids at 30, 33 still have 30 years to go before fulfilling their retirement goals. If not India, who else would take this longer-term risk? Having said that, yes, there are shorter-term risks which will play out. We've had 5 quarters of single-digit earnings growth, valuations are high, there are plenty of risks on the geopolitical side, trade and so on. But as long as we create this awareness that the real risk is not about losing your money. If you're talking about risk of going through temporary slowdowns, I think the onus is on us, all three of us and the rest of the industry, to educate and ensure the investor stays invested. And as Madhu, was saying outside, that if you look at people who've invested 20 years ago, we've been through several downturns, right? I mean, the GFC or Lehman crisis was a 60% drawdown for the market. Despite that, people who had invested prior to that are sitting on significant wealth creation. So the onus is on us, and luckily I think the spread of social media, it has its downsides, but it gives a platform for all of us to communicate effectively to the end investor that this is the real benefit, rather than trying to get swayed away by instant gratification. If you focus on your financial aspirations, for a young country it's all long term, and build a portfolio to stay invested for the long run, the outcomes will be good, provided you have the emotional bandwidth to go through the shorter term, inevitable short term downturns.
Madhubhai, will the outcome be good for all investors? Because this is also a learning, particularly in derivatives, that perhaps 9.5 out of 10 people actually lose money in that. But will the outcome be good for all investors? Because I see it as a business journalist myself, everyone and their auntie and uncle is investing in the markets now.
But the people who are speculating in derivatives, you don't call them investors.
They are traders.
They are speculators. They are traders, right? So I don't know, because I don't speculate in the F&O market, so I don't know the outcome about that. But I have been in the mutual fund industry for 15, 17 years. So Siddharth, just to give you a context, the Reliance Growth Fund scheme which we started at 10 rupees. When I left, it was 1150 rupees. That was 2016. Today we are in 2026. It is 4,000 rupees.
10 rupees.
10 rupees.
Is 4,000.
So, and has it gone through ups and downs?
Of course.
Of course it has gone through ups and downs. There are various instances wherein 25%, 30%, 35% corrections would have happened in NAV over the last maybe 25 years, maybe 5, 7, 10 times, right? But all investors, I repeat again, all investors who have had faith in India and have a long-term view have actually ended up making money. See, the risk, Siddharth, is what is the risk in the market? Biggest risk. As Pramod was saying, the risk is not of losing. The risk is of time frame. So if you want to make money in 6 months, you say that I have 1 lakh rupee because मेरे पड़ोसी ने 1 लाख का 1.5 लाख कर लिया, कोई individual share लेके, and I am trying to replicate that, and I want to do it in the 6 months, without understanding, without knowledge, based on some tip. So that is the risk of losing money. But if you have the time frame, and if you are not leveraging, and if you are doing the asset allocation properly in a sensible manner, you will continue to generate, I think, superior returns than bank deposits or any other form of investment which I know of, which is liquid, like whether it is debt, bonds, fixed income of any form. You will continue to generate that return, I think, over the next 10 years. Now, let me warn you again, the last 4-5 years have been exceptional in terms of return, except last 1 year, because in COVID, we made a very, like a unreal bottom. Correct. Because of the events, right? So the prices were very, very low. So from there, the returns, obviously, markets have come to average or it's gone above average. So returns have been exceptional between 2021 and 2025 period. Last year is kind of little lull. So people, if you are extrapolating again, that because I made, let's say, 30% CAGR return for the last preceding 4 or 5 years, I will continue to make that. That is again a fallacy. Because in the long run, you will only get your equity premium, which is, let's say, fixed income is 7%. So you may get 5, 6, 7% higher than the equity, than the bank rate.
नीलेश भाई, कल वाली जनरेशन को किस टाइप की रिटर्न्स के साथ संतुष्ट रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि मार्केट्स और संतुष्टि दोनों साथ साथ रहनी चाहिए. द पॉइंट दैट मधु मेक्स दैट यू शुड नॉट become very greedy or expects outside returns because the one-off phenomenal events have happened.
So returns will come with your risk-taking ability. Someone who wants to take high risk should expect higher return. Someone who doesn't want to take should expect lower return. But you will grow and prosper.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is the trader a higher risk person? Are they those who are tolerant of higher risk, or are they just being too greedy?
So most traders are greedy, and few successful traders are higher risk taker. If you are trading against a person who has better connectivity through co-location, better algos, and better computing power, how are you going to win against them? That guy has ability to take risk. He has access to infinite amount of capital. Against that, a greedy person doesn't stand a chance. There's a very good saying in the market: people with money come, lose money, get experience. So there is greedy people, there is smart people. We should not fight smart people. But risk and return will go hand in hand. You take higher risk in, let's say, small and mid-cap, micro-caps, volatility will be high, but your returns could be good. If you're conservative, you go for large caps, your volatility will be less, you will make less return. The most important thing which an investor should focus upon is asset allocation. There are opportunities in precious metal, there's opportunity in performing credit, there's opportunity in venture capital, startup investing, unlisted segment. So please diversify your portfolio so that you have a better ability to withstand volatility. Mutual fund or investment is not just equity. There is equally other components like performing credit, precious metal, REIT, InvIT, and so on and so forth.
So since you said precious metal, one quick quote before I go to Pramod. सोने का क्या होने वाला है?
So as long as global central bankers behave like Indian housewife, एक बार सोना खरीद लिया बेचेंगे नहीं, तो सोना will continue to rise. But one point of caution, like lab-grown diamond came and crashed natural diamond prices, please put a Google alert on lab-grown gold. There are two instances of manufactured gold or a lab-grown gold. One in CERN, Large Hadron Collider, where for a few nanoseconds, lead was converted into gold in few nanograms. It didn't stay there, it disappeared. And the cost was prohibitive, so they haven't repeated that experience again. Second, in US, a startup has converted mercury into gold through nuclear fusion. Again, this is very costly today, and it's not stable, but keep a Google alert on lab-grown gold. Till such time lab-grown gold comes, I think central bankers will ensure gold prices remain higher.
Okay. Pramod, I want to ask you on the bit about advice. Who is tomorrow's successful investor going to be? Someone who does old-style research, follows experts and market masters like you, or goes to an artificial intelligence tool? How will technology, along with other market forces, influence the investor's experience in the years ahead?
Right. I mean, when it comes to fulfilling your long-term financial aspirations, I think, like Nilesh said, asset allocation is the best way, right? And today there are plenty of tools available which can give you, based on your risk appetite, allocations to different asset classes like equity, fixed income, real estate. And like Nilesh bhai said, at the end of the day, the diversification helps reduce the volatility. And this is a very important aspect. While we can all wax eloquent about long-term investing, go through downturns, what Daniel Kahneman has taught us is evolution has made the human mind averse to losses. And that's a reality we need to expect. And as a result, if you can't diversify across asset classes, you will eventually take the wrong decision, which is getting out at the bottom of the market or coming in after a euphoria. With respect to stock market investing, I think we ourselves are realizing some of the benefits. Within Marcellus, we've tried to implement Notebook LLM as our default choice for first cut research. For example, for a first cut research on a new company would take an analyst about 15 days. Today we can get there in 15 minutes. It's not 100% accurate, so it doesn't mean that AI will get you the insight. At best, AI is a productivity booster. So instead of having a 10-member research team covering 500 stocks, today we can potentially do 2,000 stocks with the same bandwidth capability. So at the end of the day, AI can only be a tool. It's not going to give you a blinding insight which a human being couldn't have arrived at. How you use those tools is up to people. For the retail investor, I still think that you're better off investing in mutual funds where there is a professional manager. Not because any of us professional managers have any better skill. It's just that it's, it's what we do for a living. So it's the hours of the day which is spent in researching, analyzing, and understanding which gives us an edge. Perhaps we've all made our mistakes, so you sort of piggyback on our mistakes rather than you trying to make those mistakes. But there are startups which are trying to democratize investing, right? Like I said, AI tools being available to the retail investor. Suddenly, like a professional fund manager with a 20-man research team, a retail investor could potentially have a research team at its beck and call, but it's not human beings, but AI. But very early science, we're watching this space because it puts us at risk because it democratizes stock market investing.
Nilesh, I'll come to you quickly before I go to Madhu for the last point on this. This mutual fund sahi hai is a very popular line that everyone understands. But, we are planning our next annual mutual fund issue. And one of the research points that we got was that there is just too much of choice in mutual funds. There are like hundreds and thousands of schemes and it confuses people. At the industry level, are you thinking about this for the general population, not the very aware investors, to make mutual fund आसान along with सही?
Very fair point. But पहले तो सिद्धार्थ भाई मुझे म्यूचुअल फंड सही है प्रूव करना है लोगों को. ये सबके पास करेंसी नोट घर पे पड़े हैं, जेब में पड़े हैं. The total currency note in India is 38 lakh crore. The total investment made by people after seeing Madhubhai's performance of 10 to 1100, and there are many such schemes, is less than that. I'm yet not able to convince the crowd that घर पे पैसों के झाड़ नहीं उगेंगे. आपकी currency note हर रोज depreciate होगी. मेरे म्यूचुअल फंड में आ जाइए, थोड़ी पिटाई जरूर होगी, लेकिन इवेंचुअली आपको पैसा बना के देंगे. तो पहले तो मुझे म्यूचुअल फंड सही है प्रूव करना इन लोगों को जो करेंसी नोट पे बैठे ये उम्मीद में कि पैसों के झाड़ उगेंगे. आसान भी करेंगे. There are total about 1800 schemes. I will say just one scheme for an average investor, multi-asset allocation fund. Today, if you are rich, you will get private banking service. Mutual funds have created a product which gives India's best fund manager to allocate into debt, equity and precious metal. एक ही fund में invest करिए. If I take average of multi-asset allocation funds return, it has outperformed 99% of investors. आप चीजों को मुश्किल मत बनाइए. आसान चीजें आसानी से accept कर लीजिए.
Acceptance is key. Madhu, as we come to the end of the session, I'm reminded of many years ago when you had mentioned that you'd given a call for the Sensex at 30,000 and many people at that stage didn't...
At 3,000.
At 3,000 and many people didn't believe you and they said, what is this? He's driving up the market. But I have to ask you this question. Today, what's your call for the Nifty and for the Sensex?
So, Siddharth, I vividly remember the Sensex was 3,000 and you interviewed me. and we discussed, can it go to 30,000? And you asked me 3 times, I still have that clip. I said, yes, it can go to 30,000. Rather, I said, it will go to 30,000. I don't know when. So not only it has gone to 30,000, it has come to 85,000 now. So that it will continue to grow. It will go to 1 lakh, it may go to even 2 lakh, right? But we don't know the time frame, right? The time frame is uncertain. The trajectory is clear that we are on an upward trend. In India, the trajectory is clear. And I would say, let me just sum up again. I don't think we could comprehend what I was saying in the first instance, that we have had $8 trillion worth of wealth effect in India in the last 4 or 5 years. This, to my mind, is the biggest bonanza given by the government to Indian public. Because this is clearly, as I said, 85% of equity wealth creation is owned by Indian people or Indian companies, Indian entrepreneurs. 100% of gold appreciation is owned by the retail public. So this kind of money which is being made will pursue a lot of people जो अभी जेब में cash लेके घूम रहे हैं and who don't yet are not appreciating the power of compounding and the power of returns on the equity side. They will come.
Absolutely. Viewers and the audience here, take those words. Greed doesn't work in the markets. Patience and understanding and believing in the power of compounding. Madhu Khela, Nilesha and Pramod, thank you very much for your time with us today. Back to you, Preeti.
I hope we got some good insights and tips there. With that, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for our esteemed panelists while I call upon Mr. Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Educational Society, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. What we are also going to do, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Raise a warm applause for our 3 panelists who gave us some sterling advice, especially where most of us come from, the middle class. Sound financial advice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do is take a 30-minute lunch break. We reconvene here exactly 30 minutes from now. I request all delegates to exit from the side doors. And we have a bit of a musical treat lined up for you right after the lunch session. Our platinum delegates, lunch.
रास्ता है वही शहर
तो कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती नहीं, यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश, अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना।
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature, and through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारों में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ
a lazy lunch, but do come in if you do not want to miss our next session.
रास्ता है वही वही शहर।
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यही अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश, अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Prime time, meet the young maestro. Calling upon stage Lydian Nadhaswaram piano prodigy. And before I get into any which way details, I want to quickly call him on stage and let's begin. You know, you'll know exactly why he's a prodigy in exactly 5 minutes. He needs very little introduction. We're going to save the chat for later. You might all want your, yes, keep your mobiles up. You've been transported to some Victorian square in Vienna. Put your hands together. There's a reason I said he's not just a piano maestro, but a prodigy in the making. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for Lydian Nadhaswaram. He is with us. When he was, 2 years old, he had a ear for music. At 4, he was already playing the tabla, thinking about playing the piano. And correct me wherever I'm wrong. By the time he was 8 years old, you taught yourself the piano. He was banging Chopin, Mozart, all of that by the time you were 8 years. By the time he was 13, he won CBS show, The World's Best. He's under the tutelage of A.R. Rahman. All of that. And like I said, 13, he won the CBS show, The World's Best, and he is still not marriageable age by Indian standards. So you know how young he is. So he's a prodigy, clearly, and we're very glad to have you. We're going to try and get you to play as much for us in that little time. But Lydian, just tell us about your story.
Firstly, my greetings to everyone gathered here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at India Today Conclave and representing this prodigy thing. So I'm so happy to be here. So yeah, my journey, I started my journey when I was 2 years old as a drummer, and I kind of nurtured it from there with the help of my parents, and also I'm mostly self-taught. And thanks to my sister, she has been the biggest guiding light of my life, my sister and my father. And it just started from there, and when I was 10 years old, I shifted my main instrument to piano, and I started to perform when I was 3 years old along with my father and my sister. So this is how my journey began.
You know, it's spectacular, Lydian, and 2 years old, I don't know. What were you doing when you were 2? He was a drummer when he was 2 years old. But you also come from a musical family, Lydian. You have a fair bit of legacy there. But 2-year-old to start your journey, Lydian's just 20, and he celebrated his birthday just 10 days ago. So he's 1 year short of even attaining the marriageable age in India. But Lydian, he's been on the Ellen DeGeneres show when you were 13 years old?
Yes, you're right.
13 years old. And, I'm amazed. And can I make you do exactly what she did with you? Is to play blindfolded. But I'm going to make you do that in just about a minute. But Lydian, for somebody as you, because for us, you are spectacular talent. You're a prodigy. But is it was it natural to you, or was it nurtured? Because your parents gave up a lot just to nurture the kind of talent that we see today.
Well, I think it's both. This is my humble opinion too. Because many people learn music and other arts by interest, and for some people it's natural. So like Cristiano Ronaldo said, talent without hard work is useless. So nature gives you the gift, and nurture makes it shine. So it's both.
How many hours do you put in terms of nurturing your own natural talent?
I'm not a regular school-going boy or a college-going boy. So I'm completely homeschooled, and I stay in my home, and I completely spend the time whenever I'm awake in music.
Do you miss that? Because the thing with spectacularly being talented is that you miss the regular lives of doing absolutely nothing, drooling when you were 2-year-old, or at 13 trying to maybe, find a way to just get out and play some basketball. By the time you're 18, try to cut some classes and impress some girls. Did any of that happen in your journey?
No, this is the best life what I could ever ask for, and that my parents have shaped me and given me. And, everyone has their own interests, and they choose their hobbies and careers and what they want to do.
Right.
But to get to know what regular schooling is, I went to school till my 2nd grade. But then I told my parents that I want to do full-time music. So it was completely my decision. So I'm very, very happy with what I'm doing now and what I'm involved in.
One quick express question. You've spoken about your sister, you've spoken about your parents and how they've been such a big influence in your life. You've been under the tutelage of A.R. Rahman. Who inspires you?
My biggest all-time inspirations is the king of pop, Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And
that's a good one.
Yeah. And the 7-time Grammy Award winner, my brother, the genius musician, Mr. Jacob Collier.
Yeah. That's good. Do you play any of the Michael Jackson songs on piano?
Absolutely.
You know, we haven't discussed anything, but he also, what he does is he plays blindfolded. There's another surprise which we're going to quickly come in. I have a 4-minute time. I'm going to give you 2 minutes extra.
Absolutely.
So, can we just get Suhani, my colleague, to come up on stage and blindfold him to make sure that he's actually blindfolded? Because he looked at this cloth and he says, this is not really going to blindfold me. We're like, we'll make sure we do it. What are you playing for us? Suhani, will you just put the mic to him so he tells us what he's playing for us?
So, as we were talking about Michael Jackson, I would like to play one of his songs.
Perfect. None of this was discussed, huh? This is all impromptu. Lydian, that was superb. I'm going to get 4 more minutes. So I'm going to ask him one quick question. Lydian, you play possibly every instrument, which is the piano, you play the tabla.
I play up 35 instruments.
35 instruments. And you create your own music.
Yes.
And you've also started singing.
Kind of.
Okay, what's up on the horizon?
Sorry?
What's the next big project?
So now we are doing this project, I mean myself and my sister, we are doing this project called the Tirukkural 1330. So Tirukkural is life lessons written as couplets by, I can say, world's greatest teacher humbly. His name is Thiruvalluvar. He's a poet, he's a Tamil poet. He lived like 2,500 years back, if I'm right. And so it has 1,330 couplets, and we are turning everything into music in collaboration with 1,000 singers from all over the world. And the project is completed, and the volume 1 was released on September 6th, and we got 9 more volumes coming up in 10 countries. We are launching in 10 countries, and this is one of the world's longest produced musical albums. So this is 22 plus hours of music.
Well, congratulations on that, and we wish you a lot of luck going ahead. But another quick question before I'm going to get you back on the piano, which is, Indian influences, Western touch, how do you marry the two?
Well, it's not about blending genres or music. Music is one for me, and as it should be for everyone too, in my humble opinion. And it's more about uniting people through music. I look at it that way, and music is a universal language. And my research, even in this Tirukkural project, in this album of mine, I have experimented more than 200 plus musical styles. And even 2 years back when I released my first jazz albums, it has 12 tracks in it. And each one is different, and it has different jazz styles, but the identity of Indian culture and where I come from. So that's it.
Do you have friends?
Of course I have.
You do? Yes, I'm just asking because it seems that's all you do in terms of his music.
And the interesting part is my sister is my only friend.
Your sister's your only friend. Yeah. I wish you more friends. You should have more friends.
Of course.
But like I said, he's only 20. He has a long life there to make more friends, and I wish you lots of success and friends. And I'm going to thoroughly exploit you before I get you off the stage, because when you have a prodigy, we're going to make him play 2 songs by one from his left, one from his right on the same piano. Do you think it's possible? It is. What are you playing for us?
So in my right hand I'll be playing the Harry Potter, and my left hand I'll be playing the Mission Impossible simultaneously, and then I'll be ending with Pirates of Caribbean.
Okay, catch that. Let's go, Lydia. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is not a prodigy, then what is? Lydian, I have 4 more sessions to go, but I'm already telling you, you've been my best.
Thank you so much. So kind.
But, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. While I call upon, Lydian, stay on stage, while I call upon Shernik Mehta, Kokila Ben Ambani Hospital to quickly come up and present a small token of our appreciation to the young maestro in the house, viewers, Lydian Nadhaswaram. Spectacular, 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 Lydian. Thank you. Thank you. It was great to have you. All right, with that, we're going to quickly get on to our next session. First up, hands up of how many of you enjoyed this. Now, come on, give him a nice send-off. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go right down to our next session this evening. I want to quickly introduce the next session to you all, Power of Presence in the Changing Industry. I'd like to invite on stage sessions moderator Sonal Vaid, Digital Editor, Lifestyle Division, India Today Group.
Thank you, Preeti. Good afternoon, everyone. Today in this session, we are diving into the power of presence in one of India's most buzzing industries, which is Bollywood. Our guest, Bhumi Pednekar, is a prime example of what adaptability and intention takes and the way it makes you shine in an ever-evolving, fast industry, where trends are changing faster than models changing outfits at Fashion Week. From her breakthrough in Dam Laga Ke Haisha to her leap into sustainability with her new water brand Back Bay to using her voice for causes that matter, Bhumi knows exactly how to hold space and make it count. Please join me in welcoming her on stage as we talk about her evolution in entertainment, her new love for entrepreneurship, and everything in between. Hello, Bhumi. Hello. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and you're energized to hear me talk.
About water.
About water and many other things.
30 minutes after they've eaten lunch, it's the right time to talk about water.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm here on stage. Okay. I would say I would get you thirsty, but that would be wrong on this platform.
If I put up pictures of how you looked in Royals, that would be quite a thirst trap. Now that we are done with the puns, let's start the interview. Okay, so Bhumi, the subject for today's evening is power of presence. So I want to first talk to you about your first film, which is Dam Laga Ke Haisha. Now, I personally cannot shake off the power of your presence in that film to everything you've done until now, and it's been 10 years that you've been in the industry. Tell me, how has the journey been?
Well, Sonal, even I can't shake off the presence that Dam Laga Ke Haisha till date has, and I think that's the power of a movie that can create impact in its truest form. The last 10 years, you know, I started as a gawky teenager in Yash Raj films. I had huge dreams, aspirations. I wanted to be a heroine in the Hindi film industry, and I have done that. When I started off, I was somebody who was seeking recognition, opportunities, acceptance. But I think today what I'm seeking is purpose and impact. I think that's how I've evolved as an actor. That's how I have evolved as an individual. A lot of that is because of the movies that I've done, starting with Dam Laga Ke Haisha, a film that changed my life completely, but also gave a lot of people voice on screen. A lot of people felt like they were seen, they were represented. And that's when I realized that cinema is such a powerful tool that I have. And how do I bring in advocacy into my art? Dam Laga Ke Haisha taught me that, and thus I had the journey that I had. Whether it was Toilet Ek Prem Katha, which was about women's dignity, or Sonchiriya about gender oppression, or Badhai Do, one of my most favorite films that spoke of LGBTQIA plus rights and representation, or Bhakshak, which spoke of ethical journalism, child rights, gender-based violence, or The Royals, where we celebrated women in powerful roles. And so for me, the last 10 years have been full of gratitude. I'm living my dream every moment of it. I wake up and I'm like, कहाँ जा रही हूँ? एक फिल्म सेट पे जा रही हूँ. बहुत कम लोगों के साथ ये होता है. Every opportunity that has come out of me being an actor is something that I hold very, very close to my heart. And I feel like this is just the beginning. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be working until I die.
Okay, so you mentioned something very interesting. You said that you always wanted to be a heroine, right?
Oh, absolutely.
In your first film, your opportunity was such that you were not a conventional heroine. You kind of changed that for a lot of people who came after you. What gave you the courage to be who you were and still make your presence count?
I think the courage came from the fact that growing up, when I told my peers or people around me that I want to act, I was made fun of. Trying to challenge the status quo, and no amount of dissent is going to stop me from doing that.
So coming back to my question, then what gives you the courage to just truly be who you are?
It was all the no's that I heard growing up.
So you're like, I want to challenge that.
Absolutely. Every time, even till date, I hear a no, it gives me the fire कि अब तो मैं करके दिखाऊंगी, आप मुझे रोक के रोक लो. You know, if you can stop me, because it gives me a sense of a personal win. It might not matter to anybody else, but to me it's a very big deal that somebody who does not come from a film family, who only heard no's, who was made fun of because of the way I looked, कि ये heroine कैसे बन सकती है. And I worked in the casting department of a beautiful film studio where I learned everything. Honestly, thank God that experience happened to me. But even in that journey, the women that I was looking for these lead parts, none of them looked like me. That's why Dam Laga Ke Haisha is a very transformational film. Obviously, it gave me an opportunity. It opened doors into what I wanted the rest of my life to be. But it also gave me a deep sense of self. And with every film that I do, I'm constantly seeking that sense of self. And I am the person that I am today is a sum total of all my film experiences, because they've humbled me deeply and they have given me courage.
Okay, so you'll have to agree with me that now what we're seeing is the new Bhumi, okay? The new Bhumi is everywhere. She's on global platforms, whether it's Harvard, whether it's Davos, whether it's in Geneva. You are on OTT, you're on interviews with top media platforms, you're on Ori's Reels, you are everywhere. After this initial attention that you got for your debut film, you've suddenly reclaimed this space once again. What's new with you?
I think you've listed a bunch of things that are new with me that I wasn't really thinking of. But I think what's been very interesting for me in the last 2 years is, as you rightly said, I think I have had the courage to take my voice and things that I feel very passionately about onto larger rooms. I think I have found the courage to enter rooms that speak beyond cinema. I think that has been very, very new for me. And also, I have had a bit of a transformation, because for the earlier part of my career, I was really abiding to rules that were set for me because of the kind of work that I did. And then suddenly I found my love for fashion, which became a very big form of self-expression for me. And everyone was like, "Arey, why is she trying so hard? But why does she have to do this? She's such a good actor. Why does she have to care about what she wears? Why shouldn't I? Like, why shouldn't I care about what I wear? Because it is a form of self-expression to me. It is my way of telling the world that I am going to be seen. And you cannot decide what I'm going to do. I think that's what's new for me. And a bit of that has carried on to the work also that I have done recently. I have also started a new chapter of my life, which is my entrepreneurial journey with a beverage brand that I have launched. Honestly, I'm very busy right now. So
Very interestingly, you spoke about fashion. Can we know what you're wearing today? Because I think it's so beautiful. It's a coming together of a little bit of bhakshak.
It is.
Like your jacket. So tell me what you're wearing. Who are you wearing?
So I'll tell you, when I spoke to my stylist Manisha, I told her that, in Dam Laga Ke Haisha and in Son Chidya, again a film that I love, I had worn a lot of these printed saris, and I was like, I somewhere want that motif to be into what I'm wearing today, and she came up with this archival piece from Annavella. I wanted to wear something that is very Indian in its heritage, and that's why this is what I've worn.
And now, I heard this interview that you did a while ago, and you were talking about, like, I'm so done doing tier 2, tier 3 city girls, and when am I going to be this tier 1 city girl? And of course, you've done that now. I want to know, what kind of an Indian woman do you most associate with?
As an actor, I miss heartland cinema. I think my heart is there, and you only realize that once you experiment, and I've experimented. I like playing characters that are away from me. That's the challenge. Every time I learn a new dialect, I go to a place जहाँ पे मतलब होटल भी नहीं है और वहाँ पे shoot करना बहुत मुश्किल है, because वो experience मुझे जिंदगी सिखाते हैं. When I play characters, and I loved what I have done recently. I love what I did in the Royals. I really enjoyed it because that girl was so close to who I am. I was experimenting with her wardrobe, dipping into my wardrobe to like pull out things. But I don't want to box myself as a type A or a type B. I'm everything. And I need to have the ability, and I need to have the freedom to do whatever I want. Today I'm this, tomorrow I might not be this. And that is okay. That is okay, and that is okay for everyone.
And especially women in this country, because you're at every stage of your life, you're told how you're supposed to be. And I think through your films, you've constantly tried to shake that off. Okay, now you've known to disappear into the roles that you do, not just, character-wise, not just emotionally, but also physically. You've diluted yourself in the roles that you're doing. Then what does presence truly mean to you in front of the camera and outside the camera? Because I also know that there is this very spiritual side to you that is very focused on being present in the moment.
I think a lot of my realization of what presence truly means has come from my spiritual journey. I think presence is about the kind of impact you can leave behind with what's happening today. Presence is about lending your voice to groups that might not really have somebody championing them. I think presence is about making sure, in my case, that my art has advocacy, that my art has activism. And for a large part of my life, I ran away from that because actor hu, activist nahi hu. Time and again, I have heard that. But today, I have come to understand that at the core of it, for me, my impact is larger than just the movies that I do, and thus I've done the films that I do, and thus my work off screen resonates with the cinema that I do. So for me, presence is about being kind, presence is about being empathetic, presence is about empowering others, because that's the only way you can create impact. And I say it in the humblest way.
Is it the way, you start looking one day, you wake up and that gives you the courage as a woman to truly voice your opinion and make your presence felt? Or is it a mindset first approach?
Listen, it's a mindset that you develop over years. I wasn't born with courage. I have been bullied in school. I am bullied till now. Women in general are trolled, matlab uski koi had nahi hoti hai. And you know what happens is that when a man is trolling you, bullying you, whatever, we are conditioned for it. Now we are used to it. But when women do it, you don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to deal with it. So for me, I don't wake up with tons of courage. I find it within myself because I don't have an option.
And then what is that anchor that kind of takes you back to feeling courageous?
I think just my resilience and the fact that I am going to survive this. I have way too much drive and ambition in me. And there are times where, and especially because we live in the world of internet, of social media, there's a lot of opinion and noise that comes towards you. I have seen highs and lows in life, and my lows have taught me the most. My lows have taught me that I'm an extremely resilient person. When the noise goes off, when there is silence, when you don't get that call on a Friday night, कि अरे आपकी picture ने पता नहीं क्या number बना दिए, when people are avoiding you because they don't know how to tell you that, it's not done well. And especially when it's a film that has gotten critical acclaim, appreciation, credibility, and that doesn't do numbers, it breaks you, right?
Yeah.
And I've gone through that phase, and when in those moments when I was alone is when I realized that I am way beyond the films that I do or the roles that I do, because I have a voice that I want to extend, and I think that's what gives me the courage to survive. Also the fact that I love success. So I am not going to go into a dark room and think that my life is over, because I don't have a machinery that will hold my hand and take me through my lows. I have to pick myself up because I have an ecosystem that I'm supporting. There's nobody putting bread and butter on my plate. मुझे अपनी रोटी कमानी है. जो लोग मेरे आसपास हैं, जिनको मैं साथ लेके चलती हूँ, मुझे I need to make sure that even they are safe. So for me, I'm going to hustle through life, and that is my courage.
रोटी सिर्फ रोटी नहीं कमानी है, gluten free रोटी कमानी है. That takes a lot more. Okay, the format of entertainment is changing. Content is getting more fast. Content is getting shorter. We're seeing you make so many reels with your sister. As a person, you're very deep and nuanced, and we can see that in the choices of your films. How are you coping with this new form of content that's constantly fleeting?
I'm not coping. My team's coping for me, because honestly, I don't understand it. I think I've reached a phase in life where I'm like, what are these abbreviations? What is happening? What is a hook, and how do you stay trendy? I don't know. I think the only thing that keeps me going is be authentic. That has been my mantra since I started my film career as well, that I want to be extremely authentic. So if you see me with a you spoke of Ori. If you see me in a reel with Ori, that's because I'm his friend. And I've been his friend for many, many years. Or if I'm doing something with my sister, maybe I'm making a beauty reel with my sister, that is because I love makeup. At times I feel like eating lipstick. Only women in this crowd would understand that. But
okay, all of us have thought at least once in our life to bite into a lipstick.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so more and more celebrities...
Please continue.
Okay, so more and more celebrities have launched their brand. Talking about lipsticks, from Deepika to Katrina, both have their beauty brands. Alia has a baby brand. You have a water brand. What inspired you to get into this space, and how are you going to create an impact in the water industry?
So we are a beverage brand. We started with water because I felt a personal gap. I did not want to venture into plastic alternatives, because that's where my want for a better packaging water brand started from. I have worked in the space of climate advocacy for many, many years now, and there's a lot of information that I was privy, that I had access to. The reason we started with water was because we just wanted cleaner hydration. And honestly, our dream with this brand is that we can enter homes and we can create larger impact with everything that we are developing in Back Bay as well, with our future SKUs, with alternate packaging options that we are working with our partners. I really, really hope that if I think of an ultimate vision for Back Bay, I really hope that we can create an impact in a way that we truly beat plastic pollution. We don't have the perfect solution yet, but the way technology is moving fast, the way things are being developed, the way there's alternate packaging being developed, I really want to create that impact and be one of the first brands that comes up with a really, really solid solution.
Okay, I've tried that water, and I'd like to believe that I'm quite a water connoisseur to tell you that it tastes really nice. Okay, so now Bisleri has dominated the water market for a long time. Reliance recently announced 3 days ago that they're coming up with a water brand which is really lowly priced, which is around 5 rupees for a bottle of water. How do you justify the pricing of your water, which is around 200 rupees?
So, the brands that you spoke of also have... they are also servicing my category. I won't speak of specific brands, but within the category that I am servicing, water starts actually at even 350 rupees for the same quantity that I'm selling my water at. I don't want to justify the price in any way because I'm very clear about the TG that I'm servicing. The premium water category starts from 90 rupees and goes up to 800 rupees in India. And these are all international brands. So why can't we have a brand that's made in India doing the same at competitive prices?
Fair. Okay. So Back Bay feels like it's an extension of who you are as a person in terms of sustainability and hydration and all of that. What specifically inspired you to focus on this aspect of the food industry?
I think as I kind of answered that in my in one of your earlier questions as well. It came from a need of a gap that I saw in the industry, because every time that I was at an airport, I was in a restaurant, I was at a hotel, I was only served water in plastic, and I don't want to drink out of plastic. The conversation around microplastic, Sonal, is very, very active today, and I am conscious of what I put into my body. If today all of us have a spoonful of plastic in our bodies, I wanted an alternate. Yes, there was glass available, but it's a lot more expensive and it is a logistical nightmare and it's not available everywhere easily. So for me, I wanted to create a product that's in between the highest variant of plastic, which is also selling at 90 rupees, which is berserk to me, and the cheapest variant of glass. And that's where we also kind of placed our product, where the packaging is concerned. We went ahead, we did get a bio cap. So that's why we've started a beverage company, because if you go and look at the stacks today, there is plastic everywhere. We are drinking out of juices. Our children are drinking Nimbu Pani out of like plastic. Do we even realize the impact it has on our health? We don't. And for the segment that has affordability, why aren't you going for better alternatives? Because you can make better choices.
Fair. Okay, so you were working as an entrepreneur for Back Bay. It was a lot of behind the scenes work. What happened to the heroine in you? How did you manage that?
I have a very able co-founder in my sister, so she does a lot of heavy lifting. But I don't know. I at this point have no personal, professional life balance at all. It's zero. I'm working 20, 22 hours a day. But I love it. I've always been a pressure junkie, and I'm really trying to build something that can, in the long run, have a larger impact. And the actor in me is never going to stop. I love the films that I do. But for me today, it's not about the number of films that I do. It's not a quantity game anymore as it was, because I thought that's the only way I can survive in the movies. For me today, it's all about quality for everything that comes out.
You know, when I spoke to your sister Samiksha about this brand, I told her that Bhumi and you are doing to Back Bay is what Hema Malini did with Kent Water Purifier. You all cannot be separated. Okay.
I'll take that. I mean, Hema ji is a legend.
Okay. So, can you... The time's up, but before I let you go, I want to know from you, what are the next 10 years looking for you?
I think the next 10 years, I don't have an answer to that, because I've never planned my life, but I do know that I am going to be in the movies. I am going to have a larger story with my entrepreneurial journey, and my voice for whatever I feel passionately about is not going to be dimmed. It's only going to keep getting stronger.
Thank you, Bhumi. I wish you good luck with that. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm round of applause as I quickly call upon stage Dr. Pradeep Basu, Vice President, Business Development, Radhiko Khaitan, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to the lovely Bhumi Pednekar. Once again, can we please raise a warm applause for Bhumi? May I please call upon Dr. Pradeep Basu? A quick photo opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Basu. Vice President, Business Development, Radhiko Khaitan. Thank you, Bhumi. Thank you, Sonal. With that, you give us just about a minute to turn our stage, and we are ready to power into our next session. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, the language war, the art of identity assertion. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage session's moderator Sahil Joshi, Senior Managing Editor, Head of West Bureau and Mumbai Tap, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today. Can we quickly get the moderators on stage? All right, we're ready to go into our next session. Can we quickly get the moderator, Sahil Joshi, Maria Shakil, to come up on stage, please?
Hello everyone. Remember, language in India has never been about words. It is also about belonging, dignity and power. That is our next session. Let me bring in on the stage as I wait for my colleague Sahil. Professor Ajay Gudavarti is from Center for Political Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Gudavarti, please come on the dais. We have Professor Narendra Jadhav, economist, educationist, author, and former member of parliament. Yes. We are in a state where language has often led to some scenarios on the streets, and Sahil and I have often agreed and disagreed on the same issue, that when it is about language, should you respect the language of a state and learn? And can language be a tool of assertion at the same time? So I'm going to begin with you, Professor Jadhav. As an economist and also as an educationist, when we look at various sides of this language discussion or debate, where do you stand?
Say that again, please.
Where do you stand on this entire language issue? Should language be about linguistic identity as it is? And should that be the dominant idea of a state as much as an individual?
Well, I look at it this way. Every language represents a culture. And the diversity of languages that we have is our great strength. the debate that is currently going on is about possible imposition of Hindi as a language all over. I think, this is an issue which has been debated, and politically it has been a very sensitive issue in the recent past, and people have opposed imposition of Hindi as the third language to be taught from the first level. Here I must tell you a little bit of background. If you look at all the education commissions, from Kothari Commission to 1986 mission to 2020 National Education Policy, all of them have talked about 3 languages for school. 3 languages. And they have said that consistently, this has been the position, that this 3 language formula should be applied not necessarily from the first standard, but it is to be applied at various stages in a gradual manner. They have never said that this is compulsory. They have only said that this is something which is suggested. Now what has happened is, in Maharashtra as of now, the 3 language formula is already there. Marathi, Hindi, and Marathi, English and Hindi. But Hindi starts at the 5th level. What happened was, after the national education policy came out, all states appointed their own missions to translate the national education policy for their own state. In Maharashtra, there was the Dr. Mashelkar committee appointed. Dr. Mashelkar is a very renowned scientist. Under his chairmanship, a committee was appointed. And the committee in the national education policy came in 2020, and in 2021, the committee submitted a comprehensive report. The report is fine, excepting when it comes to the language problem. In the language problem, they suggested that the 3 language formula should be applied from level 1, grade 1 to grade 12, compulsorily. All 3 languages at the same time from 1st to 12th. This happened in 2021. Nobody paid any attention to it. It was never debated, never discussed. It is not clear whether government at that time took a decision. But in 25, this year, the chief minister implemented that, or tried to implement that. And then hell broke loose, and all the Marathi different people from different political parties, but mainly led by Thackeray's, they all got together, and there was a furor, and people rejected that outright, and that's why the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra withdrew that and appointed a new committee. Okay. The GR was taken back, and a new committee was appointed, and I'm chairing that committee. This committee is supposed to decide which language should be made compulsory at what stage.
Well, it is very interesting that you are a chairman of that committee, and that committee is yet to come up with the report. Right. But the Chief Minister has already said that they will be implementing this 3 language formula from Standard 1, as per the new education policy. No. He said it in my interview. No. But my question is different.
That GR has been withdrawn.
I understand. But after that, after your committee has been appointed, the GR has been issued, the Chief Minister has said that they have a mandate and they will be implementing this policy. But my question is not that. My question is that, very interestingly, you said possible imposition of Hindi. So is it what? I mean, is it an issue, if you look at from the parents' point of view, from the students' point of view, that they do not want to learn 3 languages and burden the students from the Standard 1? Or is it this imposition of Hindi? They don't mind learning English, but there is a problem of learning Hindi from Standard 1. Is that an issue?
No, that is not the issue. The issue here is teaching too many languages too early in the stage. It is generally understood. If you look at all the experts, what they are saying, basically, mother tongue is the best medium of instruction. That must be there to begin with. what happens is when multiple languages are taught, right from the day one, 3 language, full-fledged, developed languages with all their grammar, their own syntax, their own traditions, it becomes such a big burden on them that they don't learn any one of the languages properly.
No, but Professor Ajay, this question, I want to direct to you, because there is a talk, especially in the western side of India and the southern India as well, that ever since the BJP has come to power, they have been talking about assimilating the society. And, they think that the only way they can assimilate the society by putting Hindi as a compulsory language in all the states. Whereas the students from the Hindi belt, what we call, they don't need to learn 3 languages from standard 1. Whereas the students from the western side of India and the southern side of India will need to learn the 3 languages. Is that the reason why we are seeing the opposition from the linguistic states, where the states have been formed on the basis of the language?
Well, Sahil, this language question in India for far too long has been debated in a very insular way, as if it's only about language. The reality is that linguistic question is linked to other identities of caste, class, region, and religion. The 4 other dimensions. What is causing uproar on the ground in state after state is not just about language and is not a question of imposition. If you go back in history, during the colonial period, it was the dominant upper caste who were pro-English. They were the first one to get Western education. They were the first one to get English education under the colonial rule, to become judicial and revenue officers. They developed taste in...
upper caste, basically.
Basically upper caste, in good English goods, including good wine. Some of which we are hoping to get today's cocktail. That's where the wine drinking started, with the upper caste. And 1957, look at the interesting contrast, the lower caste of India, especially the backward caste, led by Mr. Lohia in 1957, had Angrezi Hatao movement. Right. They were opposed to English. Mulayam Singh said that burn English because English corrupts society. And he said farmer's child can never aspire to be an IAS if you have English. Cut 2000. 50 years down the lane.
Post-globalization.
Post-globalization. Today you have the dominant caste, led by the BJP and the RSS, who are talking about protection of Indian culture, who are talking about protection of Indian languages, who are talking about protection of Hindi as a national language, while the lower castes have moved on. The Dalits
they want to learn English.
Exactly. The Dalits in India today want exclusive English education. Andhra Pradesh government 2 years back legislated that all government schools will have mandatory English medium education. And Dalits and OBCs don't think not learning Hindi or not getting educated in regional medium is any threat to Indian culture. Culture has its own place. But they are seeing English not as some colonial relic, but it's a new economic infrastructure in globalized. You cannot have globalized economy, then you cannot go back to Hindi. As you know, that's one caste dimension. There's also a religious dimension to this question. Tamil Nadu, when it opposes Hindi, it is not merely imposition of Hindi as a language. Yeah. It is the Indo-Aryan culture that, you are trying to bring through Hindi, through Sanskrit. Hindi in the heartland has, old history between Hindi and Hindustani. Hindi in the Sanskritic, Devanagari and Hindustani had Urdu and Persian. So you also have a religious connotation in Tamil Nadu. So you have all these variables why people are anxious as to what will happen to other identities, other economic opportunities. Is it a question of caste and class exclusion in the name of cultural nationalism?
So you mean to say, just one question about it, that you mean to say that the people from the southern India and the western side of, the linguistic states specifically, they are negating the idea that, Hindi is, taking Hindi as a language means you are sticking to the Indian culture. According to you, it is not so. They want to learn English than going for Hindi. Is that?
No, there are 2 interesting things that have happened. Actually, the resistance to Hindi as spoken colloquial language is much less today, even in South. People don't mind learning Hindi. Everybody speaks Hindi, like state I come from. What they're worried about is imposition of Hindi, standardized literary Hindi for governmental administrative purposes.
They don't mind speaking.
Not at all. That's the change that has come. And my worry is...
Not in the official books.
Exactly. And my worry is the current government's intention will take us back 50 years because even the spoken Hindi resistance will come back. Tamil Nadu in 50s had even resistance to spoken Hindi because they thought this is a complete imposition of Indo-Aryan culture. 50 years, what globalization has done, one good side of globalization, it has loosened up identities where people now don't mind Hindi as a spoken. But if you go back to Mr. Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah's statement, where he says, in 10 years period, people will feel ashamed of speaking in English. And then you'll have to only speak Hindi, not only for spoken purpose, but also administrative, educational purposes, where you'll have even STEM in Hindi. That's when people will start opposing. I mean, this is a deliberate incitement of an issue that has died out since period of globalization.
Okay, so we are looking at a period where AI and translation technologies are a reality. Then where do we stand in this language debate?
Now things have come to such a big stage, advanced stage, that translating from any language to any other language
in real time
is possible. There is somebody in Pune who has made there's an instrument which translates 370 languages, one from other. So question is whether there should be an academic overload. Again, I'm looking at it only from the education point of view, not the political angle. Political angle is different.
So Professor Jadhav, that brings me to my question, because do you think then the hierarchies which exist in language will actually gradually end with AI and technologies which are very, very translation friendly?
I do not know what will happen in future, but it's very clear to me that teaching too many languages all at once from the beginning is certainly going to make not multilingual experts, but it will create people with very little creativity, because students would be lost in the grammar and the syntax and all the details that go with the different languages. Instead of that, they should focus on fewer languages. And English, there is no substitute for English in my opinion, because in the globalized world, without English, there is no future. For foreseeable period of time. We don't know what will happen in the distant future.
So you think that the prediction of the Home Minister is not going to...
No, I'm not going to comment on that. I don't want to take a political view at all. But I'm not going to be ashamed 10 years or 20 years from now that I speak English, that I can speak English. About the caste angle that Ajay was saying, there is a subtle dimension there. I would urge you that whenever we refer to caste, so-called lower caste, so-called upper caste, that adjective is very important. Second thing that I want to say is that it is the purity of language which has a caste dimension. In Maharashtra, for example, there are so many dialects. As a child, I would never open my mouth in the class, although I was the topper all the time. Why? Because whenever I opened my mouth, everybody would start laughing. Because I was speaking a dialect coming from a particular region.
Not in a purest way of...
What is pure and impure? I learned that later.
No, but this is very interesting. Professor Jadhav, this is very interesting. Professor Jadhav's autobiography, Amcha Baap Ani Ami, written in Marathi. It's very interesting anecdote in that book that his father used to insist that he should speak in English, even with him. He couldn't speak a word from English, but he has mentioned that his father used to mention that he should speak in English, and he used to make him read the signboards of various shops which are written in English. So that was the insistence of English. That is something very interesting. Your father never asked you to speak in Hindi or read the Hindi signboards, whereas he insisted that you should learn English.
The reason being, that English, there is no substitute for that for foreseeable future, A. And B, coming back to the purity of the caste. It is the upper caste, which is the good Marathi, one which is spoken in Pune. What does that mean? That means language spoken by Brahmins of Maharashtra. That is the standardized language. A slight variation of that and it indicates your caste. So-called lower caste. So it is the purity of caste which has a purity of language that has a caste dimension.
But then, Professor Ajay, my question is whether this question of language, is it linguistic, is it cultural, or it has become political, or it is economical?
No, it has all these dimensions, Sahil. That the key question is in terms of access. The key question is in terms of exclusion, right? Both, it's not just caste. I also talk about religious minorities. Sanskritic Hindi that is being pushed. Look at the names that have been given to the new legal system. Danda Sahita. It's a very Sanskritic, So that's an Indo-Aryan culture which has come against Urdu and Persian and Arabic influence. So there's that religious, discriminatory, exclusionary angle. There is also the caste, which is a very predominant angle. And this goes not just with the linguistic question. This goes with the overall shift that has come in the policy making, which I'll make you an interesting link with the national education policy. Professor Jadhav already referred to it. There, from 1st to 8th standard, they have made vocational training. There's certain vocationalization of education. Students can drop out in 8th standard, 10th standard, 12th standard. I've never seen a national document all over the world that encourage students to get educated. Here, our national education policy is giving you multiple exit options, right? And then you move on to. This again has caste connotation.
That may be because the education is linked with, earning your living. And, to prepare a child to earn his or her living.
That is connecting it with employability.
Yes, exactly. But that state education is a public good. It's state responsibility to get its citizens. Look at the amount China is investing in its education. We are competing with China all the time. Okay. But if you keep allowing students to drop out, then obviously your education is going to be of a difference. So I read linguistic question, linguistic exclusion with the new educational structure, which is also pushing us somewhere towards exclusions of multiple kinds.
So let's try and wrap up this conversation with a question which is to both of you. What is India's linguistic future? Please go ahead.
Point to make. If you look at the latest ASER report, that is Annual Status of Education report, which is published by Pratham, they have come out with this report which shows that 50% students in the rural areas do not, at the 5th grade level, they cannot read 2nd grade level book in any language. This is what will tell you that
not even in their mother tongue.
Sorry?
Not even in their mother tongue.
Not even in their mother tongue. Not even any one of the 3 languages. This is what happens if we impose too many languages to begin with, and that kind of academic, it can create a creative clutter in the minds of people which refrains from their developing their productivity and their creativity. I think we have to be very careful about it.
Well, I think Narendra Jadhav is already telling his report. He's already saying that
I have said that before.
Yes.
But it is not clear from which level which language would become compulsory. And for that, we are going to take feedback from all stakeholders in Maharashtra.
Okay. Just 30 seconds to you. What is India's linguistic future then? And perhaps let's, talk about Maharashtra's linguistic future.
Well, Myra, all linguistic future is linked to question of access, right? Okay. If you have private schooling, public schooling difference, if under economic survey, under last 10 years, 1 lakh government schools have closed down. So the question is about access. So you cannot discuss linguistic question in an insular manner, only linking it to culture and Marathi. People in Maharashtra, when they protest for Marathi, there are these questions of anxieties of exclusion, which is what should be the center of the debate.
All right. Thank you so much.
And those who are agitating are not against Hindi per se. Please note that.
Yes.
They are not saying that instead of 3-language formula, there should be 2-language formula.
Sure.
They are saying that no imposition of Hindi from grade 1. That is the issue which is missed out in the bigger debate.
Professor Jadhav and Professor Jai, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Preeti.
Thank you.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I call upon Parikshit Joshi Adani Group to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for that riveting session. As we thank our panelists, you're going to give us about a minute to turn our stage around, and we are ready to welcome our next guest this evening. Thanks, Sahil. Thank you, Maria. Let's get on with it, viewers. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right then, to take it from here, introducing our next session to the August House, strolled, tagged and taken on Amruta Fadnavis Unfiltered. Want to call upon Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, Senior Editor and Anchor, Health and Wellness, India Today Television.
Well, everybody here, let's just get a breather to understand what we're about to decode in the next few minutes. Now, India has so many politicians. A lot of them have families, better halves they're called. But how many of us really know them? They're often either kept in the shadows by design or by choice. But sitting with me is someone who forgets the shadows. She embraces the limelight. Forget someone who would want to not be spoken about. She's somebody who is written about on a regular basis. There are constant headlines about her. Sometimes there are controversies as well. So today with me is someone, and let's try and decode her a little bit, on politics, life, and everything that comes in between that. The very fiery, the very opinionated, and the very bindas. Amruta Fadnavis is here. Please give her a huge round of applause. You know, right, Amruta ji, that you're unlike any other politician's wife we have in the country. You know that.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Sonal. It's indeed a pleasure to be here at India Today Conclave, which is so much acclaimed and followed. I agree, Sonal. In fact, being conventional is very comfortable, but it is not my calling. So I go as per what my heart says, my mind says, and what my mission is in life. I fall in line with my mission rather than being very conventional. And I'm thankful that people around me are supportive to let me be as I am.
That's important. We'll get to the people around you in a bit. But why does it happen? Have you thought about it? Wherever you go, headlines sort of follow. You would be doing a great cause like a beach cleanup. You would have the BMC commissioner. You would have the best actors around you. But people are still talking about you, about what you wore perhaps or what you said. Do these headlines bother you at all?
I think so. There are certain instances where social media handles are overactive. More than the news givers, more than the publications, these are the handles which are overactive. And they catch on to points which deviate people from the core issues. So, example, during the last cleanup drive, what was the core issue? It was post-Visarjan Ganpati cleanup, and the society, NGOs, children, everyone had joined hands to make a difference, to promote Shadu Mati Ganesha to be brought in our houses, to promote eco-friendly tanks, to promote a Nirmalya which can be recycled. But what these notorious handles, what did they promote? They zoomed on to different bodies, and they showed what kind of clothes are worn. So this is something which can be avoided. I've also learned my lesson. It's not that I don't agree to all kind of criticism, disagree or agree. Depending on what kind of criticism is it, but the core issue should not be ignored. That's what I mean. But more than y'all, nowadays, these handles are very notorious. They are paid for that and they act accordingly.
But these headlines, do they ever become an issue at home? You are Maharashtra's first lady. I'm sure there are dinner table conversations when it happened. Does it come up?
I'm lucky enough that Devendra ji is a person who believes and walks the talk of women empowerment. So I'm thankful to his parents and my parents who have inculcated the spirit of giving that space to every person to be his or her own self, to give his or her best. So both ways, we respect each other for our thought processes and we give that much of space to each other. Maybe that is one of the reasons that at home I don't have the tension to explain कि ये ऐसा क्यों है, वो वैसा क्यों है.
Never has he ever asked you to say, yeah, that does deserve huge round of applause, yeah.
Yeah, so he is a man with a modern thinking. And he knows where women and empowerment comes from. It does not come directly from the society or the school. It has to be from within the house.
Yes.
With your children, with your wives, then only we can go ahead in this area.
Yeah. I want to go back to a few quotes that you had said. Sometime back you said that prostitution deserves human right. How do quotes like these, how do interviews like these sit down, not just at home, but maybe even higher up with the BJP, the RSS, sensitive about issues like these?
Okay, I remember I'd been to Pune 2 or 3 years back, and there was a health checkup and get-together for the prostitutes of Budhwarpet, which is a red light area there. And this program was arranged for their wellness. While I was speaking to them, it just dawned to me that I should motivate them also. So there were certain words which I used there just to motivate them. But my thought process on this, which goes this way, that see, prostitution has been there in our country and worldwide since yesteryears, since Vedic period.
Yeah.
It is not something which we can completely do away with. But what we can do is curb these dalals from getting these younger, very little girls, trafficking them into this profession. Or when these prostitutes have their children, they can be rehabilitated by taking these ladies in confidence. This is what we can do to reduce or end it over a period of time. But since they are there, already doing it, don't they deserve basic human rights? The conditions they live in, they do not know safety measures, they carry STDs, and there are issues regarding their nutrition, their knowledge. So I think so, we should structure a program wherein they should be taken care of.
So
but further prostitution should be reduced, or we should have measures where it should wean away. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
But current situation of these ladies is not good. They need to be taken care of.
So you stand by your words. These statements which are made, you once said something about divorces happening on traffic lights in Mumbai. So stuff like that, when it is said, you also then once asked about these controversies, said that I know I'm a soft target, but I want my opponents to know that I am not soft. Right? It takes courage to say stuff like that. I want to know, how do you deal? How do you deal with these headlines which are not always complementary to the causes that you want them to be, but become out you personally?
See, I would like to say one thing, that Devendra ji has a very transparent image and he's a very honest person. So the opponents look around him who can be targeted. And they just find me to be there around. So I am the target for them to point out at Devin. But I am also a lady who is, maybe I'm a little masoom, but मैं नादान नहीं हूँ. I know how I have to act, what should be done and not done. So I think so they might target me for some petty reasons, but I know I have a mission in place. Like Eleanor Roosevelt once said, she said, future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. So I have dreams, I want to accomplish them. I know the right road which walks towards those dreams, and I will walk that way, irrespective of any kind of criticism coming my way.
So trolls don't bother you. Trolls, what do you say to them? Those who are out there zooming in, those who are out there having a critical eye. Is there an answer? Is there something that you want to tell them?
So trolls will happen to every independent woman, a woman with thought process or a voice. It's not just me, it's about you, it's about every lady sitting here. So when you have voice, you have a counter voice coming in. But that's why I say trolls are like background music. You can very well be disturbed or dance to that background music tone. Also, you can ignore and continue voicing yourself. So it's your decision what to do it with.
All right, Amruta then clearly dancing to her own tunes, not to the background music that comes with it. But I'm sure, ma'am, everything that you do reflects on the Chief Minister, right? Do you sit back? You said a little while earlier that sometimes I go back and I see that maybe I shouldn't have. Have those moments happened? Do you recall one time where you feel maybe I shouldn't have?
See, for my own self, if I think of my own self, my family, I've never received any kind of objection for whatever I've done till date. But if once a while I have to consider people's opinion and at times respect it, I do that. It's because people have made us what we are, where we are. So we have to consider what the thought process goes within the people also. And at times bringing a change with what people think or what criticism they bring in, I feel is a good act for everyone to follow.
I want to take the next few minutes to take you back in time a little bit. I don't know if you recall, but you were on the cover of India Today Women about 10 years ago. Let's have that picture up. And I want you to also see not just you 10 years back, but look at the quote over there. It says, I didn't want to wear a sari and serve poha. Amruta ji, in 10 years actually, 3 times being the First Lady, how much has changed? How much have you had to change yourself personally to prep up for this role?
So this quote was, what I meant was, when Devendra was to meet me, first time before our marriage, I did not want to follow that conventional way of wearing a sari and going to him and serve him poha. That
you guys were introduced at a wedding. That's how you met.
It was a typically arranged marriage where the families were wanting us to meet first in front of them. And my mother said, then wear a sari, make poha, go in front. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. So we first met separately, post they making this arrangement. And that suited me better because I was not comfortable with the way it was, they were wanting it to happen. But now, over the years, for people, I wear sari. People respect me, people love me, so I do what they also want. So at times, they want their vaini in a sari. For special occasions, I'm in sari. And when I have my guests from villages, from my Devendji's constituency, I do serve them poha. It was specially for Devendji that I had mentioned that.
Tell me about, again, these changes that you have made. You were telling me that it wasn't easy, right? You were a banker at that time. You were earning, you were on your own. But then you decided to marry a politician. He wasn't Devendra Fadnavis back then, as we know him now. But at that point, you didn't think that what is life going to be? No Saturday, Sundays, no work-life balance. Did you, looking back, do you think this is what you would have signed up for again?
In fact, I remember my childhood days, and it was such a structured family of doctors. My father, mother, relatives, all are full of doctors. Everyone is into this profession. And everything had its own time. Our food, our exercise, our time for meeting people was fixed. Our education, our academics was the priority. But here with Deven, everything went 360 degrees.
Were you asked that wear a pallu now that you're married, when you're going to meet a politician or somebody's coming, do the conventional things?
No, in fact, after marriage, I was myself. I didn't realize that there has been a change in my life. Other than that, the people used to come home anytime and at any place in the house. So it was a public place, my home also. But never was I pointed out for my dressing, because I was always mostly in coat pants to my office and all. So they never cared. This dawned to me after Devendra ji became CM, when comparisons started that Vahini should be a lady with a pallu on her head and dressed in a certain way, in a paithani or border sari and all. But again, I thought, let's change things. Let's break this mold. And I always love to challenge conventional things. So I enjoyed doing that because I am one among all people. And none of the young girls today is wearing a sari going out for work. She wears sari for occasions, for some cultural dues, but I don't see any girl going out to work in a sari. So I am that way, I've always been that way, so I continued.
That's nice. Your husband has defined you as a crisis manager. But I want to know that, do you see yourself more as an advisor? What exactly is the role that a spouse today of a politician plays? We've talked about the controversies. Let's talk about how collaboration happens of both these worlds back on the dinner table.
So I feel that I am always, politically, I am always an inquisitive student. And Devenji is the reluctant professor who at times just doesn't want to answer me, or at times he gives a googly. I have a lot of questions about ongoing politics in the state, in the country. I always have, even geopolitics. I bounce these questions to him, but he being the reluctant professor.
So what's your take on Trump?
Oh, take on Trump. See, more than take on Trump, I would always gauge his actions as to how they affect India. So I think so around $87 billion export from India may get affected, but it is hardly 2.3% of our net GDP. So with India being such a young population, so much of local demand, a little bit of tweaking, improvement in ease of doing business and logistical and other energy related costs, we can make up for it, this little dearth, in no time. And we are already searching for new places where we can take in our businesses. So
you sound like an expert over there. You never thought of entering politics yourself? I'm sure that idea crossed your mind.
See, I am a social entrepreneur. I love to do work for people. One of the things which brings smile to me from within, and that satisfaction is looking into other person's eyes or people's eyes and seeing smiles on their faces. So through my different activities through NGOs and all, whatever work I'm doing, whether in villages in Nagpur or in Palghar.
But the impact you'll have as a politician is very different, no? Never crossed your mind?
We have a great politician already at our place, which is Devendra Fadnavis. दो तलवारें एक म्यान में नहीं रह सकती. So I think so it's good enough.
Okay, if not politics, then have you ever got a call from Bollywood? All your videos that you do, which are so well divined, it's designed in a way you sing, you perform, you have so many other skills, that never popped up in your head either?
I must tell you that even before music came onto me, even before I came onto music came onto me. That was how, because my father sings beautifully. He's a doctor, he's an ophthalmologist. But he sings, he's a classical singer, my dadi was. So I learned my first notes from them. Then subsequently different gurus. And in Nagpur also, when Devendra ji was not in limelight or I was not even married, I used to sing for Diwali Pahats. I used to sing for Rotaries and other social organizations. So it was there in me. I loved performing. Coming to Mumbai, I got bit bigger exposure earlier through social songs which I sang on rivers, on devotional songs, on various devtas, or even the songs which I sang for different communities. They were accepted very well. But I know this is my talent and I have my shortcomings or I have my limits drawn for myself. So I did receive acting offers also. But but that's not my area. That's not the place I want to go to. I want to sing, I want to emote on my own songs, and I derive satisfaction for that.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Talking about things that make you happy, Mitti Ke Sitare is an organization that you've sort of really worked upon. It also has a connection to music. But like I said, there are so many things that you're involved in. It could be environment, it could be singing, it could be looking after the underprivileged, it could also be the police officers' wives. I see you very active over there. What is this one cause that really, really drives you today?
I can mention two causes. One is village development. The work to be done is enormous there, and these are low-hanging fruits. There are basic requirements which can be given to them and improve their standard of living. That is one place, like we are already working in Palghar through the local representatives there and through people like Anganwadi workers and the villagers. And the second thing is the one which you just mentioned, Mitti Ke Sitare. Since music is close to my heart, I love this project of mine, of our NGO, which hunts for talented children who are good into music and subsequently hones them. My first batch is still there, learning more music, working into soft skills, development of personal health and everything. It's there since 8 years, comprising of 16 students. They receive a lot of programs also nowadays. So I'm happy that these children are being honed in every aspect of personality development. And I'm sure that they would shine brighter in the coming days.
I want to take a minute to understand the life of Amruta a little bit. Today, for example, we had the Chief Minister here in the morning. We have you now. Very happy to have hosted both of you there. So tonight, when a dinner table conversation happens, when you guys sit down, what will be the conversation like? I'm very curious to understand what's discussed on the dinner table.
First of all, I must tell you the truth that we are never there at the dinner table together. Either he's eating out somewhere or once a while I am also not there.
Do you give him a hard time for that?
No. I try to give him good time whenever I see him. But I don't get to meet him much other than in the morning before he leaves and at night for a few minutes. So it is more of a discussion about what is to be done during the subsequent days, some programs which need to be got to his notice or some issues which need to be taken to him. This is a conversation, a little bit about Divija, and that's it. So that's our life and our conversation.
Are you telling me there are no disagreements? And I want to know who wins in those disagreements. All couples have that. I'm sure you also disagree with Devendra ji over some things, no?
So there are, I hardly remember any disagreements, seriously, because we both have maintained that he's the boss, and I always say that, and I take all the decisions. So there's no disagreement.
He's the boss, and you take all the decisions. That's the magic.
That's what the boss tells me to do, so I do it.
Okay, that's lovely. But talking about the boss, talking about your love for music as well, I'm going to get to it in just a bit. But I thought we have last few minutes, so let me do a quick rapid fire with you. So are you game for that? Yeah? Let's go for it.
I can say pass also, huh?
No, you can't say pass. That won't be an Amruta answer then. You have to give us what you actually feel, and we're counting on you for that. Okay, so are you ready?
Okay, ready.
Okay. So banking or in front of the camera, where do you feel more at home?
With Divija. Her innocent smile and her laughter. That wins everything.
Okay. One thing that Devendra ji does that annoys you the most.
What he doesn't do, which annoys me, is he doesn't take care of himself, he doesn't exercise, he doesn't sleep, he doesn't eat on time. So that's what annoys
Okay, that sounds more like the wife, right? Okay. The last time you trolled someone back, even if it was in your head.
If it's in my head, it is out there. So last I trolled was Uddhav Thackeray ji. I never trolled anyone after that.
What did you tell him?
I told him many times till he went off power. I kept on trolling him.
Okay. Okay. Politics at home over dinner table or strictly off limits? Politics?
Politics is everywhere for us. So it's at dinner table, it's while we sleep, it's in our dreams, it's everywhere.
Your guilty pleasure, binge food or Netflix?
Netflix.
Have you seen Bads of Bollywood yet?
I saw it,
Yeah,
yes.
and what did you think of it?
It is like a roller coaster and a nice funky series to watch.
Nice. Okay, one politician other than your husband, of course, that you admire the most?
One politician I admire.
Apart from your husband, who you
Without
admire?
any doubt, Param Pujyan Narendra Modi ji.
Okay. So a song that you would like to dedicate to your trolls?
To my trolls.
Yeah.
I would not dedicate a song. I would just remind them of Gandhiji's. I remember one quote. It said, they will first ignore you, then they will laugh at you, then they will fight you, and then you win.
Ah, nice. So this is the tricky one. If you were the editor for India Today for a day, and you had to put out a headline on your own cover image, what would you put it as?
Oh God.
A word, a sentence that really defines who Amruta Fadnavis is.
This is me, period.
Ah, I like that. I think that's a good one over there. I also have last few, one very quickly we'll go over that. Power look for you, a sari, a suit, jeans or active wear?
Now there are different answers for this. Quick answer is, for me, elegant look is definitely sari, respectable elegant look sari, but power look is a gym wear.
Power look is gym wear. Okay, there you go, all the trolls over there. And the biggest misconception about you?
Misconception. There are many misconceptions, but I just heard one misconception that I do not listen to Devendra. That's what was going on. So I always hear him out.
Yeah.
I always hear him out.
What you do is different, but you hear him out.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, okay. Who is better, Devendra Fadnavis, the CM, or Devendra Fadnavis, the husband?
Without any doubt, Devendra Fadnavis, the CM, the politician, comes number one.
Ah, okay. And one then, the last one. One song that defines Amruta, and you've got to not say it, sing it for us.
Oh God. Do you have reverb by any chance?
You have? Yeah.
I love the spirit this song carries, which is Kisi ki muskurahat pe ho nisar. But you really want me to sing it?
Yes, of course. Guys, we want her to sing or no? Yeah?
So this is, I thought
Can we hear a round of applause, please? Yeah?
Okay, so you all sing along. That would be inspiring for me also. Sing along. किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Amruta Fadnavis, please, guys. Huge round of applause.
Warm applause as I quickly, can we have Ms. Fadnavis back on stage, please? Just going to get you up on the stage for a minute as I call upon Shrenik Mehta, Kokila Ben Ambani Hospital to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Ms. Amruta Fadnavis. Once again, do raise a warm applause for her. Thank you, Ms. Fadnavis. Appreciate it. "20 seconds, we are on to our next session. Our next session, Next Gen Business Building More Than Wealth. To take it from here, inviting on stage session's moderator, Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to my guest on this fireside chat, Ananya Birla, Director of the Aditya Birla Management Corporation. Ananya. Thanks very much for being here with us today. The session is basically called Next Gen of Business and building more than just wealth, and you perhaps are the perfect example of that. And I want to begin by relating a very small anecdote to our audience here and those who are watching us. At the age of 17, to think and execute a plan to do microfinance of all things. How did that happen? Because at 17, there are perhaps many other pursuits to chase in life.
Firstly, thank you so much, India Today, for having me here. This means so much. It's been a couple of years now, so it feels good. Lovely chatting with you, Siddharth. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think, at 17, there were a couple of different things that triggered is the wrong word, that motivated me to start Swatantra. I think from a very young age, I've had a lot of guilt of being born in privilege. And I wanted to do something by myself to make myself feel like I'm worth it, right? I think it was coming from that place as well. I wanted to do something to bridge the gap. I was born in so much privilege, and then across the street, a girl didn't have anything to eat or wear. And my brain at that age just could not understand how that is okay. And so I wanted to do, so basically financial inclusion. And then from a very young age, coming from a Marwadi background and just looking around, being a curious mind, I realized that if a woman is not financially independent, she's either, before she's married, she's either under the thumb of her father and then her husband. She really can't make too many choices of her own. She doesn't have that independence. So I wanted to do something to contribute to that as well. And microfinance just seemed to fit that bill for everything across the board. So it was a very, very bold move that I made. Didn't have much support at that time, and rightfully so. I don't know if I would have supported me looking now back. But it's turned out we're the second largest now in the country, with since disbursement 60,000 crore AUM. So, I mean, it's been a journey, and that's the story of Swatantra.
It clearly must have been a tough journey, because microfinance is not an easy sector to do. It sounds easy, but it's far more difficult, and I've personally reported on that. I want to add this element of the age that you started and you parallelly pursued music. Now, how does that happen together? Because for you, you're a serious musician, without doubt. How did both of them come together?
That's a very good question. I think I can't go to bed at night if I don't live an authentic life. I think it's very important for me to live an authentic life. And, we're just here once. It's the same person, but they're just two different facets, I would say. And it's a very important part of me. It's a huge form of expression. So it started with a love for poetry, which turned into songwriting when I picked up the guitar. And I realized that this is so cathartic that I can just stand here and express how I feel. And it's totally normal to feel a particular way. It's just something that I knew was part of my destiny. I knew that I would not have a very linear path. And it was just a question of, okay, is this something that I want to take up or not? And again, it's been a roller coaster. And I decided, look, you only live once. And if my music can impact even one person, and even if one person can feel like they're not alone, I am going to do it. That's basically what it is. And
that's a good point. And I see shades of spirituality in your answer. So I'm going to ask you, what does faith mean to you? What does God mean to you?
So I have a tattoo that says God here on my hand.
I noticed that.
I'm not consciously spiritual or anything, and I have a long way to come. I'm a very flawed, imperfect person. But I have an innate faith that if we all, or whoever, I'm just going to say I, because I speak for myself, if I work hard with good intention and have a clear vision, there's no reason why something will not work out. And if something doesn't work out, then it's the universe's plan, which will always be better than my plan. And that's how I function. Every day, I come from a place of everything that's happening is happening for me, not against me. It's like when you're inside a maze, you can't see the way out. But that's it's fun, right? The part is to get through the maze. So if you go out, if you zoom out and take a bird's eye view, then you can kind of see, okay, there was a plan all along. So this is the belief, the faith that I have. And I think that's the best way I can explain faith to you, what it means to me.
Is there an instance that you can relate to us here that's deeply personal, but you can go public with it, of where you really felt that at a crunch time, your faith worked for you?
I mean, Swatantra, for example, because we started on that topic, right? It's seen, the industry has seen some massive lows, and we have come out stronger every time. So if you just look at the crisis, the microfinance crisis that happened right now, firstly, if we hadn't acquired Chaitanya when we did, Chaitanya would have shut down, because that's what happened with their parent company. So there would have been no Chaitanya. So obviously, because of the scale that we are at right now, we were able to manage. We are one of the only MFIs actually that's still very, very profitable. We've maintained our ROI, we've maintained our OPEX through a very, very rough time. Now, something like that is, I feel like it is got to do with more than just what is in front of the eyes. I don't know how to explain this. Or I'll give you another example. When I got into music, right, there was this whole thing. It's my own inner conflict. Will people take me less seriously as a business person? Right? Naturally, because we're not used to seeing someone running a really serious, large financial services company successfully, that to a woman who is a young woman, and then seeing that same woman on stage belting out a pop song, that to an English R&B pop song. And I happen to do both. Now, if I do it successfully or not, that's a different topic. But the point is I happen to do both. So, does that already put me on a back foot where people won't take me seriously in both? But somehow it's worked out in my favor. Again, because I've had good intentions in both. And I've really worked hard on my skill sets in both. So whether that is my morning riyaz, then I'm in office from doing my meetings from 9 to 9, then I'm in studio after that from 9:30 to 2 a.m., which means I don't have a social life and I don't sleep much. So it takes a lot of effort, but I love it. I'm obsessed with it. So yeah, I think if you truly dil se do something and you really want to do something, the universe kind of just makes it happen.
What's tougher, since you described your very grueling daily schedule, what's tougher, making music or poring over balance sheets and ensuring that there is enough return on investment.
I mean, ROI is everywhere. It's in my music as well, right? At the end of the day, I'm a Marwadi. That's in my blood. What is tougher? I think it's very contextual. So, for example, but it's also very, very enjoyable. I would not have it any other way. I'm not the kind of girl or human being who wants to sit at home and not do anything. I cannot be still for too long, which has its own negative impacts, but it's fine. I'm young. I'm working through it. So, for example, in studio, you have to be vulnerable. Or I believe in that. So every song I have written so far, the new songs I am writing, I have written to release soon, are all from experiences.
And from the heart.
And from the heart, right? And from the soul, really. Now you have to open up about your entire life to your co-writers, to your producers. So it becomes like a mini therapy session with people who are not therapists. So that can be uncomfortable sometimes, right? So you have to have that sense of vulnerability. So that could be hard. Obviously, when it comes to music, it's much more. It's your face out there. That comes with other pressures. In the business world, being a woman, being the first woman in a legacy of only men, who's working in the family business, who's also started her own businesses, being taken seriously, especially when I have this other facet of mine as well. Having to manage teams. I'm very lucky. I have great teams across the board. But it's a continuous thing, right? It's a 24/7 thing. It's just running a business is 24/7, 365 days, 366, depending if it's a leap year or not. So it really, I don't know which one's harder. It really depends. It's like asking me to choose between my mom and my dad.
The very important point about working hard, and in the context of the controversy we saw when Mr. Narayan Murthy exhorted people to work much harder, that's a very good point. But I want to ask you, what does it mean to be a Birla? Because it's not just a business legacy, it's not a massive mega billion-dollar corporation. By the way, one of the largest Indian investors in the United States is the Aditya Birla Group.
The largest.
The largest. And in the context of what's happening, I think that's a very important point to note. But what does it mean to be a Birla? Because your wider family, that surname is associated with our freedom struggle as well.
Yeah. What does it mean to be a Birla? I think, at the end of the day, everyone sitting here, what does it mean to be your parents' son or daughter? It's literally the same thing. I want to make my parents proud. Yes, there are more eyeballs on me, I would say. But even
just eyeballs or pressure?
It's self-induced pressure, right? Okay. So I can choose. Let's say let's say we were having an interview and it's going very pleasantly. Let's say it wasn't going pleasantly, and I've had interviews like that. And let's say you were putting pressure on me or you were asking me some questions. It's on me on how I want to take it, right? Yes. It's about how I react to a situation. So I would say it's all self-induced. Initially, that pressure was humongous. I put a lot of pressure on myself. I still do. But that's just because I have a inner critic that wants to do better, that wants to be a better person, that wants to be a better business person, that wants to be a better artist. But none of that comes from anybody external or from my family at all. Yes, I'm aware that there are more eyeballs on me. Yes, I'm extremely aware that one wrong step and it could have a repercussion on 5 to 6 generations before me. And that's something I do not take lightly at all. So yes, that pressure, of course, that's there without question.
But Ananya, would that pressure mean, and because you spoke about the legacy, does that mean that you are less willing to fail? Because part of business and entrepreneurship particularly is that you fail, you learn, you iterate, reiterate, and get on with life.
No, you have to fail. The success and failure are two sides of the same coin. And my parents say this to me all the time. The point
Where did you fail? Sorry, I interrupted you. Where did you fail?
I fail on a daily basis, I'm telling you. I literally fail on a daily basis. It's about how you react and how you learn from that failure. I don't know how to give you instances. I have failures all the time. I mean, that could be, for one, I'm really bad with time management. For example, my meetings run over. I'm stuck in traffic. Right now I have a slip disc.
You're not alone. If I were to ask people to raise hands, this entire hall would go up. But
so there are tons of things I need to work on. Okay. But I would say that those are areas of, it's a white space.
Okay.
It's areas of growth, and I have a long way to go. So I fail on a daily basis. I rise on a daily basis. I fail again, I rise again, and that's like a heartbeat is also like that, right? It's kind of just the way it works.
Yeah. Okay, I want to explore your management style and what you have learned from the family and what you have done yourself, you know, the innovation or the changes that you have brought about. If you could flesh it out for us.
So that's very interesting because I think, we live in a world where now, which Papa didn't have to deal with. I call it open, it's an open community. With social media coming in, with IoT coming in, we are all much more connected. We can put opinions out there much more. So we are having to deal with things differently because now we have contact with each other in a different way. Which means that now that whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whatever it may be, there's more out there, which means that there are more opinions, which means that it can all be much messier, but it also means that there's that much more potential to build a stronger, loyal base. Whether that is with your team, stronger relations with your team, whether that is with your consumers, whether that is with your partners. Now the question here, which I think my dad's generation as businessmen didn't even have, is how do you choose to show up in an open community? Now you can either show up as someone because this is curated reality, right? You don't really know what's going on in my home. Yeah. You can be relatable, you can be aspirational. I have chosen, my team and I have very consciously chosen to take the authentic route.
Would I be right in describing what you just said, to try and capture it
Yes.
in a caption? Crowdsourced management, is that the right
No,
way?
so I'm just getting to it.
Yeah.
So I think, let's say if I had to like really compare, like let's say Papa was sitting here and I was sitting here in my meetings, I think I am much closer to my team, number one. Just because of this, right? We're in communication much more. Because of work from home as well, there's a lot more that I'm working on my phone, on my laptop.
Yeah.
Papa's more, he goes to office. I also go to office, but you know, in person more.
Yeah.
So that's one difference. I'm much closer to my team. Because of the music side, we are personally connected as well. He has more of I'm at work and then I'm at home. I am more of lines are quite blurred. So people I work with have been my friends since many, many years. So that's another difference. I am a bit more informal with the way I conduct certain meetings. He's a bit more formal. I am more authentic with how I present myself to my team. So for example, let's say I have a slip disc, I'll tell them I have a slip disc. My dad wouldn't tell them. What else? For example, for my team and everyone that I work with, we give things like menstruation leave, we give mental health leave. I think for Papa's generation, that was not important at that time. But I would say he is a more disciplined, I think I'm just a not as refined version of him.
Well, that's a very, very...
Is how I would put it across. But these are the different... I'm trying to give you differences, very practical differences so the audience can understand. But all of this stems from the fact that I think we're just more open in our generation. And the entire world, right, we're exposed more. I mean, the mobile phone came 94, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
And your father, your group has played a stellar role in building Digital Bharat. None of Digital Bharat would have existed had those 3G, 4G, 5G networks not
Which is what we spoke about. And yeah, that was very kind of you to say. I'm sure he'll see this, but I'll tell him that you said that.
Okay, as we wind down the conversation, I want you to tell us what would you like to be remembered as someone who added and created more wealth, or as someone who did something innovative and created scale and a never before kind of event?
I don't know. I don't want to work this out. I don't want to do this backwards. It's never worked for me. I think it's really important for me to do what I'm doing and do it with all my heart. Of course, ROI is very important. Going beyond ROI is very important. Now, what that leaves people with, I would like to leave that up to people to decide. I think that's only fair. But if there's one thing I would say is, I would like people to say that she made me feel a certain way. I don't know, good or bad. But when you make someone feel a certain way, they don't forget that.
Okay, that's a very good answer. One final question, and I'm fortunate in my job as a journalist to meet lots of next-gen people from business families across sectors. And I have noticed that many people of your generation would rather not slog it out. They would like...
Are you sure?
Yeah, some of them. I don't want to take names.
No.
But, you know, they wouldn't want to slog it off. Then they certainly don't want to be, for example, doing darshan at Delhi Darbar, because the way technology has changed the way business, and we have lesser regulations now. And they certainly also may not want to live off their parents' money. Is that something that you see in your cohort, or is your generation as committed to building India and building business as your father or your grandfather's generation?
So from everyone, I'm quite a hermit. Like I'm quite like I told you what my schedule pretty much is like, and then I'm just at home after that. So from the ones I know, everyone's very committed. But having said that, I can only speak for myself. I think Papa was dedicated in a different way. I am dedicated in a different way. I think Dadaji was dedicated in a different way. BK Dadoji was dedicated in a different way. And GD Dadoji was dedicated in a different way. And the world is so different. We are such different personalities. I think the one thing that brings us all together as Birlas are the values that we have. Of honesty, hard work, integrity, of teamwork, of equality. So I think the values bring us together. And but like I said, I just think I'm a Chinese version of my father.
Well, that's certainly a beautiful way to end this conversation.
I'm getting looks from my team like, what have you just said? He's just a much better version of me. Like, I don't know, I look up to him. I'm like, okay, I see myself there, but like, you're just so much cooler than I am.
Well, that's a brilliant and beautiful way to bring this conversation to an end. Ananya Birla, thank you very much for being here with us. A round of applause for Ananya Birla.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
May I please call upon Harsh Dalmia, NL Dalmia Educational Society, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, do raise a warm applause. Ananya Birla. Thank you, Mr. Dalmia. Thank you, Ananya. Thank you, Siddharth. All right, we're all set to get into our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session, we have an election in the offing. Who will win Bihar? It's one of our favorite sessions to do, but as usual, take it with a pinch of salt. We have lots of psephologists on stage with us, and to take it from here for our next session, Battle for Bihar. Who's winning? I'd like to invite sessions moderators Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today Television.
May I just request our three psephologists to come on stage. We'll introduce them once they're here. Please welcome Yashwant Deshmukh of Sea Voter, Amitabh Tiwari of Voter Vibes, and I'm also joined by Pradeep Gupta of Access My India. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure, I can sit there. Yeah, thank you. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. After a long hiatus, we're back in election season. That's right. In a few days from now, the Bihar elections will be announced, and the elections are expected in November this year. It's the last big battle of 2025, which is why my colleague Maria Shakil and I want to ask the big question: who is winning the battle for Bihar? And to answer that question, I'm joined by three special guests. Amitabh Tiwari of Voter Vibes joins me. Yashwant Deshmukh of Sea Voter, and Pradeep Gupta of Access My India. So three psephologists are here, three pollsters are here. Before we go anywhere else, I want to ask all three of you, after what happened in 2024, where almost all of you had egg on your face, which I would have presumed you're still wiping off, you're still going to predict elections? Mr. Pradeep Gupta, you still want to predict elections after what happened in 2024, where you said 400 par that ended up in 280, 290? Go ahead.
Rajdeep.
I won't make you cry this time.
No, I'm telling, I'm replying you, don't worry on that front. Who will stop playing after losing one or two matches?
Aha.
I mean, we need to play on. And nevertheless, as you mentioned, the wiping the axe out, just to once again, I'm not trying to defend our community or myself. See, for predicting any election, what is the prime objective? Who is likely to win the election, isn't it? And even during Lok Sabha 2024, we have predicted NDA 360 odd seats to 400 seats.
You're going to be brave enough to predict who's winning Bihar?
Yeah, I mean, that's normal. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we do for a job. That's what we do for a living. So, yeah, I mean, the first question, because it was directed more towards Pradeep, I would presume so, because I still like to call myself a print guy, where I started my journey with India Today, 23 years back, mood of the nation. So 335, yeah, maybe you can say that even 335 was a few X.
Okay,
I made an omelette.
Okay.
And I ate it up, and then I'm here sitting it up again.
We won't do a won't do a postmortem of 2024. Yeah. Let's look ahead. I want to remind viewers that my colleague Maria Shakil is from Bihar, so she knows Bihar inside out. Before Maria takes over, I'm not asking Amitabh the question of 2024 because he was cleverer. He didn't predict what would happen, so he doesn't have to face the egg and the omelette. But let's start with Bihar and tell you what happened in the last 3 assembly elections in Bihar. So you have a sense of why Bihar is such a difficult state at times to understand. What happened in 2010 was a clear landslide for the NDA. The JDU, BJP just swept Bihar like never before. 115 to JDU, 91 to BJP in a 234-member assembly. Come 2015, just the reverse happened. The Mahagathbandhan, or the opposition, swept it with Lalu Prasad and Nitish coming close, forging an alliance. Nitish is the common factor, as you will see. By 2020, though, it was as tight as it could get. Just a 12,000 vote difference between the two main alliances. So 3 elections, 3 very different verdicts. Amitabh Tiwari, is Bihar therefore a nightmare for psephologists, or is it a relatively easier state that wherever 2 out of the 3 parties align, the major parties, JDU, RJD and BJP, if 2 go on one side, game, set and match. It's like a triangle. Two have to go on one side and you win the election, more often than not.
See, it is a trickier state in the sense that in both 2015 and 2020, most of the pollsters have got it wrong. Because in 2015, it was generally believed that NDA would win. And in 2020, it was a consensus that Mahagathbandhan is winning. But NDA won the elections in the end. So it's a tricky state for pollsters because there are many parties involved here. There are not just these top three parties, but many smaller parties which bring an additional vote share to different alliances. And most of these smaller parties are with different partners in different elections. Correct? So this time around also it looks to be a very tight battle. And we have 1.5 months of campaign left. Elections have not been announced yet.
And I just want to add that, make Pradeep Gupta smile. He actually got 2015 right.
Yes.
When everyone else was predicting an NDA victory, there was a Modi wave after 2014. Pradeep Gupta got that election right. So, kuch aap sahi nikalte, kuch galat nikalte. That's life.
And Pradeep also had spoken about 2020 Bihar. Of course, the elections, many say, Rajdeep, that shifted from the first phase to the second phase. And the sense was that in the second phase, more women came out to vote. So let's look at the second slide because this becomes important in the context of Bihar. Because on 27th of this month, close to 80 lakh women of Bihar will get 10,000 rupees each. With the direct benefit transfer scheme having been thrown into this entire mix of caste and coalitions, Bihar has become even more tricky to predict. Let's look at this number now. We are looking at northern and eastern Bihar, which are dominated by shades of red and orange, which actually indicate that women outvoted men by a significant margin. In fact, in Baisi, it is almost like 22% more women turn out. Elections were actually moving from this side to upwards, and that is the reason why it became difficult to predict the elections in 2020. When we look at western and southern part of Bihar, that's where men perhaps voted more, and that is Bikram, minus 11.2%. But women in general have been that very important factor in the context of Bihar, and that's why I'll bring you again, Pradeep Gupta. Because when you speak about 2020, the vote share or vote difference between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan is just around 12,000 votes. Many would say that that is largely the vote that administration brings in if the elections shift. When the vote, the counting process begins and it starts moving. But with direct benefit transfer coming in this election, has it become even more difficult?
I would not say difficult, but I would say it makes at least one of the party or Gathbandhan lives easier to predict. In the sense, if this is working out, the direct transfer of money to the woman's account, and if women are shifting in bulk, then our life and everybody's life is much easier to predict.
But are they really shifting? Won't you say that they are already captive audience of Nitish?
That is something, Maria, you are trying to ask who is winning or if they are shifting. I wish I could answer this question. Even at this point of time, I would say, even Bihar के वोटरों को नहीं पता है कि किसको वोट करना है. That is the kind of dynamics playing out in the battleground of Bihar.
No, but are we right in saying, and Yashwant, you can take this, over the last 10 years or maybe even longer, whoever gets a majority of the women votes wins? Delhi was a slight exception. Arvind Kejriwal and the BJP were almost neck and neck in women. In fact, Arvind may have had the Aam Aadmi Party may have had a slight edge, but by and large, Mamta Banerjee, Narendra Modi himself, yes. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, here in Maharashtra last year, Ladki Bahin scheme made a huge difference. Would you agree that whoever gets the woman vote, and Nitish Kumar has consistently got a large section of the woman vote for his various schemes, has a huge advantage in Indian elections today? That the real factor to look at in an election is the M factor, not Muslims, but Mahila.
Absolutely. I mean, goes without saying. But there is a very, very significant difference as far as the M factor of Bihar is concerned when you compare it or look through the lenses of certain Madhya Pradesh Ladki Bahin scheme or Ladli Bahin scheme of Nitish Kumar is not Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Nitish Kumar is not Eknath Shinde. For a simple reason. Nitish happens to be, at least in my living memory, the first person with a very, very significant approach towards the female vote bank. It started 25 years back, Rajdeep, when he distributed bicycles and poshak, as we call it, the uniforms, to the school-going girls in Bihar. And why I feel it is very different, because Mr. Shinde's Yojana or Shivraj Singh Chauhan's Yojana was out of the blue one-time payment thing, while when I look at the brand Nitish Kumar, the daughters of Bihar which got a bicycle and the uniform 25 years back are now the housemakers, the entrepreneurs, the mothers now. And their connection, emotional connect with Nitish Kumar is altogether very different. What emotional connect of female voters in Maharashtra with Mr. Shinde or with Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, even though Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was more popularly known as Mama. But no, Nitish Kumar's personal connect on the female voter is way more intense and way more deep-rooted than any other politician in India.
Yes. Jivika Didi, all that has been very, very, gender-driven, Rajdeep. And that is something that you sense on ground. And when Yashwant points out about that 25-year legacy of Nitish Kumar, it will be about the women voters. Remember Sharab Bandi? That was
exactly.
also done.
Exactly. In Sharab Bandi, it may be a fiscally speaking, it may be a stupid policy for many. But if you will talk to the females, almost 8 or 9 out of 10 would be supporting that policy.
And am I right in saying women now vote far more than they did even 30, 40 years ago?
Yes.
Women turnout has grown. Is it easy for a cephalogist, though, to get and gauge the women voter?
It's
politically people say, because politically people say what Nitish Kumar is doing on the eve of an election is a total bribe. I'm putting 10,000 rupees in the pockets of women. Others will say it's gender empowerment. Do you believe it's easy for a cephalogist? We don't even need to know the numbers if in such a situation.
See, it is difficult because when you go out on the field or when you are doing surveys through calling, fewer females turn up to discuss with you because political discussions many females would not want to do on a face-to-face basis. One data point here which is very interesting is that on 167 seats, the women turnout was more than men. And NDA won 99 of those seats. This entire chunk of red, which was on the top, the NDA swept North Bihar, literally swept North Bihar, including Seemanchal, which has a higher minority population. So this shows what Yashwantji and Pradeepji has been saying, that the woman vote can be the kingmaker again, and this 10,000 rupees is a big amount from Bihar's perspective, where the per capita income is also not rupees 10,000. The per capita income is only 6,000 to 7,000. Bribing of voters, yes, you have a point, but that's what happened in MP, one can argue. That's what happened in Maharashtra here. Who would have said that NDA was winning 234 seats during the election? That's what happened in Jharkhand, correct? So this is something which needs to be discussed. We need to discuss as a whole. And even the Supreme Court or the Election Commission needs to work on this. Because if NDA wins Bihar, then this becomes a recipe or a formula for winning elections, which we all have to think about.
And women again are caste neutral as they are seen. Let's move to the other slide that we have, and this is about the caste. Because we say often in the context of Bihar that it's pure arithmetic which is at work here. Let's put out the caste numbers. And this becomes important because it is often said that for Nitish or NDA, it is Mahila plus, their MY is Mahila plus youth. Again, Bihar in that bracket of 18 to 29 age group, there is a huge number, close to 40%. So this is the caste calculation or caste axis of Bihar. Yadavs are around 27%, and Yadav plus Muslims, which is coming to around 35%, would be the captive vote of Lalu Yadav's party, which is RJD. So we are talking about Tejasvi here. Koiri, Kurmi, non-Yadav OBCs again become important because that is again a significant number of 15%, which moves with Nitish Kumar.
So these are basically 105 seats out of 234, where in the last 3 elections, people from the same caste have won. So caste, it's almost as if people in Bihar don't cast their vote, they vote their caste. Do you agree with that, Pradeep Gupta? Between Mahila and caste is the easiest way to decipher Bihar. 105 out of 234 seats in the last 3 elections, the same caste member has won the election. Whether it's a Yadav or whether it's a Chamar or an Adivasi.
In case of Bihar, Rajdeep, this caste factor hold more good than the women factor. Women is anywhere and everywhere. It's like a phenomenon. Why I'm saying you caste? Because Bihar is the only state in that term where Yadav and Muslim combined contributes more than 31-32% of the total vote chunk. But the beauty here is, unlike Uttar Pradesh or even West Bengal or even Assam, Assam also has 30% Muslim, and West Bengal too have. But here in Bihar particularly, the equation is such a way spread across the Bihar, all the 6 regions of Bihar, M plus Y is in the excess of 27%. Even in both the, which is, sometime you say that, Mithilanchal and Bhojpur, even in these 2 regions also it is in the excess of 27% of M-Y combined, which is Muslim and Yadav. So this is the reason why the en masse vote of RJD has always been intact in last 30 to 35 years.
So are we saying, Yashwant Deshmukh, that in Bihar in that sense remains the last Mandal bastion? Uttar Pradesh has seen some element of flux in caste alliances, but in Bihar rock solid. Muslim Yadav firmly with Tejasvi Yadav and the RJD. By and large, the upper castes have remained firmly with the BJP and the OBCs. And the Dalits are the ones who have shifted in recent times to some extent to the BJP. But by and large, Bihar has to be seen through the prism of caste like no other Indian state today. Would you agree with that?
Not fully. I mean, see, UP has been seeing that a Muslim Yadav equation in the similar way. But Akhilesh experimented with MY+. In the last Lok Sabha election, his success came around only because outside the 5 members, immediate members, he did not give any ticket to 6th Yadav candidate. Outside few Muslim candidates, he refused to give tickets to Muslim candidates. So yes, he kind of tried to experiment and he benefited out of it. Now it remains to be seen how much of this experiment can Tejasvi Yadav afford to do in Bihar. However,
so is that the challenge, that for Tejasvi Yadav he has to go beyond MY?
Of course, because
Muslim plus Yadav is 35%, much greater than UP, but he still needs additional support from other groups.
Rajdeep, it's a self-defeating equation. When was the last time Lalu Yadav ji won in Bihar? Do you remember that? The only person who has been winning Bihar is Nitish Kumar. Without Nitish Kumar, nobody is able to win. Why? Because he significantly holds true of some voter which he takes as a pendulum this way or that way and that way. So MY on its own is a self-defeating argument. That's the bottom line. Can they do MY+? If they, otherwise, every party in India actually has some or other basic caste equation working in its favor in different states. That's the social fabric. Let's not forget it. Caste is the social fabric. So more than Bihar, it is the Tamil Nadu. Look at the Tamil Nadu politics. What kind of casteist politics that you have? I think Tamil Nadu beats Bihar hands down as far as the caste equations are concerned. But Bihar gets to, get all the wrong brownies in that way. That it is a caste-driven politics. So all I'm simply trying to say, yes, you are correct in your assessment that Bihar remains stuck over there, but it is a self-defeating construct. Because they cannot win Bihar by MY, they have to go for MY+. That plus has to be youth, women as the new one, or the middle class. As Akhilesh Yadav won in 2012 in Uttar Pradesh, it was youth, women, and the middle class that made him win the election.
And there is that 1,000 rupees also which is going to be released, Rajdeep, for the unemployed youth of Bihar. So do you think that youth can again be a constituency this time around? And if they are so critical, then will there be some kind of nostalgia for a chief minister who brought on the surface the subnational identity? Although right now Nitish Kumar is largely missing from the political scene.
I think just one data point, if I add here, on 105 seats, the same caste is winning, has been winning in 3 elections. On 113 seats, 2 out of 3 elections, the same caste wins. So it becomes 218 actually out of 243. Anyways, so youth, if we measure the amount of anti-incumbency, the youth show the highest anti-incumbency because they consume everything on social media. However, unlike 2020, when Tejasvi Yadav got a lot of support from youth, this time around, even Prashant Kishore is getting traction amongst youth. So the youth which is disgruntled, let's say, with the Nitish Kumar regime, is getting divided between 2 camps, Tejasvi and Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore has also, by consistently targeting the education status of Tejasvi Yadav, has impacted his brand image amongst the youth. Because youth prefer educated leaders, etc. Correct? And 30% chunk is still with NDA. So NDA still has 30-35 with Mahagathbandhan and 10 to 15 with Jan Swaraj Party as of now.
So let's look at that, the Prashant Kishore factor, the PK factor. There is always an X factor in Indian election. No two Indian elections are the same. The one new factor in Bihar this time is Prashant Kishore, the election strategist turned politician, and his Jan Swaraj Party. So this was a poll done by Amitabh Tiwari. It's a catty poll, so done over phone presumably. The question was asked, who is your preferred choice for Chief Minister? And the findings are very interesting. Who is your preferred choice of Chief Minister? Now look at it. We are going from February to June. Tejasvi Yadav is still number 1, which is 34.6%, which is roughly paralleling the Muslim Yadav vote of Bihar.
Yes.
Nitish Kumar came in at 17.4, half of that. But you've also got to add Chirag Paswan's 9.9. He's part of this Gathbandhan, and we'll speak about him in a moment. Samrat Chaudhary, the BJP's face there, 9.6. So add that, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are more or less in the same bracket if you add Samrat Chaudhary and Chirag Paswan. But look at Prashant Kishore. He is, as per this survey, the preferred CM candidate of 18%. Now at 18%, if that vote was to, actually if the preference was to translate into votes, he certainly becomes an X factor.
He has reached 20% in the latest.
Yeah, so is Prashant Kishore an X factor? Is he punching above his weight? Yashwant Deshmukh, do you believe that Bihar could well see a new kingmaker in Prashant Kishore?
Well, he has got the traction. In the last month, he has actually got 21%. So he has already reached the 20% mark. As far as
mainly the youth?
It's mainly the youth, and majority of his votes are coming from the youths of NDA at this point of time. So he has got the traction, no doubt. And I believe that the similar kind of traction was visible in 2013 for Aam Aadmi Party. Now, but there is a big difference, as Amitabh just said, that, Delhi being a caste agnostic metropolitan city where Aam Aadmi Party could gain that traction and convert that into vote and seat. I'm not very sure how much Prashant can actually convert his traction of his personal popularity into vote for his party and those votes into seats for his party. That I am not very sure of, but otherwise, he definitely has captured the imagination of the youth in Bihar and also the migrants, by the way. I mean, it's funny and odd that big number of migrant voters or Biharis that live outside India and outside Bihar. I live in Dubai and it's a very small thing to know at one of the local eateries where I go to eat pav bhaji, and the two chefs, one from Munger and one from Patna, I was just talking to them and they said to me that हम भैया बहुत जम के फेसबुक पे लगे हुए हैं. किसके लिए लगे हुए हैं? कि हम जन स्वराज के लिए लगे हैं. They did not say PK, जन स्वराज के लिए लगे हैं. And that is interesting because if he is capturing the imagination of the youth who have migrated not just within India but outside India, that means he is gaining the traction. My only thing, and which I am always putting up a question mark, can he translate that traction into votes? And can the vote be good enough to translate?
Let me ask that to Pradeep Gupta. Can Prashant Kishore translate traction into votes in his first election? वो कहा जाता है ना, पहला इलेक्शन हारने के लिए लड़ते हैं, दूसरा इलेक्शन हराने के लिए लड़ते हैं और तीसरा इलेक्शन जीतने के लिए लड़ते हैं. Is Prashant Kishore fighting this election to lose, or is he a factor? Can traction translate into votes? Can he be a Arvind Kejriwal like figure? First election, super hit.
No, Rajdeep, you have answered your question yourself. First election, second election and third election. For that matter, I always keeps on saying, anything in life you begin, it needs 15 years to graduate. Whether you do a simple graduation by starting as a standard 1 student and 12 plus 3, you need 15 years. So this is what it is. Now the question is how much vote share he will gain this time, and whatever he gained this time, whatever that number be, where this is coming from. Because this is the first time he's contesting the election in Bihar Assembly. So this is the question remained to be answered. And as far as youth and women, still I would say in Bihar, still whether it's a youth or the women, they belong to certain caste. So beyond caste, if somebody is, I cannot imagine Bihar voting beyond caste poll.
Because Prashant himself is upper caste. Do you believe, therefore, that is his biggest challenge? Can he break the caste barriers in Bihar?
See, if you see Azim Premji study, it says 55% of voters in India prefer leaders from their own caste. That number is 57% in Bihar. So it is difficult. But on the positive side, 43% people are not voting on caste. They are voting on development and other issues. So this 43% chunk is largely he is targeting at. However, as Yashwantji said and Pradeepji have said, that 21% CM ratings is fine. But how many people are voting on the basis of the CM face? That's the bigger question, correct? Everybody is not voting on the CM face. If everybody is voting on the CM face, then his vote share will be 21%.
But in Bihar, people vote in the name of leaders.
In Lok Sabha election, only 10% people voted for the prime ministerial face. So if a Lok Sabha election can become localized, which it became localized in 3 states, which led to the decline of the tally of the BJP, then Bihar is a hyper-local election. Leadership, I would guess, maybe 15% in our surveys. Only 15% people are saying that they are going to vote for the CM face. He can be a vote cutter. Is it a triangular contest? No, because for triangular contest, you need 15-20% vote share. I don't see him getting that at this point of time.
Okay, so if Bihar is a bipolar contest, something that we have seen for several decades now, Pradeep Gupta, my question then would be, that where is Nitish Kumar standing in all this? Because let's be clear, this is an election which will mark the end of an era in real sense, because all the JP's proteges will be out of the political scene.
See, Maria, when you say Nitish Kumar, when you are asking Nitish Kumar, I'm sure you are asking Nitish Kumar minus NDA or BJP. You know, these are the two phenomena, and this time, what is the situation on the ground, I can easily see that. लोगों को नीतीश 20 years का एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, वगैरह वगैरह, एटसेट्रा, हेल्थ का इशू है, काफी हो गया, एक फटीक फैक्टर आता है, वगैरह वगैरह. But still, there is a large chunk among the NDA votes who are hoping somehow or the other that कि somehow इस बार तो बीजेपी का सीएम बन जाएगा. इस बार बीजेपी का सीएम बनेगा, बिकॉज उड़ीसा जैसे राज्य में, नॉन हिंदी स्पीकिंग राज्य में भी बीजेपी की खुद की सरकार बन गई है. सो दे आर समहाउ एमिंग दिस, और ये एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला है. वेदर सी इट इज गो ओके कि देयर इज एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, बट वेयर टू स्विच. तो वेयर टू स्विच में इस बार 3 लोग खड़े हुए हैं, जैसे इन द ऑर्डर, 1 is the BJP, 2nd is the RJD or the Tejasvi Yadav, and 3rd is the Prashant Kishore. This is something very interesting in this Bihar election.
Okay, we haven't discussed one aspect before I ask each of you to give your predictions, which is vote chori. Rahul Gandhi has gone on a Bihar vote adhikar yatra. Now, In recent elections, Congress has been the Kamzor Kadi. Last time they contested 70 seats, 119. Had the Congress even done marginally better, Tejasvi would have become the chief minister. Is the Congress...
It will help in politics. So Bharat Jodo Yatra did help Congress big time, no doubt about that. However, as an issue, this SIR or the vote chori thing, we still haven't really found a traction as such, which is among the swing vote. What I'm simply trying to say, the support for the vote chori campaign is coming from the basically already converted voter. You know, you don't convert the converted, already converted. You need a middle of the ground swing voter to switch over to you. So what is happening in Bihar, it's like in Hindi we say, kawa kaan le gaya. You know, जो से राजदीप तुम्हारा कान कौवा ले गया, अब राजदीप will say कौवा कौवा कौवा, और राजदीप will simply, you know, touch the कान की कान है कहाँ. So people, if they will find that their vote name is very much on the voter list, it will not become an issue.
Okay, we have exactly 2 minutes on the show, and we now come to predictions. Remember, we are going to hold all of these people accountable for what they say today on the day the actual counting takes place. It's not been easy to get them to say it, but one by one I'm going to go to each of them. Amitabh Tiwari is first. He perhaps feels he has less skin in the game since he didn't predict 2024, but this is what Amitabh Tiwari has predicted for Bihar. Let's look at Amitabh Tiwari because he has been the most direct. You have predicted NDA 130, 135, Mahagathbandhan 100 to 110, Jan Suraj 0 to 5, others to 0 to 5. So you are predicting that Nitish Kumar or the NDA will form the next government in Bihar.
If elections are held today. Correct. If elections are held today, that is what
is going to change between now and then?
A lot of things change. 1.5 months. Candidates, it's all about candidates. Tomorrow, if there is poor candidate selection by the NDA or the Mahagathbandhan, both will suffer. Correct? Okay. So as of today, it's a close contest, but NDA has a slight edge because Mahagathbandhan is not being able to move beyond the MY vote. It is not able to make a dent in NDA vote share.
Okay. Yashwant Deshmukh was the next that we asked. Yashwant Deshmukh has done what most Indians do, कि दो scenario आपको दिखाएंगे. So he's given us two scenarios. Scenario one, you're saying NDA 125 with 43% vote share, RJD 110. Very similar in a way to last time. But scenario two is you're giving NDA 175, almost a sweep like in Maharashtra, with a slight 3% up to 46%. Explain very quickly.
Keep an eye on the voter turnout as far as the female voters are concerned. If the female voters turnout is at par with the male turnout, scenario one is likely to pay. If the female turnout goes down, then that is the one scenario where RJD Plus can get a majority. But if the female turnout is even 3% more than the male turnout, and this is what you are going to end up.
Okay, the cleverest guy has been Pradeep Gupta because he's decided to not take any risks. So take a look at Pradeep Gupta's predictions. He wants to make everyone look happy. His first possible scenario is an NDA majority. His second possible scenario is a RJD majority. His third possible scenario is a Jan Suraj party majority. Now you please decide once and for all. Possible scenario one, most likely. Possible scenario two, less likely. Third scenario, least likely. Am I right? 1, 2, 3.
No, you are not right, Rajdeep. This is not the
No, so
way.
what is it?
So I'm coming to that.
You know,
so,
you are supposed to be from Mumbai.
No.
Thoda to satta laga do.
First of all, I am in a no position to predict whatsoever at this point of time. As I mentioned earlier, even Bihar voters, the floating voters, doesn't know whom to vote. They are still waiting and watching what is coming onto their way, and they will take the decision at the last minute. But there are all three possibilities which is there. NDA can win, RJD Plus can win, and Prashant Kishore's case, in case, which is very, least possibility in that sense, if en masse vote of minority votes shift and they believe that Prashant Kishore has some kind of attraction and he can beat the NDA or the BJP, then scenario will be totally different.
No, but Rajdeep, I want to know from you, Pradeep Gupta, what is the percentage of floaters? Because you're emphasizing on floaters. Isn't Bihar one of those states where there are least number of those silent or floaters?
In case of Bihar, it is far easier. It is like this. About 30% odd for the NDA, about 30% odd for the Gathbandhan, and rest is the floater voter in case of Bihar. Because of small parties,
Yes.
I'll tell you, not a single election in last 5 terms, I would say 5 terms, where apart from these Gathbandhan, even last time, the others, including LJP, secured 26% vote. What does it mean? They are not loyal to any of these major parties.
Okay, so basically Pradeep Gupta is saying tomorrow in Mumbai it could rain, it could be very sunny, or it could be cloudy. You choose your pick. I want to also say, we use the word chamar during that graphic. I apologize for that. It's a word that we shouldn't be using. And therefore my apologies for having used that word in the context of the graphic that we put out. But I'm going to give someone who's a daughter of the soil of Bihar the final word. Maria, you've just been to Bihar. You've interviewed Tejasvi on the road. Give me your number. Or you don't have to give me a number. You tell me which way the wind is blowing.
Look, Rajdeep, last time I'll be making the comparison between all the elections that I've seen. 2015 was a clear landslide election. 2020 it became a close contest because Tejasvi hit the ground. This time he has hit the ground way in advance. But be prepared right now. Only after the model code of conduct is announced, we'll see the clear picture. But this direct benefit transfer is something that is drawing the women of Bihar. So if Tejasvi Yadav has the Muslim Yadav, the NDA has the Mahila and youth, because both these constituencies, both these crucial demographics are getting benefits of the state through direct benefit transfer.
Okay, so Maria is also playing a little safe. What is your number, but
Rajdeep,
sorry?
you can give the number.
After I am still wiping the egg off my face from 2024 general elections. So
Number, which he's not going to tell us here. He's just going to play it safe.
I will say
Rajdeep, own up the numbers, please.
No, look, I will say
own
this.
up the numbers.
I'm in this state where I got the election right. I predicted that the NDA would win Maharashtra. So I'm going to stick to that. Always stick to your last prediction that you get right. I will let you know quietly what will happen in Bihar and then say I got it right after the election results. I am not as brave as psephologists are. I don't know why they are so brave. Maybe because they get paid by political parties. But we will discuss that on another day. For now, Maria, Amitabh Tiwari, Yashwant Deshmukh and Pradeep Gupta, thank you very much. We will leave the voters of Bihar to decide kaun jeetega Bihar. Thank you very much.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Though Rajdeep has given us his punt, I've taken it down. Only to remind him on counting day. All right, with that, let me call upon Shernik Mehta, Kokila Ben, Ambani Hospital to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all, if any of you are watching Bihar news, there's a video that is going viral because there was so much talk on caste. When a voter in Bihar was asked ki Vikas ko vote jayega, she actually turned around and said, Vikas kaun jaat hai? So which practically describes on what the Bihar playground is going to be. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Rajdeep, for joining us. We're going to quickly move on to our next session this evening. Our next session, Next Gen Business, Building More Than Wealth. To take it from here, inviting on stage our session's moderator, Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. A quick correction, our next session, ladies and gentlemen, tiny tables, big ideas, miniature restaurants and innovative labs. To take it from here, Sonal Vaid, my colleague, Digital Editor, Lifestyle Division, India Today Group.
Good evening, everyone. In this panel, we're going to explore the most exciting culinary movements in the country. They're not happening in big restaurants, but in really tiny spaces. We're not talking big dining rooms, 10-page menus, restaurants with more PR than personality. We're talking about places with just a handful of seats, changing the way we eat from Bandra to Bengaluru. I'd like to invite a chef and founders who've spoken and proven that scale has nothing to do with impact. May I please ask Kavan Kuttappa, chef and founder Naru, Yash Banage, founder and COO Hunger Inc. Hospitality, and Akhil Iyer, founder of Bene, to join me on stage, please.
Hello everyone, welcome. Okay, I am going to be talking about restaurants, small restaurants, and how do you manage to pack in those restaurants. Kavan, my first question is straight to you. Okay, so one of the things I noticed is that women on dating apps have been putting this as one of the things that they want in the potential partners. Can you get me a reservation at Naru? How and when did that happen?
I think it's been happening for a while now, over multiple platforms. I'm not on them because I'm married, but I've heard it happens. And so there's this girl who had put up a whole story about, hey, if you take me here, and then there was an arrow, and then you swipe, and then there was a restaurant, which is the picture of the restaurant. And she said, if this happens, I will gladly go on a date with you. And we've got another request.
And you're married or?
No, I'm already married. It's the first, that's my opening line. But so there's this other person who said me having a successful marriage depends on this. So this is already somebody who's already married, and he's under immense pressure to make a reservation at the restaurant happen. This is a...
I cannot believe that a bowl of ramen can get someone married, but kudos to you for making that happen in the food space.
Thank you.
Akhil, moving on to you, how do you feel about women in their Louis Vuittons from top to bottom, dripping in Christian Dior, waiting in the hot Bandra sun to get a plate of Bene dosa?
I feel very grateful. I feel grateful anybody comes to Bene really, but more grateful that women, men, kids, everybody, and some of the descriptive personalities that you mentioned also come. It's very humbling. It's very, very humbling. We didn't expect anybody to come.
It's like getting a Bene dosa is like the iPhone experience. You have to wait in queue and you have to prove that you deserve a dosa. Did you ever imagine that that is what Bene was going to be before you opened it?
Not at all. Not at all. Bene was started by my wife Shriya and me, and we literally didn't expect anything. So the fact that people came, or the fact that there was a queue, it shocks us even today.
Why Bene dosa? Why just that dish?
True love. I love a good Bene dosa. I missed it. I moved to Bombay 12 years back, to Mumbai 12 years back, and I just couldn't accept the dosa that was available here. Genie dosa and palak paneer dosa. I mean, you may like it.
You know there is a restaurateur on this table who has many restaurants and he does a decent dosa. Not a dosa, but like could do a dosa.
He can do anything.
Yash, do you agree that Bombay doesn't have good dosa and that's why he had to open a restaurant that does dosa?
I think he said Bombay doesn't have a good Bene dosa.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't misquote him. We are at India Today.
Thank you, Yash.
Okay, all
we
right.
decided
He's
beforehand.
Been very regional
Journalistic
with dosa.
integrity is something we all need to stand for.
With the dosa. Okay, so why don't you tell me then, Yash, from Dua Lipa to Dua's mummy and papa, which is Deepika and Ranveer, Both of them have come to Papa's. I know Dua Lipa was there with her boyfriend too, or so I saw on Manav Manglani's page. Can you describe Papa's to me? But you cannot use the word that you often use, which is experimental, seasonal, and cuisine agnostic, which I personally feel that are the most abused and overused terms in the food world.
So for me, I feel that I'll give you the simplest and I'll give you explanation also, is Papa's is a happy memory. You know, like if you remember the early 90s, I don't know if you were born, I was there. But going to India's first McDonald's, right? If you came from a middle income, any family, you stood in queue and your dad went and bought, and if he got you a happy meal, like in that moment, your family is sitting there enjoying that meal and then walking out with that toy in your hand was happiness. I feel the way for me Papa's is best described is not when someone walks out and tells you about how good the rabbit was or how rarefied the freaking gin was to say, I feel happy. And that's what I don't remember a fine dining meal in India to just make you feel joyous and happy. And that's what Papa's is.
So, Yash, you brought this up about McDonald's, and we both know that Papa's is one of the most expensive tasting menus in the country. It is not like McDonald's, it's not 250, 300 rupees, it is around 7,000 rupees. Do you think the experience is justified for the price? Or do you think it's okay?
I think it is justified. See, the thing is where and I still order McDonald's at least twice a week. It's not, we need to be very objective about this. Is for us, McDonald's is a cheap meal, but for someone in India, going to a McDonald's is still an aspirational meal. So there are different parts of it, right? Like is Papa's one of the most expensive meals in India? Yes, it is. But it is so much more value driven than anything you would get. So I always tell people that go to Papa's when you want to celebrate a big moment in your life. You've had a kid or you have an anniversary coming up. So I think it's definitely worth it. Like 7,000 rupees is a ticket to Delhi on an Indigo flight. So.
Okay. Kavan, my next question is for you. 25 dishes and approximately 10 ramen on your menu. What made you feel like this is all I'm going to do? Take it or leave it?
When you talk about ramen, right, and if you've gone to Japan and if you've gone to a small shop, they usually have one item on the menu. So for a ramen restaurant to have 25 dishes is quite a lot already. I think it's already adapted to an India model where we used to Shiv Sagar or Sagar style restaurants with about 200 dishes on the menu. So it's already adapted. There's something in it for everybody. Yes, the previous menu when we started was slightly smaller, when it was more concise, but this is a little bit more diverse. I think maybe if I could, I would cut a few more dishes off the menu, not add.
Okay, don't do that. Maybe those girls on the dating app want to eat more than just those 10 dishes. How do you feel, especially when your peers are doing so many things, they're changing menus seasonally, they're doing such diverse things. How do you feel when somebody says you would be a one-dish wonder?
I think it's great to be a one-dish wonder also, because if you want something and you know that's the only place you can get that fix, you're going to go there no matter what. You're not going to hip-scop and jump to the next cool thing or the next new thing.
Yeah.
And there's spaces in Bombay, what I call Bangalore also called a legacy model. There's some dosa places in Bangalore. If you want that style of dosa, you will go to that place. And that can happen with any cuisine. And
will you ever diversify and maybe do other things, or this is what you are happy doing now?
I'm happy doing this round, but I might diversify into another completely different thing altogether.
Okay, talking about diversification, Yash, you have a bunch of restaurants under your parent company, Hunger Inc. You have Bombay Canteen, you have Bombay Sweet Shop, you have O Pedro, and everything is supremely diverse. What is it about Papa's that is different? Because it is one of the most packed restaurants from amongst all of them.
I feel it's important to also know that we took our time to start a fine dining place, right? And it's not really packed because it's only 12 seats. It's like one table at this ballroom, right? I feel like it is, I don't like to share too much about it because I want people to come there and we've all lost the element of surprise. You know, the challenge with, I'll say it openly, is with fine dining in India is with most restaurants we've seen before, is restaurants were designed only to be seen at, you know, that you as a entitled person wanted to be the first person there, take that photo, tell your friends and you're done. But as a fine dining restaurant, where you, I feel, can differentiate yourself is the way you make people feel when they are there, right? Like, I know both of them have eaten at Papa's, and I just feel it's a great experience when you walk out of there and you don't, yes, you spend a lot of money, but you just feel, it's like after a great vacation, you just feel refreshed. So I feel it's 12 seats, it's where Hussain gets to do what he wants, and at the end of the day, people walk out supremely happy.
Okay, so Akhil, before you opened Bene, it's like Bandra had never eaten dosas. Okay, how did you get this sardo toast loving crowd to appreciate the nuance of a beautiful Bene?
To be honest, I have no idea, because I don't think they have stopped eating their sourdough toasts or drinking matcha tea. I think that's still very much happening. But I feel like now there is room for Bene dosa. Now there is room for dosa, and it's amazing. That's why we chose Bandra, because I feel like Bandra is one of those places where if you're doing something really specific and you're doing something very intentionally, they will give you a chance. Then it's up to you if you can show that you're doing a good job, and that's why we started small. Entire reason we started small, so that we could focus on one thing, focus on that experience, and I think there's room for everybody.
Kavan, why did you keep it so small? Was that very intentional?
I was paying for it myself, so I said, why invest in a 400-seater and be indebted for life when I can do 8 seats and fund it myself?
And Japan, I know that you've traveled a lot of Japan while you were doing the menu.
Also that, ramen shops are usually between 4 to 10 seats. So I want to replicate exactly that, and then ended up with 8 seats.
Okay. Coming back to what I was saying about you traveling to Japan to learn how to make the right kind of ramen so you could give a great experience to Bangalore. Was there something that you learnt about the Japanese culture or specifically ramen making that you haven't changed even if you are serving it in Bangalore?
Yes, I think all the, not to get too technical, but all the core elements of ramen, the noodle, the soup, the broth, the seasoning, all those 3 things are all kept like you would have it in Japan. But there are a few things that come in that are also Indian, like local ingredients that come into the ramen that make it its own.
Okay, I want to come to you, Akhil. Did you expect this kind of virality with a brand, and is creating a brand that is viral first more important than the food in today's scenario? Because I see a lot of smaller new brands doing that viral first approach where the food goes viral before people have even tasted it.
Even if that happens, you may go there once, but whether you come back or not is dependent on the food.
Yeah.
So I think communicating with your audience is very important. Going viral is like winning the lottery. There's a saying by this Tamil poet. He's translating a Tamil poem to English. And he says, in his words, he says, what things at what time happen, that thing at that time happen. So,
and what exactly does that mean?
It means that what you can't predict it. You will try. Everybody's trying to go viral, but it doesn't happen for everyone. It's like sheer dumb luck. Everybody's trying to go viral.
So you're putting it on luck that Bene went viral?
100%. Okay, 99%.
Okay.
It's luck. It's right place, right time, right product, and luck. If I had to do it again, I have no idea it would happen or not.
Right place, right time, and right product is about 99%.
Okay, Yash, what do you have to say about that?
I was going to say, like when people say this, that the food went viral, it wasn't the food, it's the content that's going viral, right? And this whole thing about like single hit wonder, right? You went viral because of one Instagram meme, but that doesn't stop the work you've done behind the scenes of writing 2 books or being a great journalist. I think at the end of the day, like, we go to Bene because it's a phenomenal dosa. And I think the idea that people don't get as younger founders is, yes, you want your content to go viral, but if the food does not taste great, they're not coming back.
So, you know, as a brand, all your brands, Yash, specifically, all of them, there is a lot of thought that is put behind everything from packaging to labeling to the things that are written on the brand to the communication that goes out, the date it goes on, and that I can go on about that. To you, how does it feel when you see a brand that's just literally doing tiramisu coffee get more hits than something that Hussain, Sameer, you have taken months to put together?
See, there's always a cynic in everyone. I have like always a sarcastic version of everything that's happening in real life happening in my mind as well. I acknowledge it. I feel it's great for people. But I'm also happy with the amount of money in my bank. So I'm like, my brands are doing good for me.
Talking about money, when restaurateurs do, and this is my question for the three of you all, when restaurateurs and chefs choose to do these super tiny, small formatted restaurants, are they viable business-wise? Kavan, why don't you take that first?
I think you can make it work. It also depends on how it's formatted. In my case, there was a person who walked in, he entered the restaurant, he's like, is this it? Because I think it for him, in his head, it ended before it started because the restaurant is so small. And then he said, hey man, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm fine. He's like, are you sure? Is this working? But then, yes, I said, it's working, we're doing okay. And it does do okay. I think it's more efficient than a larger restaurant, I'd like to say, because I think in a small sort of square footage that we do 5 turns a day in a 20-seater. So we do about 100 people a day. So it tends to work.
Kavan, especially for you as a chef, while they are restaurateurs, and I want you to answer this question as well, for you, is it creatively satisfying when you're working with such small numbers that not so many people have eaten your food?
Oh, it's great. You see new faces every day. So it's fantastic from that perspective, you know. It's a small space with smaller menus. It's easier to source something nicer, and you can only source a small wee bit of it because you don't have to feed a lot of people. But I think it's great, yeah.
What do you have to say about small restaurants and the business viability of those restaurants?
For us, it was a very clear, conscious decision to start small, again, because we are not from F&B backgrounds. We wanted to mitigate the risk. We're putting in all the money ourselves. So we said, let's start small and try to focus on the food and try to focus on the experience and try to be as efficient as possible, which is what the Darshini model is. And that's why we have standing, no seating. It's very, I think if you ask me, it's a very, very viable model, more from a risk perspective, because the amount of investment is lesser. So if it does well, your turnaround is also very good. So for me, if someone is a new restaurateur, I would recommend starting small. I would not say open a 400-seater restaurant or a 100-seater restaurant. I'd say open small, perfect your product. If it does well, then go to a bigger space.
So Yash, you've done both big restaurants and now a tiny restaurant. Tell me if it's commercially viable, and as an entrepreneur, what is more satisfying?
I think anything run the right way is commercially viable. It doesn't, see, it's small or big. I'll give you an example. When we opened Bombay Canteen, we were in Lower Parel, but on the wrong side of Lower Parel. Everyone wanted us to be on Todi Mill side, we weren't. But what that made us do was keep the rent much lesser, like 1/4 of what people were paying on the other side. So although Bombay Canteen now looks like a large restaurant, our team was 20 people when we started. Veronica's, on the other hand, is a 20-seater cafe, a small space. It does 300 people a day. So I feel like at the end of the day, what I love what he was able to do with Benny is the fact that what a Cafe Madras has done throughout, right? Like, did anyone go to Matumgarh 30 years ago and tell uncles there, oh, aap viral ho gaye ho? They always had a queue. He's created the queues for the next generation, whose nostalgia now will be Benny dosa and not the dosa in Matumgarh. And I think that's great. So I think financially, as long as your product is good, people are coming in, no matter the size of the space, it will be profitable. In my mind, there's joy in both. I'll give you an idea. Like, we on Ganpati, our brand Bombay Sweet Shop delivered 10,000 deliveries in one day in Bombay. And on the same night, Papa's served 12 people. So I think we have both sides of the spectrum. One of them makes your hair go more white than normal, but we love it. That's the challenge of it.
Well, Yash, you say you love it, but actually you're ranting quite a lot and creating so much brouhaha about people asking you for reservations. It's on your WhatsApp display picture is that I do not take reservation for Papas. Okay? Why open a restaurant if you didn't want to give people a seat or access?
Have you been to Papa's?
Yes, I have.
So clearly I'm not doing a good enough job of gatekeeping.
One person. How many people here in the audience have been to Papa's?
That's a lot.
There you go.
That's a lot.
There you go.
But the people who follow me on Instagram took that choice, right, to follow me. I don't want to be that founder who's just talking about life is so rosy, I'm sitting at the beach, look at my pina colada. I do rant. I rant because in this country, service gets misconstrued to be servitude, right? Entitlement is what really pisses me off, and that's what I rant about, is a reservation at a restaurant or a flight ticket or your Indigo flight getting delayed. We love to yell at the lowest common denominator is the one person in front of us. If you didn't get a Papa's reservation, for me is like tomorrow if you planned to fly to New York a month later and you didn't get a ticket on the flight. Do you call Richard Branson and be like, aur ek flight laga de? No, right? Like, you just wait for the next ticket to get free. So why that sense of entitlement when it comes to restaurants? Why that? And that's what I rant about. And if people don't like it, don't follow me.
Do you feel that too, Kavan? Do you feel there's a lot of entitlement when it comes to asking for a seat at Naru?
It's tapered down over the years, but he still does 12 seats a night, so I don't know, it's going to probably take a decade before it tapers down. But yes, there's a certain amount of entitlement that comes from many things. And restaurant reservations are like, you don't look at restaurant reservations, you think, it's just a restaurant, it's just a seat, why don't you just throw me one?
Kavan will just be like, talk to my assistant. Okay, talking about controversies, there is a lot of chatter about Bene gentrifying dosas. What do you have to say about that, Akhil? Gentrification of the Bene dosa by the whole Bandrafication of it.
Dosa is 2,000 years old. I am not even a blip on the radar of dosa. But what I can say is, if you come to eat it and you say it's gentrified, I don't care.
As long as you're not, the day you put avocado on it, I will say it's gentrified.
Exactly.
Until then, it's pure.
See, for me, this is the dosa I ate growing up. Just because I am standing behind the counter and making it, doesn't gentrify it. You know, some Anna is not standing behind the counter with, lungi or a veshti and making dosa. I am standing there with my baseball cap making a dosa. That doesn't gentrify it. The dosa is still what I ate growing up. It's a 60-year-old recipe.
And Deepika Padukone approves it, so who are we to question it?
You can question. That's the beauty.
Okay, before I let y'all go, I have a quick session. Between the three restaurants, you have to kill, marry and hook up. Okay, so between Papa's, Naru and Bene. Kill one, marry one, hook up with which one? Yash, you go first.
All say.
Yeah, kill, marry and hook up. Which one will you kill, which one will you marry and which one will you hook up with?
I'll be nice. I'll kill papas. I'll marry Benny because I think I can eat it every day. And hook up with Mr. Naru because it's difficult to get a hookup anyways.
Akhil.
Wow, yes. I would kill, no offense, I would kill Naru. I would
He's
marry...
offended.
No, I mean, I love Naru and, there's no love lost here. There's a Bangalore. I think he will marry Dosa, to be honest. I would kill Naru, I would marry Benne, and I would hook up with papas.
Yeah. And?
Very similar to Akhil's, I think. I would kill Benne because I'm from Bangalore. I have very good access to dosa, so killing that restaurant won't make too much of a difference in my life. I'm already married to Naru, and there's an endless hookup with Hussein all the time, so it's a very easy answer.
Okay, thank you. On that note, it was lovely chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Harsh Dalmia from NL Dalmia Educational Society to come up on stage presenting a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank you. Appreciate all of you for joining us this evening. Thank you there.
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती नहीं, यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे
राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening, 100 years of the RSS, nation building or nationalism. To take it from here, inviting on stage sessions moderator Gaurav Sawant, senior managing editor, India Today Television.
Namaskar. From the ramparts of the Red Fort on the 79th Independence Day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi referred to the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh as the world's largest NGO that was engaged in selfless service and nation building. With me at the India Today Conclave is J. Nandakumar Ji. He's a prolific author, writer, poet, and he's with the Prajna Pravah, the think tank of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. And I will talk to you about the 100-year journey of the Sangh and the road ahead. But before that, let's quickly listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the ramparts of the Red Fort talking about the contributions of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh.
आज मैं बहुत गर्व के साथ एक बात का जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। आज से 100 साल पहले एक संगठन का जन्म हुआ, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ। 100 साल की राष्ट्र की सेवा एक बहुत ही गौरवपूर्ण स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ है। व्यक्ति निर्माण से राष्ट्र निर्माण के संकल्प को लेकर के 100 साल तक मां भारती का कल्याण का लक्ष्य लेकर के लक्षावधि स्वयंसेवकों ने मातृभूमि के कल्याण के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित किया है। सेवा, समर्पण, संगठन और अप्रतिम अनुशासन जिसकी पहचान रही है, ऐसा राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ दुनिया का ये सबसे बड़ा एनजीओ है एक प्रकार से।
Nand Kumar ji, were you surprised to hear the Prime Minister from the ramparts of the Red Fort talk about the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh as a Swayamsevak, as a Karyakarta?
Namaskar. At the outset itself, I would like to extend my thanks to India Today for inviting me for this August forum. Thanks. Okay, the question was very much pertinent. I'm not surprised because being a Swayamsevak, Narendra Modi ji as a Prime Minister, when he was addressing the whole world, I would like to say, it's the 100th year of RSS. So it's not a surprising thing for me. Yes, as a Swayamsevak, I was elated to hear such a comment from Narendra Modi ji. But as a Swayamsevak, I would like to add one another thing, that Sangha is working, or Swayamsevaks are working not for any appreciation or congratulation from anyone in that sense. See, there is a Geet in Sangha that is Pathka Antima Lakshya Nahi Hai Simhasana Chadte Jana. मतलब अटल जी का एक प्रसिद्ध कविता भी है, मुझे इतना ज्यादा ऊंचाई न दो, ऐसा करके. So that is the mentality of the Swayamsevaks. We are not in a way very much expecting something from the highest order or the positions. But yes, this is the 100th year. So Narendra Modi ji has mentioned it. We are all happy. And in a way, it was an apt moment for him to say so to the whole world, such a comment.
And when people say 100 years of nation building, India became independent on August 15, 1947. So how is this 100 years of nation building? How would you respond to those who say this is exaggeration?
See, I have got a big problem with this, the nation building. See, as far as Sangha is concerned, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangha is concerned, our working is not nation making, it is nation reconstructing. Why we are saying, I am not going much deep into the semantics of the word, but I am saying it because, see, this nation concept, it's a Eurocentric term. State or government comes, politics come first. That is the nation-state concept of the West. But as far as Bharat and as far as Sangha is concerned, we are believing in the Rashtra Punarnirman. Rashtra. Rashtra is a cultural term, a spiritual term, or a civilizational term. Rashtra has got a long history. I mean, time immemorial our nation was there, our Rashtra was there. Even in Veda, there is mentioning about Rashtra and even Bharat, I would like to say. See, in Atharva Veda, there is a sloka, how Rashtra was evolved. Bhadramichanda rishaya survida tapo diksham upaseduragre tato rashtram belamojascha jadam tadasmai devam upasannamandu. What is the meaning of it? Our ancestors, the rishis, they did the penance, they did the tapas. For what? For not their benefit or their family members' benefit. They are doing their tapas for the whole universe. Survida, for whole. And from that tapas, Ojas and Tejas and Rashtra came. This Rashtra was formed on the very basis of that tapasya. That is why Devatas are prostrating before this Rashtra. That was it. So in Veda itself it is there. Let me finish it. In the modern times, Swami Vivekananda put it in the modern language, that is the English language. that exact translation of what which Rishi of the Veda has told. He said that, what is this nation? What is this Rashtra? Renunciation and service are the national ideals of this nation. If you want to strengthen this Rashtra, you have to strengthen her in those channels and rest will take care of itself. So renunciation or service which has been mentioned by Swami Vivekananda, which has already been mentioned there in the Vedas. In our Puranas, Vishnu Purana, it is clearly mentioned that this nation, this Rashtra was there from the time immemorial, and they have given us the boundaries even. Himalaya se dakshin ke or, and Samudra, from Samudra north as the southern boundary and to the north. It has been clearly mentioned in Vishnu Purana also.
It says Uttaram Yat Samudrasya.
I don't want to. So many of my audience may not be that accustomed with the Sanskrit slokas. That is why Uttaram Yat Samudrasya Himadre Chaiva Dikshinam Varshantat Bharatam Nama Bharati Yatra Santati. So this Bharat was there. It was not a new construct, new creation. Some are saying that Mughals came here, they united. Some are saying that British came here. Even some of our great intellectuals were shown the audacity to say that only after Britain came here, India was born. And once it was written also in this way that where was this India before Britain came here? It was just a landmass in between Burma and Afghanistan. That was told by someone. I don't want to quote that. But it was clearly the answer has been given by one of my friends that yes, you are correct. That is why Britain, when they came here, they started a company also. British East landmass in between Burma and Afghanistan company. In that way, it has been answered. So, Rashtra was there. It was not formed after Britain came here, or it was not formed after 1947, August 14th and 15th midnight. There was a speech at that time. It was mentioned that we are a nation in making. What does it mean? We are a nation in making means we were not a nation. We are in the process of making the nation. It is not a correct state. Totally erroneous statement. Rashtra was there. Rashtra is here. Rashtra will be there.
So when you talk about the rebuilding of the nation, is the focus on decolonizing the mind and reclaiming history through the eyes, as many say, of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh? They say you're rewriting history.
See, it is not rewriting history. It is putting in a true perspective. Our history is to be presented before the coming generation. It is a necessary thing, most important thing I would like to say. See, when British people came here, first and foremost thing they did was rewriting the history. Rewriting the history. There are so many such people who they were brought here to write history. James Mill. James Mill wrote the history of British India. In the introduction itself, James Mill, what a dhikara, what a dhastya he has got. He wrote that, I am writing an objective history of Bharat. Objective history. And what is my qualification to write this? I have never gone to Bharat yet. I don't know any of these stupid languages. Stupid, I have added. He hasn't written it. Bharat, Sanskrit to Tamil, I don't know. That is my qualification to write Bharat's history. He wrote it in the Western style of looking into the history. See, Westerners are looking into the history on the very basis of their calculation regarding time. Time is a linear construct for them. But as far as Bharat's time concept, it is a cyclic thing. So no one can say that from a particular point of time, the whole history started. It is not from zero to, it is going ahead. It is not correct vision. So it is to be put it in true perspective. उस प्रकार का प्रयास होना ही चाहिए. वो होने से ही right individuals will come up. Swamiji himself have mentioned about it is the duty of every true Bharatiya to write our history correctly. That was his comment.
And that's the effort that's on. So when you talk about the West trying to dictate, let me come to the current times when, Prime Minister Narendra Modi or Government of India is negotiating a trade deal with the United States of America, and many analysts say that America is trying to dictate terms to India. The Prime Minister also mentioned that there may be consequences for him, but he will not let the interests of our farmers, our fishermen and those in dairy suffer. Where does the Sangh stand on the way India is negotiating a trade deal with America?
See, it shall not be on the terms which have been dictated by anyone whatsoever. No matter whether it is America or England or anyone. Our nation is a strong nation. We have got an economic power. No one can ask us to do this way. You should take our dairy products. How can he comment? How can he comment? So, see, what is happening to their dairy products, everyone knows that. They are considering the cows just as another industrial thing for economic purpose only. So, to increase the milk production, there is a well-proven case that they are giving them the animal remainings or animal product, meat to the cows. And that's why the cow fever is being very much rampant there. So, such a milk products or in time, just giving an example only. ऐसे जो बात हमारे ऊपर थोपने का कौन इनको right दिया है? There is no right for anyone, no matter whether he is Trump or anyone. So these Trump's commands are not at all being taken. We are not at all liable to take those commands. So our Pradhan Mantri has taken a strong action, strong stand, and Sangha is very much supporting such a stand. As far as the trade relations and the economic relations are concerned, our nation must have the say. Our Swadeshi, Swadeshi must be taken forward. Our startups, everything. So that is happening now. I am feeling that it is very much good for Bharat. So such stand has been clearly mentioned, clearly stated. Bharat is the what you say, एक प्रकार से आगे जाने का एक लक्षण दिखा रहा है इससे.
तो मतलब जो प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं वो सही कर रहे हैं, जो भारत कर रहा है कि we want good trade relations but nobody is going to dictate terms to India. And on the issue of especially agriculture, भारत के किसान, भारत की जो fisheries है, जो dairy है, उसमें there is no way that Americans should be permitted to dictate terms. You're very clear. The Sangh is very clear on that.
तो मैंने पहले ही बताया था. See, what Pradhan Mantri has taken, the decision which has been taken and which is being implemented now, it's in a clear direction that with a clear, sincere intent it is going on. We are very much for that. And also our Swadeshi Jagran Manch and all are working in the same line to strengthen our intrinsic powers. That is the necessity of the time. Don't go after. I have already said, no matter who it may. Who had given America this power to dictate all? You should do that, you should do this. We are also a nation and a civilizational power. Bharat is a civilizational power. And once upon a time, we are all hearing from all authentic sources. We were ruling the roost in the whole economic field. For long 2000 years, the written history, it says that we have got the, the major portion of the trade and everything was with us. We were leading the economic world. So such a condition is emerging. There are so many reasons to believe that. Recent increase in our financial situation, the GDP, what we have expected, it has been surpassed. It is going ahead. It is all because of this policy. And we are very much in support of such a policy.
So you look at this as an opportunity in an adversity. If the Sangh, it is said that for the BJP to move forward, it requires the Sangh push. When it didn't happen in 2024, BJP was at 240. When that push came, it changed the equation. So is Sangh that powerhouse that powers the BJP ahead?
See, Sangha is not working for any political party, or Sangha Swayamsevaks are not campaigning in a way from the RSS side. RSS always work for the nation's strengthening. I have already mentioned about that. राष्ट्र को शक्ति देने के लिए संघ काम करते हैं. इसलिए मैंने बताया था राष्ट्र पुनर्निर्माण के मार्ग में संघ चल रहा है. In that way, Okay, if Sangha is creating an atmosphere, if you are supporting that true nationalist atmosphere which has been created by Sangha, it will benefit you. That's all. If any other organization or political organization is ready to accept this line, very well, they can also use. But Sangha is creating a nationalist atmosphere through this mammoth organizational work. Our basic Shakha work, creating men with equality, those who are working for the nation's upliftment. That is the work of Sangha. And what which you have mentioned, I don't know, in 2024, aisa kuch hua hi kya, aisa mujhe malum nahi hai. But Sangha Swayamsevaks, what they have done earlier, the same thing were doing by Swayamsevaks at that time also. Whether the political party was strong enough to, strong or very much active in the field, that is a different question. But don't say that Sangha hasn't worked because of so-and-so made a statement or something like that. That is not a fact as far as my information is.
Okay. In the past, when you look at the Sangh's journey in the past 100 years, some have argued that the Sangh's rise was against all odds. The number of times that there were bans and restrictions on the Sangh. What has been the Sangh's biggest achievement in the past 100 years?
The biggest achievement is the Shakha which has been started in 1925. Still it is continuing. That is the powerhouse which is generating the power for the nation reconstruction. It is still intact. As far as Sangha is concerned, I am saying from Sangha side, the Shakha activity which was started in the format, it is still continuing in the very same format. And the new shakhas which have been increasing, the recent report has come, it has reached almost 1 lakh places, more than 1 lakh places. That is the main achievement, and Sangha is working for that shakha work, and on the basis of the shakha, we are creating the men with quality, and they are doing all work in the different fields of this nation. This Rashtra, in the cultural field, in the literary field, in the industrial field, in the economic field, in the political field, everywhere, Sangha Swayamsevaks are working. See, generally our Karyakartas used to say, Sangha will not do anything, but Swayamsevaks will not leave anything. That's it. Sangha usually did not do anything, only one thing, Shakha conduction. So when you are asking, what is the Sangh's achievement, I will say as a Swayamsevaks and a Karyakarta, Shakha is still intact and striking. It is going ahead. That enthusiasm of the Swayamsevaks is still on fire. It's going ahead.
And for the next 25 years, I'm not even talking about a 100-year journey. Let's split it in 4 parts. What is the biggest challenge as far as the Sangh is concerned for the next 25 years?
See, from Sangh's perspective, RSS perspective as an organization, I don't think any challenges are there. But yes, our nation is facing so many challenges. In that way, that's a challenge for a Swayamsevak or a person who is believing in this nation, Rashtra. So anyway, what is the challenge before Rashtra? We have to think about that. There is no challenge about the Swayamsevak as Sangha as such, I would like to say. But Rashtra is facing, because of this hatred nature of some people, including some political leaders, political party leaders, towards Hindutva, the very soul of this nation, they are working all out against Hindutva, through that against Bharat. See, Hindutva is the strength which unites this nation, this Rashtra. There is no other force which can bind us together. Netaji once wrote in his My Struggle, the first part of his autobiography, in the introduction itself, he said a particular statement was there. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was not an RSS man. But he said that you go to south, you go to north, you go to east, you go to west. Wherever you go, you will feel that Bharat is one. What is that binding force, that cementing force? Hindu, Hindu, Hindu. So that is the binding force or cementing force of this nation. So in order to weaken Bharat, some forces are working day in and out against that binding force, cementing force. That is the greatest challenge which the nation is facing. So for that purpose, they have started a narrative war against this nation's existence with the helping hands from all such political parties and the West and the foreign elements like George Soros and the cultural Marxists, they were all working against this nation's very existence. I feel it is the right time, high time for any nationalist or patriot to come together to safeguard this great force which binds us together.
Now, they say, and it's not Hindus they're against, or it's not the followers of the Sanatan Dharma, but it's the Hindutva that they're against, and that is political Hinduism. Do you make that distinction that they try to make, that it's the Hindutva that they're targeting and not Hindus or the followers of Sanatan Dharma?
See, what is that argument? What is the strength in that? See, as far as Sangha is concerned, we are not very much concerned about these binaries. We are not seeing any difference between Hinduism and Hindutva. When you are talking about that and you are differentiating it against that Hinduism is good, Hindutva is bad, Hinduism is Sanatana and Hindutva is political communalism and everything, then you must go to the semantics. We go to the meaning of the words. See, Hinduism is a prakar se Hindu or ism. What is the meaning of the ism? Ism is a closed book of thought. Can Hindu be confined to an ism? Never. Hindu is the most liberal cultural belief system in the whole world. One who is saying that Ano Bhadra Kratavo Yendu Vishwataha, let all thoughts come to us. Such a belief system. Ekam Sadhu Vipra Bahutavadandi. One is the real truth, and to reach there can be several ways. That is our belief system.
But then what is the need to say, for example, when Yogi Adityanath says, batenge to katenge. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, ek rahenge to safe rahenge. It is being said that this is how, the attempt is to create divisive politics.
Sorry, Gaurav, I have to complete that Hindutva part also.
Yes, please. See,
okay, when you are saying Manishyatva is or Naratva is bad. Naratva, what is Naratva? The thing, that the Tattva which make a particular person a Manishya, or a human being, that is Manishyatva. What which make you Hindu is Hindutva. It's totally a Sanskrit word. In that way, Hindutva is more appropriate. That if you want a translation for that Hindutva, it is Hinduness. If you want an English word, it is not Hinduism, it is a Hindutva. Okay, when you have asked about the katenge to, batenge to katenge, vagera to, ek hai to safe hai, it is quite simple, the artha. What is our history? Bharat's history. What happened to Afghanistan? From where Gandhari came, that Upaganistan or Gandhara Desha, where is it? Where is Pakistan? Where is Bangladesh? What happened there? But because the lack of unity among them, and that whole area was taken away from us. We have got that intense pain in our Bharat's many of the parts were taken away from us only because we were not united, and the persons there were being forcefully taken out of the very identity of this nation. That is why we lost it. You say simply, let me give an upama for that. See, generally people used to say that Bharat is a beautiful garden. Well and good. But garden cannot be made on an atmosphere. You cannot. It needs a soil. Then only it can be. If you are taking out the soil, the garden will also be destroyed. See, what is that soil? The Bharat is a beautiful garden on the strong, fertile soil of Hindutva. If you are taking that away, the garden will also be destroyed. So in that way, we have to come to the conclusion, hum bat gaya hai to katege, and ek hai to we will be safe.
केरला में एक है सेफ है, या फिर केरला में बढ़ रहे हैं तो प्रॉब्लम होगी, because you've been at the forefront of leading this agitation at the Ayyappa temple.
So see, there are some attempts to make Kerala a divided house, but we are trying hardly to make Kerala ek. See, Kerala ek tha, एक प्रकार से केरल के संस्कृति, केरल के आइडेंटिटी, it was totally Hindu identity. I am not saying, when I am repeating the Hindu term, it is not at all a religious term which I am mentioning. It is a cultural term. Sindhu Sindhu Pariyanta Yasya Bharata Bhumika Pitrubhu Punyabhuschaiva Savai Hindu Ritismrta. ऐसा एक व्यक्ति ने अंडमान जेल्स के अंदर रहकर लिखा हुआ वेद सूक्त से भी पवित्र एक सूक्त मैंने अभी बताया. सिंधु नदी से सिंधु सागर तक फैला हुआ इस देश को मेरे पूर्वजों के भूमि ऐसा मानने वाला कौन है? मेरे ही पूर्व जन्म के सुकृत के कारण जन्म मिला है ऐसे पवित्र भूमि मानने वाला कौन है? उनको कहते हैं हिंदू. MC Chagla is a Hindu because in Roses in December, his beautiful, that great autobiography, he wrote that I never came from any land outside. I am from this land and my Purvajas are Brihaspati, Vasishta, Arjuna, Rama. So those who are believing in that Purvajas, they are all Hindus. So in that way, that feeling was there in Kerala. Someone are trying to destroy it. Someone tried to set fire Shabarimala. Now some political elements, especially those who are at the helm of the affairs in the political field in Kerala, atheist though they were trying to organize Ayyappa Sangama. It's a strange thing that Communist Party people are organizing such meeting. So it's all for dividing Bharat, but dividing Kerala. And Kerala Hindus, Kerala believers, with the help of all religions, they are striking back. And in that way, there's no doubt Kerala will be one.
Okay. We've unfortunately run out of time on this part of our discussion, but this discussion and discourse will continue in the days, weeks and months ahead. It's a 100-year journey and there's a journey ahead. For joining me here at the India Today Conclave, Nandakumar ji, many thanks.
Thank you. Dhanyawad for all.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I call upon Parikshit Joshi from the Adani Group to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guest. Do put your hands together for Mr. J. Nandakumar, All India Executive Member, RSS. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, sir. With that, we're off to our next session this evening. Our next session, Living with GLP, Redefining Lives Beyond the Shot. Taking it from here, inviting on stage sessions moderator Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, senior editor anchor, Health and Wellness.
All right, we're all set now. It's been a long day of a lot of discussions, a lot of thriving debates. But I think the next session impacts one and all, whether or not you like politics, whether or not you like films or business or whatever. This is one story that affects everyone. We are looking, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, at the biggest story of medicine of our times. It's called GLP-1. We're looking at the fastest growth in a pharma industry, thanks to, again, GLP-1. This is a drug that has captured boardrooms, living rooms, even courtrooms. So what exactly is GLP-1? What does it do to our bodies? And I don't know if you know it yet, but everybody sitting over here, history is going to write down and talk about us as the generation of GLP-1. You just don't know it, but over the next few minutes, we'll tell you just how. Today, I'm very glad to have on this discussion with us, for the very first time, all the key stakeholders on this weight loss journey. Let me quickly bring them up on stage. We have Dr. Shashank Joshi with us here. Round of applause, please. India's leading endocrinologist, somebody whose word is taken even by the Prime Minister. Dr. Muzaffar Lakrawala is here with us. Please join him on stage. Also with us today is the President and General Manager of Eli Lilly, Winslow Tucker is here with us. And I'm very glad to have on stage people who often decide not to come in the limelight, but today they have. Let me please bring up on stage Neerav, who's been on GLP-1, has been on a weight loss drug for the past 2.5 months, and also Blanche, who's been on the weight loss drug for the past 6 months. All right, so who do you see on stage? You see the doctors, you see the patients, and you also see the pharma company. And I'm so glad that for the first time, like I said, we have all the key stakeholders to share their story, share their struggles, and also tell us what the future is going to look like with weight loss drugs. Let me give the first word to the doctors here. Dr. Shashank Joshi, what I said in the beginning, that we don't know it yet, but we are the GLP-1 generation. Is that an exaggeration? Or do you think this weight loss drugs across the globe have done something which we haven't seen in the pharma industry, in the world of medicine, in decades ago?
First of all, congratulations to India Today and Sonal Yu for putting people living with obesity on spotlight. And I think it won't be wrong to say that this is a generation where there are solutions for weight loss available. So I think that would be a more apt term. And we are an affluent society. 21st century is the next generation, the Gen Zs of the world. And with affluence, the price we pay is too much of food and too little activity. Yeah. And because of that, now at least we have a solution. One of them is, of course, pharmaceuticals. So it's just one of those specs among the multiple solutions available. So I would clearly say that this is a generation in which we are getting some compelling agents with evidence, which we probably are changing the way food industry will change, or the way human behavior will change, addiction will change. So this is exciting times. As Charles Dickens said, we are in best of times but worst of times. Yeah. So I think the best of times is that we are affluent, we are growing as a country, as an economy, as a GDP. We are very proud Bharatiyas. At the same time, the price we are paying is health. Yeah. And I think people living with obesity are the best of brains who can actually bankrupt their own health with more than 200, 300 disease complications. So I think it's important to recognize that this is a disease and we have a solution.
Obesity is a disease and we have a solution. I think that's the mindset that we are all in. Dr. Lakrawala, can we come to you next? I think every time I talk about obesity, I have two very diverse opinions. I think it was you, or was it Dr. Joshi, who told me a little earlier that every second person in your clinic today is asking for it. But we're not quite sure if every second person asking for it is perhaps the one who doesn't need it, and the ones who need it are not sure if they want it. So we are in this very peculiar time when it comes to weight loss drugs. So can I, just for the benefit of our audience, understand this first. Who do you think weight loss drugs today are for? Who is it for?
So we are in a very, being a surgeon, I can tell you, this is the first time ever in history. And that's why I love the way you say we are living in a GLP-1 generation. For the first time in history, we've got a drug which is powerful enough to treat obesity as a disease. We've never had a drug. Okay, the drugs that worked were banned over a period of time. For the first time, you've got surgery in a pill, or as close to it.
Yeah.
Right?
Not a pill just yet. We'll talk to Winslow about that in a bit.
So I think that because of the effectiveness of this drug on all the various things, like Shashank just said, obesity is a disease. Before, we always thought obesity came with type 2 diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, gastroesophageal reflux disease, pancreatitis, infertility. Today we know that various cancers are linked with obesity. So if you can treat obesity, that's the best option. Yes. In terms of medical parlance, I can say anybody who's been struggling with obesity and failed with conventional methods like diet, exercise over a long period of time, or has lost weight and regained it all back, and it's not effective the second time, is probably an advocate for this or a right patient for this drug. Especially those who are diabetic, I think fit the bill right away. Diabetes, which is expanding and getting much worse, like eye blindness, retinopathies, nephropathies, various other things. So I think we are in an exciting generation. I think this drug should be used by all those people who failed conventional methods of diet and exercise.
Those who failed conventional methods of diet, I think that's what the takeaway over there is. Let me bring in Mr. Tucker over here. Every day, covering health and wellness in this country, I meet one person who tells me that their life has changed because of GLP-1. But every day, there is also a headline. There is also a lawsuit. I want to understand your perspective. How is the industry dealing with it? And what are you then doing for responsible consumption?
Well, thank you for asking that question, and thank you for having me on the panel. First, I want to talk about what these drugs are. These are prescription medications that should be prescribed under the supervision of an endocrinologist or an internal medicine for someone who is obese or has diabetes. Full stop. So we do not promote this for cosmetic weight loss or anything else. When I hear challenges, what I would say is give two perspectives. One, I think this is a very interesting time in India right now, the focus on health. We think about obesity. There was just an analysis in the Lancet that said there are 440 million people in India that are at risk for being obese. We know the consequences of obesity and diabetes. So as was said, GLP-1s have been prescribed around the world, and we know that they have a place along with diet, exercise, and lifestyle change. I think it's important to note that when you hear those numbers, we still know that obesity does not get the awareness, there's not the early diagnosis, and there's a stigma so patients don't actually reach out to physicians. And I think that's where we as a company believe. We promote to our label. We do not promote or condone any use that is off-label. But we also believe that there are more voices and more collaboration between us, healthcare providers, government, and so forth that needs to raise awareness around obesity and diabetes. And we've launched a disease state education program, which is all focused on taking away the stigma of obesity and asking people to go talk to their healthcare professionals. Last thing I will say, we know that if you talk to a healthcare professional, a patient is more likely to develop an obesity plan, to stick to that plan, and they are also more likely to significantly lose more than 5% of their weight. So we're all about responsible use of these medications, and to date, while these products are being used broadly, they're being used in a very small fraction of the patients who ultimately could benefit from them.
But do we even understand obesity, Dr. Joshi, in India? So recently, UNICEF did a survey and said that for the first time in the history of the world and humankind, there are more obese people, or obese children in fact, compared to those who are malnourished. That's a crazy number. in a reality like that, do you think Indians understand obesity, or are we still saying khate peete ghar ka bachcha?
So no, I think that's a great cog. I think what we need to recognize is that we are thin fat Indians, compared to
Thin
other
fat Indians.
That's right.
Okay.
They can be
Elaborate on that.
Yeah, they can be as thin as me, but we store more fat. Because ancestrally, for generations, we used to have famines. And we were a fasting and a feasting country, and we used to have famines. So we developed something called as a thrifty genotype, and we started keeping that fat in our stomach so that we could use it during the time of a famine. And most Bhartiyas or Indians were fundamentally agrarians. They were physically active, and chairs were, only for the kings and the queens and the thrones and the affluent people.
Sit on the floor, even something like a sitting
and do a lot of physical activity. Now, this thin fat Indians is actually called ABCD. ABCD means adiposity based chronic disease, which means we have extra fat cells in our body compared to, say, Winslow from African American lineage will have less fat, and somebody who's a Caucasian will have less fat in their body composition for the same BMI. And therefore, even if your BMI is normal, we store more fat. And therefore, we do waist to height ratio, waist to hip ratio. And this thin fat Indians...
Let me just take that moment to educate everybody as well. BMIs for Indians do not apply, right? That is not the gold standard anymore. So if anybody is thinking about whether or not they're obese, BMI is not what you should be looking at. You should be looking at stuff that you've just mentioned, the body fat percentage, your hip to waist ratio.
Or the waist to height ratio.
Yeah.
And just, even if you look at BMI, of course, if it's about 27, minus 2 every time. That's the way we put out a guidelines way back in 2007. And I think as Indians, because we have become affluent in the last 2-3 decades and become very sedentary, we have become digitally intoxicated, and our sleep time has come down. These all lifestyle factors with pollution adding to the cog actually has propelled extra deposition of fat in our human body. And that fat at wrong sites like the liver, the heart, is deleterious to health. In the heart it is called as EAT. EAT means epicardial adipose tissue. In the liver it is called as MASH, which is the metabolically associated steatohepatitis, because they don't like to use the word fat. Fat has a lot of stigma. So we recognize that. We don't call someone obese. We call people living with obesity, people living with diabetes, because we recognize these people have challenges and we are here to help them out. And that is the scientific way to rationalize it. So I think in India, we are thin fat babies and we eat too much and we do less physical activity, we sleep less, and we have become sust and must, and we are digitally intoxicated. We need to switch.
We need to switch. Dr. Lakrawala, I want to understand this from you. A lot of people still think of GLP-1 drugs as a shortcut. I've heard this criticism time and again. Every time there's a campaign that goes out with a celebrity, Serena Williams was the latest one, everybody said it's a shortcut. Do doctors like you see it as a shortcut?
So just to round up what Shashank said, I think as Indians and Asians, I believe that our body, the genetics are there. It's the environment and what we do that pulls the trigger. And that's why we've got an entire generation that's becoming obese, that's becoming diabetic. It's almost like we just had the communicable pandemic of COVID. This is the non-communicable pandemic of diabetes and obesity that we are struggling with. As far as the shortcut goes, I would say that obesity is a chronic disease. The moment you say chronic means it does not go away. And ask anybody who's trying to lose 5 or 10 kilos, how difficult is it to maintain that weight loss? And therefore, if someone's with 40, 50, 60 kilos more than what they ought to be, it's always going to remain a lifelong challenge. And therefore, anybody who's looking at a shortcut solution for obesity, which is a chronic disease, I think is talking about something completely different. So if you're looking at a chronic long-term disease, the options have to be long-term, not shortcuts. Shortcuts will never work. That's why a diet or a lifestyle change which will last you a lifetime rather than for a month or for a season is always going to work. So anything along with GLP-1 or its accessory drugs with the diet and lifestyle modification has to be a lifelong change.
So I'm hearing you say that it aids weight loss. It aids a healthier mindset. In itself, it should
Food
not be seen.
preferences.
Food preferences, lifestyle choices, in itself should not be seen as the one-stop solution. As
It should never
the one.
be. We've heard all three of us say it is along with diet and lifestyle changes, not as a standalone.
Yeah. But enough of us actually talking about it. Let's bring in the people who have actually been on GLP-1. I'm very happy that we have two of them who've decided to sort of come out and speak in the public for the first time. Let me first bring in Nirav. Nirav has a very interesting story. Nirav has been on GLP-1 drugs for the past 2.5 months. नीरव, आप हमें बताना चाहेंगे कि आपने कब शुरू करा GLP-1 और क्यों शुरू करा?
Approximately 2.5 months back मैंने GLP-1 start किया, and 6 or 7 years back I had been treated with bariatric surgery by Dr. Mufi, and I used to weight 170 kgs, 168, 170 kgs. And when I had decided to go for a bariatric surgery, and it was a very successful surgery, and my weight, I came down till 96 kg, from 168 to 96 kg.
168 to 96
kg.
96.
And that was maybe in a year's time. So after that, I had been instructed by doctor's team that I have to maintain the regime or exercise. But what happened that happiness and the confidence which came suddenly to me, it's what we say. So I was living a very good life, 5 years, 6 years, there was no issues. But post that, again, there was, the weight gain started, and it started, and from 96, I went to 114 kgs. Just 2.5 months back, I was 114 kgs, and today maybe I'm 102 or 3. So what happened that there was no motivation. Again, the weight gain started, and I was not feeling happy with my body, myself. Confidence was going down, down, down. So again, then I said that the God, after I have already mentioned on earth, after my parents, Dr. Mufi is my God. If he was not been there in my life, I would be not sitting here, and I would be on a photo frame, because I was operated before COVID. And if I would have not operated before COVID, I would have definitely died in COVID, because I was high diabetic. My HbA1c was 14 plus. I used to take hypertension tablets. Everything went after that. But now, after that, after 6 to 7 years, when I again started gaining weight, I thought I need to take a step and again come back to the normal weight.
What changed? What changed when you started GLP-1?
When I started GLP-1, I would say exactly after not even a week, even after just a second or third day of a GLP-1 first dose, my craving stopped completely. And craving stopped completely for junk foods, basically. मतलब जो खाना हमारे लिए सही नहीं होता है, उसी की craving बंद हुई. Normal food के लिए craving बंद नहीं हुई. So I saw the change in third day or fourth day of my first GLP-1 dose. Then again, it is what doctor also mentioned, that this is a prescribed medicine, and you have to consult your doctor. If you are fit, then only they will prescribe you to take this. So continuously, sir's team is connected with me and keeping track of my food intake, exercise, and everything. So first week, I saw the sudden change.
But Nirav, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
You do know that when you stop taking the drug, those cravings will come back.
I know.
That's how it's designed.
Definitely.
So you know that, right?
I know it very well.
So do you have an exit strategy like?
I have my exit strategy, because I'll tell you from last 2 months what changes I've seen in myself. The entire motivation, everything which I had lost, it came back suddenly into me. I have started hitting the gym. I make sure if I'm busy all day, I make sure that when I go home, I hit the gym. I give my 1 hour to myself, because I know there is what you said. there is a point of time where I will have to exit this thing, and once I exit, then I'll jump back again. So I don't want to go that.
Yeah.
But this GLP-1 has helped me a lot in getting back my motivation and the strength, and again the confidence back. And definitely I'll keep the
Huge
regime
round
on.
of applause, please. That's quite a journey, and it takes a lot of courage to come out and to actually speak about it. So special thank you to Neera, which brings me to Blanche as well. Blanche has been at it for 6 months. She was very reluctant, and when I spoke with her before, she said, the challenge with GLP-1 reporting is that I know that even in this room, I know the people who are on it, but they don't want to talk about it. That's another mindset that I will touch upon in just a bit. But Blanche, you spoke, you've chosen to speak about this, right? Tell me why, what changed?
Okay, so I started this GLP-1 drug on the 5th of April, and it's 6 months since then. I had a smooth, great and wonderful journey. I started this because, walking had become so difficult, so painful, and I had a very bad back to add to it. My medical reports were bad, not good at all. My HbA1c was around 6.4, cholesterol borderline high, and I was miserable. Every day I looked at myself, I said, how much can I go? I'm bursting, it was like death for me now, next. So I had to do something. I've tried all kinds of weight loss programs. I've done almost everything. In some cases, I did lose 8, maybe a few kgs, but it all came back. There I had to make that effort on my own. Everything was on my own. But in this journey now with GLP-1, I have the backing of this drug, and I know that it slows down your digestion, so you feel less hungry.
We're actually not sure if it actually slows down your digestion or what happens. I'll come to that in a bit, but clearly you're not feeling as hungry, and you've dropped quite a few kgs since then.
Yes, I have lost 18 kgs in the past 6 months.
18 in 6 months?
Yes. I felt like I could have lost more, but I have not been such a good person following exactly everything to the T. Maybe around 70% only of what I was told to do. But I have a great team backing me with Dr. Mufi and his team. So I have a dedicated clinical nutritionist, Kathy. So she's always there guiding me, supervising my journey and helping me through it.
Sure. So that's great. Let me bring in Mr. Thakkray again on this one. So when I speak to people like Neera, I speak to Blanche, I often think of it as these drugs at the moment are not perhaps for everyone. These are people who are affluent, who can afford it, who can perhaps manage to make it. If this has to be a movement, and we've spoken about it earlier, what can the industry do to make it more affordable? Because obesity, like I said, even with the UNICEF report, it's not the problem of the rich. It's not a Sobo problem or a South Delhi problem anymore. It needs to go everywhere.
So I would answer that in 2 ways. One, there are innovator GLP-1 products today, and the pricing of those are based on multi-factors. The efficacy of the product, the impact that it has on health costs for the system, the impact it has for a patient, and so forth. And so that's what's included in that. As a responsible company, we are focused on reducing the burden of obesity worldwide and in countries. Now, that's the innovator portion of GLP-1s. There will also be a generic portion of GLP-1s as well. And so there'll be expansion of that. In addition, I think that GLP-1...
How soon?
I can't talk about other products, but I will say that there will be generics of GLP-1s that will enter the market at some point. In addition, we are investing in a pipeline of products that are GLP-1, GIP-1, and glucagon receptors, because we believe that these different products will have different effects on blood glucose, on weight, and it will give clinicians tools that sometimes these products may be synergistic, that they can then personalize treatment for patients. And I think you heard, and patients are now looking for reduction in glucose, reduction in weight, but also looking at what can these products do for them in making them feel better.
Also reduction in complication. Currently it's still a shot, it's a pen, it's still an injection. How soon, I know Eli Lilly has done phase 3 trials already in the US. How soon can we have a pill?
Sure. What I want to just first start saying is, yes, you're talking about our pipeline of an unapproved product yet, which is a pill. So we are doing studies on that. As that comes forward, we will look to bring that to India as well. And if approved, I believe that product could have great promise for patients in India, particularly because we know that injections are sometimes not as easily accepted across the population.
Right. Dr. Joshi, we have to, when we talk about obesity, we cannot overlook the fact that the recognition is not there. Like I said in the beginning, when I speak to endocrinologists across, I hear them say that every second person in their clinic is perhaps the one who does not need it, who's currently coming in asking for it, and then there is resistance on the other side. I'm trying to understand what conversations do we need to have to get that narrative sorted?
So I think most important thing is that this is a disease-modifying drug and a complication-preventing medication. So if you are treating the root cause of obesity, which is the mother of say 300 diseases, mental health diseases, mechanical complications, heart disease, diabetes, cancers, and you're getting into lifestyle, muscle strengthening exercises, some yoga. I appreciate our Prime Minister talking of Fit India and the Yoga Day, some Surya Namaskar, some muscle proteins, then maybe appropriately indicated GLP-1 in the most sick cases. They benefit the best. Most of the outcomes come where we are able to save them from a heart disease or a kidney disease or a brain attack and complications like sleep apnea, for example. They don't need their CPAP machine anymore. So fundamentally, these are disease-modifying drugs and they're changing their quality of life and we are able to avoid complications. So those are the people who really deserve it. And I think that is where the triaging comes in. This is not a pill where you're coming to fit into your gear for a marriage ceremony. That's equally important. And I recognize what Nirav thinks, that image is very important. And he went down a little bit because he realized that it was like a false sense of security. 5 years he lived with it. Then he dipped down. And again, he had Mufi and his wonderful team, who's a great friend of mine, who could get him back in order. Now he's got his bouillons back. And so is true with Blanche. So I think it's important to recognize that the most sick people deserve it the most. So we need to triage it. Secondly, the cost of healthcare is not in the medicine. The cost of healthcare is in the complications. If you have to go for a dialysis or for an angioplasty or for a bypass surgery, that is where the burden of the disease is. And therefore, I personally feel that yes, we want it to be affordable, accessible to every person on planet Earth. There is no two ways about it. But at the same time, if you have to triage it, we have to give it to the people who deserve it the most. And which is why we have a regulator, we have a regulatory oversight, and people whose BMI is about 27, they either have a high cardiovascular risk or have some diabetes.
But are you worried about overdose, especially when the generics kick in, when the patent lives towards the starting of next year?
As you very rightly said, people who deserve it the most often are not in our clinics, and people are there for the wrong reasons. And I think if somebody is 65 kilograms and wants to become 50 kilograms, they are depriving a person who probably is like a Blanche or like Nirav. So I think it's important to recognize that if it is available for everybody, probably we'll have to still triage it. And it is a medical drug. It is not an over-the-counter medication as it is meant out to be. And it is not something which can be given, because every drug which works has effects and side effects.
Correct.
They need a monitoring. We need to sieve them out. That there are no gallstones, there is no history of pancreatitis, they are eligible for the drug, they are not likely to get complications. And this is just a starter. You still need to do lifestyle, you still need to build your muscle, you still need to take your protein on board. So I think it is important to recognize that.
Yeah. Dr. Lakrawala, we cannot talk about weight loss and not look at the lawsuits which have been filed. Pharma industry is seeing its biggest spike because of GLP-1. It's also facing its biggest lawsuit in history because of GLP-1. So regarding the cases which have been filed, which have about 1,200 litigants, there are cases of blindness, of severe pancreatic issues, of other GI issues as well. How worried should we be about that, and why are they cropping if you think this is really doing the work?
Anytime you use a therapy in medicine, it has to be carefully planned. There are phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. This drug has now got into public use, where everybody's using it. We must realize the benefits of this drug for an obese generation. It treats, there's something like MACE, where it decreases heart events, it decreases fatty liver MASH, like he said. It prevents certain cancers in the future. It treats infertility and various other drugs. So yes, I do understand there are a few cases that have been reported of accelerated blindness, pancreatitis, but as physicians, we rule out people with pancreatitis and don't give them this drug. Gallstone disease, anyone who goes on a diet can have an enhanced risk of gallstone disease. So we have to be careful. The important thing to remember is, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is a very effective drug. For the first time, we've got a molecule that really works for an entire disease spectrum of obesity. Let's not get waylaid by these few accelerated reports and keep it there.
Okay, quick last word then, Mr. Tucker. If 2025 was the year of introduction of weight loss drugs, 26 perhaps is said to be the takeover, where the pills are going to be available, it will be much cheaper, a lot of other brands will get in as well. What is your hope that GLP-1 will do to India and the world?
I'm going to speak about India. I can tell you in the world, we are seeing these products be used globally, and because there's more of awareness, we're seeing them be uptake more by physicians and appropriately by patients. In India, we have a lot more work to do to take away the stigma. I would like 26 to be the year in which patients take action by going to see healthcare professionals, and if diet, exercise, and medication is indicated, that they appropriately get access.
All right, on that note, we live in very exciting times. We are the GLP-1 generation, but we've got to be careful. Please listen to your doctor. Please do not self-prescribe. And also, meanwhile, kudos to the scientists who actually have done this miracle. We can't wait to see what GLP-1 does to the rest of the globe as well. Thank you all for joining us on this very, very wholesome discussion. It's so nice to have the industry, the doctors, the patients, all of them together talk about it. Thank you very, very much.
May I please call upon Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, to come up on stage, presenting a small token of appreciation to our panelists this evening. That's a lot of information, good information, viewers. Please raise a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sonal stays on stage while we introduce our next session to this August House. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, immortality, engineered, we all die. What if we didn't really have to? And we're going to take that conversation in just about 20 seconds. You're going to turn around the stage and we're all set to go. Over to you, Sonal.
So that was just the trailer, guys. What a time to be alive, I must say. If you've been following what's been happening in the health and wellness space, what a time to be alive. When questions of dying are no longer inevitable, but perhaps an option. When doctors are not just talking about curing diseases, but they're talking about how to keep you disease-free. At a time when world leaders are caught on camera saying, well, 70 is just a baby. They're perhaps going to live forever. So in times like these, how do we look at longevity? Perhaps the most Googled word these days. How do we interpret it in the Indian context? And perhaps in the common man context as well. I couldn't have thought of a better person to actually discuss this with. Dr. Avi Roy is a biomedical scientist, entrepreneur and co-founder of Founders Health. He's chaired conferences with Nobel laureates, built AI-driven longevity solutions, and is perhaps, if I can dare to say, our very own version of Brian Johnson, if you know what I'm saying. If not, then let me tell you that he is the one who's going to tell us about the very frontiers of understanding how exactly to extend life and extend the quality of life as well. So let me just take it straight in with you, Dr. Roy. Is immortality a reality now?
Thank you, Sonal, and thank you for India Today for inviting me here, and thank you everyone for staying for this talk rather than going out and chilling. Before I begin, I just want to congratulate you on the last panel. That was fantastic. And also, it's an intro to what I am and what I'm not. And it's very confusing for people to distinguish between doctor and doctor. One is a medical doctor, the other is a scientist. We design the drugs that doctors use. Biomedical scientists, biochemists come up with solutions, hopefully solutions. Failure rate is about 95% to 99%. But once it's available, then doctors can prescribe it, use it in their tool of arsenals that they can use. So, the reason why I'm telling you is that GLP-1 that you heard is just the tipping point in the vision that I want to discuss right now with you. It was discussed as a panacea in the last panel, and us scientists, what we call ourselves biogerontologists, the people who are researching how to slow down the rate of aging and maybe even reverse it, for us, that is just the tip of the spear, and we are thinking way beyond that, and that is just the beginning. So, immortality. I don't think any real relevant scientist is thinking of immortality, but we are thinking of negligible senescence, or think of it as immortality. There are animals...
Immortality.
That's right. So you will still be able to be killed off. You're not a vampire or a movie show or an art, a storybook villain. What you are is more like a bowhead whale instead of a field mouse. A field mouse, rarely can you find a field mouse older than 6 months. And a bowhead whale can live 300 years, maybe even more. We don't know. We killed the one from which we actually dated how old she is. So we don't actually really know. And that's just in the mammalian kingdom. If we go to animal kingdom, it is insanely long. So they have slower rate of aging. They defy things that come with aging, like cancer. And we are trying to ascertain how we can do that to ourselves.
Okay, that's a lot to process, but let me try and understand this. You've talked about aging as an engineering problem. How can you make sense of that a little bit? And I ask you this in the India context. In India, where our sadhus and rishis, etc., have been living for 90 plus years without any medical intervention, and the same India where 30-year-olds are getting heart attack. In an India with that sort of complexity, what does engineering aging mean?
So again, I'll start with the first question, which is, what do we mean by engineering aging? What I'm saying with that is that for 99% of our existence, 40% of children died before their 5th birthday. That was about 100 years ago. That was still happening in England and Wales. 1921 census shows for the first time that that wasn't happening. In India, it took until 1985 to achieve any significant movement about that. And you know how we did that? Engineering solutions. We sent a software code known as vaccine that updated the immune system to fight against childhood viruses and bacterial infections. That is an upgrade to the software. Now, we did that with children. Everybody is completely sanguine with it because it is a part of our life that we grew up with. So that doesn't seem like a miracle anymore, but it is. Somebody should tell RFK Jr. But politics aside. But the thing is, what we want to now do is that do we have to age at this rate? Our last speaker pointed out the Indian thin fatness. That is a genetically programmed switch. Everybody here knows the difference between a Labrador and a Great Dane. The twain are not the same. So can we actually convert a Labrador to age more like a whale? Similarly, what with us? So in our gerontology science, we have recognized 13 processes. They're called the 13 hallmarks of aging, which involve things like telomere attrition, protein accumulation, as in garbage clearance, communication breakdown between cells, and more. 13 different distinct processes that go awry in cells as we get older, some due to stochasticity, some due to genetic predisposition, like the fat accumulation. But either way, there are these 13 processes that we have cataloged. If we can target and reverse them, you possibly could be either coming back to your 30s or stay in your 30s for hundreds of years, according to mass experiments.
Has this been proven on any human just yet?
Not at all. It has only been done in flies, worms, killifish, mice, and rats. Dog experiments have just begun, but yes, no.
So how far away are we? And why is then the most powerful men in the world saying that 70 is just a baby, 150 is what we're going to live with?
Well, see, to answer the how far away question, the first thing that you have to remember from my talk is that I am not saying that we should be breaking any laws of physics and chemistry. This is possible in just the mammalian kingdom. So how fast can we achieve AGI? Do you know how much investment is going every day into achieving AGI? It's absolutely incredible. Whereas in healthcare, we're still stuck on whether we should prescribe GLPs or not. So there is no real momentum. There is like 15 scientists, it's not 15, but maybe like around 500 scientists around the world that are trying to actually do this even. And there is very little money compared to what you think. Most of the money in longevity goes into selling supplements. In this stage, I'm not selling you anything. I have no companies to sell, no supplements to sell, and nothing to sell to you. So that is the thing. How fast can we go? Well, as fast as you want. It's the story that we tell ourselves.
So the buzzword these days is personalized medication. India is thriving in this sector. There are so many startups now who are working on it, personalized gut care, personalized heart care. And that's been seen as something that can happen now. What does personalized medication mean really day to day?
Well, we were talking about this before. India has a fantastic opportunity. Where I live in the NHS in the UK, they have birth to death records of everybody. So nearly 70 million plus birth to death records. What that means is that a man who was prescribed a different version of statin in Aberdeen versus a different statin, a similar man of socioeconomic and other types in London getting a different statin and then living out his life course, we now know one of those two statin has a longevity impact. As in, not only did that other person or group of people live longer, but they lived longer better.
That's where AI gets in, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need AI for this, but yes, when you increase the scale to the, we were talking about the Aadhaar card in India, where you can digitally track healthcare of 740 million people, you can do in silico randomized controlled trials. You can randomly sort people getting the same class of drug, but this version versus that version, or run a whole bunch of ethically designed experiments in order to ascertain what is working. And that will actually accelerate that. Now, the personalization part also is exactly from that. We would know that a person who has this deficiency or that genotype should be actually given this category of medicine rather than that one. This is all coming from data, and India can be absolutely an amazing data trove for this.
Got it. I have one more nerdy question to ask before I move on to stuff that people get really excited about. We hear a lot about gene therapies, telomeres, that's how you say it, yeah? What is the difference between the hype that we see on these versus where we are in terms of pragmatic sort of solutions on the ground?
Again, I would go back to the point that I was trying to say. In the field, there is a consensus that there are 13 things going wrong. Telomeres is one of them. And again, you have lots of different cell types. Cells that regenerate within 24 hours, cells of the epithelium, your gut lining, things like that. Then you have your neurons that live for 10 to 20 years. They don't have the same problems. Neurons have the problem of garbage disposal. Proteins accumulate in them, and that doesn't get disposed. Their telomeres are fine. Telomeres are little end caps of your shoelaces. Think of them as that. It has always been described as that. It's a useful metaphor to have. And every time the cell divides, that end cap of the shoelace gets smaller, and then the shoelace can fray. Your chromosomes can fray. But that is really mainly a problem of fast dividing cells. And also, we don't really have a fix for that yet. We have a technical fix, but we haven't actually tested it out completely in humans. My previous biotech company is one of the companies that is testing it out for early stage dementia, but it's not for telomere attrition per se. It's giving immune cells an oomph in order to fight the accumulated junk in the brain.
This is very exciting, but very complex for people to understand. So let me put you on an easy question now. For somebody who understands it better than most of us, what is your longevity routine like? What are you doing, I want to know.
Wow. Okay. That's you should always take your own medicine. So I have to be 100% honest and completely point out that I take GLP-1s. I don't want to name names, but absolutely. When we started researching and finding out that some of the effects that we are seeing, the pleiotropic, the beneficial effects of GLP-1s is not only due to fat loss. And the clinical trial data is out there. By the way, whenever you guys go see your doctors, one question that you should definitely ask is every year 1 million to 3 million biomedical science and clinical research papers are published. How many have you read before they ascertain you? Like this is a good question. And also be evidence-based. Always look at your health, and this is answering your question, like you're looking at your portfolio. Have markers that relate to endpoints. So the endpoint is that you want to have 5 million when you're 60 years old, okay? So in health, the endpoint would be, I do not want to have a cardiac arrest like my dad did in 55. Okay, I'm 30 now. What are the markers that are causally related to that? Causally. You can sit with your cardiologist, your endocrinologist, everybody, and determine what those markers are, and then implement plans that your markers are always below that threshold. That is what you do with your finance. Please do that with your health, because that's far more important. So in doing that, what I try to do is the first things first, which is health and nutrition. Try to have the best VO2 max, which is the extraction of as much aerobic capacity that you have. Try to have muscle mass, and then try to have the best nutrition that you possibly can. And if you need to, due to genetics, autoimmune disease is something that I have, complement it with medicine, then so be it, under the care and guidance and supervision of your medical team.
So we were just doing the GLP-1 discussion before this, and strictly in India, it's only prescribed for diabetes and weight loss. But you are taking it for longevity. I'm very curious to know what changes. I'm sure you're tracking your personal data. What changes have you seen?
Yeah, as I said, I've been taking it for 26 months now, and I have an autoimmune disease as well. And again, the GLP-1 data shows that it is relatively effective whilst being benign for autoimmune diseases, for lowering the levels of inflammation and so forth. So for me, it has been beneficial, not necessarily so much for weight loss. But let me tell you something. I gave you the Labrador versus Great Dane example, but think about Labrador versus, I don't know, Border Collie. Everybody has seen a Border Collie here, maybe. They're obsessive. They have a neurotic obsession, whereas anybody who has hung out with Labradors knows that they're food motivated. GLP-1s are doing something very strange. Like the last person was saying, literally after 2 weeks of taking it, there was no food noise.
He actually said after 3 days.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's literally no food noise. You can actually do other things with your life. And for me, that is more than enough. Even if the drug is a pair of glasses on the inside that helps you see better, think better, that's good enough. But we obviously, because it's me, we are tracking all the markers. And again, it's with medical supervision. I just happen to have a team of 8 doctors that are part of my team. So that's helpful for me. But again, if you're going to embark on this journey, remember, this is the 21st century. This is post-enlightenment. As in, you can read the Latin Bible. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't. ChatGPT, in its last presentation, spent nearly 14 minutes out of its 40 minutes talking about healthcare. Break it down for yourself, get multiple doctors, but you can read Latin now. So you need to devise what your health plan is, what you don't want to be like when you're in your 50s, 60s, and 70s, and you need to step on it. So I did that for myself with GLPs, and doctors are my consultants. They are my guide for the road that I want to take on, but make sure that you know that you are in the lead.
You are saying that in today's time and age, if I fall sick, if I get a serious disease, if I as much as die, it's on me. Because I'm not doing the right checkup. I'm not doing the right checks. Is that what you're saying?
No, but now I know that I'm in an India Today conference, because that's a hyper extension of what you have just taken.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying it's you got to do all the study. You're saying you got to figure out everything.
No,
I want to talk about the mental cost of it.
Yeah.
There is an ethical debate on longevity, and it worries me. How much of science, how much of human race are we really reversing, at what cost and what for?
I completely understand. And this is the reason why I invoked enlightenment. Martin Luther King Jr. in Germany, he started publishing the Bible in English for the first time, and the language and they hung him for it. What I'm saying is not necessarily you orchestrate your entire healthcare. I'm saying that you don't need to be just tagging along. You don't need to listen to the priest on the pulpit and you can be. Most of us want to participate. This is the only material that you have for your friends and your family as well. As in, this is the most important thing. If it is not important to you, you can obviously go back to basic. As in, just let somebody else run your body. What I'm trying to say is that I hope that the people are sitting here and thinking about it, but today you have empowerment. You not only have the Library of Alexandria on your phone, but you have a guide and a teacher, multiple versions of them, who can help you. Now, if you don't want it, that's perfectly fine. But the idea, it has to come from you. So in London and in the US and in Singapore, when we have clients come over, we don't go to them. They come to us. So they have an idea that they want to accomplish. So again, it is incumbent upon each person to their extent when they want it in their life. Again, this is not enforced on anybody.
So you're wearing a couple of devices, I see. There's one on your ring, that's probably your tracker. The watch is there, I see another one on your shirt that's tracking other stuff as well. That's what I'm getting to. How much of tracking every step, every breath, every loo break, every bite of food that you take, don't you think there's a downside to that as well?
Absolutely. By the way, it's
an obsession at the end of the day.
100%. This is the kind of gravelly middle. So in Oxford, where I did my PhD, those of you who know John Radcliffe Hospital is on a hill. Because the idea, the notion was TB was caused by miasma. I'm getting to a point. So hospitals used to be built on high hilltops so that you could get good quality air. This is the bumpy road. The wearables, the fitness trackers, the GLPs, this is the bumpy road to what I told you guys. As scientists, we are dreaming. One day, and this has already happened with some cancers, like cervical cancer, you will have a vaccine that you will take in your teenage years, HPV, and then cervical cancer will disappear from your population. That is what we are working towards. Nobody will need this crap. Nobody will need to track those who don't want to track. People who want to track, they can track themselves. But we are not there yet. We are still in the hard science part where we're doing piecemeal solution. GLP here, PCSK9 inhibitor there, PDE5 inhibitor over there. These are all drug classes that are being tested out for their pleiotropic benefits instead of just the targeted benefits that they have for which they were prescribed for.
Got it. I have an India-specific question for you. We live in the land of Ayurveda. We live in the land where we've had a lot of traditional knowledge about how to live the good way of life, how to think. Do you think with all the scientific advancements that we have seen, there is a place where our traditional concepts and modern science converge? Do you think there's a point where they meet today?
I'm not a scholar on any of those things, except that I was born here and I lived here until I went away for studies. But I think India, amongst most cultures, I mean, America thinks it's a melting pot, but if you look at the latest genomics paper from India, or Nature, just Google Nature Genetics, India Genomics, we have been a physical melting pot. Everything, and from the breadbasket of the world to everything has come and gone through India and passed through. We have never been a hidden kingdom. We have been open to ideas, open to people, open to everything. So I find that the greatest strength of India is how easily it amalgamates with everything, whether it be 5,000-year-old Ayurvedic traditions or what's coming down the line with ChatGPTs or AGIs or whatever. I personally think, having traveled the world, been in other parts of the world, we sometimes may seem exclusive to us, but we are not. I think we are the most melting pot of cultures that possibly can be. I think India can amalgamate, incorporate, and utilize and scale the future like no other place in the world.
Okay, let me, on a lighter note, ask you to share, since you know so much more, some longevity hacks with our audience. Do you have some? On what do you think are some basics that we as South Asian, subcontinent, Indian body type should be doing?
I think, sadly, it remains the same. So if everybody here could get their VO2 max tested, or at least wear any of the wearables that claim to get their VO2 max, that would be great. Every 1 point increase in your METs, your metabolic expendable energy, will get you 11 to 16% decrease in all-cause mortality, as in death from any cause.
So exercise.
Yeah. I mean, aerobic exercise, and then followed by strength, grip strength. For every kilogram increase in grip strength alone, you see reduction in all-cause mortality. I know this is sounding very benign.
This is basic stuff. I was expecting hacks here. Come on.
I know, but So
you're going to tell me, okay, it's going to boil down to what Ayurveda has been telling us for too long. Don't take stress, sleep well, eat well, speak well. I think, are you saying it's all boiling down to the same thing?
No, it's not. It's not. But the thing is that I got to be responsible when I'm on stage. Privately come and find me, and or just go to my Twitter profile. I'm just kidding. The hacks really are, honestly, if I can give you one hack, it is tracking. You will find simple tracking, like just one-time measurement of your blood values. Just once you have that unit and you see how close you are to your dad or your dad's dad or whatever it is, and you can see, and you can just take that data, put it into Claude, ChatGPT, Grok, whatever your AI of choice, or all of them, and it'll flag it up. Once you see that red marker, you're like, okay, what do I do? From there, the shortcuts are different, and this is why I don't want to advise. And one panacea for all, because then I would be selling you supplements or selling you medicine or whatever, and I'm not an influencer. So because my 78-year-old dad will have a very different protocol than you. So the thing is that once you get those numbers, once you have it in front of you, you have, what are you going to do? It's exactly like your bank balance. Currently, you're flying completely blind if you don't have that.
All right, you know what they say, in the end we all die. But here is Mr. Roy who's saying, you don't have to if you don't want to. He's saying, track it if you like it. He's also saying that today there are tools available that can let you imagine that life. And that's why I started the session by saying, what a time to be alive. So thank you, Dr. Roy, for coming here and sharing all those pearls of wisdom. This is quite exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I please call upon Mr. James Arhana, Kokila Ben Ambani Hospital, to come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, a few tips on longevity could encourage a few claps, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is something you'd really want to stay back in for. Voices of the Feed, Young Minds, Big Impact. All right, to take it from here, may I please call upon Sonal Webb, Digital Editor, Lifestyle Division, India Today Group.
This group right here is what dancing in the digital age looks like. With their iconic collab tags and high energy posts, Prashant, Kunal, Anuj and Rudra have turned social media into their stage. Friends, collaborators and dance influencers, they are redefining what performance looks like in the online world. We're going to dive right into their journey with a powerful performance and know all about how they started, what drives them and the pressure of staying on top in the viral era. All outside, and suddenly this stage has turned electric. Okay, I want to know from y'all. Tell me, how did this dancing journey begin for y'all? Did somebody in your family also do dancing? How did you come up with the idea that this is what we want to do?
Thank you so much for introduce. I love to introduce myself because हम लोग भोपाल में, हमारा शहर बहुत छोटा है पहले तो, बट हम लोग सारे इन्फ्लुएंसर सबसे पहली बार इस स्टेज पे आके खड़े हुए हैं, तो इट्स लाइक मैं बहुत नर्वस हूँ पहली बात तो, और हम लोग सभी नर्वस हैं थोड़े थोड़े, बिकॉज इट्स आवर फर्स्ट टाइम टू इंट्रोड्यूस आवरसेल्फ इन फ्रंट ऑफ दीज पीपल, दीज बिग पीपल्स आई गेस. Thank you.
How does this dance journey begin for you? When did you first start dancing?
It's like past 10 years. मैं प्रशांत, we both are like childhood friends. तो हम लोगों ने start किया था with some small basic foundations, like हम लोग YouTube को देख के सीखते थे, और उसी के साथ हम दोनों ने ही थोड़ा थोड़ा डांस खुद से करके फिर हम लोग हर्ष वक्त चंदानी सर की क्लास में पहुंचे. देन उनने हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया.
और आप कहाँ से हैं?
हम भोपाल मध्य प्रदेश.
और आप सब कौन से सिटीज से हैं मध्य प्रदेश में?
भोपाल.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm from Khargon. It's like 8 hours far from Bhopal. It's a very small town and very backward area. It's like 5 kilometer अंदर ऐसा मेरा शहर है. So मैं वहाँ से I started my journey. मैं मेरे मम्मी को देखता था डांस करते हुए बचपन में, and that's how I got the inspiration to dance and to move. So धीरे धीरे वो शादी में करते then I got to know कि oh, you can learn this too on YouTube. Then I started learning it on online, and then I think घर वालों का support नहीं था, but I started doing just for the fun. Like मेरा कुछ intention नहीं था इसके पीछे कि मैं कुछ करूँगा. It's just the fun inside me, and I think वो आज भी दिखता है. आई थिंक वही मुझे को आगे बढ़ा रहा है बाय द टाइम.
ओके, तो मैं आपसे और भी ज्यादा सवाल पूछूंगी, पर अब हम आपका परफॉर्मेंस वापस एक बार देखेंगे.
ओके, श्योर, लेट्स गो.
तो अब आप ऑनलाइन इतने अब जब फेमस हो गए हैं आप, तो आपके फ्रेंड्स बैक एमपी में आपको कैसे देखते हैं?
ओके, आई वुड लाइक टू आंसर दिस. लाइक मैं जो शहर से आया था खरगोन, एज आई टॉक्ड अर्लियर, जैसे वहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था, बट देयर आर पीपल जिनको डांस करना था बट कम्युनिटी नहीं था. बट जब उनको पता चला कि ओ अपने में से एक निकल के एक लड़का जो कुछ कर रहा है, तो वो उनका भी एक अंदर से जगह, एंड देन नाउ वो भी मेरे साथ शिफ्ट हो गए. लाइक एज आई शिफ्टेड टू भोपाल टू लर्न मोर, तो वो भी मेरे साथ शिफ्ट हो गए, एंड अब वो भी सीखते हैं, और उनके दिमाग में भी वही होप है और वही इंस्पिरेशन है कि हम भी यहाँ से बाहर निकल के मे भी इस चीज़ में करियर बना सकते हैं अगर ये बना सकता है तो वो इम्पैक्ट आई थिंक मेरे लिए बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल है कि मैंने किसी को मैं दे पाया, So I think, yeah, see, ऐसा impact पड़ा है उसका.
And what about the others?
First of all, I want to introduce myself. Hi, my name is Anuj. I'm 21 years old and I'm a little nervous too right now.
But your dance doesn't tell us that you're nervous at all.
I'm introvert, so थोड़ा सा ऐसा. ये खरगोन से है तो इसके ये दोस्त इसने अपना स्टोरी बताया. हम लोग भोपाल से हैं तीनों और जब अब हमारा ऐसा थोड़ा हम लोगों को बूम मिला लाइक डिजिटल उस पे तो हमारे जो बाकी के लोग हैं वो भी बहुत सपोर्टिव है. लाइक उन पे बहुत इफेक्ट पड़ा है. ऐसा नहीं है कि वो लोगों ने करना लाइक ऐसा जेलसी फैक्टर नहीं है. वो लोग बहुत सपोर्टिव हैं, वो भी करते हैं और इवन वो और ट्राई करते हैं कि वो हमारे साथ कर रहे हैं और उनका भी ऐसा हो कि वो भी कुछ धीरे धीरे आगे करते हैं.
Thank you. अब हम आपका next performance देखेंगे. Please have a big round of applause for the backflips that the boys have done. Okay, my next question is कि स्टेज पे आने से पहले ऐसा कोई रिचुअल है जो आप सब साथ में करते हैं जो आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देता है ऐसे डांस करने के लिए?
Okay, again. So, for this question is just the belief on your जो आपने मेहनत करी है और उस पर बिलीव करना और उस पर ट्रस्ट करना जो आप प्रोसेस करके आए हो. वही एक रिचुअल है, वही चीज़ों को रिकॉल करना कि बिफोर कमिंग टू द स्टेज कि नॉट द प्रेशर बट द आई थिंक हार्ड वर्क बिहाइंड इट कि मैंने इतना सब किया है. सो आई थिंक वो चीज़ को रिकॉल करना एंड फिर स्टेज पे आना तो वो एक अलग बूस्ट देता है फॉर मी पर्सनली. एंड
लाइक मेरे लिए ऐसा है कि कुछ करते नहीं, लाइक सबसे पहले भगवान का नाम लेते हैं. डर लगता है कि सही होगा नहीं होगा क्योंकि ये हमारा फर्स्ट टाइम है यहाँ पे. तो आने से पहले बहुत ज़्यादा नर्वस थे, कहीं स्टेप भूल रहे थे या कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे थे. बट ऐसा होता है ना कि दोस्त जब होता है साथ में तो सब ठीक होता है. लाइक ये 9 years ओल्ड फ्रेंड है मेरा, इसके साथ मेरे को 12 साल और ये रुद्र अभी है. सो लाइक हम साथ में मिल जाते हैं तो सब कुछ हो जाता है.
You're having a तू है तो I'll be all right moment. Okay. पेरेंट्स क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में, आपके ये करियर के बारे में?
लाइक मैंने ऐसे डांस करने का कभी मन नहीं था. अभी जिससे जो मेरा टीचर है हर्षभक्त चंदानी, लाइक 2012 में मेरा भाई उनके हाउस पे डांस सीखता था. लाइक मेरे को इंटरेस्ट नहीं था बट मेरे भाई को देख के मेरे को भी इंटरेस्ट आया तो मैंने करना चालू किया 2015 में समथिंग. लाइक मैं करता था तो घर वाले कुछ बोलते नहीं थे. तो लाइक मैं उनसे घर से पैसे नहीं मांगता था या समथिंग, कुछ भी नहीं. लाइक बस मैं करता रहता था. फिर एकदम से मेरी लाइफ में बूस्ट आया. मैं करता गया तो घर वाले पहले सपोर्ट नहीं करते थे, अब सपोर्ट भी करते. अब तो यही बोलते भाई तू घर मत था, तू बाहर है, बस अच्छा काम कर रहा है.
Okay, on that note, we'll do your next performance. तो ये डिजिटल एज में वायरलिटी का तो प्रेशर होता होगा कि कंटेंट वायरल होना चाहिए, तो वो कैसे डील करते हैं आप?
ओके, माय फेवरेट आंसर टू एवरीवन, जिसमें क्लास भी लेता हूँ, तो मैं बच्चों को भी बोलता हूँ कि डोंट फोकस ऑन द वायरलिटी वाला थिंग, जस्ट बी कंसिस्टेंट विथ योर थिंग एंड इंटेंशन प्योर है। अगर आपका आर्ट को लेके लाइक जैसा हमारा था, क्योंकि हमने जब स्टार्ट किया हमने ये नहीं सोचा था कि हम इंस्टाग्राम पे वायरल होंगे, इट्स जस्ट द कंसिस्टेंसी एंड द इंटेंशन, द प्योर इंटेंशन बिहाइंड इट। तो जो हमको वहाँ पे लाके रोक दिया एंड हमको पता भी नहीं था कि ओ ये हमको कम मिल गया। सो इट्स नॉट कि हम सोच के डालते हैं कि वी नीड टू गो वायरल ऑन दिस, बट अभी हमने वो क्रैक कर लिया कि हमारा क्या चलता है और हमको किस लिए लोग जानते हैं। सो वो प्रेशर के लिए हम आई थिंक हर दिन क्लासेस करते हैं, हर दिन हमारा कुछ ना कुछ शूट क्लासेस इट्स गोइंग ऑन एवरी डे।
और ऐसा कौन सा बॉलीवुड का एक डांसर है जो आपको सबसे ज्यादा पसंद है?
Okay, let's go. Let's answer equally.
Yeah, everybody has to give me this answer.
Start with you. Let's go.
गणेश आचार्य।
Ganesh Acharya. Okay.
ऋतिक रोशन।
Prabhu Deva. Oh, I would say same. Hrithik Roshan.
On that note, I am going to request you to do your last performance of the evening. Thank you, boys. Thank you. Thank you for this supremely energetic performance. I request you to still stay back on the stage. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO and publisher, India Today, to hand over a token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. Our next session is about the Queen of Content, woman who shaped Indian screens. And to take things forward, I'd like to call on stage the session moderator, Preeti Chaudhary, Managing Editor, India Today Television.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for filling in. Ladies and gentlemen, trick question. When you say queen of content, does one name come to your mind? Give it to us. All right, you got it right. So let's start from there. Our next session, queen of content, woman who has shaped Indian screen for the last, 30 years? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ekta Kapoor. We've begun well. Welcome, Ekta. And also, ladies and gentlemen, Ekta joins us at a time where she's fresh off her first national award win. So, Ekta, take a bow. And we won't let you sit because we're going to make you take 3 bows. Because in the last, 2.5, 3 years, she's also the first woman from India, who's won an Emmy, where women direction is concerned, producers concerned. And number 3, Padma Shri. So, shall we call you a Padma Shri Ekta Kapoor, or is it okay we do Miss Kapoor? Ekta. Okay. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, queen of content, sit. For the last 30 years, Ekta Kapoor. Ekta, you want to begin with the fact of coming fresh off Delhi. Did you even think, how many of you have seen Kathal, a jackfruit mystery? I have.
Very
a film
few
like
guys, please go watch it today on Netflix. It's called Kathal. It's a dramedy, a satire on various things. And it's won the national award in Hindi film category.
Did you ever think that a film like Kathal, a jackfruit mystery, Ekta, would ever win the national award?
Not in our wildest dreams. Not in our wildest dreams did we think a dramedy which takes serious pot shots at the establishment would actually be not only nominated but would win from the jury best film award in the national awards. It's quite shocking and quite heartening actually.
Did you believe it when you got that call?
I saw it on the net. Like,
you're kidding me?
I swear on you.
Huh.
I got a call from Guneet. I didn't take the call because I was in a meeting with my mum, and she sent me a message, and I opened my phone and I was like, Mum, I think we have won the national award for Kathal. She says, check again. It's not possible. How are you winning? Isn't it a direct-to-digital film? It's gone to Netflix. I said, that's also a film. So chances are that we have. Then we went and checked and we had won the national award. So after that, it was euphoria for an hour.
No, because it was a satirical take on the establishment, like you said. But wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ekta also has somebody from the establishment that she's relaunched a show with. Okay, so how many of you have seen the second coming of Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi? Because I think Smriti Irani is looking fabulous, Ekta.
So the ratings are great, but that's all because of this beautiful woman called Smriti and the great recall the show has.
No, you've got to tell us, how did you make it happen? What was that call where Ekta Kapoor, who picked up the call? Who started the conversation? Shall we do this? Shall we once again attempt?
So me and Smriti have a lot of calls with each other. We have a lot of conversations here and then random things, parenting, motherhood, this, that. And I was like, we're going to complete 25 years of Kyunki. It's going to be happening in the next, 6 months or 8 months. And she said, yeah, man. I said, Smriti, we were off air because of a fight with Star. Now, Star it's not even first, the promoters of Star have changed. It's Jio who also owns a share in Balaji. There's Uday sir, who we first had lots of issues with. Today, he's almost my mentor. I said, 25 years and 18 years from the time the show was abruptly pulled off air, where we went to war, we went to a legal battle with Star. I said, we have couple of episodes before we reach 2000. And she said, let's just complete that 2000 number. Kyunki deserves it. Other shows have completed 3 and 4,000.
You're kidding me. So it was actually Smriti Irani's idea to
Both
complete
of us.
that
I
number.
actually told her, I said, we should complete it. And she said, yeah. I said, you're going to be so busy. You're going to torture the shit out of me. How will I get to shoot with you? She says, anything for Kyunki, yeah? I said, yeah, anything for Kyunki. And she's always had this, passion for the show, because it's also something that, we have an emotional connect with. And I kid you not, everyone who was involved in the old Kyonki came back at a heartbeat.
That is tremendous. But I also have to add, Ekta, because it was very brave of Smriti Irani to do what she did. Because you're an established politician, you've been in parliament, you've been a cabinet minister, you're very senior where it comes down to the establishment that we, proverbially speak of. For her, very brave to make that decision, to come back to television, to give that kind of commitment and to make it happen.
Smriti is anything but not brave. She's one of the bravest women I know, and her bravado comes from her absolutely never say die spirit. She's willing to learn. She's willing to... I always tell her, you and I have a very big problem. We have huge thrill issues. We need to push ourselves to tests all the time, and it is the only way we keep ourselves alive.
Well, alive and kicking, because the numbers just came. I had a colleague who actually sent me the numbers list. I was thinking कि आज तो grill करेंगे एकता कपूर के perception ही है, numbers नहीं है. But the numbers are doing phenomenally well. You're right up on the charts. So congratulations on that as well.
I think it's also because I think everyone is working very hard on the set and everyone is pushing their limits. For us, it was basically taking on issues. We decided we're going to do a lot of issues on the show. And we've taken on various judgments women are put through, various perceptions, and we've tried to fight them.
You bring that up and on a serious note, because there is this one scene in one of the episodes of Kyunki where you see Smriti Irani step onto the weighing scale, and she's clearly being body shamed, keeping in mind her husband is much thinner or fitter in the conventional term, and she isn't. And, she is reflecting on that. So all of that content that you speak of, addressing certain issues, was it, intentional?
Extremely intentional. I remember I was in New York and I remember seeing the episode and I said something's missing. And I called up the writer and I said, I definitely want a scene when she goes on the weighing scale. I said, वो तो बहू है. I said, तो उसके self doubt नहीं होंगे क्या? उसकी self क्या बोलते worth, which is constantly tested. Her husband is weighing himself in front of her and he hasn't gained a kilo. And I want her to go on the scale when he's in the loo, when no one is watching. I said, I do that so much. And I said, and she puts the scale back saying, ठीक से चल नहीं रहा है. Because that's also very normal. And that scene, and people are like, the normal thought process on a TV show is that let's put high drama or put kitchen scenes. Tulsi on a weighing scale is like, what? And then we had her daughter tell her that nothing's fitting you, and so she called me up Smriti and she said, you want me to try this blouse and you want to say that it's not fitting me? I said, yeah, it's not fitting you. I said, there are going to be a lot of people saying Mihir is looking younger than Smriti. Smriti's gained weight. I said, play it front foot. Take it on your chin. Yeah, so.
That's quite cool because you're leaving it at so. It's not that we're suddenly going to see Smriti Irani drop a few kilos.
No, I have me telling her that no one sees you the way I do. I see you as my team player, as a partner. And when you are really in a relationship, outside people can judge. For me, you and I are beyond our bodies and beyond we've shared a legacy of a lifetime together.
So this one, the second Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi 2.0 is a limited series. So have you finished shooting for it? Have you wrapped up?
No. It's limited, keeping the TV, numbers in mind. It's about a couple of months.
Couple of months more, and then that's it. Yeah. And you're looking at, actually touching lots of other issues that are socially relevant today in the society.
Exactly. The moment we finish 2000, we end the show.
And there's fair amount of social messaging we can look forward to.
So we decided this time when we had her, first we picked up her weight issues and we've seen some issues wherein she's supporting her daughter-in-laws in the house, and then there's an issue which are very for people, these are not big issues, but we merged it. So even we've made her affiliated to a charity. I've had a couple of episodes where she says so I've made these things very natural in the show. So that it doesn't look like it's preachy, At the same time, it subconsciously makes you realize that there's no way you can move ahead in life without doing these things, you know.
You know, Ekta, I've followed Smriti Irani as a politician. You know, I've endlessly trailed her in Amethi, where she was an MP and then she was, of course, campaigning. Is she quite the same? Because she has this fabulous people connect. You know, she'll give these speeches. There'll be some, woman who'll be crying in the second row, first row. There is a pull that she has. And who is Smriti Irani, the actor?
I think she's an amazing actor. But before anything else, I feel Smriti can come across very strong and a bit hard at times. You can meet her and you can feel like a bit overwhelmed, because the first day the actors were all crying almost, because they were like, they couldn't act in front of her, they were scared. And I had to call her up and say, you know what, your acting chops better than anyone else, but they don't, and you need to calm down. And she said, yeah, okay. And by now, every actor on that set thinks they have agony aunt in Smriti. So, and she's so helpful. I don't think anybody knows that even the smallest actor or people, would call me up and say, we need this thing done. I'm so stuck. I don't know Smriti. Can I call her? I said, just call her. And that person would immediately get a call back from Smriti. Yes, I remember you. You were in production. What is the problem? And she would be like, I need this done. And she would do it. And no one knows this side. There are people I know during COVID, she was 24/7 on the call. 24/7. Tanu is alive today, my best friend, and because of Smriti. 24/7 checking how people are getting an oxygen mask, how people are getting this. It was unbelievable. So there, people don't see that side.
So this harsh, aggressive exterior, does it find any similarity of, I know a headstrong, aggressive, go-getter, young producer, very successful. Do you see any similarities? You know who I'm talking about, right? Yourself.
What do I say? Sometimes I don't know that being aggressive is so acceptable for men, but such a dogma for women that I don't even know how is it even different. You'll have these guys backslapping on a set, abusing, sitting on inappropriately on one stool and commanding this full set, and you go there and show even shreds of upset or anger, which is so normal in a very pressured profession like ours, and people will be like, "Arey, kitni aggressive hai." I once asked someone, I said, should I just open my hair, blow dry it, and sit here like that and ask for my episode? Because what do they want? There is no level of expression where acceptance comes if you're even slightly upset, aggressive, and yet it is the most acceptable thing of a man.
Let me add another word to it. Aggressive and then ambitious. Ambitious, if you use it for a woman.
I had someone tell me once that, now that you're a mother, your priority should be your child, and please give up on this career warrior.
How's that going?
It's going great. I do my thing, and I am, I think, a committed mother. I don't fit in the conventional mother slot. That means I'm least active on the mothers group, wherein people are checking on which color of kela should we give the child. So I'm not really a helicopter mom. But I found my space, because the guilt is real. I've come here and my son is at home. So my mother's taking care of him. And I work with the guilt, but at the same time, I'm not running away from the fact anymore that I love my company. I love my job. I'm not just working to make ends meet, and that's why it's acceptable. I'm working because I love it, and it's still acceptable.
And it's quite amazing the way you've dealt with your career, the way you've dealt with your personal life, unapologetic, unabashed. You wear it on your sleeve, and it's fabulous. Because 30 years ago, Ekta, no matter what anybody might say today or even then, the sheer fact that you knew what content sells. You knew it then, you know it now. And that's why the reign has been such, and the rise, you're only going up. How would you define that?
I don't think I'm always going up. There are always waves in my career. There are really huge setbacks. We are now no longer playing a game of success. We're playing the game of relevance. How relevant are you in changing times? Is a question I ask myself all the time. So I have to reinvent, make content that I can't probably make. I curate it. I work with makers who have a new mindset. It's sometimes extremely humbling. But you do that because if I'm anything in the world, I am self-aware.
So, okay, let me ask you, a question this way then. Would you need or do you need a Nagin to produce an Urta Punjab or a Kathal?
Absolutely. Without a Nagin, no Urta Punjab, no Kathal would happen. When you do television, you have a certain amount of economic buoyancy in your company. And then you can produce certain films you believe in. Of course, you have to make them risk-free because you have investors in your company. And they have believed in you and you need to live up to that belief too. Also that even when TV is evolving and it's no longer financially that what it was, there is YouTube, there is digital media, there is direct to digital now, there is movies, and you need to constantly move with the times. So yes, when you make something clutter-breaking, you need to make something which you are sure would be appealing to the masses.
So constant shuttle between independent and mainstream television, cinema, OTT, whichever way you look at it. Is that what the game is?
I think so, and sometimes it's just the opposite, You have more money made on a kathal and you lose money on a really completely, you think would work pot boiler. So it sometimes just works opposite.
You're talking about money. So Akshay Kumar had said very recently that I think I'll be financially settled and stable if I have 100 crore FD. What's your take on it? How much of an FD are you aiming at? Not an FD. What's your benchmark to it? Okay, let me ask you this question then, Ekta. Is it true? I know 3 people have asked me this since the morning. You have to ask Ekta Kapoor. She has no reason, no concern where money, and you and Tushar both, because your father, Jitendra, actually owns half of the real estate in Mumbai. True?
Not half the real estate in Mumbai, but he's done well in his real estate business.
So he has?
Yeah, he has. And it's great because he started off at 65. He's 83 now. He started off at 65. He started off like with a small piece of land, then went bigger, a little bigger. He's still very contained and he still doesn't take too many risks, but he's obsessed with his business. It is not large like the big builders of Bombay, but whatever little bit of an outfit he has, it's given him so much rejuvenation as a person. So I think it's great because that business I'm probably proudest of more than even my own, because it actually has shown me how to reinvent, maybe not in the same profession, but in another one. And my dad has done that.
You speak very fondly of your father, because we were backstage right now and Ekta, for 3 minutes completely turned the conversation on how she is so much in awe of your father. You've spoken a lot about your mother. Recently I've heard you speak so much and so warmly about your dad.
Yeah. So my mom is my business partner. We have so many fights. We are like, my dad is actually, on the other hand, he's the calmer one in the house. Both of us are very aggressive women and he's the calmer one. He's the one who he's the one bringing the home down, and he's has more of a, today it makes a lot of difference because what he says makes a lot more sense. That, darling, this too shall pass. If it's good, it'll pass. If it's bad, it is pass. Don't get too attached. Just be like, whatever, Papa. Now I understand it's true. This too shall pass.
With your brother, because I think where parenting is concerned, both of you are practically on the same journey. You guys exchange notes? Kaun sa color ka kela khilana?
He's a far better parent than I am. Actually, in my house, keeping the conventional TV show format, we live a very unconventional life. Both of us had children through surrogacy. My brother is the one who sleeps at 8:39, is a committed and extremely vigilant parent. Roles you expect women to do. My father is the second, what should I say, nurturer in the house. Me and my mom are the hunters, who are the ones who come last to the house. So our roles are so merged, and he's I have so many times I'm asking him, what do I do, Tushar? I'm like stuck here. He told me, okay, now you get this done, then you get this done. I think you should know this, that he's also a Buddhist teacher.
A Buddhist teacher?
Yeah, he's a Shaka Pramukh.
There's a difference between a Shaka Pramukh. We just had somebody from the RSS.
No. He's basically the Shaka. They have these centers. He's the leader of his.
So every time you're practically losing it at home and he's around, does he start chanting?
He's like, this is what I'm saying. So he and my dad are the ones with the vision and the one step back and the perspective. Me and mom are the focused ones.
The focused ones, but Ekta, if you'd allow me, I want to just pull out something as well. We've got 7.5 minutes. I'm going to try and make the most of it. I'm going to pull out one of Ekta Kapoor's Instagram clips that she'd put out. Many thought she was trying to hint at somebody. Was it really that? Also, after we play out the clip, we'll have a better understanding. So let's play that Instagram clip out.
In Chennai, I have some time, so I thought I'll make this post. What do? I've gained a lot of weight. Should I do an anti-inflammatory diet? Monjaro, Ozempic, all of the above. Zip my mouth. ये छोड़ दूं. हम बड़े ही अच्छे लगते हैं.
Okay.
I'm going to take this moment to tell everyone, this was exactly 1 week before I launched the Bade Achhe Lagte promo, wherein the promo itself had a line that the girl is trying on an outfit and she's a large size and she tries to fit into a medium. Again, dealing with body shaming and self-doubt and self-assurances, which was taken completely into another spectrum.
So this was not an Ekta Kapoor dig at anyone.
No, this actually, the very next video I put up immediately 1 minute after that was, guys, we as women should start accepting ourselves. And so what if we have gained weight and, we should be okay with it. And you know what? I want to talk about weight issues on television and this and that. I have no idea where Ram Kapoor is neither a woman, nor is he on television currently, and nor is he battling weight issues. He's lost a lot of weight. How did this even go to him? I have no idea.
No, I didn't say Ram Kapoor, you said Ram Kapoor.
I said it because why do we have to hide from the fact there were so many stories? And I was like, really? It's like me saying I'm talking about my hair and somebody somewhere else says, oh, you called me bald. Why would I do that?
So, but Ekta, tell us something, because a lot of us outsiders that are not part of the industry, when you're looking at the industry and suddenly someone who was fairly overweight is suddenly stick thin, is it the anti-inflammatory diet that you're talking about?
For some people it is. Like I know Vidya's on anti-inflammatory. She's lost a lot of weight. And I know I did an anti-inflammatory 40-day diet with Amruta, 60-day diet just before my birthday. I lost 6-7 kgs, but I got stuck there. Clearly, either I've cheated too much or something has gone wrong. But yeah, I think a lot of our weight issues come from inflammation. That's a fact.
But there are some who are not on anti-inflammatory diets, but possibly on Ozempic
and
or
that's
Manjaro.
Really fine. That's really fine. I'm quite okay. In fact, I'm thinking of trying one of them in the next few months because I'm getting stuck now. I'm on a plateau, so I need to lose some weight. And,
for health reasons.
I also know more my knees. I'm getting a lot of joint pains, and that's because of inflammation. And apparently these drugs attack inflammation. But I also have IBS, so I have to be weigh the pros and cons and then see if I want to go for it.
Right before you, Ekta, we had a full session where we had doctors from LA on GLP. So if something that you're actually looking at, they were right
natural
here.
GLPs. I got this really nice tablet which has berberine and probiotics. But the injectable GLPs, I'll have to find out about. But I'm going to do my full research because if no one knows that I'm into health in a big way. I read a lot about supplements. I read a lot about things.
But that's very honest of you to say, because you're doing it for health reasons. You say you have.
Even if I'm doing it for my own body reasons, how does that make a difference to anybody?
I agree.
What is anyone's problem? If
100%.
someone's lost weight through Ozempic and they're looking great and they're happy about their life, how does it make a difference to anybody? And someone doesn't want to do Ozempic, has gained a lot of weight and is still okay with their body, how is it a problem? to anybody.
100%. You go, girl, or anyone who wants to. You know, what I'm going to do is 3 minutes and I'm going to quickly do 5 quick questions.
Go for it.
Go for it. If your life was a daily soap, what would be the title?
Too much, too soon.
Really?
Yeah. You can't get this kind of success at 18, then at 25 reach your peak and 30 be told that you're now over and you have to reinvent. Too much, too soon.
That's also quite a prodigy then. Okay. If which TV character from your show do you relate to the most? If you had to pick one.
Sujal from Kahin To Hoga.
Why?
Because he was so, his people persona was so problematic, and his way of dealing with situations and his high level of defense mechanism, that people very rarely saw him for who he really was. He was really okay with it, but maybe he was not, and that I feel is a lot like me.
If Ekta Kapoor had to cast Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan in one of your serials, what would be the role that you'd give them? And what would be the serial?
Television is about women. Where will I cast these boys?
You don't want them?
Kahan se? Give me Vidya Balan and Kareena Kapoor. I'll do a better job.
Okay, I'll give you Vidya Balan and Kareena Kapoor.
Vidya Balan, I will make Sakshi Tanwar's role in what do you call Kahani Ghar Ghar Ki, and Kareena Kapoor I'll do Kasauti Zindagi Ke with. I can imagine her for 20 years yearning and being passionately in love.
If you had to remake a classic Bollywood film with a TV soap twist, which one would you pick?
Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum. Can we get any better than that?
What would be the twist?
The twist I would have is I would definitely for some time, see, they've done a leap in that also. Interval point, they do a leap and they come back 20 years later and the kid grows up, you know. My twist would be that there would be an illegitimate son somewhere of Amitabh Bachchan. That would have to happen. Because we would not be able to finish in 3 hours.
If you could swap life with any Bollywood producer for one day, who would it be and what would you green light immediately? कि ये तो बना देते हैं.
Bollywood producer. I would switch places with Riya Kapoor and I'd make Crew 2 because she's sitting on it for the last 2 years and telling me that I don't know if I want to make it also. So I'd do that first. I'll greenlight that.
Basically, that's a subtle message for Riya Kapoor.
Absolute, not so subtle.
Not so subtle. Actually, not so subtle. Ekta, what's that one regret that you have? Do you have a regret?
I do.
Which is?
So, the regret comes from my personality more than a situation in life. I wish I had more... I was easy on myself. In a lot of parts in my life, I put myself through really large tests, battled with a lot of things mentally. I wasn't easy on myself. Those many years will never come back. Those things I thought were a big issue, now I'm okay with. I feel that's my biggest regret because those years I wasted in creating self-doubt and self-worth issues, and I just lost those years in not being happy.
You know, that's very good advice. Okay, on popular demand, I'm going to go back to that one question that we spoke of, the anti-inflammatory pill that you found. People who are watching this live want to know, what is that pill? And is there something else, the best pill supplement that you found for your health?
I think that is the best. It's got some really good probiotics. It's called something called starch. Now, starch is known to be bad, but it's that ilaichi wala kela starch, which is the best to create the best bacteria in your stomach. And I'm going to put it up. It's got cinnamon, it's got berberine, it's got taurine, and it has got some great probiotics. One very big probiotic you need in your gut for long life is called Akkermansia.
Mm-hmm.
And it has Akkermansia, which is like itself a GLP-1 activator.
Where do you get this?
Online. I'll put up a picture. It's called GLP-1 1000 mg.
All right, so she's going to put up a picture on Instagram.
And it's all herbal.
You're going to put this up on Instagram. So whoever's
I'll put it up, I'll tag you.
Oh, great. You just tag me. You don't even need to put it up.
John, I'll tag you.
Just tag you.
I'm doing this for this. I found it. I told all of my friends. I said, this is so good. And especially for people with IBS.
No, but do put it down. So all of you who are watching it right now, if you're watching it on television or you're in the audience, in a couple of hours or by tomorrow, go on to Ekta's Instagram page and she'll have that pill right
So
there.
I'm
because she's
actually, my
researched it.
obsession is now supplements and astrology.
And astrology.
These are the two things
I knew
think.
astrology you've always been into. You're still into it.
Oh, I'm now more into it now. And luckily I'm seeing the whole world has changed. Everyone's into astrology now.
But there's so many quacks out there.
Huh?
There's so many quacks out there. How do you believe?
Too many quacks. You
Too many
go on
quacks.
the internet and you have people who are misinterpreting basic charts so badly and putting people on such heavy stress. They're playing on fear and anxiety and trying to torture people in believing that if you don't do these things, you're over, you're dead. The next 5 years, your marak is going to play out, you're going to die. It's not this simple and it's not this scary.
We've run out of time, but Ekta, that's the next business project, astrology.
It is my project. I am going to start.
You're on it?
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Oh wow, okay, that's interesting.
I think astrology is, forget a business, it's something I want to do for years. Passion project.
All right, passion project, astrology. And with that, time's up. Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for Padma Shri Ekta Kapoor. Just freshly back from winning her first national award. No, don't do that. I'm going to quickly call upon Dr. Pradipta Basu, Vice President, Business Development Radico, to come up on stage and present a small token of appreciation to Ekta. Now, this is what happens when you're emceeing and moderating. Okay? I know. Can we, do come up, sir, present a small token of appreciation to Ms. Ekta Kapoor. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ekta. You have yourself a good day. Everyone's watching on you to tag me, don't forget. All right. Give us about, 20 seconds to turn around our stage and we are ready to power into our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next session, Constitution's Moral Compass, Disability, Dignity and Courtroom Battles. To take it from here, inviting on stage Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome without any further ado our next guest, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, former Chief Justice of India, and my colleague Kaushik Deka, Managing Editor at India Today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, once again at the Mumbai India Today Conclave, where we are going to put a very simple, direct question. Does the Indian judiciary have a moral compass? Do they have a sense of constitutional morality? Is the question I want to pose to Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, who's just written a book, Why the Constitution Matters, part of his selected speeches. Appreciate your joining us here, Justice Chandrachud.
Thank you very much.
I want to start with a contentious issue raised by someone who's a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Sanjeev Sanyal, who has said the judiciary is the biggest roadblock to building a Viksit Bharat. Judicial delays, failure to enforce contracts, all of which is leading to bottlenecks in the system. Do you agree that the judiciary is the biggest roadblock to a Viksit Bharat, Justice Chandrachud?
expeditious disposal of cases is the key to the preservation of the rule of law. What does any foreign investor, or for that matter, a domestic investor, want? Certainty, transparency, and objectivity in the application of standards, and effective early disposal of disputes which come to the court. Now, that is not happening. There's no doubt about it, that we are plagued by the delays of the law. But to say that the judiciary is the biggest roadblock would not perhaps be the correct perception. Because why does this take place? It takes place first because the judiciary lacks infrastructure. Who controls the budget for the infrastructure of the judiciary? The government. Second, what is the reason for the delays? The government is the largest litigant. Who files cases in the courts quite often without justification? The government. Third, who enacts laws which add to the burden of the judiciary? Laws are not enacted by the courts. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. Section 138 of the Negotiable Instruments Act, the check dishonor cases, which have flooded our courts. So the answer to it, I'm not blaming government, I'm not blaming parliament. The point which I'm making is when new laws are enacted, particularly in the post-liberalization era, like the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, or specialized laws on electricity or securities or competition, a statutory or parliamentary audit has to be conducted on what is going to be the impact of these laws on the infrastructure. Now, if you build an airport, to give you a very simple example, it's not exactly on point. If you build an airport without a highway linking it to the airport which you're going to build is going to be of no consequences. So we need to build the infrastructure of the Indian judiciary. Also, create conditions by virtue of which the truly meritorious people who are trained enough to meet the challenges of our time get appointed to the courts.
So you're accepting there's a quality problem somewhere there. Quality of the judiciary is a problem because Mr. Sanyal then went on to say that judges get long vacations. Why do you need to have such a long vacation in the summer? For example, that's a colonial legacy. So there's a quality of judiciary problem. There's a question that whether, as you yourself accept that there is a judicial infrastructure problem. Do you concede that judges need to perhaps end these long vacations?
The origin of vacations is colonial in nature. But you ask any judge of the Supreme Court, what do they do during the vacations? They're not vacationing. You need the vacation to prepare judgments. That's the time when judges write judgments which are dealing with some of the most seminal issues of our time, which will impact on which way our society is going. Judging is not just a question, Rajdeep, of disposing of cases, but of reflection, of thought. You need judges who will have that ability to reflect and bear on the consequences of our judgment. But more important than that, when we say that you should scrap the vacations, well, judges would agree with it because judges can take their leave through the year whenever they can. The vital stakeholder in the system is the bar, the lawyers. Now, lawyers, whether in the states or in the Supreme Court, typically get their work from the districts. They have to go back to their districts. Many of them are very deeply connected to their roots. Unless the lawyers are on board, you will not be able to run the system.
Before Kaushik takes this forward, I just want to ask you, quality of judiciary. Would you concede that the best and brightest are not entering the judiciary? Do you concede that or not?
Yes and no. At the lowest level, that is not so. When we have competitive examinations for recruitment to the district judiciary, 70% in many states, in most states, 60 or 70% of the new recruits are women. And these are the best and brightest minds from across legal education who are entering the district judiciary. The problem arises in the higher judiciary, when you're recruiting, say, district judges from lawyers, or worse still at the level of the high courts. What's happening is that unlike when I became a judge 25 years ago in 2000, now there is an increasing reluctance on the part of lawyers to become judges. Not solely due to the difference in emolument between what a lawyer makes at the end of a week's argument in court and the salary of a judge. There are other soft perks which judges get. You have a stable salary, a pension, medical benefits, so on and so forth. The real problem which many people face is the intense social media scrutiny, the intense trolling which takes place against judges by certain segments of the polity which want to bend the independence of the court in order to secure outcomes which are favorable. Good people don't want to get into this anymore.
I'm going to come to that later, but go ahead, Kaushik.
You said good people do not want to come into judiciary, become judges. But at the same time, you have to wait till 45 years of age to become a high court judge. And then the system of appointment, which is always criticized, that opaque system of collegium, and also judiciary blocked the government law because which was tilted towards executive. So in that process, we see a lot of appointments which are very controversial. Recently, the elevation of one judge was dissented by a Supreme Court judge, part of the collegium. So in that case, how do you justify elevation of good individuals or good lawyers to the higher judiciary? Because along with that, there is also the criticism of nepotism. Like you were criticized when you became a high court judge at a very young age because you were a nepo kid. That was the criticism. It often comes. So it's called the uncle judge and all those things that come in. So in that context, how do you see smart, bright individuals, lawyers coming into judiciary, coming into becoming a judge?
Now let's face it. If you want to appoint a CEO to a top corporate organization in the country and you lay down a rule that you will not become CEO until you turn 45, people will say in today's times, what does age have to do with talent or merit? Now, we have laid down not constitutional principles. The Constitution does not say that. But as Kaushik just said, we have this unwritten convention which is actually part of the Memorandum of Procedure, in terms of which a High Court judge cannot be appointed ordinarily until you turn 45. Now, what does that lead to? Because people must understand that. I took 13 years of judgeship in the Bombay High Court before I became the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court. I spent 3 years in the Allahabad High Court as a Chief Justice, which meant that I put in 16 years before I became a judge of the Supreme Court. Now, if I was appointed only after 45, I would go to the Supreme Court at 61, leaving me 4 years to deal with cases in the Supreme Court, which is just not adequate enough. So the point of the matter is, just as India is changing, we are a country which is reaping the demographic dividend. We are essentially a young country. And why should we not apply this principle to the Indian judiciary? Recruit people when they are young. If they are good, age should not matter. If you are not good, age is in any case irrelevant. You don't take them because they are not good. The second point which you made about the opacity of the collegium. Kaushik, it's important to understand. It's great, to speak, on a television show or in an academic journal and say that there should be more transparency in judicial appointments. But when you're considering people for appointment, you're looking at everything. Their personal lives, their income, their antecedent social and other background. Do they have problem areas in their personal life? Now, if you put all of this in the public realm, the danger is that good people who are as it is shirking away from becoming judges will not even want their names to be considered. So there is this balance which you have to draw between the privacy of the individual who has been selected for appointment and the need for a certain degree of transparency. Transparency, you're perfectly right. There has to be transparency, not in terms of evaluating the merits of every candidate out in the open, but in laying down established objective criteria on the basis of which you will decide. And finally, when you asked me, whether I was one of those
why should that elevation be dependent on the discretion of 5 individuals or the collegium?
Again, that is not entirely a very correct way of looking at it. The members of the collegium in the High Court consult widely. They consult other colleagues who are drawn. For instance, when I was Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, I consulted all my colleagues pretty much. Asked them who are the good names, who are worthy of consideration. And then you find out details about them, their performance, their merit. How many cases have they done? Are they specialized? So on and so forth. Now, your final point about me personally, something which is really a less known fact, I was asked to become a judge of the High Court at the age of 38, which was when I was appointed Additional Solicitor General of India. And far from my wanting to continue to be in the fray for High Court appointment, I walked up to the then Chief Justice Y.K. Sabharwal, and said, please relieve me of this burden of accepting judgeship. I wanted to walk out for the reason that I had a whole lot of personal issues at home. I don't know whether I should be saying it on a platform like this. My late former wife was suffering from cancer. We had to get a house for her to live in. And if you wanted to take a loan, you had to have the money to pay for the loan. And you can do that only if you're a lawyer. So I asked the then Chief Justice to just let me be free. I didn't want to become a judge, even at that time. And ultimately, whether you're a product of a nepotist system or no, you must judge the person's work. Just don't go by these labels that someone is, connected or has some network. Look at the quality of the work which that person has done. I'm not speaking for the quality of my work. You assess it, let society assess it for themselves.
Let's turn to the question of constitutional morality. There is a general belief that in today's world, you need access to the judiciary to get speedy justice. If I am a Kashmiri Muslim who has been arrested under the Public Safety Act in Jammu and Kashmir, you will sit on a habeas corpus petition for years. And this was a charge made against your judgeship as well. After Article 370 was abrogated, thousands of people were put in jail. They struggled to get access to the court. On the other hand, if I'm privileged and I have access, the courts are always open for me. Do you agree that we have a dreadfully unequal system that reflects perhaps the inequalities of our society? If I'm a slum dweller living in an unauthorized colony, no judge is going to ever even look at me. On the other hand, if I live in Sainik Farms, which is allegedly unauthorized, but I'm influential, who knows, the judges will give us a early hearing, true or not?
Rajdeep, since your comment is anecdotal, let me give you true facts, anecdotal evidence to the contrary. When I was Chief Justice of India, I came across a case where an individual who was convicted of an electricity theft was sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment. Now, it was a conviction which was imposed after the case was compounded. Compounded means that the person accepted their guilt and he was subject to 2 years of imprisonment. Now, unfortunately, there were 9 such cases where this person was convicted. So it meant that in 9 cases, each of which he had been sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, he was sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment. For what? For electricity chori, or for, in other words, theft of some electrical power cables. I'm not belittling the offense, but certainly it's not an offense for which you should be sentenced to jail for longer than what he would get if he committed an act of murder. He never challenged it. He never, because he was too poor. He was a poor Muslim person. He never came in challenge against the conviction in any of those cases. He finally filed a petition before the Allahabad High Court saying that how can I be in jail for 18 years for theft of electricity? The Allahabad High Court said, sorry, but you never challenged your conviction. He came to the Supreme Court and we set him free. We said that, look, even though this is a solitary voice challenging the imposition of a sentence, of a total sentence of 18 or whatever years, this person must have a voice in the system. So it's, very easy to flog the judiciary by saying that, well, these are the people, slum dwellers who don't get an opportunity of being heard or whatever. It's to the contrary. You'll see, for instance, in, the bulldozer demolitions case, where, bulldozers were used to demolish homes. Mine was the first judgment in the Supreme Court, where we said that, look, we are governed by the rule of law. And you cannot demolish people's homes by sending the bulldozers in without following due process.
Sir, but Kashmiri students, with due regards, have taken years to get their habeas corpus petitions heard. Even the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was struggling to get heard by the Supreme Court.
Well, insofar as habeas corpus petitions are concerned, When I took over as Chief Justice of India, we prioritized two categories of cases. First, matters involving habeas corpus, and second, cases involving bail. And that's where I think leadership makes a difference. Because ultimately, the leader of the institution, be it a High Court or the Supreme Court, has to lay down the priorities for the system.
Justice Chandrachud, I'm sorry to intervene, because even on bail, you were accused of sending most of the bail petitions to a particular judge, Justice Bela Trivedi, who was known not to give bail. And therefore, as master of the roster, you were accused of actually preventing people from getting bail. Umar Khalid being a classic example.
Well, Rajdeep, it's very well to make this general unsubstantiated allegation. The facts are to the contrary. When I was Chief Justice of India and I said we prioritize bail, in the 2 years that I was the Chief Justice of India, we granted bail in 21,000 cases. Over 21,000 individual citizens of India got bail. And when you say that, well, a particular individual didn't get bail, I've been on record to say that, well, in my court, A to Z got bail. Every single individual who deserved bail got bail.
You did not get bail. You.
Just a second. If you didn't get bail, 1 second, it was not my courtroom. I'll deal with that issue about Justice Bela Trivedi that you raised. But are you aware of a P? Pawan Kheda? Pawan Kheda was sought to be arrested as he was boarding a flight. Right? Kaushik, you belong to that part of the country at Guwahati?
Yes.
His lawyer comes to the Supreme Court at lunchtime and mentions that my client is being arrested because he said something distasteful. Let's not make any bones about the fact that what Pawan Kheda said was distasteful. I mean, Dr. Singhvi himself, when he made that case, said that I don't stand by my client's statement. My point is, this is not a case for arrest. Who protected him? The Supreme Court protected him. Second, your assessment that all cases of bail were assigned to Justice Bela Trivedi is factually incorrect. Cases involving bail are dealt with by every single bench of the Supreme Court, for the reason that the largest inflow of cases into the Supreme Court are criminal cases. So every single judge of the Supreme Court deals with criminal cases, which are allotted on a random basis by computer. What happens is that suppose, Rajdeep, you and Kaushik are in the bench, right? And you retire. And then Kaushik joins me in the bench. Kaushik retires. After you retire, the case will be attached to Kaushik. After Kaushik retires, it will be attached to me. That's the way the Supreme Court really functions. Kaushik. These are well-established conventions. Let's not make a grievance about one case into an issue about the system. The system is, the facts of the system are very, very different. On an individual case, Rajdeep, you may have a difference of opinion as to whether someone should get bail or otherwise. The last thing which I want to say is, we have in India the presumption of innocence, which is to say that an individual is presumed to be innocent unless he or she is proven to be guilty. And that means that ordinarily bail should be the rule, jail should be the exception. Equally, we have well-established principles. Is this individual likely to tamper with the evidence if they are released on bail? 2, is this individual likely to flee from justice if that individual is granted bail? Just as individual personal liberty is involved in the grant or refusal of bail, equally, there is a societal element in prosecuting crime. So, very often we just ignore the element of societal interest in the prosecution of crime, which was equally important, because you don't want our streets, you don't want our communities to be unsafe for individuals. So the work of a judge is not simple by any means, because you're drawing this balance from case to case. Whether the balance has been drawn correctly in a case or not, by all means, we are free citizens of a free nation. You're entitled to your freedom of speech and expression. But let's not tarnish the system on the basis of unsubstantiated facts.
Okay, let's move to Constitution now. You often talk about the importance of Constitution. There is a basic structure of the Constitution, and if I am not wrong, you also mentioned about it. Now, from when do we start this basic structure of the Constitution? From the time it was adopted? From the time it was adopted? Or from the time these two words were added to the preamble, secularism and socialism. Because if we go by the fact, if you say that it should be, the basic structure should be from the time it was adopted, then this insertion of these words, even if by the parliament, is a violation of that basic structure, logically. I'm not debating about the two words, but so how do you see the basic structure of the constitution? Because one former Supreme Court judge has also said that we need to debate actually the basic structure of the constitution.
Kaushik, the answer to your question is very simple. When a court, especially the Supreme Court, declares the law, the declaration of the law, insofar as the constitution is concerned, goes back to the inception. Unless the Supreme Court says that the declaration of the law will be prospective. So the Supreme Court can today say that, well, we are ruling this to be the legal position, but it will take effect from 1st of October 2025, in which case it will have prospective effect. Otherwise, the general principle of law is that any declaration of law is always retrospective. And insofar as the high courts are concerned, they have no power of prospective overruling. So to answer your specific question, once in 1973, 1st of April 1973, if I'm not wrong about the date, the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharati's case said that there is something called the basic structure of the Constitution. What is the basic structure? Democracy, equality, liberty, fraternity. Once that was said, that is a defining feature of the Constitution as it was originally adopted. The concept of basic structure, in other words, will not be with effect from a much later date. But to my mind, it defines the original features of the Constitution. Otherwise, look at how absurd it would be. Can we say that because democracy was inserted in the Constitution before 73, democracy is not a part of the basic structure? Obviously it is. Equality. Article 14 was always a part of the Constitution. Can we say that that's not a part of the basic structure? Obviously, it is a part of the basic structure. So the question really answers itself.
Of course. So you mean to say, Justice Chandrachud, because these two words were inserted much later, even after 1973, so these two are not actually part of the basic structure? Secularism and socialism?
So you see, there again, as in the law, you must always understand the nuance. Is the insertion of a word in the Constitution, does the insertion bring about a change in the legal position for the first time? Or is the insertion a recognition of the position as it already existed in the Constitution? Now, one way of looking at it is this, that the Constitution, when it was originally adopted, by the Constituent Assembly, and then brought into force in 1950, the Constitution always spoke about the equality of faiths. The Constitution always spoke about your freedom of conscience. So one way of approaching it, in fact, I have said it in one of my judgments, that is to say that the Constitution as it was originally enacted postulated this fundamental pluralism of our society, the need for inclusion, a recognition that we are a multicultural, multi-religious, diverse society. And there are various provisions of the Constitution which give vent to this particular doctrinal position. Once you accept that, then a particular insertion may be only a recognition of a position as it obtained. Now, secularism, as you know, came in as a result of the 42nd Amendment, which was the emergency amendment. There are two views. One way of looking at it is, well, it was brought in 1976. The contrarian view is, but it's just a recognition of what the Constitution always assumed as a fundamental principle.
Okay, I just want to bring a photograph. We have just 4 minutes. I want to bring a photograph because I want to look at your personal compass. One thing is the judiciary's compass. Take a look at this photograph because it caused controversy. Looking at that photograph, critics of you, because you mentioned social media, immediately said, Justice Chandrachud has set a dangerous precedent blurring the lines between the judiciary and the executive. How do you respond? Narendra Modi ji coming for a puja at your house, all of it photographed. Do you believe it set a dangerous precedent blurring the lines between the judiciary and the executive?
Rajdeep, there were two criticisms of people who criticized. The first category of people had a problem that I openly accepted the fact that I perform a puja. I make no bones of the fact that I'm a devout Hindu, that I'm committed to my faith. But interestingly, let's not forget that the oath which a judge of the Supreme Court takes, the oath begins by saying, I do swear in the name of God that I shall bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, or you, of course, solemnly affirm. So our Constitution is not agnostic to religion, nor is our Constitution opposed to religion. That's the first.
Yeah. The second.
The second that I want to postulate is this. Though each of us as judges are entitled to believe, pursue our own faith, whether we are Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, whether we are Sikhs, whether Zoroastrians, the justice which we do is even-handed among communities. Every single day, if you look at the cause list of any court, you will have communities across the board seeking justice, to whom even-handed justice is delivered. Third, and the third point which is about the Prime Minister coming to the residence of the Chief Justice. If people have an objection about the Prime Minister, well, this was an easy handle to target the Chief Justice for inviting the Prime Minister. Between constitutional functionaries, let's have an element of how we are not leaders of opposition parties. The judiciary and the executive, the Chief Justice of India is not the leader of the opposition. Of course, in the work which we do, we are independent of the executive. The Prime Minister visits the homes of judges when there is a marriage in the family. When my mother passed away in 2014, January, when I was in Allahabad, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh then came to my house to visit me with his wife, just the four of us. So these are elementary courtesies of constitutional office. They have nothing to do. No. And the ultimate test, Rajdeep, is this. How is that person performing as a judge?
But that precisely is the question. The context of this was the judgments you gave, many of which were politically loaded. Article 370. You effectively endorsed the government's decision to repudiate Article 370. Then came the Ayodhya judgment, where you, on the 5-judge bench, was accused by critics again on social media and lawyers and jurists of putting faith above law. You yourself, in October of last year, said, I prayed that I would get the right judgment. You now, in a recent interview, have gone on to say that the original act of desecration was the erection of a mosque, effectively suggesting mosque was built over a Ram temple, something that your Ayodhya judgment doesn't say. There you leave it open. Now, after retirement, you're saying that the original act of desecration was the erection of a mosque. Now people are saying, Justice Chandrachud is showing his Hindutva colors, that what you didn't say in the judgment, you're saying now openly, and thereby giving a Hindu viewpoint. You yourself, sir, in the judgment said, the act of December 6, 1992 was a criminal act, and yet go on to give the title to the very group which was accused of committing the criminal act. So therefore, that's the problem. That's social media.
Before you answer, I want to add one question to that.
Can I just answer this question and then take the second question?
Same question.
Because but then you have to leave me a little time for the answer.
Okay. Because you just mentioned about secularism, so you have admitted that it was actually a title suit. It was a land dispute, Ayodhya case. So in a land dispute, you also went on public saying that you prayed before the verdict, means you, so that it helps you. So my question is, do you pray every time you settle a land dispute to your God, or in a secular country, by publicly publicly revealing that you prayed, did you not violate that basic structure of the Constitution?
Let's start with the first question, then the second.
All right, I'll answer the first question. I'll answer the first question first. First and foremost, you have put the entire context of the judgments that, well, we had decided Ayodhya, that we had decided Article 370. You know, Rajdeep, what's happening is this. In the age of social media, we are now so divided. And the perception of people in the social media is, unless you decide every single case along the ideological lines to which I means a person in the social media subscribes, if you decide every single case in favor of that ideology, then you are independent. Independence is also defined as only deciding cases against the government. So this is the definition of independence in the social media. The moment you decide a case against an ideology which is portrayed by a particular element in the social media, then you cease to be independent, you are pro-government. Now, please bear in mind that just as one or two cases were, as you said, they ended in a decision in favor of the government. On the other hand, I can give you example after example. First, the striking down of electoral bonds as unconstitutional. That happened just about the same time against the government. We struck down the electoral bond scheme as lacking in transparency. 2, was Aligarh Muslim University entitled to minority status? We reversed a judgment of our court of the 1960s and came to the conclusion that the judgment was wrongly decided. In the battle between the National Capital Territory versus the government, 2 consecutive judgments of the Supreme Court Constitution benches holding against the government. Parliament thereafter enacted the law, the validity of which is under challenge. Speaking for myself, the dissent in the Bhima Koregaon case against the government. Aadhaar, I was the sole dissenter in the Aadhaar case. So I wanted to say this to you, and I'll go immediately to the latter part of
but
the
But you haven't answered. Original act of desecration was the erection of the Babri Masjid. Why didn't you say that, sir, in your Ayodhya judgment?
1 second. Give me an opportunity to answer. It can't be that, it'll be a monologue from your side without giving me an opportunity to answer. Unless like lawyers or the social media, you're carrying a brief which you want to espouse before your audience.
No, I want you to clarify. I want you to clarify the position because you're trending on Twitter because of it.
The point of the matter is that when you don't give an opportunity to someone who's being questioned to answer,
sir, please.
And that's exactly my grievance with the social media, that you must hear an opposing viewpoint, which you must
So
hear.
explain that statement.
Right. Now, insofar as Ayodhya is concerned, what did I say? And what have we done in the judgment? This was a title dispute. What came to the Supreme Court was a first appeal against a claim on title. And we decided that on well-settled principles of adverse possession. Could the Muslim side assert that they were in adverse possession of the land and therefore they could perfect their title? Which we held against them. At the same time, we allotted 5 acres of land to the Muslims, just as the land was given for the purpose of construction of the Ram temple. Now, answering the latter part of both your questions, which is crucial, and I'm happy that you've given me the opportunity to do that. The fact is undisputed that every single day that you enter a court, you're entering upon a zone of intense conflict. Now, speaking for myself, and I take that not something which is exceptional, but judges across the system. What is wrong about the fact that to bring a sense of peace, equanimity, and equilibrium in the work which you do as a judge, you pray every morning or you meditate every morning? Please allow me, and you may pray to a deity, you may pray to a broader spiritual force, irrespective of your religion. Please allow me that sense of equanimity so as to enable me to do justice with an even hand. I must also share with you that when I climbed the 3 or 4 steps of the Supreme Court to the Judges' Court and later the Chief Justice Court, I said the Navkar Mantra. I'm not a Jain by religion, but I would say the Navkar Mantra every single day. And what was the purpose of it all? So just, when I was Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, I went to a very sacred dargah near Barabanki. Now, I'm a Hindu, I'm a devout Hindu, but my religion allows me to pray across religions. When I go to Goa, the first place that I always visit is the church in Old Goa. So this is the broad diversity of my own faith, a faith which accepts the fact that just as I believe, I must have faith in other people's right to believe and to respect their faiths. So I don't think there's anything wrong in doing what I did every single day of my life as a judge, namely spending my moments in quiet reflection and prayer in the morning, so that the work which I do as a judge, work which is in a zone of intense conflict, does not end in injustice to anybody. The Constitution allows me to do it. Our Constitution protects the right of every judge to be a believer. And if I said that, I don't think that that made any difference. That question which you asked me at the end on what I said in the course of an interview, I think what has been done is, like again, something in social media, that you lift out of context one part of the answer and then take another part of the answer. During the course of the same answer, I answered whoever the interviewer was the other day by telling him that the entire case has been decided not on the basis of faith, but on the basis of adverse possession. Read the judgment. And the problem is most people who attack us don't have the time, the patience, or the inclination to read 1,045-page judgment. Why was it 1,045 pages? Because the record was 30,000 pages in Ayodhya. People who don't read the judgment attack you because it's very easy to attack judges, right? I mean, you flog them on social media.
Do you want to tell us, did you write the judgment? Nobody knows who wrote the judgment. The general buzz is you wrote the judgment, true?
Rajdeep, I'm a disciplined soldier of the system. All of us took a decision that this was a dispute which had driven our society for hundreds of years, that we will speak with one voice to the nation. And that's the reason why we have not attributed authorship. Whether in office or in retirement, I maintain that I have to be disciplined as a judge.
One question about impeachment, judicial accountability. So we saw two cases of impeachment, two applications of impeachment were in Parliament. One was almost fast-tracked, and the other one, no action has been taken on this. Why I'm asking you this question, in both cases, you were directly, indirectly related, in a sense that when Justice Yashwant Verma's case came in, many people in the judiciary and on social media, there are inferences that he was close to you. And in the second judge's case, when his elevation happened, you had actually flagged his political affiliation. Now, how do you see this? Parliament fast-tracks one impeachment and the other Parliament is not taking any decision, particularly the Speaker. So how do you see this difference? Is it political or is it... And in fact, the impeachment where action has been taken, the way it has been done is also legally questioned.
You know, Kaushik, the problem with your question is that your question always contains an innuendo.
Yes,
so I have to deal with the innuendo just as I have to deal with the question.
Yes.
Now, the innuendo...
I wanted you to be clear because innuendos flow and you don't get a chance to speak.
Right. The innuendo, I have been in the Indian judiciary for 25 years. As a judge who is deeply committed to the system, I mentored generations of judges across India. I was part of the collegium which was part of the decision-making process in which Justice Yashwant Verma was transferred to the Delhi High Court. I happened to be the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, a court where he was himself serving. But so also a large number of other judges. Justice Vikram Nath, who is one of the senior-most judges here, was my colleague in the Allahabad High Court. Justice Manoj Mishra, who has come now to the Supreme Court, was my colleague. Justice Pankaj Mittal, who is a judge of the Supreme Court today, was my colleague. So what is the innuendo about, somebody being close to someone? That's the first point. Second, which is the more fundamental point which you have raised, on which there's a grain of truth and substance in what you are saying. Once a motion of impeachment is placed before the Speaker by the requisite number of members of Parliament, then to my mind, whether the motion of impeachment deals with Judge A or Judge B or Judge C, you must apply even-handed yardsticks. And that is my firm opinion. In other words, you cannot make a distinction between motions of impeachment by applying varying standards. Because ultimately we are dealing with the institution of the judiciary, its credibility, its legitimacy. And I think it's important, therefore, that any process for bringing accountability to the Indian judiciary must be even-handed in the standards which we apply across the board.
You targeted the media briefly there, saying, you don't give us a chance to answer. And as a judge, that's a difficulty because there's only so much you can say while you're a judge. But you found after retirement even more questions being thrown your way, including a controversy over why has Justice Chandrachud overstayed in the Chief Justice's bungalow. It became a headline story. Do you want to give an explanation on that? You're now in a better position than if you were a judge. Again, you were, in a way, being accused without perhaps being given your side of the story. So I want to hear, why did you overstay?
Thank you so much, Rajdeep, for this question. Rajdeep, you know, Kalpana and I are parents to two special needs children who are our adopted daughters.
Yes.
The hard fact which I realized after I retired was of accessibility. You do not have homes, even in a place like Delhi. What about other cities where you could have access to children who are in a wheelchair? One of our daughters is connected to a tracheostomy tube and a BiPAP machine. Both the children are on wheelchairs. And we found that there are no ramps. If there is a ramp, the lift, there's no lift thereafter to go to the first floor or the second floor. Even within homes, within flats in Delhi, bathroom doors are not wide enough for a wheelchair to enter, for a special needs child to use the toilet. This is the hard fact, Rajdeep. And you know, this was something which I pointed out to the then Chief Justice, that I need 2 more months for me to find suitable accommodation. For those 2 months that you overstay, the government has a standard schedule of rates, market rent, for which you have to pay the government. But surely, I do expect that after 25 years of having served the nation, 2 months, particularly when neither of my successors were going to occupy the home of the Chief Justice of India, this is not too much to ask.
Okay.
But he not only, the CGI not only shamed you in public by writing that letter, also he took dig at you in public events, mentioning about that he would vacate it and congratulating another judge that you have vacated it very next day after your retirement. How do you see that? It's a personal attack.
You know, Kaushik,
one CGI to another.
Kaushik, my philosophy of life is this.
1 minute more.
Life is finite. There's so much of good that we can do through our life and the time that we have as human beings. Why look at the negatives and respond to negatives, you know? So I always look at the positives.
Okay, I'm going to end. As we end, you've had a long, illustrious career as a judge. You gave important judgment. Let's look at the positive. You gave important judgments, and I think you deserve a huge applause for decriminalizing homosexuality, Article 377. You deserve a lot of applause for right to privacy and your judgment that you gave on that. We may question your political judgments, but there were important judgments that have had important effects on society. After such a long career, which is that judgment you are most proud of, Justice Chandrachud? The positive. Let's look at the positive.
Okay. Well, you know, if you ask me the same question tomorrow evening, I may have a different view because you do think about your answer, because there's so many judgments which came my way. But honestly, the one judgment of which I'm truly, truly proud is of getting women as permanent members of our armed forces. Because when I find a woman, you know, as a fighter pilot on our Rafale jets or a Sukhoi, or a woman on the border guarding our lives and our nation, or a woman on a submarine or on a warship on high seas defending India, I feel that's what my deed has done for the nation.
But unfortunately, sir, in Supreme Court, the number of women judges are still not adequate.
Yes, you know, can I just answer that in 30 seconds? You know, as I said, you know, at the lowest levels today in the district judiciary, about 60 to 70% of the new recruits are women. Why? Because legal education today has become extraordinarily broad-based, with women entering into the legal profession. The state of the Supreme Court today reflects the state of the legal profession, say, 20 years ago, when women who are now eligible join the legal profession. Unfortunately, that's how we climb up the ladder, right, to be eligible for appointment to the Supreme Court. You can't just appoint a woman who is, say, serial number 950 in the All India list of seniority and appoint her to the Supreme Court merely because you want a Supreme Court judge. these are some of the problems of service, because you also have men judges who've spent their lives in service of the institution. But I dare say now, with more and more women leading very successful careers in the law, the time is ripe now that these are women who are going to occupy important judicial offices in the future.
You know, I think we've gone through a wide range. We have a very special discussion also coming up. We've gone well over our time. I also want to tell the audience, we had Aditya, I should tell Justice Chandrachud, we had Aditya Thackeray here earlier today, and Aditya Thackeray said, please tell Justice Chandrachud, his Supreme Court decides on stray dogs cases immediately, but when it came to the symbol case between the two Shiv Senas, they have not decided it. This is the problem with our judiciary. They do not address the real issues, the real tough questions of our time. You have 10 seconds. You want to tell Aditya Thackeray?
Yes, of course, I have an answer to that. Though it's after I left the Supreme Court. The point of the matter is this. The stray dogs matter came up as an interim matter before the Supreme Court. No Supreme Court judge can say that I will not decide a case even at the interim stage. You cannot duck questions. So the Supreme Court dealt with a case of, the stray dogs by passing an interim order. The case which you are referring to, Mr.
The symbol case,
the
election
symbol case. The symbol case is a final hearing which requires time. Now there are now 80,000 plus cases which are pending before the Supreme Court. You have 34 judges, all of whom dispose of close to 70,000 cases in a year. Our judges are not unemployed. They are working to the best of their ability every single day of their lives. Now, for every case which you take up, someone else is going to say, why didn't you take up my case? Are these not important? Okay. If you take up an old case, you're told, why didn't you take a new case? If you take a new case, you're told, why didn't you take an old case? Allow a degree of understanding about our institutions. Unless we do that, institutions are bound to collapse.
We have a panel coming up of some of India's top film stars in a moment. You have a favorite film to end with. Which is the film that you like watching? Is there something that Justice Chandrachud likes watching? How do you relax? Music, film?
I relax with reading, music, watching films, of course. I've a film which I loved beyond anything else recently was 12th Fail. And the other film which I really loved was Lapata Ladies. So, two of my favorite films. And the third which I loved because of, my special daughters, our special needs daughters, was Sitare Zameen Par. And
okay. I know how much you care about your daughters, and often because we ask you all these hard political questions, the human side gets left out. Maybe one day we'll ask the human side also to Justice Chandrachud, and how he has truly raised these wonderful young daughters who now paint so beautifully and do so much else. Justice Chandrachud, for having answered all our questions, the tough ones and the soft ones. The problem is on Twitter, they'll pick up the soft ones and say you've been very soft with the judge. The others will pick up the tough ones and say you are batting for one side. That's the way we live, a very polarized, hyper-polarized world. But for joining us here today at the India Today Mumbai Conclave, taking us through all your questions, Kaushik and I truly appreciate your time.
Thank you
very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big hand to Justice
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to call on stage Dr. Dharmendra Bhandari, Kokilabel Ambani Hospital, to hand over a token of appreciation. Our next session is It Takes Two to Tango, Love is in the Air Again. And to take things forward, I'd like to call on stage the session moderator Preeti Chaudhary, Managing Editor, India Today Television.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some of Bollywood's top stars in the house. It's going to be a blockbuster end to day one of the India Today Conclave. All right, we're going to... You know, take it easy. There'll be enough dhoom dhadaka on stage in any case. Let's avoid anything before that. Our next session, it takes two to tango, love is in the air. 2025, ladies and gentlemen, has been touted as the year of romance when it comes down to Bollywood and cinema. And come the 2nd of October, there's a film coming up which offers exactly that heady dose of romance, definitely a side of humor. And we have the star cast of that film. 2nd October releases Sunny Sanskari ki Tulsi Kumari, and we have what I thought would have been a love triangle, but is a love rectangle of sorts. May I please call upon and put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, Varun Dhawan, Janhvi Kapoor, Rohit Saraf, Sanya Malhotra. Lots of political sessions. We had Justice Chandrachud who's just left the stage. This one we're going to have fun, or we're going to try and have fun, or maybe not. Let's just see. Let's just see how that goes. So I'd just like to begin off the bat with Rohit. You.
Hi, ma'am.
Don't call me ma'am. You know he's the the national crush or heartthrob. Okay, but away from that, Rohit, who do you think is winning the Bihar elections?
Who do I think is winning the Bihar elections?
Yeah.
Sunny Sanskari ki Tulsi Kumari. I've been told only to take the name of the film, so that's all I'm going to say.
And what do you think is really happening in Ladakh right now? Terrible. We've had 6 lives.
Right.
You know that? Do you know what's going on in Ladakh?
I think about the 4 lives that are right here in front of you, ma'am.
Really?
Yes.
How do you view the entire... Do you know what happened in Nepal, the Gen Z revolution?
Of course I did.
You did.
Yeah.
What are your views on that?
Well, of course, violence is not the answer to anything. In fact, I'm from...
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. This was brought on by the person sitting right next to me. You pick up the mic now.
No, because
I was brought up to it, all right?
Because Rohit is the most confident young man you'll ever meet in your life. But for some reason, he has brought up this meeting like 10 times. He's like, what are they going to ask us over here? What is going to happen over here? What is this about? Are they going to ask me something controversial? What should I say?
Rohit, I apologize.
That's okay.
You know, I really apologize. I was made to do this right in the beginning, and Varun Dhawan put me up to it.
That's okay. That's okay. This is not the first time this is not the only time we're going to be meeting. So that's fine. I'll make up for
Rohit,
it.
these Nepo kids, no?
What? Yeah, we use that.
Let's go. You know what? Everything that you said right now, I don't mind that at all. Let's go.
So basically you're saying कि nepotism news में भी चलता है. कि आप भी दबाव में आ जाते हो.
दबाव में? किसके दबाव में?
Nepotism के?
अरे नहीं, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
आप दबाव में आए ना अभी, वरुण.
हाँ, मान लिया इन्होंने.
Seniority.
But इधर जो कोटा है ये तो equally divided है.
हाँ, मैं तो बोल रही हूँ हाँ, 2:2.
तो हम बिल्कुल equality में believe करते हैं.
We'll talk about the N word slightly later, but because Rohit, sorry for ragging you, but
no problem.
I have to say Varun Dhawan is someone who's constantly come on our conclaves. Thank you, Varun, for coming in again. But let me turn the tables. Varun, Ram और Ravan में क्या अंतर है? And for those who want to know why I'm asking Varun Dhawan this question, our last conclave, Varun Dhawan asked this very question to the Home Minister. I want to know if he remembers. What was the answer?
Obviously, I do remember. And the answer, what I feel my answer to this is that Ramji had the knowledge about arrogance, and Ravan was arrogant about his knowledge.
That was the answer by Honorable Minister Amit Shah, but Mr. Dhawan, you remember it. Amazing. This was last year. He was right in the front row and he raised his hand. I have a question. And he asked, so I just wanted to check in if he did, but enough of asking questions. Let's get down to the film and let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun.
Varun Dhawan, tell us one thing. You know, which is quite amazing, Varun, because usually when you call stars, very rare that the entire cast comes along. Why is it that every time we've invited Varun Dhawan, he makes sure that the entire cast comes along with him?
Because I think this has to genuinely do with being a director's son. My father's a director, he's a technician. And when you see someone directing a film, it doesn't happen by one person. Obviously, the hero is someone on whose face you sell the film, you get audiences in. But that's not how a film happens. A film happens when there are collectively amazing talents, whether behind the camera or in front of the camera, and they create magic, they create art. So I alone cannot create a wonderful scene. I need my co-stars, I need my co-actors, my co-superstars who are next to me. And among four of us, I think they're so blessed to have someone like Sanya, you know, who I'm joined by, who's had 3 films that won national awards?
3, yeah, I can count them. Jawan, Sam Bahadur, Katthar.
Yeah.
That's well done. But also Janhvi's film, Homebound, is going in for the Oscars, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Rohit and me were also discussing this, that
the
girls have taken such giant strides ahead in our industry. I was hearing the conversation you were having with the ex-Chief Justice as well about, but I think one thing that the film industry has to be lauded upon is that how we definitely are pushing our women ahead. I think there's so much said about the inequality, and that is a work in progress, and we should keep bridging the gap. But here you definitely have 2 rock stars, I think Janhvi and Sanya, who are definitely representing our country on the global stage, you know.
Thank you, VD. I think, VD, you're so kind. And I'm so grateful that I got to work with you, because I never felt like I'm working with a superstar. You made us, all of us, feel so comfortable. And I remember we were shooting a song, and I've never shot a song that big in my career. And he came to me and I was asking him, kaise karna chahiye? Do you have any tips? And we were shooting it, and he came and he was very, you know, he had some really good ideas, and he was telling Rohit and I ki ye karo, ab ye karna, ye hai na, ye thoda avoid karna. Like, he wants everyone in the film, everyone on set to do their best job. And I think that's very, very kind of him, and he's really down to earth. Thank you so much, VD.
Janhvi, I want to congratulations. Homebound is going to the Oscars. This is both you and Sanya look awesome. You're looking like, you know, it's like it's a vision. But
thank you so much.
Your second collaboration with Varun, how was it working? Not just with Varun, with the entire team. It must have been a riot.
It's been amazing, ma'am, because...
Please don't call me ma'am. Oh Lord, this is... don't. Preeti. I'm calling you Janhvi.
Yes, okay, Preeti. It's been amazing, Preeti. Firstly, good evening, everybody. It's such an honor to be on this stage and to have witnessed the conversation that took place before ours. I think really opened our eyes to so many things, because we're in an industry that's fairly insular, and I think a consequence of our job is, of course, that we feel like we're the most important people in the world, and we're doing something so important because we're always public. But to hear the ex-Chief Justice speak and the tone of that conversation, I think it was truly such an honor, and we're so happy to be on this stage with all of you all today. And coming back to your question, it's been amazing. It's been genuinely my honor, like Varun said, to work with someone like Sanya, who I've learned from at every stage. To work with Rohit, who I think I've, you know, found such a fun equation with, who's done so much work. And I think every young girl, woman in this room is definitely has a huge crush on him. And he has so much to offer as an actor, and is such a bright young talent. And of course, Mr. Varun Dhawan, who, this might sound sarcastic, but in so many ways has been sort of like a guiding light in my life.
Actually, she's clearly never said that to you in person. Actually, the way she's looking, I shouldn't say it, but you have been such a guiding light.
Ke tareef karti hu. But you know the question that you asked even before, and I think Sanya as well articulated it very well. He gave credit to the fact that he's a director's son as to why he always enjoys, you know, putting everyone on a stage. But inherently, that is Varun Dhawan for you, whether it's the spot dada on a film set, or the light dada, or the director, or the AD, everyone is treated completely equally. He respects everyone's views, what they have to say. So yeah, like she said, that baggage of, you know, the kind of work he's done his entire career has never come in the way. And you won't believe how rare it is to have a leading man who does not get insecure, but in fact gets a high off of बाकी लोगों को आगे बढ़ा के. Like, he'll feel happy अगर हमारी तारीफ हो रही है. He'll feel proud. And I promise you, it's so rare, especially in this industry.
Wow, this is really turning into something I didn't.
He's actually paid us before this.
But no, but genuinely coming back to the film, which we are here to promote, Sunny Sanskari ki Tulsi Kumari. What I want to actually say about the film is that this film, we don't make any promises about changing your life with this film. But what we do promise is that it will change your mood, you know. This is not a preachy film. This is not something which, you know, we are giving any gyan about. But this is genuinely going back to the time when you just go to see a film and you just come out with a bright smile on your face. If you went in with a family member who you had unresolved issues with, maybe the issue would get resolved. Maybe the guy who took a loan with you would pay you back the loan. So that is the positive power that we are trying to put out with Sunny Sanskari ki Tulsi Kumari. It's a very happy-go-lucky film and something which is needed in today's day and age, I feel.
No, I agree. Everybody needs a laugh and everyone needs a bit of romance. Rohit, can I ask you now a question which is nothing to do with politics?
No, you've cracked me open now. I'm good.
Anything goes.
Go for it.
You do have a six-pack. Can I ask you to take off your shirt? ये तो क्या हो रहा है? क्या पूछ रही है?
You've cracked me up. Now you want to strip me down? What's going on? I did not expect this at all.
You said कुछ भी पूछो पूछ लिया.
कुछ भी पूछो कुछ भी करने के लिए बोलो मत.
Janvi's.
I saw his abs day before. Yes, we were in the gym together.
Are they as good as they look on Instagram?
Yeah, I would say
Rohit, if you
for sure.
Show them. Okay, I'm not going to. Then you'll say I'm bullying you, but no.
And then you'll say nepo.
Oh, he can't start stripping at an India Today conclave after the ex-Supreme Justice was on stage talking about such heavy things and Rohit Saraf's like, look at my
We are okay with it. We have no problem. But okay, Rohit, you think about it.
Because all of the women are like, yeah.
Who do I think about?
You think about it. Maybe at the end of 18 minutes.
Perhaps.
Varun is like, मैंने ये तो नहीं plan किया था, but Rohit, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
It's all good. Okay, tell me. It's I thought it was actually a triangle. And I've seen some of your promos. Super. It looks fun. It looks feisty. Some of the dialogues are really funny. And we're going to play one or two out.
Yeah, ना कि if we misbehave over हमारी वो guard मार देंगे हमारी.
यार ये तो बीप करना पड़ेगा.
नहीं यार security guard हमें मार देंगे.
ये तो like.
हम लोग कुछ भी किसी भी चीज का बवाल कर देते हैं.
Beep out stuff. Rohit will have to take off his clothes. ये तो नहीं हो पाएगा. But so Rohit, how was it? So it's who are the exes here? Because it's two exes trying to win back each other, right? It's what is it?
Is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean,
what's the plot?
For that you'll have to go watch the film.
So Janvi's your ex, and
yes, that's correct.
Varun's your ex.
Yes.
And they're trying to win you guys back. Maybe.
Are they?
But maybe we're also there next in the film. ये पता करने के लिए आइए सिनेमा घरों में 2nd of October ticket खरीद के.
But was he also a prankster? Because he made me play a prank on you on set. Is he a prankster on set?
Rohit and Janvi actually played a prank on me.
Really?
When we were shooting this film, they actually got these fake lizards and laces, and snakes and I don't know scorpions, and they hid it in my room,
in like different
weird
parts
places. And every day I would find something like some crawly instinct.
No, but can I tell you the thing that really broke my heart? Kumar, who is here, his boy, who I'm still in a fight with because he is so loyal to Varun that before Varun entered the room, he's gone to me and said, Janvi और रोहित सर ने कुछ गड़बड़ किया है हाँ रूम में. So he knew, and we had laid out a full plan. Natasha was there. I said, okay, let him come into the room now. I've kept it here, and even she was so excited. तो पूरा plan का पोपट हो गया. And me and Kumar are still in a fight.
You know, this is turning out to be a full PR exercise, Varun, for you, which you have not intended. Everyone has only nice things to say.
Yeah, so you can ask them 3 bad things about
it. Say. Sanya, let's begin with you. एक बता दो.
Damn. Why am I? Why don't you go first, Rohit?
He's a bully.
So quickly. He
is. One bad thing about him is that he bullies Janvi.
Not Tanya always defends
Only Janvi.
Yeah.
Not the other two.
No, Janvi is no duli.
I'm only concerned about him bullying
I must tell you this.
But she also bullies you.
She bullies the world. You don't understand. I've been telling her she's the biggest schemer on this planet.
No, she's not.
Do I look like a schemer?
Not at all.
Tell me honestly, do I look like a schemer?
You are the blueprint of a schemer. Look at that lady.
You're looking at all the married men and asking them this question. They're like, ऐसी scheme तो हमें भी चाहिए.
Okay, I'm going to quickly play clip now, which I think, Varun, you've put on. And you're actually, you're doing a jig with your dog.
With Joey. Yeah.
Can we just see it? Because
Yeah,
it's quite
please.
cool, huh?
Please, that's what I live for.
For the dog.
Yeah.
Now you have a little baby also.
I love her as well.
Okay, so on that note, because you've done this full jig with your dog on Bijuria, what made you do it?
Because honestly, I got really bored of watching reels of human beings dance. And dogs are, I mean, I enjoy like playing with my dog all the time. And that's what I do. I play music and obviously I'm playing with my dog. And I know a lot of dog parents do that as well. You'll always share a light moment. I just thought it'll be way more fun that if a trend gets created for Bijuria, which is a song I love, but if there are dogs in the song, and it actually became a trend because I keep getting videos now of people with their dogs on Bijuria. So it's called Bijuria Dogs, the trend.
Bijuria dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, on that note and dancing. Janvi, out of all, okay, who's the best dancer?
Janvi.
Janvi. Okay,
For
it's
sure.
like immediate.
Sanya.
No, I think
Sanya's
genuinely,
the
I think
best
both of them
dancer.
will agree. If you play Panwadi, Janvi remembers all the steps really
See,
well.
this
Yeah,
is
she did them
evidence
so
of
well
the
last
fact that he is a bully.
How
We
is
shot
this a bully?
Panwadi like 6-7 months ago, and I've shot maybe like 4 songs after that, and my memory with steps isn't the best after such a long period of time. So yesterday, we had momentarily become a traveling Garba group when we were
Janvi,
promoting
your
in
film is going to
Ahmedabad.
the Oscars. I think less talking, more proving. Let's,
So you're saying Janvi?
Yeah, let's play
No,
Panwadi.
he's saying, don't you see?
Acha,
He's
who do
saying
you
it to
say?
bully. Sanya, hands down.
Sanya. Rohit. Sanya. Who do you think is the best dancer?
All of us.
All of you? You're too politically
That's code for
correct.
me.
Yeah?
No,
Sanya,
I
ek
think
pick karo.
both of them have killed it in Bijuria.
Who's both?
Varun and Janvi.
Uh-huh.
Rohit is incredible in Panwadi.
And Sanya is politically very correct.
सानिया तुम्हें सिर्फ संगठन
ये
बनाना
सच्चाई
है
है, ये सच्चाई है.
बस तुम वही करने आई हो
मैं करती हूँ अच्छा डांस, ठीक है?
Okay,
ये
what-
सच्चाई है.
Okay, time out. What I'm going to do is, can we just amp up Panwadi? And there's a hook
and
step to it.
Janvi, come on.
Come on.
Janvi, come on.
I'm not doing
Just
a
on.
For a Jan.
I think both Janvi and Sanya should do
And
it.
we let the audience decide this. All of you. All 4 of you. Come on. Come. All 4 of you and the audience decide. Okay, replay.
नहीं थोड़ा आगे ले लो
थोड़ा सा आगे.
Forward कर दो थोड़ा.
Forward कर दो. And till then, all of you, put out your cell phones and we'll take a quick stick test. Who's the best dancer? What a spot, guys. All of you. Super.
Guys, can we hear it for Janvi Kapoor, please, guys?
What's the hook step, Varun? Will you do it for us once?
नहीं, what I want to say, इनकी
हाँ.
पिक्चर होमबाउंड ऑस्कर के लिए जा रही है और यहाँ पे ये पनवाड़ी कर रही है.
रेंज देखना आप.
यही है रेंज.
इसमें हुक स्टेप कौन सा है? ये वाला?
ये हाथ को यही इट्स क्वाइट लाइक सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी
Self-explanatory,
कि
हाँ.
हम लोग एड्रेस बता रहे हैं सज्जन की कोठरी का, तो आप कैसे जाओगे? पनवाड़ी के पीछे वाली पतली गली में तुम्हारे सजन की कोठरी. Basically, you have to reach the कोठरी. That's the
Acha,
idea.
got it. All right. Do you want us to take a dipstick? Because I think test on who really was dancing the best. You hardly danced. Out of these 3, they were all very good.
Preeti, you made this also like the exit polls. इधर भी
जल्दी बताओ. हाँ. नहीं? चलो छोड़ो. But all 3 of you are superb. Rohit, yeah, matlab, is it because in the beginning I asked you 1 or 2 questions which were...
No, not at all. I've actually
Have
been
I-
dancing on the internet quite a lot. I think I'm a little tired. That's why I didn't dance today.
Okay, fine. All right. But we'll one more song later. You'll do that?
Done.
Okay. Let's pull out one more clip because we were talking about dialogues and some of the dialogues are quite quirky and interesting and a little... Ye kya hai? Okay, let's bring in that clip.
मोहब्बत पे नहीं है किसी का काबू, मोहब्बत पे नहीं है किसी का काबू, पक चिक पक राजा बाबू.
What's with that?
So basically, Sunny Sanskari, who I'm playing, he's a bad poet. Like मैं शायरी लिखता हूँ मेरे पास टाइम में, and I write bad poetries basically. So
that dialogue.
So
They're
yeah,
very cheesy.
very cheesy. All the poetries are very cheesy. कि मोहब्बत पे नहीं है किसी का काबू, मोहब्बत पे नहीं है किसी का काबू, पक चिक पक राजा बाबू. So
it's self-explanatory.
Oh, yeah, it's
like the hook step, but on cheesy lines. All four of you, what has been the cheesiest line that you have used or has been used on you when somebody is hit on you? All three of you think, huh? He's answering.
Someone asked me, are you a single?
Are you a single?
Yeah, exactly in this way. Are you a single? Are you a single? Like if I'm single, who must be someone.
You say no, I'm double?
No, I didn't.
What did you say? Triple. Huh? Triple? Really?
No, I didn't answer. I am a triple now. I have a wife and a child, so technically I am a triple.
Okay, cheesiest line.
What is the cheesiest pickup line that's been used on you, Sanya? आपके
कुछ
ऊपर?
नहीं, मुझसे कोई कुछ नहीं पूछता.
यार तुम
सच में कोई नहीं, कभी
संगठन बना रहे हो तुम बस इधर.
हाँ सही में.
संगठन मतलब अरे सच में nobody has asked me.
अच्छा, the one you've used. एक तो बताना पड़ेगा सान्या, नहीं तो either you say the one you have used or the one that has been used on you.
Because you're not on my mind.
Arey, no personal jokes here, huh?
Okay.
No.
Mic pin.
I have never used a cheesy line on anyone.
Never.
I'm the most boring single person.
Okay, but you're single, huh? That you're putting out there. So that was intention, and I'm just the most boring single person.
Janvi, आप पे
Janvi?
has anyone used? Yeah, on you they have.
No one's no.
Janvi, come on, yaar.
No.
Say it.
No, but can I
say that one?
Which one? That's very inappropriate.
But it's a joke.
No, I can't say that one.
The line that he used was also inappropriate in the beginning.
Not me.
Huh?
I have not used any line on no.
No, the guard one.
Oh,
in
the guard.
beginning. हाँ.
Sorry.
अच्छा चलो जो थोड़ा सा not so inappropriate.
Okay, no, I'll tell you a line that I think is from your movie only, but Akshay Kumar says it, and I love it, and it's been my dream to use it on someone, but I can't because I might go to jail. He says, and in exactly this voice, is your father a baker because you have great buns?
That's not inappropriate.
No, it's not. This wasn't the line I was talking about, but I really like it.
But that's a good one to use on you, Janvi. Really, that's like you got the superb body and you work out. I've seen some of your workout videos, which are great.
Rohit,
yeah, why not own it?
Rohit,
Rohit,
a cheesy pickup line used on you.
I'm sure he has many.
I think the one that Preeti just used on him, can you strip on the India Today Conclave
Really?
stage?
Oh, you were trying to pick me up, Preeti?
did I try to pick you up? No,
Yeah.
I didn't try to pick you up.
Okay, good. The two cheesy pickup lines.
But would you,
Pick
can
up?
we
Open
see
to-
your abs if I was trying?
No, not really.
No?
The two pickup lines that I would say, which I thought were quite fun, one was, which I actually didn't even understand that it was a pickup line. The first was, अगर मैं ग्रहण होती तो आज तुम पर लग जाती. So that was one, which I did not understand. The second was, which was very recent actually, it was very sweet also. It was, if you were a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber. So that was very sweet.
That's nice. That's sweet.
That was very sweet.
That's sweet.
So when you, how was the set? Because all four of you, all together, there were pranks, of course. It's a romantic film. It's got humor. So was it fun?
Can I just say, it was a blast, but what I've realized in the past 2 days of promotions is that I think we genuinely have a fondness towards each other. And I mean, touch wood, this equation of the four of us has become something that I truly, genuinely cherish and really enjoy. But as a consequence of that, I feel like I'm with my friends and with my buddies. And so I get really relaxed. Like, I don't speak at places like I'm at, like, promoting a film on a public platform. And so as a result, I talk a lot of rubbish. So it's become very stressful I'm scared about promoting with them.
You speak of fondness, and I have to say with all four of you, since the time you've come, they've been backstage, they've been taking pictures. That kind of fondness you can see. The warmth that you guys have, you can see. The vibe is there. So in a way, that's a great.
फिल्म में और भी वाइब है, देखने के लिए आइएगा 2 अक्टूबर को सिनेमा घर में.
अच्छा, who remembered Sanya? लाइन सबसे ज्यादा किसको याद थी? सबसे ज्यादा कौन भूलता था?
सान्या को सबसे ज्यादा लाइनें याद होती थी, इनको तो बाकियों की भी लाइनें याद होती थी. So I think it's
Sanya.
नहीं, हम सबको सारी लाइनें याद होती थी, सबको. ऐसा कोई है, हम कोई भूलता था डायलॉग? कोई नहीं भूलता था.
Sanya, by the end of,
शशांक कभी भूलने देता
by the
नहीं.
end of 6 minutes, you will tell us one controversial thing you will say before you get off the stage. अब वो सोच लो क्या है.
गाली दे दो.
सबको लाइन याद है, सब बहुत अच्छा नाचते हैं.
पर सच में है ना, we all remember
गाली
our
देते ना
dialogues.
निकलते.
If you want that, I can do it.
Varun,
क्या करूं?
who remembered the lines?
Who remembered the lines? See, I think it's a basic necessity when you're an actor on this level. You have to know your lines and come on set. Also, this film, the lines and the dialogues are very spoken. It's almost like if few friends are sitting, दोस्त आपस में बातचीत कर रहे तो आप कैसे बात करोगे, वही आइडिया है, वैसे बात कीजिए आप. एंड शशांक खेतान जो हमारे निर्देशक है, जो राइटर भी है फिल्म के, ये मेरी तीसरी फिल्म है उनके साथ. आई हैव डन हमटी एंड बद्री उसके साथ, एंड अभी हम सनी संस्कारी कर रहे हैं. तो उनका और मेरा तालमेल बहुत अच्छा है, वेदर इट कम्स टू कॉमेडी, वेदर इट कम्स टू सीन कंस्ट्रक्शन. बहुत मजा आया है. इस फिल्म में मनीष पॉल भी है, सो यू कीप गेटिंग द ह्यूमर डोजेस इन अ वेरी हेल्दी वे थ्रू आउट. एंड लाइक आई सेड, आज के टाइम में why this film was so much fun was because in today's day and age, relationships have become so complicated with these apps, numerous apps that are there floating around. I never used any of them. But there are relationships, situationships, vacationships. I don't know how many ships.
Janvi, George just dropped. I want to know what happened.
भाड़े की अंगूठी तोड़ दी मैंने.
What is it? भाड़े की है, but मतलब असली डायमंड है.
For 1 minute, I thought this was a dialogue from the film. It looks very expensive.
Yeah, that does look expensive.
Just hold on to that for the next 10
And
minutes.
now there's like evidence of the fact that I broke it, so I can't even say that it was an accident or I didn't. It's fine. It's fine.
But Varun, I'm going to come back on that note, right? You were asked by a fan, Kantara se डर लगता है, because Kantara, the second edition of Kantara is releasing, ladies and gentlemen, on the 2nd of October when their film released, and the first one was a super hit. तो डर लगता है वरुण या नहीं लगता?
See, honestly, setting a date, जो date pick करते हैं वो production है, धर्मा प्रोडक्शंस, एंड वो लोग बहुत सालों से फिल्म बना रहे हैं. ये जो डेट आया है 2 अक्टूबर का, ये बहुत ही बड़ा डेट है क्योंकि दशहरा आ रहा है इस डेट पे और गांधी जयंती भी है इस डेट पे. सो बहुत ही बड़ा डेट है. कुल मिलकर जो कारोबार होता है नॉर्मल फ्राइडेज से, वो बहुत बड़ा होगा ये थर्सडे को. ऑलमोस्ट हिंदी लैंग्वेज में 70 करोड़ का बिजनेस इज अवेलेबल टू बी डन. And obviously, Kantara is a very big film. It's an amazing, the first one was an amazing film. I loved it myself. But our film is a very different film, and I think there's more than enough place for all kinds of films. We're very different from that film. Our trailer has got a very good response from the family audiences, from people. And like I said, हम लोगों को हंसाना चाहते हैं, मस्ती कराना चाहते हैं, खुश कराना चाहते हैं. लोग वैसे ही लाइफ में इतने सीरियस है, इतना स्ट्रेस है, फाइनेंस को लेके, लॉ को लेके, आपको अलग स्ट्रेसेस हो गए. बट
लद्दाख, नेपाल, बिहार.
एब्स, वो तो बोलो.
I think आपका stress इनका short निकाल.
एब्स याद नहीं आया आपको?
You know, 1 second, I'm going to just say it. I'm much married, very happily so. Rohit, stop hitting on me.
I cannot tell you how happy I am to know that.
I'm glad. Okay. No, okay, so this film also somewhere down the line, it talks about love, it celebrates second chances. So, Sanya, do you believe in second chances where love is concerned? Personally?
No, I don't. I move on in life.
Your ex, you're not getting your ex this time.
ये वापस नहीं लेने वाली.
नहीं, I don't know about Ananya, the character that I'm playing, but as Sanya, no. If I've moved on, then I've moved on. I don't like look back.
No looking back.
No.
Rohit, do you believe in second chance?
No, I think I'm assuming that we're talking about relationships and relationships only. I don't think I believe in second chances. I would forgive, but I don't think I can go back to it. Yeah.
Janvi?
You know, the thing is, I feel मैं ये विश्वास करना चाहती हूँ कि मैं उतनी दिलदार हूँ, but when it comes down to it, एक बार कोई ऐसी गलती हो जाती है या आपको चोट पहुंच जाती है, I feel like that'll keep cropping up. So even if you forgive the person, that baggage is always there, and I don't think that's fair to either party. So in short, no.
No, you don't believe in second chances.
See, अच्छा हुआ कि you asked the only married person from this cast last. क्योंकि I feel, especially when you're married, you know that it is not about second chances. It is about a lot of chances. You have to give your spouse a lot of chances, and your spouse has to give you a lot of chances to make up. Because love always stays, and you have to fight for that love. I genuinely believe you have to fight for that love. Mistakes a lot of people make. Obviously, the degree of the mistake is varying. But you have to find that balance. Somewhere your spouse or your partner has to meet you midway, or kabhi you have to meet her midway. But the idea is that when you're in it, you're in it. Because there are so many options today in life, in the fast moving life that we have. Kitne options hai? Shaadi ko chhod ke everyone can find another option and be like, okay, I'll lead this kind of life. But to be married and to be with that one person for the rest of your life, that requires a special commitment. And that commitment has to be about that if they do make a mistake, you have to be okay with it as well. And so for me, like, marriage is unbreakable. Like, that's why I'm in it. No matter what, it's unbreakable for me.
You know, right from the beginning, Varun, you seem to be a very nice person. Everyone seems to like you. Your staff likes you. Your co-actors like you. Like they said, that entire crew really liked you. Okay, last...
Except the people who made Kantara. They don't like me, I feel.
Who got the best dabba to this end?
Janvi.
You got the best dabba. What was in the dabba?
Every day I used to get different things. But off late I found like a bento box, so different snacks. There's like fruits and... Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly play out, because we're talking about dabba and khana. There was a social media post that Sanya put out with a beautiful picture of her, #perfect, which is one of their songs, which they will hopefully dance on by the end. And right at the bottom of that, Varun Dhawan commented, forget about how lovely she's looking, kal tiffin mein tikki le aana. to which Sanya Malhotra says, or matcha. Now, Sanya will tell us, or matcha. You've also given into this matcha fad.
She's a matcha queen.
Yeah, mera
She
khud ka
owns a
brand
matcha
hai,
company.
matcha.
That's why.
No, and by the way, you did send me matcha.
Yeah,
she makes great matcha.
made it.
I gave matcha to all of you.
I asked for it yesterday. I didn't get one.
Oh, वैसे नहीं डब्बा दिया था ना खुद बनाने के लिए.
No, but her matcha is amazing. It's yum. I'm not much of a matcha gal, but hers is yum.
No, but yesterday she actually, I wanted some and she made it for me, and it's really good.
No, he forced me to make it for me.
Okay, so
I told him, Varun, I'm jet lagged. I'm taking a nap. He said, नहीं मुझे अभी चाहिए.
Like tikki le aana. So, you know, all right. So we promoted your film, and we've also promoted her new venture, which is matcha. But #perfect. It's the second song, which is quite a rage already. And no, I'm not going to ask you to take off your shirt. I never intended to do that. But I will request all of you, to get up and maybe shake a leg on #perfect. Great. Let's go, guys. Amp it up.
सिर तो पैरां दे तक you so perfect पिंड तो शहरां दे तक you so perfect तेरा कीमतों भी गोल लक cause you perfect सारे तेरे ते जतांदे हक you so perfect सोहणी है बुलांदी तेरी सुर्खी तू फट दिता तुरकी ते गल तेरी तुरपी खीर नहीं दित्तिया तेनू गुड़दी नी पेट तेरी गुड़दी लता दी जिवें मुर्गी अग लाउणे नखरे ने पट ता पंजाब नी यूं ही गल्ली दुनिया ते कुटदी सवाद नी तेरे अगे लगदे हुसन सारे फर्ज ही ना कोई तेथों पहला सुनी ना कोई तेथों बाद नी गोल गोल हड्डियां दी ठक ठक you so perfect लीड़े लत्ते हां ते लावे लख you so perfect सिरा मथे वाली तेरी लट that's perfect तेरी जूए तो भी माड़ी लट not so perfect सिर तो पैरां दे तक you so perfect पिंड तो शहरां दे तक you so perfect तेरा कीमत तो भी गोल लक cause you perfect सारे तेरे ते जतांदे हक you so perfect लैंबो वांगू वेश वेश धरती ते तुरे तेरा डबल सवे
I thank all four of you for taking out the time. I wish you all the best with your film. I hope it's a super duper success. And any final words?
Just that my mom made me make a promise to her that I won't dance on too many stages because she gets very embarrassed. She's like, everywhere you're going, you only keep dancing. No, she's like, dance in the film so that we can see it in the film. She's like, जा भी जाता है, dance करता है. So, mom, I kept my promise रखा है मैंने.
But I hope the film does fabulously well, and all of you, I wish you all the best. Sanya, I'm not going to let you go. एक controversial चीज बोलनी पड़ेगी, नहीं तो the star cast will stay. कुछ भी बोल दो.
सोच रही हूँ क्या बोलूँ.
She's suddenly out of breath. क्या बोलूँ?
You help me, na? You're the most controversial one from this gang. Help me.
अच्छा, quickly, come on.
I don't have anything controversial. I can just say, watch our film, Sunny Sanskari ki Tulsi Kumari, which is releasing on 2nd October. Our film, okay?
And there are a lot of controversies in the film. The film is very
और इसकी फिल्मों को 3 नेशनल अवार्ड मिले, 3, और मुझे 1 लायंस क्लब अवार्ड मिला है. तो
Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And we hope super success. You know, just stay on stage and we're going to quickly call upon. You've got to give me a minute. There you go. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick warm applause. Thank you for the team. Thank you so much. We're very, very happy to have you, and super success going ahead. Thank you guys. A quick photo op.
रास्ता है वही शहर.
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती. नहीं, यही अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया. वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है.
अरे
राकेश.
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे.
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना.
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया.
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं. अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature, and through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest.